where outside of the container is a vacuum, you'll notice that the gas expands upwards, outwards, and downwards, filling the limitation of volume. Because that's what gas does. Fill space.
Uh-huh. What I'm trying to wrap my head around is if I guess it's kind of the question of what's the threshold at which what's the density threshold at which something won't get pulled towards the earth.
That's when it changes state.
Right, but then there are some gaseous states that will fall towards the earth.
Really?
Yeah, like that cup
Sorry.
of the goo,
Hold on.
the smoke stuff that
Hold
comes
on.
out.
Hold on. Where's the gas naturally produced on the Earth, my friend?
You mean
Where's gas produced? Yeah.
you're talking about the oxygen nitrogen mix of the
Yeah.
atmosphere
Yeah. Where do we get gases from? How are they produced?
from the ocean, I suppose. I mean, clouds.
Awesome. So you're
Oh my.
correct. So oxygen is produced by phytoplankton within the sea. Which direction does it go after it's been produced?
That would be upward. You're talking about for air
Yeah,
going
yeah,
through
yeah,
water.
yeah.
It'd be
Spot
air.
on. Spot
Yeah.
on. So 99.9% of gas is
Mhm.
produced down here at surface level. Chemical and biological cycles that take place within and on the surface of the Earth. When the gases are produced, they go up.
Mhm.
So where's gravity then? I thought gravity was down.
Hmm.
Why is the gas not going down? It's going up. Naturally, when we look at the physical and natural world, when gas is produced,
Hmm.
it goes up, filling the available space.
Uh-huh.
Good. So methane that's produced at a vent at the bottom of the sea, when it's produced from the seabed, it bubbles up
Mhm.
through the water. Then the bubble pops and the gas goes up, filling the space above.
That's density.
Yeah, but the gas is going upwards, isn't it?
Yeah, because of density.
Yeah. So the gas is going upwards, right?
Well, if I understand right, it's that
Sorry, which way is
air
gravity?
is well, really quick though, air is the abundance that makes up the atmosphere. If something is lighter, it floats lighter than air, it floats. It goes
Yeah,
up.
Like
yeah,
helium.
But if something is
yeah.
heavier
Helium, for
than
it.
that, it
Yes,
goes down, right?
yes, yes.
Okay. Okay.
Good. But what you've pointed out is a relationship between gases. This is relative density. This isn't demonstrating that gravity is pulling the gas downwards. This is why I brought up the vacuum chamber. And it doesn't
Well,
matter what gas you put into an available space, that gas will expand in all directions. I've cited it in the chat.
see, I guess you could. Okay, the other way to look at. Okay, so this is why I bring that up too. If you have oil, like say olive oil, water, and I don't know something in between for density, you mix them all up in a cup. You're gonna see the lighter liquids go up.
Yep.
Unless I'm
Yeah.
incorrect about that, they're gonna
No,
separate, right?
that's density. Yeah. Yeah.
That's the same property that's going on with gas when it goes up. It's not necessarily because of gravity. It's because the the same effect that you see in liquids. The lighter stuff goes up. You can say stuff instead of gas or liquid.
Yeah, that's relative density. There's no
Yeah.
gravity involved here.
Yeah, I don't think Jedi is arguing against density. I think he's saying, Jedi, am I getting this right? That when gas it has space, it fills it up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, basically what James Clerk Maxwell said in the side chat. Gases are distinguished from other forms of matter not only for their power of indefinite expansions, so as to fill any vessel, no matter how large, and by the great
Well,
effect that heat has in dilating them, but by the uniformity and simplicity of the laws which regulate
So,
these changes.
so Jedi, I
Yeah.
mean, it does obviously matter how large, right? Because if you have 10 atoms of helium, you can't fill up like something that's way bigger. You know, if it's like a football field and you only have 10 atoms, most of it is going to be empty space.
Yeah, most of it's going to be empty space, but the gas molecules, 10, are going to be moving freely and randomly in all directions. The only thing that's going to change their vector is a physical collision with another gas molecule. That seems unlikely, being there's only 10 on this
Yeah.
container of a football pitch, or when they collide with the limitation of that container. Because they collide with the limitation of the container, the gas, by definition and measurement, is under pressure.
But Jedi, that also, like, when any physical thing, you have to apply all forces around it, right? And gravity is one of those forces that if a large mass is at a certain place, then those gas molecules are going to move towards it because of the force of
Okay,
gravity.
Right,
okay
he's saying
then.
it doesn't do that
When we
because it
went through the
disperses in all
conversation,
directions.
yeah.
Mhm.
So
Wait,
Yeah.
when we
what?
went through the conversation earlier about where the gas was produced, we all agreed
Mhm.
that the gas went up.
Underwater?
No,
No, in a
well,
vacuum.
sorry, the methane at the bottom of the sea bubbled up and
Oh,
Mhm.
dispersed
right.
when it reached the surface of the water and went up. You're saying
Right.
that gravity makes things go down, but
Not every.
observably in the
Well,
physical and natural world, you're talking.
uh
Cool. So observably in the physical and natural world, because that's what we're studying,
Mhm.
observably in the natural world, gas moves freely and randomly in all directions, filling the limitation of space. There's no
No,
downwards bias for gases.
but has this been tested in
Yes.
now has this been tested at length to see if the gas actually goes downward after a certain amount of time?
Yeah. So this is
Not
where we
just
get
like an initial
one.
like not just an initial injection of some gas and then they see it disperse and they go, "Oh, it goes everywhere," and they only give it, I don't know, 10 seconds or something. But like I imagine that even in a vacuum, if something as light as helium is in a vacuum and there's an assertion of gravity, it may take a while for gravity to pull it.
So are you saying that in that case, if the gas was quote unquote heavy, like dry ice and sulfur hexafluoride, because it was heavier and had more mass, then it would pull at the bottom of the vacuum chamber quicker?
No. No, 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 no.
Right
I'm
then.
actually talking about a light gas that in theory, if gravity was exerting force,
Yeah,
it
I've
should
just
eventually pull the
dude,
helium. It just takes a here's a good
dude,
example. A
dude,
feather
dude,
falls and
dude,
like
dude. No, not a
you know
feather.
like
No, not a
a
feather.
feather
We're
falling
talking about gas. My
and
friend,
a
this
coin
is why I
falling.
brought, my friend, this is why I brought up a denser gas, because you brought up a lighter gas. You said the lighter gas would take more time to
Yeah,
coalesce
yeah.
at the bottom of the vacuum chamber. I
No.
brought up the
Yeah,
denser gas, which would take less time to correlate at the bottom of the vacuum chamber.
correct.
Does When I asked you that, you said no.
Oh, maybe I didn't understand what you were referring
That's
to.
probably a good
But
fucking
yeah, that's
idea to
essentially what I'm
listen.
referring to is that right
Okay,
there.
so observably, that doesn't happen.
And that's been do you know the amount of time that I guess the maximum time they've tried to observe this in?
Yeah. Do you understand what the second law of thermodynamics is?
If I look it up, I probably would. I don't remember it off the top of my head, but if you
Okay,
tell me,
so it's
I'll probably
basically the movement of energy
Mhm.
over a certain period and time frame. Then things will reach an equilibrium or disequilibrate. You can demonstrate this in two ways. One, if you boil water and do not impart any energy into it, the direction of entropy, which is an irreversible change,
Mm.
will mean that the hot coffee will go cold, right?
Okay.
Good.
Yeah.
The second way to demonstrate this is like we demonstrated earlier. High pressure moves into lower pressure environments. Like when we had the vacuum chamber and we opened the door and the gas went rushing in, that's
Yeah.
an irreversible change. High pressure goes to low pressure. Understand this, right?
Yes.
Good. So there's no gravity in here.
Well, I that's why I was asking for these observations that you mentioned. If there's somewhere I can see this, I'd like to see how long they observed something like helium or something light like that they injected into a vacuum container to see if indeed at some point it does fall. My suspicion is using a device to make an injection to move the say a helium gas into a vacuum chamber. Um, those
Yeah.
molecules will hit each other and move in all kinds of directions. Imagine
Well, it
like
does.
a
Yeah.
like a pool cue, like on a pool
It
table, they
does.
disperse in all random directions, kind of like that, but in
Yes.
3D space.
Yes.
Now it might take a while then for
Hmm.
helium to fall, quote unquote, but I'd like to see how long they've observed these things for before even making a determination whether or not that their experiments
Thousands
are
and
valid.
thousands and thousands of hours.
But you have
Oh,
to
for
acknowledge
for it
that
to-
Earth has been around for billions of years, you know?
yeah, that was kind of the other point I was making.
That's just your belief. You don't know how long the Earth has been here for.
That's carbon dating. That's carbon dating. You can know that the Earth has
Oh,
been
It's probably
really?
a
for
good
at least
idea.
millions,
Oh,
for at least
really?
millions.
Quiet at this
Yeah,
moment,
show
dude.
it
It's
to
probably a
you.
good idea you keep quiet.
Well, mhm.
Do
Seriously.
you think they know how old
We,
the Earth
we,
is?
we're talking about gas behaviour, and you're bringing up a completely non sequitur about how long the Earth's been here. That's not on fucking subject, dude.
Yeah, this isn't the time to start chanting your religious beliefs. Just try to answer to the topic at hand. You can show gravity changing the vector of gas, that would be useful, but your other religious beliefs, they have no place here.
Yeah, I wasn't trying to make a religious belief, but what I'm basically saying
Yeah.
is that obviously humans have been here for a while. So right, obviously humans have been here for a while, right? So and the planet has too, right? Before humans. So
You don't know any of that.
what?
You don't know
I mean,
anything about what was here before the Earth or when the
No, I never
Earth
said
was
anything
here.
about before the Earth or anything like that. I'm just saying it's been here
Right.
for a while. So a
It
1,000
doesn't
hour
matter.
observation isn't nothing compared to how long like
Well,
the
it is
gas has been
something.
sitting for, right? Everyone
All the
agrees about that.
observations are that. All the observations, as Jedi's pointed out, are that gas pressure requires containment, and there is no downward vector of air on Earth due to gravity. That's fact.
What's the
Wait, say that
definition
again?
of gas pressure? What's the definition of gas pressure?
Gas pressure? I
Yeah.
haven't used that word.
Okay, so the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container, as demonstrated within the equation PV equals nRT, which is verified through experimentation, Boyle's law, Gay-Lussac's law, Avogadro's law. So we demonstrate that the consequence of containing gas is pressure. When you remove the container, the gas is free to expand into the available volume.
Yeah, but if it's a
Very
large volume, then there's most of it's gonna be empty space, obviously, right?
depending on how much gas is within the system, yeah.
But you're missing the point anyway by jumping to
Okay.
that, because the question is, right, so what container is the air pressing off that we breathe to make it pressurized?
The air. Wait, say that again.
The air that we breathe is a
Mhm.
pressurized gas. Gas pressure is the force exerted by the gas on the walls of its container. So what container is the air pressing off?
The container that the air is pressing on. It doesn't need to press on a container. It's just
Yes,
the
it
force of
does.
gravity.
Because that's the
Yes, it
definition of
does.
gas pressure.
That's
Jedi
just
went
what we've
ahead of you.
observed. That's just what we've
No,
observed.
that's what it is.
Consequence.
Okay,
It's the consequence of containing gas.
But now you're trying to prove that gas pressure is force
No, that's just is what gas pressure is. It's the force exerted
okay,
by the gas on the walls of its container.
but you're stating that there has to be a wall or like a container
Yeah.
for
That's what the
gas.
definition states, yeah?
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
but
what
the definition.
experiments say.
So
What the where are
definition's
you
wrong
like?
now?
Did you do this like experiment yourself? Like where are these experiments? You know,
The definition.
Sorry. Do you know what a tire is?
a tire.
Yeah,
Yeah, I do.
good. So when you pump up a tire with gas, what's the consequence of you putting gas in that contained environment?
Yeah, pressure.
Thanks. So if
Yeah.
you have no physical barrier for the gas to press against, you will have no pressure. That's why it's called pressure.
But that's because
the
of
gas needs
gravity.
to. No, dude.
Okay, yeah.
Trying to point out to you what pressure is.
No. I know
Good.
pressure is because there's no space for it to go, so it causes a lot of
No,
pressure
it's
because
pressing
all
off
the
the walls of its container. That's what it is.
yes,
You're
which
basically
means there's
arguing
more.
that you could have. You're basically arguing that you could fill up a tire and have the gas pressure in the tire, but you don't actually need a tire. You could remove the rubber and you could just have the pressurized air sitting around the rim. That's your argument for the
No,
globe.
that's not my argument at all. I clearly
Well, it has to
stated
be.
that gravity
Okay,
is the
so when it
cause of
comes to
that,
Earth,
which means you need a large mass.
well,
I
gravity
never
isn't a
once said that
container.
there wasn't a large mass.
Gravity
Sorry.
isn't a container.
Oh.
Sorry, Jenna.
No, you're fine, and I don't want to interrupt you because you've only just jumped in, so I want to you have your fair shake. But the guys just said mass.
Yeah.
So does mass attract mass?
Bro's going into mass.
Yeah.
Personally, I do think it does. A large mass.
Cool. Good. Does gas have mass?
Yeah, it does.
Does gas attract gas?
On a large scale, yeah.
No. Gas expands freely and randomly in all directions. According to the kinetic molecular theory of gases, there is no repulsion or attraction between gas molecules. All interactions are physical collisions. So there's no attraction or
appeal
repulsion.
to the non-verifiable.
No, technically, gas molecules do attract each other through gravity.
Do
The
they?
effect is
Sorry,
so
bro.
small due to their tiny mass that it is usually negligible and not considered a significant factor in gas
So
behavior.
how do you know that then? So how do you know that?
Because it's obvious. A gas means that it's
Not
less.
obvious. You don't observe it. You don't observe gas attracting gas.
Okay,
It's not
okay.
obvious.
What I'm saying is that it's obvious that it won't have a large effect of gravity on other molecules of
So
gas.
it's not obvious
because
that gas attracts gas.
yes, that isn't obvious, but it's obvious
Okay.
that it's.
So why are you
not-
claiming it then?
I'm saying it's not. It's obvious that it's not viewable on a small scale because
So
it's
Right, not
negligible.
viewable at all.
On
You
a
need-
well, everything that we have is a small scale, but Jupiter, for example, is a
dude.
gas giant.
So as long as we appeal to the sky and things unverifiable, then we have our proof, right?
But you asked a question about gas attracting gas, but why does that have to do with anything? Like, I don't understand
Because
that.
you said mass attracts mass. Let's do it this
It does.
way.
Yeah.
Does the mass of the Earth attract the gas to it?
Yes.
Okay. Where's the gas produced and which way does it go after its production?
What you're saying, like the production in the ocean?
Yeah, so when oxygen is
Okay.
produced by phytoplankton or
Okay.
the evaporation cycle
Yes.
takes place where the heat
As long as you stop talking through him with your yes, just listen. That's kind of rude.
So when the evaporation cycle takes place and the sun comes out and heats the water, which way does the gas go?
So due to density, it would be less dense than water, so it would go up.
Good. You said that gravity makes things go down, though, if you've got a large mass. You said that the mass of the Earth is attracting the gas, but observationally, when we look at the behavior of gases, the mass of the Earth isn't attracting gases to them. Otherwise, if it did, they wouldn't expand upwards and fill in the available space.
No, that's not true. That's not true. So every object in physics has multiple forces acted upon it, right? Even water, if I throw it into the air, I acted a force upon it, so it would go up into the air, right? So the force of gravity is pulling it down, but there's a stronger force of density, which is pushing it up. So that's why it goes up, because of the stronger force of density.
Booga, I think it may be more.
Nonsense.
It may be more right, and I can see how that
Density isn't a force.
Let me get a point across though.
Mhm.
Air and water. Air underwater bubbles up, as they say.
Yes.
Okay. It might be more accurate to say, like the rushing air into a vacuum when you open the vacuum, that it's the water kind of filling
down.
in the space downward.
Yeah.
That forces. It creates a force of the air going up, meaning like since the water is heavier, it just forces its way into the space, and no matter where it goes, it only has one way to go because the heavier as it goes up and up and up, it gets under the air, so to speak.
That's not mass attracting mass, then. That's not mass attracting mass.
Well, it does.
What this guy's trying to tell you then is that gravity actually changes the vector of gas at some point. Can you demonstrate that, please?
No, we never said
change
that.
the vector of gas.
Oh, really? Okay, well, I guess you just don't understand your claim. You should shut
okay,
up.
maybe I don't know what vector of gas means.
Well, it's going to change the direction.
Vector of gas.
So if the vector doesn't change,
it's not
then the gas goes up, then it's just going to keep going up, right?
No, because once it hits, it's like the thing I mentioned with the oil, the water, and
so to change the direction, it has to hit something. What's it hitting?
It's hitting the atmosphere, which would be
no, the atmosphere is the gas. That is the gas.
Right. Oh, well, I'll give you an example of something then. what's a heavier gas that does fall in air?
Sulfur
Sulfur hexafluoride you could use.
Right, sulfur, whatever that is called. Does that bubble up as well?
Yeah, in water, yeah.
It goes
It'll
up.
eventually disperse in air.
Yeah, what happens when it reaches the surface of the water?
It pops. It will stay low because of its density. Over time, it will disperse into the atmosphere. It will no
Okay, so like the oil, water, and the thing in between. I don't even know what's in between oil and water for density, but it's hit the middle. It's now the thing in between.
No, because you're talking about the state. You're talking about different states. You're talking about liquids. You're not talking about this if you're talking about a globe and atmosphere. No, you can't say the same principle applies unless you're saying there's a body of water above us that it hits.
No, the same
Well,
principle.
then you don't have anything to stop the gas.
Put it another way.
That's gravity. That's gravity.
No, you don't have gravity changing the vector of a gas. You already conceded this.
Hold on.
There isn't a vector of a gas.
It's omnidirectional.
A vector of gas is not
shut your mouth, man. You just don't know what you're talking about. It's painful.
Oh, hold on, really quick. If you have a, I guess not glass, maybe we'll say a steel ball, and you drop it in water, it opens up and it has some air in it, or some sulfur, blah blah blah, whatever that dry ice compound is. It opens up, the sulfur will go up, but the ball will stay down, regardless of.
Why don't you talk about what air is doing? You need to talk about what air as a gas is doing. That's what you're trying to prove.
What I'm saying is that this displacement of heavier anything, or rather denser anything, is always going to press downward because of gravity, and that's
you don't have gravity.
Kind of, I guess you would say,
you're just adding gravity in there. What is gravity? Define gravity.
Gravity for what? That I don't know where gravity comes from, but I can't. I can only define gravity by.
If you don't know what gravity is, you can't just say gravity is pulling it down. And then we ask you, what is gravity? And you say, I don't know.
Do you mind if I complete a sentence?
Well, yeah, but if you're using in your sentence the word gravity,
may I please complete a sentence?
Listen, let me say this. If in your sentence a key part of it is talking about the mechanism of gravity,
but I haven't
if it involves the mechanism of gravity, then you need to be able to explain. Dude, stop rambling to yourself. If you're going to include the word gravity as a mechanism for your answer here, you have to be able to tell us what you mean by gravity. Yes?
Okay, now Go ahead. I want you to finish so that I can actually say what I need to say. Go ahead.
If you're going to say gravity, define it first.
May I complete a sentence?
Are you going to define gravity?
I'm going to try. May I please complete a sentence?
Yeah, if you include gravity.
Oh my God. Okay. I'm going to start.
Good.
I'm asking respectfully. Please don't interrupt me.
Okay. What's gravity?
Oh my God.
If it's involving gravity, you need to be able to explain it, right? You can't just say a word and say, I don't know what that means, but that's what's doing it.
I didn't say I didn't know what it means. I said I don't know where gravity comes from, which is
okay, well, if you do know what it means, what is it? Just answer that first.
Yeah, that's what he asked you initially for a definition. That's it.
I'm trying to get it across. No one is letting me say it.
Okay, just do it now. Just do it now.
You start with gravity is, and then continue.
I was trying to explain that
the next words that need to be out your mouth is you defining gravity.
That's it. Nothing else.
Unless you're conceding that you're not using gravity and you don't claim it.
I was going to say there are properties that meet that.
So not a definition then.
Oh, hold on. Well, what is a definition? It's criteria.
Oh my goodness. Anything to not word. Point, are you defining gravity yet? Is this the definition that you
gravity is a set of properties. Like, okay, what's
gravity is not a set of properties.
It's a set of properties in the same way that anything that works in physics is a set of properties. You can
look it up, bro.
So you just define it the same as basically anything in physics.
Right, look. No, that's not what I'm saying.
You idiot, just tell us what it is.
Oh my God! Listen for 1 second. I have been interrupted by 5.
I have been listening, and you're not answering.
I'm trying to get to it right here. Look at this guy right here, Flat Earth Ranger. He keeps interrupting me.
Same thing.
because
I
you were
can't get a word in edgewise.
No.
I've been trying to be respectful. I stopped and I listened, but
No, you don't mind. You don't mind the interruptions because
The only
you're
person that's been
stalling and
respectful
diverting.
is
It's
Jedi so
obvious.
far.
You don't have the answer to the question when Cyclone first
I'm
answered it.
trying to
When
answer it.
Cyclone first asked it, you answered
But
a
Heretic
different
also is another
question.
person that keeps
You
interrupting.
answered a
I can't get a word
different
in edgewise.
question. You started answering where gravity comes from. You didn't ask that. He asked you to define it. It's clear you can't.
No, it's not,
So,
because I haven't even finished.
Just
Okay,
say
You
that.
could have
Just
finished
say it.
16
Only
times by
find it
now.
about
You
I'm
choose to
gonna-
go somewhere
I'm gonna
else
type
every
it. I'm
single
gonna type
time.
it so that it's
Alright,
easier,
guys,
so that you guys can hear. So you guys can keep interrupting, and I'll just go ahead.
Hold on.
and I can type it up.
Time out. Right. Say your thing that you're going to say very quickly, but if it includes gravity, you're going to have to define it, or we're just going to dismiss what you just said. Okay? Fair?
No, because what I was saying was alluding to something else. That's what
No,
I'm trying to tell you here.
Not the definition you were asking for.
Okay. So you're
Yes,
no longer.
I will give you the
claiming-
definition,
Okay,
but it
so you're no
explains it.
longer
Okay, so
claiming.
let me say this first. Take any property in physics. Give me
No,
any
I'm
random
not
property in
going to let you say this first. The only thing we
Heretic,
needed you to
you're
say was the definition of gravity.
any property in physics. I don't give a fuck what.
No, just the definition of gravity. Or concede you don't have it. One of those two things. We don't need to waste our time talking for hours to a liar.
Anything. I don't care
Heretic.
what.
Okay, well, I don't know
Yeah,
about
he
this.
was just talking. He wasn't listening to you, Heretic. He was just
No,
waffling.
I heard what he said. He keeps saying the same thing, which is define gravity. Don't use the word gravity in the definition. I understood that.
I never said that.
Let me.
I don't think
direct
he
the
actually heard what I
conversation.
said.
Guys,
I just
guys,
repeated.
guys, guys,
I
guys,
just
stop,
repeated what he said.
Stop
I
talking.
can
Stop
prove
talking for a
with that. I
second.
can prove that I'm
Stop.
listening.
I'm
But
gonna
I
redirect
don't
it.
think he's listening. Put it this way:
Let me
he
ask the
can't
question.
tell you guys
Bro.
what I just said.
Bro, it
That's
doesn't
real,
matter.
and I
Answer
just
me this.
was able to
Answer me
tell
this.
you guys
Answer
what
me
he
this.
said. So that's real.
Answer me this.
I'm
Answer
listening.
me this. Are you
But
claiming?
Heretic is
Are
not
you
listening.
claiming? Here, stop. Stop talking. Are you claiming that gravity is stopping the air from going out into space? Yes or no?
Am I claiming that gravity is stopping air from going out into space?
Yes or no?
There are things that. So
Yes,
no,
yes,
bro.
yes,
Not yes or no then.
yes, and
Okay,
yes, and
okay.
I'm
Now
gonna draw
follow up
parallel.
question. Follow up question.
So
Now
I did
you
say
have
yes.
to be able to
Stop
define-
talking
yes.
so much.
Yes,
Okay, yes,
why
you heard me.
yes.
Yes, stop
Why
talking
yes.
now. Just stop.
This is
Stop
why.
talking.
This is why you have to be able to define it, because this is your claimed mechanism
on.
for contradicting natural law.
Even airplanes defy gravity. When I
You need to
jump, I
define
defy
it.
gravity.
No,
Like
stop.
there's all
You
kinds of
listen,
things
don't
that
say
go
it.
against
What
the
does
He
it
laws
just
mean?
of
won't
gravity.
shut up,
Gravity.
Willie. He won't shut up. Willie.
Razor, 2 seconds. Listen, you just claimed it again.
I haven't completed a
This
complete concept yet,
defies
by the way.
gravity. Okay, what is gravity that you keep saying?
I'm trying to
Define
get
it.
to that.
Just
trying to get to
define
that.
it.
Okay,
So
I'm trying to get
gravity
there.
is.
Hold on. No, that's not how I'm going to
Gravity is.
start. I'm not going to do that.
Yes,
That's not how I'm
that's how
going to
you
start.
define a word.
That's not how I'm
How
going to
you
start.
define
Let
a
me
word.
finish at least. That's not how I'm going to
All
start.
right,
Let me
okay.
finish.
But this is going to be an
Because I'm
attempt to
hearing you
define
guys and I'm listening to you. I'm engaging, but
Yeah, you're
there's
not.
no one
You
here.
interrupted his
okay.
sentence, but you're
There's no one here
complaining
that's
about
actually.
being interrupted.
Everyone
in
shut
real time.
up for 20 seconds and let the man
Fucking
fucking
hell.
speak.
Thank you. Jeez. What I was trying to say is when you bring up anything in physics, you can bullet point them with criteria. That's what a definition is. It's
Cool. So
bullet
what's the
point.
definition of gravity then?
That's basic. Now,
Cool. So what's the definition of
gravity.
gravity then?
See now, let me. I'm drawing a parallel first before I can explain what gravity is. So when you bullet point anything in physics for any fucking property, anything, it's always what those things do. Unless I'm wrong. Is that not correct?
Yeah, you're incorrect. So you can't define gravity.
No, wait, no. Is that am I incorrect about that in physics?
Yeah, he
no,
just
saying,
said you were
saying it makes
incorrect. Now
things
stop talking.
fall. Saying it makes things fall is not a definition of gravity.
I didn't say
he's
that.
not talking about gravity right now.
No.
Yes, he is.
Correct.
You fucking retard. This is the
Talking about
conversation.
physics.
No, that's correct.
in
I'm not
general.
talking about gravity at this moment. I'm
Right.
drawing a parallel to
So
gravity.
why are you talking then? Because this is the whole point of the conversation. You're being asked to
Because it
define
gets at
gravity, and now you're
gets
saying
at
you're
the
not
idea.
talking about gravity.
We
So
just
to define
listened to
gravity,
him.
Now he's
you're not going to talk
interrupting you
about
halfway
gravity.
through your sentence, saying the same thing over
Right.
and over.
Can anyone, the other guy who just jumped in, can you define gravity?
He's been muted. But the
This guy
idea
can.
is gravity.
This guy can.
Gravity has
Is
a
what?
bullet point.
Is what?
You can't. Yeah, you can't
don't
define
mute
gravity.
him.
So we'll
Don't
get the
mute
other guy
him.
to do it. Go ahead, Booga.
Oh, me? Okay, I mean, gravity is the force that attracts a body towards the center of Earth. Which, huh?
Okay.
What?
Fucking
So
hell.
finally,
So
carry on. Finish it off if you want. If you weren't done.
Yeah. Thank you.
Oh yeah, no problem. That's part of the definition, right? It is the force that attracts a body towards the center of the Earth. And it's basically, I mean, I went over this before, but it's mass. It's basically mass attracts mass.
Within one,
okay.
Within one definition, yes. In another definition, gravity is not called a force. In another definition, the mechanism is the distortion of space-time due to the placement of mass within
that's
that
Einstein.
dimension. Yeah. So
you don't believe in Einstein.
So there are two definitions for gravity, right?
I mean, they're both the same observably.
Okay, so we observe the same phenomena, shit goes down, but it's explained differently. Newton says the mass of the Earth is attracting the mass of the object that fell down. Einstein doesn't describe this. It's a different mechanism.
It's a different explanation to it, but it has the same effect.
It's a different mechanism that makes the object go down.
But
one's the mass attracting the mass, the other one is the mass is sitting in a four-dimensional coordinate system and creating a gravitational well because the mass is distorting the four-dimensional coordinate system, space and time. So that's the correct definition for the two different types of gravity.
Yes, but both of them still overall are mass attracts mass, right? Both of them still have. It attracts it using like the.
Let's just go with that definition for now. Then, so what mass have you seen attract another mass in reality?
I mean, you can clearly just use a telescope and look at Jupiter.
Okay, how does that tell you that that's mass attracting mass?
Wow.
I mean, okay, if we're talking about Earth, right? Earth is huge, and things go down towards it, right? That's a very obvious thing, like Newton himself.
Right. How do you know that's mass attracting mass? How do you know that's mass attracting mass?
I mean, it's definitely a force that's going on, right? A force that's
but you don't know. So you don't know that it's mass attracting mass.
I guess you do have to look at outside.
Where can we look? That shows us mass attracting
Jupiter,
mass.
No.
You can't look at Jupiter moving and say that's mass attracting
no.
mass.
Like
you have no idea.
The moon's rotating.
You can't. Yeah, you can't. You can't look at any of the lights in the sky and say what's moving those things is mass attracting mass. You've got no idea that that's the case just by looking at them. Do you?
I'd have to think a bit more. I don't know if the other guy has an idea about this though.
Well, he doesn't. He couldn't even define it.
Okay, I do need to think about.
That's why we had to tag you in.
May I real quick? May I real quick?
So, well, hold on. No, hold on. So this guy's saying he doesn't know. So we'll open it up to the other Globers in the chat. What have you seen that is mass attracting mass?
Wait, I think. Oh, never mind.
Because if we can't have it, if we don't have anything, then why are we claiming that?
I got a question for you though. What makes objects fall then? What makes
I'm
objects
not making
fall?
a claim.
Wait, may I real quick? I just want to comment something, and then you guys can move on.
Okay.
So, just so you know, in your paradigm, mass attracting mass has been superseded by the Einsteinian theory of the bending and warping of space-time pushing you down onto Earth. So that concept of time that is bending and warping, however that stuff works, I mean, that's hilarious, is somehow pushing you down in your chair today. So, the mass attracting mass thing has been long superseded, even in your own paradigm, just so you know. There, continue, guys.
Yeah, I mean, you're fighting a losing battle if you're going to die on the hill of mass attracting mass, because in the globe paradigm, that's not even what they claim anymore. But since you were claiming it, it's instructive for you to understand why that's not a logical conclusion to draw just because you see something fall on Earth or you watch Jupiter moving. It's not logical to conclude that must be mass attracting mass.
So
obviously, yeah.
Well, okay, then what? How do you explain anything falling? What's
I don't
making
need to.
something fall?
Why would I have to?
Cyclone. Obviously, we can observe things falling, right? So
You can observe some things
So
falling.
if we let's call that gravity. Let's call, because you don't have a claim for it, right?
Excuse me. Sorry to interrupt.
Okay.
Do all things fall?
Not everything.
Okay,
based on density, right?
Yeah, based on threshold for density.
Not all things fall. Gas, for example, moves in any and all directions until it's changed from its path with a physical interaction.
Mm-hmm.
So not all things fall.
Right.
Yeah, and remember, you guys, what you guys are really needing is the force or what you guys need to focus on is the mechanism that you believe is stopping that gas from filling the available space, which we know is what gas does. Your whole contention at the beginning of this was that it was this thing called gravity, but now you've changed that to, well, when we just observe something falling, we'll call that gravity. We don't actually know what gravity is. So it's not sufficient to say gravity is keeping the gas from filling the available space, because you don't have anything for that word. It's like an empty word at this point.
What keeps you on the ground? That's my question. What keeps you on the ground?
Where else would I be?
No. What thing is keeping you on the ground? What force? Magic, if you will.
It's very simple.
Why would I float in air if I'm more dense than it?
No. I'm asking you about why you're still downward.
I just told you.
There's no up and down.
Float in air.
Well, I mean, yeah, in the grand scheme of things, of like an XYZ
Yeah,
axis.
in your paradigm, you can't invoke down, so you know,
or rather towards the center of the Earth, I suppose, if that's more accurate. I use
that's maybe more accurate, but still you gotta prove the center first, so you can't use anything right now. Anyways, the problem is it has to do with the medium that you're residing in. That's why you can have a containment where you put water into, like an aquarium, and you put a healthy apple inside and it will swim on top because there's enough air in it, so it has buoyancy and it is less denser than the surrounding medium. If the apple is already bad and had lost air, so it's starting to rot, it will probably swim around the middle of the water, and if it's really rotten, it will go down to the ground of that medium, of that tank full of water, because it is going to be denser than the surrounding medium. You are denser than the surrounding medium you're in, which is the air and other gases. Okay? If you would be
He's avoiding the problem.
This is exactly what I'm talking about, by the way.
Problem. No, you're avoiding the problem. You're avoiding the problem. The problem is not that we are standing on Earth. That's not a problem. The problem is gas pressure and gas generally will fill an available volume. That's what we know. The claim on the table from the globe side is that's not occurring.
But you're making that as a claim, and
we
I
need to
can't
answer
that. For that. That's
why is he interrupting you?
That's exactly what the claim is. The claim is that we've got gas pressure here on Earth existing next to a low pressure space, and it's not filling that space, contrary to what we know gas does, which is fill an available volume, flow into a low pressure space. So you need to address, you need to address how that is possible on the globe model, and you've just pretty much thrown out gravity because none of you seem to know what it is or how it can do that to gas.
But I don't think you have an idea of what it is either.
I don't know. Listen, I'm not making the claim that it's uncontained adjacent to a low pressure space.
Wow,
You're
that was just the dumbest statement ever.
Wait,
the guy who's not claiming it, he doesn't need to know what it is. You have the burden.
Let me try this. Let me try.
Because what I'm talking about here is okay. I guess it can be asking the question. What do you? It's why I'm asking you. What do you think is keeping you down? Does gravity?
No, mute this guy.
Does gravity exist in your paradigm? Maybe that's an easier way to say it.
Wait,
instead of you can't even define it. How are you going to ask us if this exists in our paradigm when you can't even define what it is? Why are you even asking about it?
Paria, let me try it.
I was trying to define it.
Yeah, no, speak to this other guy. Who's the other guy who's trying to jump in?
Yeah, so basically there is a force that brings you towards Earth, right? We know this exists, and it's not just density, because when
No.
you put, yes, we do, because if you put two
No,
items that are
it's
of
not
the
defined
same,
as a force. It's not even defined as a force according to the globe model. It's a consequence of the bending and warping of space-time, not a force.
Exactly, it's not a force.
I don't think they heard it the first two times.
okay.
Wait, what do you think a force is?
What do you think of force?
Guys, it has been superseded. You are being
Not
pushed
what
down
gravity
in your
is.
model.
Wait, do you know what a force is though? You've been saying it a lot,
Yeah,
but like, do you even know
there
it?
is no force. It's the bending and warping of space-time that is pushing you down
See how
in
you
your
guys are trying to
your
So there is
philosophical
That exists in
belief
the paradigm,
system.
though, in Cyclone's paradigm, the bending of space
No,
time.
no. This isn't my paradigm. This is your paradigm.
Oh
The
no,
bending and
I'm
warping
asking
of
about yours
space-time.
specifically now. Now I'm off of mine. I'm asking about yours.
No. Why are you talking again? You don't know
Yeah,
what it
it's
is, remember? We've
can
asked you
I
to
can I
define it
answer
many
that?
times and you couldn't.
Can I answer that?
That's what I want to know.
It's observable reality, which means in reality we can observe that if I have a medium, just like I explained in the previous example, with a tank filled with water, and I do experiments with that medium, such as things that are more dense or less dense than the surrounding medium, I can see the phenomenon of equilibrium, where it either swims in the middle of the medium or would float. And then we have one that sinks. So the only way is I can actually understand how buoyancy and density works is by referring back to reality. Everything else is just philosophy. If you start inserting something upon what you observe in reality naturally, then it is your burden. If you say, okay, the apple is going down not because the apple is suddenly denser than the surrounding medium, it is because there's some magical force like bending and warping of space and pushing it down. It is your philosophical requirement to prove that your philosophy or your thinking skills are true. That's
I can
all.
prove that. It's very easy.
That's why right now I'm operating under the assumption that gravity doesn't exist, which is why I'm
No.
asking.
Right.
Great
Okay.
assumption.
We can easily prove
Stop.
that.
Can I just complete it? I didn't
Perfect.
complete
So
that
we're
sentence.
operating under we're operating the gravity
I
that you
didn't
couldn't
complete a sentence,
define,
man. You
doesn't
just
exist.
interrupted me in the
Okay,
middle
so
of
we
my
need to
sentence.
because we're refocusing it back to the whole point of the discussion, which you guys are desperate to move away from. So it is, what is preventing the gas from flowing into the lower pressure available volume of outer space?
Gravity.
What? No, because remember he just said we're operating
That's
under
him.
the assumption
That's
that
not
gravity
me.
doesn't exist because you couldn't. Okay,
That's
so
I
well,
said,
remember. Okay, so
said
back to
I
you
had a
then.
specific
Back to you
question
then. What
related to
you
that,
said was mass attracting
and I
mass, and I
didn't get
said,
to
where
complete
do
the
you
sentence because
observe
again you
that?
interrupted.
No, because your non sequitur
I
question doesn't need
tried
to be
to ask the
entertained.
question. If this
Because
is
your
about
answer to
educating
this
us, how
As
question,
can I
long as you
explain
keep
your
it?
talking,
answer.
maybe someone will hear you.
Listen, I'm
Shut up
still
for a
talking.
second. Shut up.
Your answer to my
Why don't you
question
tell
cannot be
Cyclone
a
to shut up? He's
question.
interrupting me at
What's
every
your
turn.
name? What's your
No,
name? What's your name? He's going on mute. Right. So your answer to my question cannot be a question. When I asked you what is preventing the gas, the air, from flowing into the lower pressure space, your answer cannot be a question to me because a question to me is not preventing gas from flowing off into space. So to the other guy who said, I haven't given up on gravity. Well, just when we asked you what it is, you said it was mass attracting mass. And then I asked, where have you ever observed that? And you said, I don't know. I need to go and think. So do you know what gravity is now?
I do.
Okay, what is it?
It's the bending of space time.
Okay, could you show me some space time and how you bend it?
You can't. It's not in our dimension, right? But we can
Oh,
see
it's not in our
the
dimension.
observation.
Okay, so
No,
is
we
that
can.
conceptual?
It doesn't matter how it works. It
Is
matters
it
that
real?
it's observed. It is
Wait
very
a minute,
real. We can
Is
observe
it
it.
real? Okay, so can you quantify it for me in some way and present it?
Yeah.
What is space time?
Yeah.
What does it look like?
Oh no, not space time. I'm talking about gravity.
No. Because what you said
Wow.
gravity was is
Yes.
this space time bending and warping. So for something to bend and
So-
warp, it needs to be physical, yeah?
So-
to be bent and then warped.
Cyclone, I personally don't know the cause of gravity, right? Like obviously there
Right.
are things online that state
Right.
these are the
That's
causes. I'm
bogus.
not Einstein.
So you don't know what gravity is then, again.
I know I can clearly see it's
You just
its
said
effect,
it's
and I can
space-time.
prove it. I can prove the
No,
effect,
you
the
can't clearly
observation of
see.
it.
You can see gas going up though, not down. So that doesn't work.
So I can explain that too.
Awesome.
No, it doesn't. I don't want an explanation. I need a cause for what's causing it to come down,
Yeah,
or an observation of it coming down.
I can give you an observation. So
Okay, of what?
basically, every object has effects on it, right? Like density and like gravity. And I'll prove that gravity exists because two items that have different densities still fall at the same rate in a vacuum, meaning that it's not density.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I'm going to be annoying now, so
Okay.
do apologise. So we're going to drop 3 objects in the vacuum chamber. One's going to be a feather, one's going to be a hammer, the other one's going to be a molecule of gas. Now, are you going to tell me that all things are going to accelerate to the floor at 9.8 meters per second per second?
So what? Let's say we use only solids, right? Let's
Why? Because we're talking about gas.
So Jedi. Okay, so 100%. Jedi, 100% we can talk about gases, but what I want to specifically state is that there's a force that exists, and I'm calling it gravity right now, that does affect items. So we know gravity does exist.
Yourself again. No, that's so incorrect.
Sorry.
Yeah, Jedi, you take it.
You're saying that gravity affects items, but we're not going to be talking about gas, though.
We can go into that later, but I first want to talk like specific because I want to first put a baseline that it does exist.
Yeah, no, that's fine. What you want to do, that's fine. What you want to do is perform a magic trick, and you want to say, "Look, this solid object in a vacuum, it goes down, and it goes down at the same speed as this other solid object that I've put in a vacuum where there's no gas." But we don't want to be talking about the gas that expands in all directions. Let's just concentrate on the things that accelerate towards the floor. When we're specifically talking about how gravity affects gas. Do you understand how this is very disingenuous?
Yes.
No, he doesn't.
I do see that. I do see that. And don't talk
It's non sequitur again. It's non sequitur again. This is what you guys keep doing. You keep running away from the question, and then I have to pull you back into the topic, and you start complaining. Not you specifically, but the other people. Anyway, I've got mute for a bit, so Jedi, feel free. Carry on. Who wants to take it?
The crescendo to this point is we don't see gravity and we can give it to you. We don't have to, but we give it to you for this example. Affecting gas.
Okay.
How did you make the vacuum chamber? Was that a physical container separating the pressure outside from almost zero pressure inside? Is that how you created your vacuum chamber?
Yeah.
Right. Good. So you understand then, if you're going to have a vacuum and a separation from gas pressure, you're going to require a physical boundary, correct?
Wait, say that again?
To have a vacuum, a separation between high pressure and almost zero pressure, you're going to require a physical boundary, like the vacuum chamber.
That's a bold statement.
No, it's not a bold statement. You gave me a vacuum chamber, which is the physical separation of high pressure and low pressure. The thing that is physically separating them and stopping the gas expanding to the available volume where there's no gas is the physical boundary, correct?
Yeah, so from a high pressure to a low pressure. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, so high pressure will disperse into lower pressure. Yeah, good.
Yes.
What happens to the pressure outside when I open the vacuum chamber door? What happens instantaneously?
The pressure outside of the vacuum?
Yeah, what happens to the gas outside when I open the container?
It'll rush in.
Good. So we understand this is the second law of thermodynamics in action. No energy was put into the system. It's just a change of entropy, right? You agree?
Wait.
Entropy would be the movement of the gas from one location to another.
Okay, yeah, I agree.
High pressure. Good. So no change in energy, just a change in entropy. You understand that to have this situation of a vacuum, we require a container. Is the Earth an open or closed system? Is there a physical boundary around the Earth?
No.
Okay. So you see the problem then, if there's no physical boundary separating the low and high pressures, the high
it's not
pressure
a low and
will
high
disperse.
pressure.
Excuse me. the high pressure will disperse into the lower pressure environment as according to the second law of thermodynamics.
Yeah, but there
Good.
are. Mhm.
Oh, there's an assertion of gravity is doing something I hear coming, right?
Maybe, but
Yeah.
we can't
Yeah.
apply gravity to gases yet.
See, I'm not trying to trick you. I'm
No, I
trying
know.
to help you understand that
Yeah,
I can give you gravity all fucking day long.
yeah,
Observably, doesn't stop gas expansion. To have gas pressure, you
true.
require a container. If you don't have a container, the gas will fuck off.
Yeah, but so I just need to make a
Also,
connection between like that
well, no,
gravity
because
can affect
there's another
gases.
problem. There's a problem as well because remember when we asked you about gravity to begin with, it was mass attracts mass, but then you realized that wasn't the case, so you
Well,
moved on
I'm
to
being honest. I don't
bending
actually
and
know
warping.
how
No, that's
gravity
fine. That's
works.
fine. And listen,
Yeah,
I'm not. Yeah, good for you, and that's honest.
yeah,
And most people don't until they really look into it. They think it's a simple thing, but when they actually look into it and think about it, it's a lot more complicated than you think.
yeah.
But remember, so the next one they told you was it's the bending and warping of space time. But again, when you think about that, you'll understand that's a concept. It's a conceptual thing. It's not a physical or real thing. So we can't ask, when asked the question, what is it that's making gas do what it apparently never does, which is not flow into a lower pressure space? We're going to call upon a concept that has no physicality to it whatsoever. We can't attribute a physical change to a conceptual thing, right? Especially when it flies in the face of what we actually observe, which is how gas behaves. It fills lower pressure
yeah,
spaces, it needs a container. They're telling us, hey guys, no, I know it looks this way according to natural law, but trust us, this isn't happening. And then we say, well, how is it not? What's the evidence? And they say, oh, well, there's this thing called space-time, which we can't
yeah.
actually show you. We're just imagining it. And then we bend it and warp it. Again, it's conceptual, so you can't bend and warp a concept. And that's causing the natural law violation. Does that sound legit?
Like I don't really know like how gravity like works behind the
Well, yeah,
scenes,
but this is
right?
what they're telling you. They're telling you
Wow.
space-time, bro.
Yeah,
Space-time.
I don't know
What
how
is
it works behind the
space-time?
scene, but we
Did
know it
Einstein did
obviously
Einstein
exists.
did Einstein come across space-time and go, "Oh, look, space-time and it's bending and warping," or did he just conceptualize that in his head?
Probably conceptualized.
Yeah. So a conceptual idea cannot cause a natural law violation. It's not
Yeah.
sufficient.
Yeah, but obviously we know gravity does exist based on the vacuum experiment on solids at least,
No,
right?
Wow, this guy
No.
is
no,
thick, very
no,
thick.
no,
No?
because you're just talking about solid objects and not gas. Gas doesn't
Yeah,
affect.
yeah, yeah. I
So
specifically stated
gravity
on
does.
solids, on
Yeah.
solids.
Okay, so gravity is very picky about the things that it chooses to attract.
No,
That's
no,
interesting.
no.
Oh, it
I
isn't.
do. So personally, I do believe it's also on gases. I can't prove that at the current moment. But what I do know is that as you go higher up, you can clearly see that the pressure of gas is less.
Well, unfortunately,
Okay.
bro, until you prove that,
No,
according to your worldview, we'd all be dead.
and see that there's less pressure, just like how your ears pop when you go up.
Yeah, that's less pressure. That's a
Yeah.
pressure gradient. Let me tell you
Yes.
this. To have a pressure gradient, you're going to need gas, obviously. You're
Yeah.
going to need the container to achieve the pressure in the pressure gradient. And then all you need to do is either have one of two or both things, a variation in temperature and the the impartation of more gas into the system. We call this gas production cycles. So you have a gradient where you have gas production in a certain area. We call that the surface. That's why it's more pressure here because that's where the gas is produced. And also temperature. That temperature is the radiated heat given by the sun on the earth and how the earth distributes that heat over time. It's hotter down here than it is up in the sky. Please don't be wondering why there's a gradient. I can
Obviously,
demonstrate
yeah.
all of these things within a container. That's why
Yeah.
PV equals nRT is so important. The T stands for temperature. The PV is pressure within the volume. Pressure is solved by force over area, physical boundary for the gas to press against, given in feet or meters. I can demonstrate this all day long.
So,
however,
yeah.
However, and I do apologise. I'll be very, very quick.
All good.
However, no one can demonstrate gravity causing gas pressure.
Okay.
Amen. Exactly.
So you said that there has to be a container. Why is that? Is that just
Because
based on observations?
no, because that's what gas pressure is. That's why it's got press in the name. PRESSURE. It needs to press. Gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container. That's where PV equals nRT came in. The P stands for pressure, which is solved by force over area. The V is the volume, the size of the container. We understand if we increase the size of the container but keep the same amount of gas in that volume, gas pressure will go down. If we decrease the size of the container, gas pressure will go up. If we heat the gas pressure will go up. If we remove the container, the gas will fuck off. That's experimentally verified, dude.
Why is it so simple and still the Globalists don't get it? It's very simple. The word already tells you it's pressing against something. The Earth is not pressing against anything in space. It's actually the complete opposite. It's supposedly almost nothing. So nothing is interacting with something, and that makes pressure. That is a logical fallacy. That is absolutely one of the most unlogical things to believe in. Especially given the evidence that we have in reality. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's all good. I mean, I just think it's more logical to think that there is pressure lower due to this force that we've seen act upon every single other state of matter other than the gas.
You say
the thing that hasn't been verified yet? That's what you're doing?
No, I'm just thinking it's not like a proof, right? But I'm saying I think it's more logical that this force that's been applied onto solids and liquids, pulling it towards the ground, and we see a higher pressure as we are closer to the ground as well.
Boga, can you actually say what Jedi told you? Can you repeat what Jedi told you, please? I want to hear if you understood what Jedi told you.
No, he didn't hear it.
I didn't understand it completely. I'm gonna be honest.
Can you try to at least repeat what he said? What is the requirement? Can you remember what the requirement is for something?
Yeah.
So why do we even name the pressure? What is in that word? Is it press? Maybe is that the word press?
Yeah.
So how can you ever have pressure if there's nothing to press against? Do you see the logical inconsistency?
Because of a force acting upon it.
Sir, there is no experiment that has ever been done that can provide any evidence that you can have gas pressing against nothing through an invisible force that has yet to be proven in the first place. That is based on bending and warping a concept, which is time. Time is a concept. It's something we made up.
It's been proven on solids and liquids.
So are you doing this on purpose?
Well, solids and liquids. He said liquids too.
Okay. On solids is 100%.
Okay, so are you claiming that gravity has been scientifically proven?
It's been observed.
But not with gases, though.
I haven't personally. At least I haven't seen an experiment done with that. But
No,
I know of an experiment that's obvious that we see that act upon solids.
Okay, so can you give me the experiment, please?
Of gravity being acted upon solids?
Yeah, if you could.
I've done it myself.
Awesome. Wow. Awesome. That's fine. So what's the dependent variable?
The dependent variable?
Yeah, the phenomena. What's happening?
So it would be the differing densities of the objects.
Different densities of objects.
Yeah.
So the phenomena, your dependent variable is different densities of objects.
Wait. No, that's the... Yeah.
Okay. So my question is now, what's the cause of different densities of objects?
Wait, no. I said the wrong thing.
I thought so.
Yeah. So The dependent variable is the speed in which it hits the ground.
Okay, so the acceleration of the objects towards the floor.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like when Newton observed the apple fall from the tree.
Yeah.
Cool. So what's the cause of apple falling from tree?
In the experiment, if it was in a vacuum, the cause.
No.
Wow.
The cause of the apple falling from the tree, or the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second per
Yeah,
second.
gravity. Yeah.
Awesome stuff. So you haven't defined what gravity is yet, but you said that gravity, whatever this is causing the apple to fall. This is your hypothesis.
Yeah,
If
something.
independent variable gravity, then dependent variable apple will fall. You've now got to actualize this hypothesis in an experiment where you, the researcher, vary and manipulate gravity to change the rate of fall of the object. You got to turn gravity on and off again. You understand this?
No, so we obviously can't do that, right?
No,
but
of course we can't do science here.
We can't turn off gravity.
We can't do science here. You can't vary and manipulate gravity, whatever that is, to make the apple fall or not.
So
let me put it to you like this, so you understand what I'm asking you, right?
Yeah.
So in natural science, we try to elucidate the cause of phenomena, right? So, for example, if I was to see water over time evaporate, my dependent variable, the phenomenon, would be water evaporation. If I was to make a guess as to what caused that, I would say, I don't know, maybe the heat from the sun is causing water evaporation.
Yeah.
So my independent variable will be heat, my dependent variable will be water evaporation. I then actualize this hypothesis where I vary manipulate heat to see if it causes water evaporation. And what do you know? The heat causes water evaporation. Actually, if I apply enough heat to it, the water will boil. So you understand what a hypothesis is and how we validate a hypothesis with an experiment where we manipulate our presumed cause. Now, when we put it back to what you said, the apple falls from the tree, the dependent variable. Good. Now we have the presumed cause, gravity, the independent variable. So if gravity, the apple will fall from the tree. Do you see the problem yet?
Yeah, so what we did instead of, because we can't manipulate gravity, right? What we did instead is we removed all other factors to the item, and we saw that the force still acted upon it. So that force that still acted upon it, we just called it gravity.
Dude. So, yes, you removed all the gas, which moved freely and randomly in all directions. Looked at solid objects after you've removed the gas, which is kind of disingenuous because we understand that not all things go down. If we were to change the medium, for example, turn the medium from gas into fluid, you might have a different reaction. Buoyancy might take effect, right? So just because you've removed the gas and you can measure the acceleration of 9.8 meters per second doesn't mean that you've scientifically manipulated gravity.
Obviously, yeah.
Obviously. So even when you say that we've got the experiment within a vacuum chamber, you have to concede that that is not a scientific experiment. Because if it was a scientific experiment, you'd be very manipulating gravity now, wouldn't you?
But all we did was remove all other factors.
The gas, which moved freely and randomly in all directions, and you removed the friction and the buoyant force, and you saw that the objects went downwards at 9.8 meters per second squared, which is the same phenomenon that you observed with the apple. You just removed the gas to measure the acceleration downwards. That's just the phenomena. You've now asserted a cause to the phenomena without very manipulating the cause of the phenomena. There's no science here.
So you're right. We just put a name to that phenomenon, right?
Yeah. The phenomena is fine. The object goes down. We're interested in the cause of the phenomena. We will agree that we can call this phenomena gravity. Things go to the floor, gravity. But we're trying to figure out the cause of things going to the floor, right?
Yeah, I already stated I don't have a good explanation for the cause of it, right? But that's why I just said that this observation is something that we just call gravity and we know it exists.
Yes, this observation
without verifying
about gas behavior.
Wait, what? What do you say?
This observation of solid objects, but we'll forget about gas behavior because that doesn't fit our observation of all things going downwards.
Yeah, it is applied to solids. That's the observation that we saw.
Yeah, but gravity, and remember how this conversation started, is said to be the thing that's causing entropy not to increase, i.e., the gas not filling the space.
Yes.
So you can't say that when I drop a solid object, that's affecting the gas that moves freely and randomly in all directions.
I agree.
Cool. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's what I was saying. That it obviously only affects solids to the degree that like I can observe currently, right? What I believe is different than just on like applying to solids, but that I can't like describe that or prove that, you know? But yeah.
It's all right, dude. It's not your fault. This is just part of how we have this conversation with people who think gravity exists. We just point out that there's no scientific experiment that proves gravity, right? There's no scientific experiment.
But do you agree that it's an observable thing on solids, at least?
I love how you've decided to say on solids.
Yeah,
like,
just to be specific. Like,
yeah, no, in that instance.
Yeah.
There is a reason. There is a reason why things go up and down, but I guarantee you this, my friend. No one, not me, not you, not any physicist is going to be able to very manipulate that presumed cause.
Yeah.
Cool. Gravity also doesn't affect gas. Otherwise, we'd be talking about how it did.
Does it affect liquids?
What, gravity?
Yeah.
Back around in the circle again.
What's the thing that's not proven that hasn't been validated? Why do you keep asking these same trick questions?
Jedi.
As long as you keep talking over people, that's fine.
That's my bad.
It's all right. It's a helpful tool for you to understand. When we start going back around on the merry-go-round again, we'll end up at the same point that we are now. You don't have a scientific experiment.
No, I agree, Jedi. I'm like asking you a question. Like do you believe that like that gravity, which is just this observed thing, that's the name of what we're calling this observation? It's not obviously scientifically, like we didn't manipulate the variable, but it's something that we've like noticed. Do you think that is applied to like liquids as well?
Why isn't he listening? The thing that hasn't been proven, that is labeled a theory, are you not
It's
listening?
obviously like observed. Like this is something that's like
it's very useful to understand the rate of fall of an object when we're building bridges and shit.
Yeah.
Yes, this phenomena exists.
Yes.
Things go down and up. Some things move freely and randomly in all directions.
Mm-hmm.
So to say that everything is affected by this one thing called gravity is a misnomer and not true.
Mm-hmm. But do we know solids are?
Yeah,
wow,
this is why
he wasn't listening.
No, I'm that's why
this is why I brought the bridge. This is why I brought the bridge up, dude.
Yeah,
it's useful to understand how things like work on a vector of up and down. Yeah, good. It doesn't mean that gravity is the thing that's causing it, though.
Yes.
Good.
Yeah, we just know, like, we don't know what causes it, but it's an observation.
It's an observation of some things going down because everything works along a vector up and down. So I can change the vector of an egg when I place it in water.
Yeah.
So if I've got a fish bowl of water, I drop an egg to the bottom of it, it will go down. If I change the density of that water by adding salt to it, the egg will rise.
Yes.
So relative density, then I can experimentally validate that because I have physically changed the density of the medium, and when I did that, the vector of the egg changed.
Yeah. So density, obviously, we know is proven and exists because we were able to change the variable. But despite density, we were still able to notice the effect of gravity without, like, we don't know the cause of it, right? But we were able to notice the
This dude's mentally challenged.
I mean, look, if we want to call the phenomena of certain things going down to the ground because it's an easy convention to have conversations, then yeah, that's fine.
There's just no way to prove it.
And that's the problem.
So, I mean, getting off the idea of that, then, what? I tried to ask this earlier. The idea of in the paradigm that you believe in, what causes things to go down?
Oh, I don't know, dude. See, this is the other point, right? I said this to our last friend. I cannot scientifically verify any other claim beyond relative density. I can't turn this up and down vector on and off. I can't change the rate of fall of an object by varying manipulating whatever I presume the cause to be. I can't do it. You can't do it. So beyond this, I can't give you an answer.
Sits in the realm of God. Can't prove God exists. Can't prove God doesn't exist.
It's in the realm at the moment. It's the realm of natural law. That's where it's skirting to. So like entropy, right? So what's the cause of entropy? Well, no, this is just how things work. It's a direction. It's an irreversible change. This might be what we're seeing with, let's call it, gravity. The phenomena of things going down. It might just be a natural law.
But heavier gases kind of still follow the liquid stuff, like
heavier gases. So you say heavier, that's in relation to
density.
What?
It would be what would be called relative. Okay, so
there we go. Relative density, then.
Yeah. So what I was talking about with even liquids, gases in liquids bubbling up despite their density, more or less, that's still alludes to the idea of relative density.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So the term relative density. Do you know if that's used in other scientific communities? Because I haven't really heard that term.
Yeah. So sometimes it's called something relative density disequilibrium. I've also heard it termed as well. I can find you some stuff on this, dude. It just might take me half an hour to do it.
Oh, I can Google it.
Yeah, cool. I probably can find you a video somewhere if I was to bother to look. But yeah, it's not something you hear a lot, but being in these circles for the last 10 years, you hear it all the time.
So I guess then relative density would also explain why when you boil water, if it vaporizes, it lost something with regard to its density. Therefore, it has to move. I say move, but it's kind of more pushed upward.
Pushed is a bit of a misnomer because if you think about, I guess it is.
I don't know what word to use.
That's fine.
The heavy stuff fills
There's the
below.
force applied to it, I guess.
You know what I mean? Like, because essentially the mechanism is like the heavy stuff fills under or fills lower is kind of what's going on. I don't know how.
I think pushed is pretty accurate.
Ish. Yeah. Because I see
if you I get that.
Pushing it up. It's just.
Yeah. No, but if you're talking about the object is pushed up, right?
Yeah.
Or not the object.
It comes down to the definition of push, really. What is the definition of push? Because I know kind of intuitively what it means. Obviously, I've never really looked at the definition of push, but to apply pressure against something, especially for the purpose of moving it. Move by exerting force. Yeah, push is probably the best word.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same thing as pressure, right?
Yeah. Because if the heavier stuff is really trying to fill below, then it's literally putting pressure on the lighter stuff going upward.
Yeah.
Kind of like when you squeeze a pimple.
Kind of.
Your fingers, like
you pushed the gunk.
Yeah, essentially, yeah. Like your fingers are exerting so much force that it. Yeah. Kind of a weird analogy, but what came to mind?
So I got this. I posted it earlier. This is from sscj.edu. I don't know. I can't exactly remember where it's from. But in a gas, particles are in constant straight line motion. The kinetic sorry, I start again. The kinetic energy of the molecule is greater than the attractive force between them, because there isn't any. Thus, they are much further apart and move freely of each other. God, I can't read today. In most cases, there is essentially no attractive forces between gas molecules. So we understand. So we understand by this that gases don't act like magnets. There's no repulsion and there's no attraction, right?
Well, it says essentially no on a very small like there is very slightly in my belief, right? Because
Yeah. But we have to remember that gravity is the weaker of the forces, right?
Yes.
So you're going to have to go through the other much stronger forces before you get to say that gravity is doing anything.
I agree.
Cool.
You know, what about if, could you do something like, how do I put this? Basically, if you take the light gas that disperses everywhere in a vacuum, you take that container with that gas in it and you spin it around using essentially centrifugal force. Would it then be observed that the gas still stays in place, or does it coalesce to the end, the furthest end of that centrifugal force?
I mean, to a degree, you're going to get a pressure gradient inside that container. The gas is still going to move because the container's moving, so there's still going to be a physical interaction between the gas molecules as the container is moving. But yes, when you move a container, you can create a gas pressure gradient. However, you're still going to need a container.
Right. Well, what I'm thinking is, if you have that gas in there, wouldn't it just bounce around if there was no exerting, if there's no force that could be exerted on the inside of that vacuum? Like, wouldn't it just look like it's just bouncing around rather than coalesce? Like, basically, if you spin a bottle of water, the water, moves to the end of the centrifugal force.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if that same effect would happen with a super light gas inside of a vacuum.
With any gas, like I just pointed out, you will have a slight gradient, but that's because of the motion of the object and the collisions of the container within the gases. A little bit like the liquid. However, the gas is still going to fill the space where the liquid isn't.
Okay, so you might have an effect just because they're bouncing around rather than it's actually pushing any of that towards the end of the centrifugal force. Okay.
Yeah. But
that would be something I'd like to test. That would be something if I could figure out how to fucking put something like that together.
Yeah, but the crescendo to this point is you're still going to need a container.
Yeah,
because what happens if you don't have a container to the gas?
That, and you need to find a camera or some shit that can actually pull off measuring or observing that gas.
Yeah. But what happens when you remove the container to the gas?
With the container to the gas. What do you mean?
If I let me put it like this: if I've got a container of gas, and then I magically click my fingers and the container is removed, is the gas still going to stay there, or is it going to disperse?
Yeah, it's going to disperse. But you're right.
That's the point. Yeah. So if there's no container, the gas will fuck off.
What actually? Then that brings up something else that I'm curious about. What does gas disperse in a vacuum as well as in air? I suppose.
Yes.
Okay.
So gas will fill the available space. You will no longer have a vacuum anymore. You'll have a container of gas.
Damn. See, this brings up weird questions too. If I'm not mistaken, solar sails apparently can move objects through space, right?
I don't believe space exists.
Right. Well, in theory, then, if that's the case, and if I understand physics right, then photons are lighter than air because they do have mass, I guess, or some tiny, minuscule amount of mass. But if they're able to push something physically, then air should be able to push stuff like oxygen or whatever, like helium or something should be able to push stuff.
Yeah, like a hot.
Because if that has mass, then things have to be attracted to each other with mass. But maybe gas doesn't follow those properties for some reason.
Yeah, gas definitely doesn't follow these properties. And we can have gas moving an object. We just have to look at balloons. Hot air balloons as well, if you vary manipulate the temperature.
Yeah, and temperature changes will help. Yeah.
So again, the crescendo to this point is to have gas pressure, you require a container. If you don't have a container, the gas will continue to expand. You understand that this violates the claim that out there's a vacuum and the gas isn't expanding into it, within the Earth being an open system while the gas is still under pressure. Do you understand the problems here?
Like, why doesn't air just freely float off of the Earth?
Yeah, why doesn't entropy increase? Why does the second law of thermodynamics stop? This is a claim that is against the law of nature. Right? Gas expands, second law of thermodynamics, high pressure goes to low pressure. If the claim that the Earth is an open system and out there is an available volume for gas to fill, then the gas will fill the available space according to that law. But the Earth's an open system. We have gas pressure, and according to the story, the gas isn't going into the available space. That's a violation of the second law. Jupiter, an uncontained ball of gas not dispersing into the available space. 1. Gases have no inherent shapes. They take the shape of their container. 2. If gases aren't contained, entropy will increase, the gas will fill the space. Oh, and lots of gas doesn't stop lots of gas increasing in entropy. But anyway, gentlemen, it's been an absolute pleasure. I really need to go to the toilet, so give me 5-10 minutes and I'll be back.
Have fun. So the difference between, let's say, heliocentric cult belief members and quote-unquote flat earthers, even though I don't really like the term, is that we accept natural law, we accept what is observable, repeatable, and measurable in reality. We do not accept just vain concepts brought through vain philosophical ideas by man. That is a intellectual fallacy if you use these vain ideas and philosophical concepts to furthermore try to explain something in reality. If your philosophical concept, though, isn't able to be shown in observable, repeatable, and testable reality, then it stays that philosophical concept or idea or belief of yours. This is the distinctive difference between me as a quote-unquote flat earther and someone just like me in the past that adhered to the heliocentric doctrine. Yes, I also have believed in space travel. Yes, I was a big NASA fanboy. Yes, there was a lot of pain involved by destroying my own cope mechanism and my own denialism. But at some point, we gotta grow up. At some point, we realize Santa Claus isn't real. At some point, the Easter Bunny isn't real. And understanding that the Earth is not a spinning, wobbling till the space will fly from an ever-expanding world of darkness is the next step. If you know Santa Claus isn't real, you gotta realize heliocentrism is fundamentally based on philosophical on philosophical concepts and hypothetical assumptions. This is not reality. This is maybe an entertaining philosophical / religious belief, which is awesome. You are entitled to do so in a democracy. You can do that. You can believe it. But do not think that this is acceptable for an intellectual like me or many other people in here to accept this kind of philosophical-based and hypothetical-based concepts as a reality. That is, by logic, unlogical. But yeah, we are the crazy ones because we do actually are critical. We actually do want to think for ourselves. We actually have jumped over our denialism and the indoctrination we have all went through and understood that the foundation of the very thing they claim, which is a bendy surface, which means, what do you mean by bendy surface? It bends 360 degrees in every direction, and the proposed philosophical claim of a heliocentric idea has yet to be proven. The only thing that you will always see with globals, or the cult belief members, which I call them, is this cultish behavior of referring back to sky celestial observations. I see things in the sky. I claim there must be something happening in the sky, GPS/satellites. But they do not realize that the fundamental premise needs to be proven, which is the very bendy surface that is proclaimed, because the very ground, which is the foundation of that cult belief, is where everything else further on in their philosophical concepts and aspects is based upon. It's like a house of cards. If the foundation isn't there, it just can't stand. It just falls flat, quite literally. So the question is, can anybody prove the Earth to be curving 360 degrees in every direction without using the sky where the heliocentric model is derived from, initially by Greek philosophers? See, that laugh that you hear, that is the ego. And that is what we call prime denialism. There's something in the back of his mind that said, oh, what he's saying does make sense. But the indoctrination keeps you on accepting the very reality you live in. The ground beneath you doesn't move. There is no sensible spinning, wobbling, accelerating, decelerating motions detectable. There is no curvature measurable. There is no such thing as sea curved water. It's called sea level. There's no such thing as curved horizons. The very word horizons give testimony of the word horizontal. That's where we got the word horizon from. That falls flat. Next thing would be the gas pressure. The very word again gives testimony of its inherent necessitant, which by natural law means gas needs to press against a container. If there's nothing to press against, it would not be called gas pressure, and you would not have any gas pressure. That is a logical consequence of natural law, of observable, repeatable, and measurable reality. This is not crazy talk. It might sound crazy if you have not yet realized that you're stuck in a cult belief system, in an idolized indoctrination, because everyone else has just been taught the same thing, so I'm just going to accept it by never ever looking any further. I'm just going to swallow the information given on a silver tablet and accept it as reality. Prime example of indoctrination, of actually you being programmed. Well, again, you live in a democracy. I would accept, furthermore, I do not have the need to convince you of anything. I furthermore say, if you want to, go ahead, deceive yourself. Do not look into reality. You can stay in what you have been indoctrinated with and believe you live on a spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceball flying from an ever-expanding world of darkness. That is up to you, whoever is listening. That is not, you're not forced to actually research or think for yourself. If you think the word or your life works better by just swallowing the pre-digested information put onto a silver tablet, and you make the fallacy of adhering to authoritative figures within your cult religion, then you can do so. That is not an issue at all for me or anybody else. Question is, if you see yourself as an intellectual person, and if that's truly the case, that would give testimony of the fruits that you could bear, which is showing that you can actually realize what the true meaning of observable, repeatable, and measurable reality is. Well, unfortunately, many people out there, they claim to be intellectuals, but it all falls flat as soon as they're being challenged towards their proposed philosophical concepts that they have in their mind. So there is an option a man can do, a human can do. The option is this. You either start thinking for yourself and rethink, which is also what the word repentance means. Rethink the ways of what you have been taught and how you have lived your life so far. Especially with the information given about the very creation, no matter how you want to call it, even if you propose the heliocentric model, you can still call it a creation because they also have a creation story. Question is, have you actually tested that story? If not, not a bad thing. You have still time to do so. You're still breathing. You still have hopefully a working brain. You still have the option to escape this absurd indoctrination against anything that is naturally observable, repeatable, and measurable in reality. But if you're feeling comfortable and you got honey around your ears and the pre-digested on the silver tablet served information suits you, you are free as a free man to stay in that cultish belief system. But expect people like me to challenge you at any point in time, and if you get triggered or mad, that is your own fault. That is a testimony of your denialism. If you get triggered at the very things I say about observable reality, you gotta realize there's something wrong with you, not me. I accept my senses. I accept for what reality is presenting itself to be. If you get triggered by this, mad, annoyed, angry, or furthermore you want to be an anti-flat earther and want to discredit the very people by influencing what they claim through introducing things they do not claim, such as a disk in space, such as water falling off an edge, such as what about the ice wall, such as so many other things that are being infiltrated into the topic itself through social media, through YouTube, through other mediums such as Google, that are highly controlled, then it's on your burden. It is your problem. And you gotta live with the consequences that will be bearing fruit. Even if it's a rotten fruit, you gotta live with it. That's how life works. So,
100%.
So, are you an intellectual today? Or are you actually lying to yourself? Looking into the mirror and have heard the arguments and have understood with your mind, with your conscience, that the very arguments brought to the table in reference to observable, repeatable, and observable reality are contradicting your current hold concepts and philosophical beliefs, do you still continue to suppress what is observable, measurable, and repeatable? Then again, this is your problem. You gotta live with that. I once was in the same shoes, but I made a decision to jump over my ego, jump over my denialism, and accept the flat out truth that the earth is not a spinning, wobbling, tilted, accelerating, decelerating, flying ball, that it is flying through the vast expansion of the absence of matter or darkness that they call space. If you want to believe that you have ancestries with an ape and you come from pond scum and you're insignificant, that your life basically is just meaningless because you're just a bunch of random relative constructs of chemicals, you can freely go ahead to do so, sir. That is your own problem. But if that makes you sad, if that makes your life unfulfilling, then there might be a problem. And maybe the problem is why these things happen in your life, and they are a testimony of the deception you have put on your own shoulders. So once again, there is no excuse, and I'm going to close off with my personal belief here. Okay, this is going to be my personal belief. The scripture says that there will be no excuse at the end of time, because what is self-evident is what is observable, repeatable, measurable, and I'm paraphrasing here, within creation itself. Through creation, we can see the hands of the very origin where they came from a creator who is majestic, who made you in his image, who give you all these capabilities. But if you don't use them, that is your problem. One more time, disclaimer, this last part is my own belief. You don't need to believe it. But I could give you many arguments for why I can testify of the very things that are written and how they testify of the current state of world that we live in. There is literally nothing in the Bible.
Are you a scripture flat earther?
No.
You're just a regular flat earther?
I'm a human being that thinks for himself, but if you want to use the term which makes it as a concept,
sorry, you're a Bible head who thinks the earth is flat because of the Bible. That's correct.
Do you want to actually hear?
I tell you what, you need to watch your fucking mouth, boy.
I'll hear you, brother. I'll be watching my mouth. I'm sorry.
Do you
actually want to know who I am, or do you just want to use a concept that you have built up in your mind about who you propose?
Well, can I give you a theory?
That I am.
My theory is that I think that you believe that if four people walked in four different directions at the pole, they would not meet again.
How about you let Clay finish talking?
I'll let Clay finish. Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, you do that.
Do you do Ford commercials?
So do you actually want to know? Or you just want to stay in your own ignorant belief about something you think you know about me?
Well, my hypothesis is that you think that if four people went in four cardinal directions from a pole, that they would never meet each other again.
So you don't want to know, right? You just
that's my theory. You can tell me if that's true or not true.
Well, by what?
Well, I think you're just self-aggrandizing. I think you're kind of sussy. I think you're a little bit of a baka. I don't really care, honestly.
That's cool.
Yes,
man.
you do not
What
care.
if
Thank you,
put some lotion
sir.
in yogurt?
Case is closed. You just testified with your own mouth that you do not care. Therefore, I will disengage in any further conversation with you because you don't
what
seem
is
to be
Sigma?
an
He's not
human
working.
being.
He's not working.
What is Sigma?
He's a boy chaser.
Yeah, read it. You forget last time you were here, you abandoned the 3959-mile radius globe last time you were here, Redefy.
That's because I found a new model that I like better.
Oh, and everyone meets at the South Pole?
Not quite.
So what are you bitching about then, dude?
I think it's like a torsoid.
Who gives a shit what you think?
Don't care, pal.
Yeah. Once you go,
But I've been hearing a lot of people saying that gravity isn't a force. What do they mean by that?
Sounds like you have SpaceTime in between your ears.
You're a poet.
And I know it.
No, I just hear everyone in this chat be like, "Gravity is not a force. Gravity's not a force." But like, if you ask
And
them,
now,
like,
and now you're saying it. Maybe it'll sink in.
I know it's called a quotation. You should learn about them. They're pretty damn cool.
Do you have any evidence of gravity being a quote unquote force?
Well, old house. Here's my question: do you think that objects accelerate when subjected to gravity?
Oh Lord, dude.
Just a yes or a no.
You're part of the circular reasoning.
Just a yes or a no. Just a yes or no. Old house. Oh, you don't think that happens? You don't think that if I drop my apple, if I let go, it's going to accelerate?
In your paradigm,
It's always going to accelerate in the direction of gravity? Because like, what's interesting is that as long as it accelerates objects, it's essentially a force. Because like anyone in this chat would agree that objects accelerate when subjected to gravity, but they just wouldn't call it a force because they're little special boys.
So redefine in your own paradigm.
No, Necros, I wasn't speaking to you. I was speaking to old host.
In your own fucking paradigm, you have your Newton telling you that the object is accelerating toward the ground, but still in your same paradigm, Einstein is telling you it's not the object that is accelerating toward the ground. It's the ground itself that is going up toward the object. That's in your own paradigm.
He likes to think that elements attract elements. Yeah, he's completely. Oh yeah, don't you? Don't you?
What?
Oh, they do, don't they? Elements attract elements.
Elements attract like male attracts male.
Element is, yeah, an element. Yeah, things that make up matter. Yeah, they attract each other, right? Yeah. How about you just shut up?
I think that men attract men.
Yeah, men attract men.
Yeah,
I bet they do. I bet they. You're
Can
used
we,
to that, aren't you?
Can we
Not
just
you
realize
though.
that
You're trying though, aren't you? Are you pretty today? You look pretty.
I don't think anyone in this chat would like.
No one would find you attractive, but you're trying, aren't you? Did you shave up? You all shaved up, smooth and lotioned up.
That's his brain. It's a smooth brain.
Very smooth. Are you attracting things? Defy? Huh? You know how elements attract things, right? Right?
I was muted. That's why I wasn't responding. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be disrespectful.
Right. You're best gagged like that, aren't you?
I can mute up again
Elements
if you want.
attract elements, don't they? Defy, don't they? Elements, they attract other elements. And when you get a whole bunch of them together, they really kick it into overdrive, don't they? Huh?
It seems like we're kind of attracted to the Earth, aren't we?
Other elements. What elements?
It seems like we're attracted to the Earth, no?
So a rock attracts what?
Seems like rocks are attracted to the Earth, no?
Are they?
It seems like the moon is attracted to the Earth as well.
What does a rock attract? Because everything's relative, right?
So the rock attracts the Earth, just like the Earth attracts the rock.
Than the rock, and the rock's gravity is attracting what?
No, like to be precise, while the Earth imposes a force on the rock also imposes a force on the Earth that's equal. Yeah, it does. The rock exerts the same force on the Earth as the Earth does on the rock.
So
that's true.
Redefy.
Equal and opposite.
Redefy. You just showed your ignorance. Even in your paradigm, they don't claim that the moon is attracted to the ground. They claim that the moon is going away from the Earth. So, meaning that you are stupid. You are ignorant. You don't know even your paradigm what they are claiming.
Did the moon's gravity allow the lander to land on it?
Probably. That's probably pretty essential.
What's in the middle of the moon?
The moon is
probably like, I don't know. What do you think's in the middle of the moon?
Probably molten iron, right? Because that's what's attracting everything, right? Molten iron in the middle of the moon.
I don't think that's true though, gamer. But I don't know. Have you been to the moon?
You have.
Have I?
Right? You know all about it. I mean, you know how to regurgitate
Yeah,
everything you've
hey
been
gamer,
told.
you were the one pontificating about the moon.
Did I teach you that word? I've used that word a lot lately.
Gamer?
No, gamer and pontificating. Those are
No,
like
I
some
hate
of
to
my
break
favorite
it to you,
words.
bro. No.
I feel like I've had an influence
I
on
was
you,
reading
old. I think as much as you dislike me, I've like influenced you, and that's
I
cute.
pity the fool. I was reading dictionaries when you're going pee in your diaper.
That's pretty graphic. Do you think about that?
You're a fucking moron.
I bet some of your
I
followers.
bet you have to change a diaper right now, and that's why you muted up.
Don't go to Vegas anytime soon, Rita Fee. You're a horrible gambler. You're an imbecile.
No, it's an imbecile, but you're right. You are. Or I guess I am. I've always said imbecile. Is that wrong?
I don't know. Get your dictionary out. No, let me guess. You don't own one.
No, I just use my phone these days. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know. You've
I like online resources a
You've
lot.
never held a dictionary that wasn't your phone. That should tell you something.
That's not true. I think I got a dictionary in like 3rd grade.
Sounds like the past tense.
Well, I mean, they don't disappear, right? Once you get one, they stay.
Well, go dust it off the shelf. Maybe you'll learn
Well, I'm
something.
like thousands of miles away, gamer.
It sounds like the whole point of him being here is triggering you guys into abusing him. That's what he likes. That's what his sounds like, the way he talks and the way he shoots.
Wait, I don't know why you're being so suggestive like that. I don't think anything has happened that would give you the indication.
Just be honest, you love to be mentally abused. I can hear it from the way you're arguing. You just try to trigger people, and this is what you find for some reason nice. There's something weird twisted within your own mind, so you gotta get some help.
And his boyfriend's always
get some help.
He's upset that he had to abandon the 39-59 mile radius water ball last time. That's why he's respawned into nonsense land.
But he comes here from the way he argues. He's not trying to have an intellectual, honest conversation. He's just here to trigger you guys into abusing him.
Yeah.
He loves the abuse.
He does. It is fun throwing apples at him, but it really goes no further than that as far as any kind of enjoyment.
It's, by the way, a cognitive, unfortunately, a cognitive similarity with many other people of his kind. Unfortunately, with all due respect, I can't be more I can't use other specific words. Otherwise, it's TOS on the server, which is a shame. But you know what I mean, what I'm talking about.
Yeah, there's Xeroxes of Xeroxes of Xeroxes. They're dimwits.
Just so you know, you're still variable. God loves you. You can repent of this. Just so you know, okay? I'm just objectively talking about a very testimony.
Dude, you know it's good when like the anti-gay person hates you. Like,
I am not anti-gay.
Wait a minute,
I am anti-sin.
Okay, yeah, I guess yeah. Anyway, aside from guys like this, I was talking about something the other day, and I wanted to kind of clarify. So don't leave, Clay, because I want your opinion on this. Clay, were you in here when we were talking about rockets the other day? Talking about rockets landing vertically. And I made a statement that it's aerodynamically impossible for rockets to land vertically. And I'd like to, and then some of you guys disagreed with that they can land vertically. So anyway, just after much more research on this, I want to clarify what I was going to say. So this is where I stand on this. One, no rocket has ever landed vertically yet. Okay. Now, for me to say it's aerodynamically impossible, I'll put it this way. It is so aerodynamically improbable that it's indistinguishable from impossible. That's what I'm going to say. So some of you guys have seen a rocket land vertically, but you've seen a lot of stuff. So I'm just going to invite you to rethink what you may have seen if you think that's real.
See, this is what happens. People twist love that they think that anything that is observable as to be criticized on another human being is hateful, even though it's actually complete opposite. If I see someone drowning, I will help him from drowning. I'm not saying, "Oh, that's good, man. Just keep on like flapping your arms. Maybe you save yourself." You know, it actually looks kind of good how you're drowning. You know what? I'm gonna jump into the water and drown with you. That is the society in a nutshell these days. Instead of actually talking about mental problems, they just literally support them. They cheer these people up. What is wrong? Lord have mercy on those souls. Really?
That's part of the zeitgeist, Clay. It's just the spirit of the times, you know? I mean, weakness is being exalted for inclusion.
Yep.
Isn't that the strangest thing?
I truly can say I love that man, right? But I needed to put a mirror in front of him, show him the very way he argued. The very reason he came in here was to trigger people and get abused. But he needs to realize that there's something wrong with his state of mind, why he feels comfort in abusement. This is with many of those people.
I'm on that line, Clay. I mean, I tell you, you know, yeah, you want to help people. You do want to help people. And I know the source of your mindset that you've admitted to as to why you feel like that's a human way. And I think that's a good connection that you've got. But I tell you, you know, there's always been something about bullies, right? I have always smacked them. Bullies and people doing other people wrong. So in a protective way, I don't care what they look like. I don't care if they've got a dress on, eating yogurt. I don't care if they're 6'11". I don't care what nationality they are. If they're messing with the flock, so to speak, you know what I mean? Yeah, there's that type of person that just is begging to get smacked. They're begging for it for whatever reason.
You see it in sports. It's the person who knows they're outmatched, so they go out, pull on shirts, dig their nails into someone's arm, and then eventually the person retaliates, and that's what the referee sees. These are their tactics. They know they're outmatched. They know they have nothing, so they cheat.
Exactly. And they get emotional. See, emotions is
they ask questions they don't want the answers to.
Emotions is the worst thing in today's society. People think that emotions are what is something you should use as a compass. But your emotions can sometimes be wrong. They furthermore can even lead to destruction. Right? We gotta accept sometimes you feel kind of low. Sometimes life can be hard. But it doesn't mean that just because you feel a certain way, that is the truth about your life. See, but we have been now born into a society where they just tell you, oh, however you feel, just feel comfortable, okay? So if you feel low, just embrace to feel low. If you feel like this, just embrace to be this.
And see, that's the opposite of
satanic.
discipline. That's the opposite of discipline, right? Because just think of the range of emotions. What if your emotion is murderous? Are they gonna pamper that? No, it's only for the I'm sads.
Of course,
I'm so
it already.
I'm so weak. Weak and sad, weak and sad, right? But there's other emotions too. This has long been looked at, emotions, especially in spirituality, right? Reel them in, boys, right? Reel in your emotions, whether it's sadness, happiness, curb your enthusiasm, as it were, right? Because things happen to you when you get emotional. Your body reacts to it, right? I mean, and you hold all that stuff, no matter which one it is, and something starts happening to your body, right? You imagine being angry for 20 years? You imagine being sad for 20 years? It shows up on your face, you know? So these people, very emotional, and it's getting petted these days. as I say, I mean, this whole this the spirit of things of these days is to exalt weakness. It's a very strange time, but it can't stand, can it? It's just a paper tiger. Weakness cannot stand.
Yes, I can 100%. I can 100% agree with what you say. See, the best way I have learned from my parents, where I'm very grateful for today, is the hard way. Which means the times where they actually said, when my dad said no, with any emotion added, just no and no further. Right? Today I'm happy about these things. I'm happy that I wasn't granted everything. I'm happy that sometimes I cried because my parents were kind of harsh. I'm happy about the discipline because that made me what I am today, right? So because I can now actually embrace, if I even feel down, I can work on that, rethink it, and accept that it's just a partial thing, but I can move on, right? I can actually understand that I'm a man, which many unfortunately seem to fail with. I don't know what the big issue is, but it's probably because they haven't been raised correctly. And
you better believe it. What an old cycle.
And we live in a time where they trust the truth about love towards your neighbor. They say it's love. Again, it's love if I see someone drowning in the waters, and for them it is more help to just jump in there and be the same kind of drowning man instead of actually facing the hard truth and helping that person and show them why they're drowning, and even furthermore help them to stop them from drowning, right? But the person who drowns doesn't even realize that they're drowning. They just say, oh, what a hateful person you are. You want to tell me I'm drowning? Who are you to tell me I'm drowning? Let me drown. See, that's the relationship that many people have towards God these days. They let them drown. They don't. If you think there's no need for a savior in your life, go on. Be filled with all kinds of unpractical lusts and things of this world that will just further enslave you. There is no freedom in disconnecting yourself from the Creator. It actually is the opposite. It will furthermore imprison you. It will give you over into a state of mind that is completely reprobate. It's completely void of any values. And you see this state of reprobate mind in today's society. You see it. The reprobate mind, the spirit of this, the fruits of it, is marched through the streets. And it doesn't even stop there. They use biblical symbology to furthermore show the world how reprobate they are. This is the most, I don't know how people cannot see how this is the most satanic thing ever. And it doesn't even stop there. They are even going as far as saying murder is, the murder of innocents life is something that is acceptable. They want to make you accept and feel comfortable with murdering a human being.
Yeah.
What is going on?
Clay, you're in a physically spiritual realm here. And it all comes down to these old loops, just like what you're talking about. This has been going on the whole time in humanity. Humans haven't changed. I mean, there's nothing new under the sun in human behavior. And all of the extremes are exercised, right? And all of the understandings and all of the wisdoms and foolery are exactly the same. So
Amen.
the tare grows with the wheat, right? And they're separated at the harvest. And it's a funny thing, man. You going back to like emotions, it is emotion, right? And how much does an emotion interfere in your thinking? So when we allow an emotion to interfere in a logic, that, let's just say, usurp logic, in other words, you allow emotion to be your lead horse, then you're just as attached and bound, like bondage, to something that you feel is in control and not you, just as if you are in desire for something, or you're trying to self-preserve something, or it's a self-propagation, self-exaltation, self-gratification. All the aspects of the self are the things that bind us here, that is the lack of discipline without being thought of these things. So we break those chains, right, by looking at it and understanding what it is that we're in and how to get out of it. And that's the wisdom of this whole behind the veil thing. There is something to crack here in this experience for everyone. There is a veil to see behind, and it's the deception which is everywhere. And you see, like, Defy is in here. He swallows the whole thing. Most of the Globers in here, are sarcastic, for one. They don't really want to. They're what are they? Arrogant? They look down at the people in here from a perch, don't they? So there's a way that people treat people. But
there's the self-hatred. Just you gotta realize the self-hatred that exists these days. If you're someone who can openly, publicly say, I support the murder of innocent children, then you're giving testimony with your own mouth that you're a self-hating human being. You're not about the sustainability or sustaining life. You're actually hating on your own, because the logical consequence is, if you would be one of these children that you're supporting to get murdered, you are giving testimony of the hate you have towards life and your own life especially, because if that would have been done to you, you could never actually be supportive of such a murderous act. That is the logical consequence of it. This is giving testimony of your self-hatred. This is giving testimony of how perverted, twisted, and reprobate your mind is, without any values at all. You are likewise to an animal chewing grass on a field. You're nothing more than an animal with that mindset.
Well, Clay, it goes even deeper than that, because you're really wasting some good evil. Because what evil goes deeper than that. It's mockery. Do you think they're going to come out and say, murder children? They would never do that. They'll call it affirming care. That's care. That's medical care. You got to make a mockery of even the words. I mean, even though on the other side of the equal sign, it's murder or some sort of butchery, right? Let's call it.
Yeah, their use of these euphemisms show how dishonest they are.
You mean how evil they are, actually? Yeah. How perverted and twisted and animalic, if that's even a word. Well, is that a word in English? Animalisch. Animalistic.
Fill in the blank. They're all of those things.
They're like a wolf, right? A wolf, if they see sheep, he is gonna just a few bites and it's gone.
Let me put it like this, man. So if you, as a male human, have sex with an animal while you kill it and eat it, yeah, that's a ritual. That is a blood ritual. And that is about as far away from level as you can get. By choice, you are separating from everything that is.
Don't give them any ideas.
Right. Well, I'm just saying, no, this is real. This is,
I know.
This is, yeah.
If we look
it with God in mind. Right.
If you look into the secret societies.
Yeah, it goes deep.
Then it goes very deep.
Yeah, but when you go
with God in mind, the thing is, who is the God of this world described in the Bible, right? The God of this world that is referred to from all kinds of religion is nothing more than the Antichrist, is Satan. There's only one thing that is being attacked and despised in this world, and that is the truth, the way, and the life, which is what Christ testifies of himself. He is that very mediator. He is the high priest. He is the one sitting to the right hand of his Father. And he has come to expose the darkness. So
Clay,
all the rabbit holes lead to him. If you're a truth seeker, you will end up at Jesus Christ. There is no other way to go. There is no other way.
High five on that, Clay. I totally agree with that. And I hope that that's where a lot of this leads. It's the only reason I'm
Me too.
here.
It's my reason too,
Clay,
why I'm here.
You know, this is an analogy, and I may have told you this, but I like this. All right. You know, just like in this branch of the nature of Earth, right? This is a branch of things that we discuss here in reality. But the thing about it is that let's use the term level. Level is real. And you see how people, like, by their free will, wish to get out of it. Level is here for everyone. Level is everywhere, and it's inescapable. So let's call level God. He's waiting. He's everywhere. There's nowhere you can go on the earth in distance, height, or depth that can escape level, that perpendicular, right? You can hang a plumb, hold up some water, and you're going to get that perpendicular everywhere. But you have to seek it. You have to ask for it, right? You can't eyeball it. You can't make it up. You can't just say, I think this is vertical. I think this is level. No, you have to ask. You have to submit to what is, right? And ask. And will it tell you every time 100%? Has it ever let a man down? No, not for the seeker. Can you do things once you seek and ask? Yes, you can. Continue building, child. Continue building your edifice on this physical realm. And when we do this, when we ask, if level is God, but it's that submission, isn't it? But the fact that it's always there, it's always been there. How elusive is it to people?
Just call it the truth. If the truth is out there, there's the only thing you can do is either refuse it or accept it. So if Jesus is saying, I am the truth, the way, and the life, you can either accept him or you can deny or be against him, right?
That's it.
So and creation itself, this is what the scripture says, give testimony. Creation gives testimony. So in Psalm 19, it says, quote unquote, Psalm 19, King James. The heavens declare the glory of God, and the firmament show his handiwork.
Yeah, it's been seen. It's been noted.
So it says here, day unto day utter speech, and night unto night sueth no. By the way, this is the psalm that Werner von Braun, the father of rocket technology and one of the co-founders of NASA, or actually the main founder of NASA, has on his grave. Yeah, on his grave. So it says, Psalm 19, the heavens declare the glory of God, and firmament shew his handiwork. Day unto day utter speech, and night unto night sueth knowledge. There is no speech nor language where their voice is not heard. The line is gone out through all the earth, and their words to the end of the world. And them have he set a tabernacle for the sun, which is a bridegroom coming out of his chamber, and rejoices as a strong man to run a race. His going forth is from the end of the heaven, and his circuit unto the ends of it.
You guys are fucking dumb. The earth is not flat. The earth is not
flat. The
law
of the Lord is perfect, converting the soul. The testimony of the Lord is sure, making wise the simple. The statutes of the law are right, rejoicing the heart. The commandment of the Lord is pure, enlightening the eyes. The fear of the Lord is clean, enduring forever. The judgments of the Lord are true and righteous altogether. More to be desired are they than gold. Yea, than much fine gold, sweeter also than honey and the honeycomb. Moreover, by them is thy servant warned, and in keeping of them there is a great reward. Who can understand these errors? Cleanse thou me from secret faults. Keep back thy servant also from presumptuous sins, let them not have dominion over me, then shall I be upright and shall be innocent from the great transgression. Let the words of my mouth and the mediation of my heart be accepted in thy sight, O Lord, my strength and my redeemer. So
that's great. Thank you for that, Clay.
No, thank you, man. There's only one guidance we can use. It really is. There is nothing else in this world. Everything in this world is a dead end. Everything. And I've tried it. I come from a place of being an atheist, of being someone who called upon the name of literally Satan, who blasphemed God in ways you can't even imagine, right? I didn't do any rituals, anything like that, but I was an extreme hateful human being. And see, this wreck, this dirty wreck, God still used, and now I'm here preaching what I hated the most. Can you imagine that? Hated the values of Christianity, hated everything that has to do with it, and I'm now the complete opposite. Why? Because of the grace of God. Not because of me, not because I'm good. I'm actually insufferable if I wouldn't have Christ. Because I was drowning, and because I would be drowning, this is why I needed a Savior. And if you don't realize you're drowning, yeah, you can't see Christ. That's as simple as that. If you're just comfortable with the world, if a dead end isn't a problem for you, you can lay back on your couch, take some drugs, maybe, and go day by day until you grow older and you die. That's it. That was your life. You missed the opportunity for eternal life. That hurts my heart. It really does. Sorry for talking so much. I appreciate that I had the ability to do so.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got to bleed to get out of this, right? To make it. You got to be tried by the fires of hell, as it were. Here, right here is where the trials of fire go on. And it's just like what happened to you, Clay. But I want to add to you that it was your own free will that has made a choice because of what you understand. Because of what you have, that's it. And hopefully,
I can't explain it otherwise, but it was a supernatural encounter with Jesus, and it was like he's standing behind you, and I couldn't even look at him at that time because it was such a filthy wreck. But in my mind, this supernatural encounter showed me as if he was pointing to two ways, really like a pathway. Like, if you go this way, Fabian, you're gonna die with all the suffering, with all that heavy burden in your life. You're just gonna perish. But if you use the other way and you make a decision to leave all that stuff behind you and follow me, I can show you what you're truly meant to be. And this is the crazy thing. But what hurts me so much is that if he can clean up a filthy wreck like me, I just find it so unfair if I don't make someone else see this option, right? Why keep a present, such a glorious, easy yoked gift for me if I can share it? If I know everybody else can inherit this, can inherit a relationship with the true creator. This is why it hurts for me to see that people say, I despise anything that has to do with Christianity, with the Bible. I just want to do my own way.
They're struggling to accept the nature of water, so I wouldn't hold your breath.
Yeah, that's right, Clay. And also, bringing this up a few times about the types of ears that information lands on, right? So that's gone over as well. And the ideal aspect is the good earth, right? The analogy for the listener, because you cast a seed on the rocks, cast a seed on the sands, and so that's the relationship. The seed being the information, and where it lands as being the receiver, right? So this is discussed many times. This is going to happen. There's going to be people that can't hear. Maybe they're listening, but they still can't hear. Then you're going to definitely get people that mock it. I don't know where you were vocally. If you were vocally mad at God, did you share your disdain with others, or was it private?
No, no. I actually didn't believe in the Christian God, so to say, right? I actually, for me, I was just mad at my existence, and that's why I was drawn to darkness. And that's why I read books of about alchemy and all this kind of New Age occult stuff, right? It was a mixture of New Age and Satanism, kind of, right? And at my lowest point, right before Christ saved me, I was literally chanting in the basement, smoking a joint, chanting by listening to Eminem, Venom, that song, right? You know how wicked that song is. Chanting the name of Baphomet, you know, which was what was it? What was I saying? Mephisto. Yeah, I was chanting that. And that was literally the lowest point of my life. It was actually thinking about like overdosing or just ending it all together, right? But there was always this hunt for truth. I think that's because I try to fulfill myself on everything that is from this world. The more suffering I put on myself because it's all a dead end, like I said. The only way that I was set free was through Christ. There's nothing else. It's so simple. Just Christ set me free. Not this world, not my own actions, just choosing Christ. And 7 days, for 7 days, I puked. I puked to the point it felt like there was like stuff leaving me. Today I know it was demonic entities, many of them. I mean, I must have been a whole legion inside. And what I puked out at I think the last day, the 7th day, it was like a black tar looking stuff. I can still remember when I looked in the toilet, it was like dark brown, dark black stuff. And I haven't been eating anything because I couldn't. I was just puking the whole time. For 7 days, I was puking. And after that, I felt like I was like a completely different person. And then I felt like for another almost a week, feeling like I'm going insane because I was not used to that other person. Today, I know all these feelings were there because I had yet to learn that I was born again, that this was the process. And I'm not saying this is always the same for everybody else. Maybe for me, it was this long of a process because I was full of darkness. I mean, I was embracing darkness, right? So, glory be to the Most High that I can testify of this and talk about His grace. Because there is nothing else. There's nothing else to life. Everything else perishes. Everything else turns to dust, right? There is nothing in this world that has any real value if it perishes. So what is the real value? Something that is eternal. Who is eternal? Christ Jesus. And His kingdom. Nothing else. Everything else is just completely waste of time, actually.
To some degree, I totally agree with that, Clay, you know, but you're right. Value here, right? It's not going to be in the accumulation of material things, right? But there is something about movement here, meaning engagement, right? The works here, you know?
Of course.
Yeah. I mean, so as far as like what
heaven,
to do,
obviously.
what to do here, you know, what is valuable? The people are valuable. You would save that drowning person. That's something to do. But really, it comes down to the relationships, and one of those relationships is the one with ourselves, right? So, you know, the old balancing scale, balance, a word used for a long time in philosophy about the human condition, balance, right? So it's said as the works are here of what we do when we understand what's valuable. It's the people, and you're a person, and you're valuable. So your soul, right? not to be the only one to say, but you're the only one that's going to save your soul by what you understand, right? By seeking. So it's to get others to do the same, because you can't do it for someone else, right? So what do we do? I mean, I'm working on this. It's a work in progress, right? How do we treat people? I mean, so smack a couple guys with a wet fish. Yeah, I still do that. Verbally, maybe physically, it's been a while, but I'm just saying, you know, it depends on the situation. But is that something you want to do? Testing ourselves on these things, right? Even like, you know, or do you still get any of the old feelings back, right? I mean, are you tempted? Are you tempted into any of the old way? Let's say anger, right? So that's how we treat ourselves. If we allow that, for one thing, all those emotions, right, that we have, just allowing those things to run free. You know what I mean? So back to the works of things, putting our own individual self into balance is that control under in every minute, if we can. That's like always knowing level. How quick can we get out of level? We have to constantly check, constantly refer back to God, right? That's why the communication, I think, is of utmost importance, to have that channel open with God. Always talking, always asking what's next. That's where I'm at. I think that's the way it works. But you know what I mean, Clay, about...
Well, we need to take every thought captive in obedience to Christ. This is what 2 Corinthians 10:5 tells us, right? Taking all the thoughts captive in obedience to Christ, which means in the real fight begins up there, right? In your mind, right? So we take these thoughts, and we reevaluate them under the obedience to Christ, and then we understand if these thoughts are there to build us up, are they of God, are they something that is necessary, or should they be destroyed and utterly cast out?
You know, it's funny, Clay, because
yes.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I was just going to say it's funny about dialing in balance. So let's say we get to a point of understanding, and you're at a point of understanding with yourself, right? So you start dialing this in. So let's just say you make a pact with yourself. From here on, no matter what happens, I won't operate in the shade. Meaning, not one single lie is going to pass through my lips. I don't care who it's to or what the situation is. Not one single lie. Because a lie really is like a fat kid hiding behind a skinny tree. Don't you know you're naked? Don't you know you're shameful? Right? I see you. Right? So, but you'll be surprised at being aware of that pact with yourself.
Sorry.
As you go forth in your day-to-day of maybe something you used to do, like lie, for whatever reason, self-preservation, self-gratification, exaltation. Somehow you're getting one over. You're living in the shade because you're telling someone a deceit for your own gain or not to be found out in some way. Now that's a way of life. And when we choose those things, that gets in us, right? So back to this balance thing. That's just one thing, lying. Think of all the other things that we do with ourselves and other people in our behavior.
Can I just quickly say that this is one of the best parables for a lie that I've ever heard. A fat kid hiding by the skinny tree. That is really good. Like, this is so true. Like, when we lie, that is like, a fat kid hiding behind the skinny tree.
Well, it's exactly what God had to say about the fig leaf, right? Don't you know I see you? Don't you know that you're naked? Who are you trying to kid? Right? In the grand scheme of things, that's what we're doing to ourselves, isn't it? When we lie to people, because we're lying to ourselves too.
Right.
We're duping ourselves, and it's a terrible way. And to break, how hard is that? But I'll tell you, you'll start being aware every time you're tempted to. You'll know it's on the diving board. This is where I used to lie, right here in this moment when this person's looking at me asking this question, right? But now you'll see your lips are disciplined and those lies don't come out. No matter, even if you say nothing, you're not lying. And a lot of times silence is a good choice. Right?
That is true. That's what the Bible says, that the wise man keeps quiet, so to say. I'm paraphrasing.
But the irony is, I don't know if this is irony. I think it qualifies as some form of irony. I guess I'll say we might be lying to ourselves when we think that someone like Redefee wants to hear the truth. To even present the truth or to be honest to him in reply would almost be lying. I kept thinking of pearls before swine, casting pearls before swine. Where does that work into this? Because there are swine that visit.
Absolutely. That's perfectly put. Yeah, perfect place for that. That's what it is. Pearls to swine. It's pointless because what are they going to do with it anyway?
Trample on it.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same with, I think it's just the same sometimes with, preaching to people who obviously already showed that they don't care. So why do you preach to people who've already heard the message and they obviously willfully disregard it and furthermore even trample on your pearls? Like the more you, in a loving way, try to warn them or go into detail, they just furthermore trample on it. So
are you saying Redefee has earned an Insta ban next time he shows up? That's what I'm.
Well, I wouldn't be this radical yet, but if you can see that there's no tendency for any intellectual, honest conversation, then maybe it would be better for him to kind of go somewhere else, right? Which would be the equivalent for us to shake off the dust of the shoe and leave certain people behind, right? And just so you know, which I just want to furthermore underline what Roto just said, which is even a fool is considered wise if he keeps silent and discerning when he holds his tongue. Right? So being quiet sometimes indeed is the better choice for some people.
Better to remain silent and be thought of as a fool than open the mouth and remove all doubt.
Yep.
So Haas, you're here. You're an absolute regular here, and you see them come and go. But in your opinion, like statistically, how many people do you think come in here that are Glovers?
Someone's asked me this before. Well, go ahead, finish the make it
that you feel truly want to know something.
Who are coming in here without a predetermined exit or strategy.
Yeah,
I think it's like 1 in 20. I heard someone on the other channel the other day. There are people. It seems like there's an uptick of them. Maybe more on X because you know how it is. There's crews that come in here, but I've noticed a lot that the people and anyone who's been in here for more than 3 days have noticed this. Anytime one of these actual conversations takes place, a troll brigade just arrives. So yeah, I think there's people out there. I think there's people out there also who have one conversation on here for the 45 minutes, and then we never hear from them again. And they actually go and look at this stuff themselves because that's how we all got here. We didn't arrive here and then change our point of view. Our point of view had changed and we arrived here. I think a lot of people are confused about these forums. But yeah, I don't know, 1 in 20.
Well, it's a good point moving forward. I mean, I'm interested in the gate. So you're saying this isn't necessarily it here, the gate for.
Well, I think it's each individual person's. People who hear about this, they hear about flat Earth and are complete normies, meaning that they don't question any. They don't have to. A lot of people don't have time. They're busy in their lives. They have responsibilities, jobs, and for a lot of people, the people who are in here, all flat earthers that I've ever heard speak, they're naturally inquisitive people. And that's how we got here. We got here on our own. So it takes the gateway or whatever is each individual person, not to sound too whatever.
Yeah, no.
Well,
just for example, with you, Haas, was it one thing? Was it a video, a series of video? It wasn't.
Well,
it wasn't conversation, right?
It was decades. It was decades prior to the whole idea of flat Earth that I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong with the story they showed us. And what sent me over the tipping point was, it was funny because it was a night where I had already realized that the whole Apollo thing was all farce. I knew it for a fact. I mean, I found an anomaly in there that isn't open to interpretation. So I knew that was all bollocks. Yet I still believed the outer space story. Yeah, I'm not going to go too deep into it. But what it was I saw, as I was researching other outer space NASA stories and tales and footage, it was a Math Powerland video, who at the time, it was the NASA channel, the NASA Canal was his channel. And he told a story, whether a true anecdote or whatever. But in there, he described a map of how the waters flow, the warm and cold waters on Earth flow. And that very idea of seeing it circularly, as opposed to these waves that are just sort of going around a globe, I snapped out of it immediately. So what it was decades of knowing something was off. And there was a guy in here a couple nights ago, a guy named Stephen A., who...
Yeah, I know Steve.
Yeah, he said it in one sentence. He said, I'd never thought of it. And that's what it was to me. They successfully keep everyone in a state of cog dis. Because once there's like an opportunity to see how out of the outer space mythology, and that opportunity is just accepting what's around you. Because even when I was a kid, I'm not as old as my name says I am, but I'm older than most in here. When I was a child and I would visit the beach, which I did regularly, people would say, because back then you didn't have cell phones. If you wanted entertainment at the beach, you were in the water or you brought a book. People used to say, look at the boats, they're going over the curve. And even then, I knew something was wrong about that, because you'd see those big freighters out in the distance. And at that time, you would see boats disappear all day long. And then in the evening, there was a distant landmass, which is about 20 plus miles away, that you would see at night. At dusk, you would see the lights. And if you look at it during the day, on clear days, you can even see it. So I held those to... You know what I'm saying there? That debunks the idea that the boats are going over a curve if I'm seeing a landmass out there. So I don't know. I think it takes a lot of prerequisites on your own. I don't know how these people even enter into this moving train at this point, when if they're knocking on the door of flat Earth as the first narrative they've ever questioned, they're going to have a difficult time to unravel it. But I don't know if that's a good answer, but that's what happened with me. And then after that, it all just fell into place, because I had all these things in my head that didn't make sense my whole life. I mean, even the idea that they tell us, oh, a star could have exploded 200 million years ago and we will just see it. What are these astronomical... Those things I couldn't wrap my mind around. But even then, I would, hearing myself in the past of having that like pride in the academia of the narrative. It's sickening how they did it. It's an exercise in peer pressure. And what's funny to me is to get a degree. Well, yeah, this is 20 some years ago. To get a degree in anything, if you want to get an English degree, you're going to have to take classes that touch on this outer space mythology. Because you know how they have it, where you have to get all these requirements and things that are out of your major. And they funnel these people through these classes. And another funny thing is the building that they teach all these quote unquote natural science courses, if it didn't have one of those Foucault's pendulums right in the lobby, and some days it was sitting there, some days it was swinging, and some days some guy was working on it. And when they recently renovated the building about almost 10 years ago, I don't think they moved it. I don't know if they put it back up in the building, because I think they know that their story is a little dated at this point. And they have the inquisitive minds exist in flat earthers, but they also exist in the minds of parents on college tours. You'll hear all kinds of questions. So I think that they're trying to walk away from the old story, because the old story is where all the lies are most obvious.
Well, that's great, Haas. Just hearing what you say mixed with what Steve said, I think that's you landed on something there, because
it's so simple.
Yeah, I didn't know. You know, in other words, like
never thought of it. The thought never entered my mind.
And you know what you're throwing out on the table here, Haas, is what you're saying here is the people, right? The curators of this world. It's just like a museum. It's curated. It's made for your eyes, and it's laid out.
And they parade you through it,
so you don't have to think.
Parade you through it.
Exactly. Now, the thing that we're not doing when we're in the World Museum is looking right on our own, because here's all the answers to catch up on here. That's going to take up all our time. They've got plenty to tell us. It's going, we will be fulfilled for however long the stuff that we want to know from the curation, right? But it's a funny thing about the word ignorance is that it truly is ignorance. You ignore something. You don't look. It stays in the dark. You don't open that door. And it's a funny thing, man. I went through a similar thing because I was a hybrid of knowledges. I wasn't one that went for evolution or Big Bang, yet I believed in the planet. Right? So, I mean, it was a stepping up to this, a graduation. But the thing that
the further thing, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, but yeah, I'm echoing the same sentiment. But the further you go through the academic hoops, the more they will ridicule any other idea, and then you'll have the segment of society who doesn't, after their last day of high school, that's it. Even though Thomas Jefferson said the most important day of school is your first day after graduation, meaning self-study. But then you have another tactic they use is then you have all the people who didn't go to further academia, and they think that progress in the society is for their children to further their education. So then their kids are being told things in the lower schools and then in the upper schools. And then they have it coming from both directions. They have it within, so they, you know what I'm saying? It's peer pressure. It's a societal peer pressure that keeps everyone in line.
Absolutely. It's a funny thing. It is that it takes the individual to break out of that, to and what it takes from that individual is a curiosity. Curiosity is going to lead to a skepticism, because if you're a logical thinker, if you're presented with information, then your curiosity is going to You're going to want to. You're going to get to a point as you go through the blocks of life where something happens and you don't believe it, and then you're going to put that to the next thing, possibly a skepticism. It's like, wait a minute, I need to find out more before I import this whole thing, right?
Yeah, and the weird thing is, and I use the Santa Claus. I try not to use the Santa Claus analogy all the time, but it's the exact same process of Santa Claus. I can remember, I can remember the first time I ever had any inkling that perhaps there wasn't a man breaking into the house at night delivering gifts. And then, you can hear your parents wrapping gifts. But then you fall asleep, you wake up the next day, your younger siblings are through the roof because Santa Claus showed up. So, and then there's another 364 days. So you don't get to examine it really again. But so if someone were to say, what was the exact thing that made you question Santa Claus? Was it one of my friends? Was it something I saw on the TV? Did I find it funny that the guy who was playing Santa Claus last year is a different guy this year? What was it? I don't know, but I graduated past that myth. And that's all it is. It's all the things that point to the existence of Santa Claus. They're of equal, like they lead to they have equal validity as everything that leads to the globe. But, if you, stay up at night and or if you find the gifts in the corner of the closet already wrapped and labeled from Santa a week before Christmas, you know what I'm saying? Because they kind of like to act as if we're the ones that are off base for sussing this out. It's crazy.
So Haas, you peered behind the veil, and you noticed.
Yeah, I'm Toto.
You noticed information of importance for yourself, what you would deem as truth, the road to truth. That is right. So you want to investigate more. Now you are tempted, I'm assuming, after this point, to share this information. Right now, my question is, because I would almost guarantee that you went out and told a few people of what's behind the veil.
Fewer than you would imagine, but yes.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, just as an individual question for you, kind of a polling question, have you evolved in the way that you share this?
Yes. Evolved to this might be a full circle moment to the previous conversation, but evolved to silence.
Mm.
Don't even bring it up. It's too much for people.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Have you found that by trial?
I only talk about it in the forum, forums. If someone wants to talk about it, but I've had a couple people since unofficial vow of silence. I've had a couple people make wise ass remarks to me, and I've learned to kind of just give them a wise ass remark back to them, and I've never heard anything sideways out of them again. Someone said, "Oh, you still think the Earth's flat?" And I said, "Oh, no. I guess you were right. We are living on a spinning ball hurtling through nothingness." Then they realize how absurd that is. But yeah, I don't really talk to people about it, and I need to. I'm trying to, and it's a case by case. I do have my moments in here where I do a better job than others. But if someone comes in here honestly, the 1 in 20 person, I do a decent job of speaking with them. But Reedy Fee, people like that, I still get in the muck with them. And
yeah, but say trial and error with your friends, people that you like, that you already know. You've been through that kind of thing, I assume.
Yeah, I mean the people who we've actually had conversations with, the conversation has got to a point where they apparently see no positives. They see no I hate to use the word victory, but they see no way of making their globe or their outer space ideology any more real by saying anything to me. I think they know that, or maybe they're formulating some. I think it's too big for most people to think about.
Yeah, you think a lot of people are just okay with what they know.
Yeah, a lot of people. It's peer pressure. A lot of people can't lose. They're too. You know how people are.
Well, it puts you on the fringe if you wave that flag, doesn't it? And you're out of the herd, so to speak. And people don't like feeling that way, that they're out of that herd, right? They don't want to feel
Yeah, I mean,
fringy and isolated.
My life is, my life changes. The amount of socializing I did with friends a decade ago is different than now, and it's good. But yeah, I'm still friends with these people. But yeah, it's just, I don't know. I don't see any point to bringing it up to a complete stranger, or bringing it up into a conversation. It's just the whole thing is just too real to most people. There was a guy working on this is about, well, this is almost 3 years ago now, but this guy, he was doing some electric work in the house. And he's listening to some endless podcast about this and that and that and this. And I walk by, he's a nice guy. I'd known him from the past. He's telling me how they're drinking recirculating urine in the space lab. Just out of the blue, he's telling me that kind of stuff. And what am I to tell him? So yeah, I just don't see the point unless people ask me, or we're in this forum. But yeah, if someone says, yeah, they're trapped. I heard a couple people the other day. Well, this is last month. It doesn't matter where I was, but I heard a pair of people speaking. They were all fretted out about these people stuck up on the space lab. You know what I'm saying? So it's like the story is just too real to these people. It would be like, I read a book about Mussolini once, and he used to sit outside of the church in a tree and throw rocks at the people leaving the church. That's kind of what I feel like I would be doing by challenging these people's. Most people are simpletons. Most people can't challenge any narrative that's on the TV. I've had this conversation with my dad, who's a retired engineer with patents to his name. The conversation is too big for him, and God bless him, but he worked his whole life, busy as shit, never watched TV, doesn't watch sports, but now he's retired. He believes everything that's on the news. He told me point blank it wouldn't be on the news if it wasn't true. So, this is you know what I'm saying? So it's like, because of him raising a family for 4 decades and working every day of his life, that was his life. Those are the things he knows about. So yeah, there's all the world, the way they have people sort of, it's amazing. It's amazing what the power of suggestion is. I mean, look at magic. Even with all these magicians out there who will tell you how the trick is done, and these magicians, these psychic magicians or whatever they do, the ones who kind of they funnel you towards a certain choice. It's amazing. I mean, these things, people have been studying it for years. I mean, think of what ad agencies are able to do. So I don't know.
Well, it's that the pre-knowledge. You talk about ad agencies. I mean, it's the statistics is what's comforting. That's known, not to us, not to the people, to the targeted market, the statistics, because pockets of information is what's known, and this pocket won't know what this other pocket knows, and that's what's known. right? So when you can control targeted what you want to get out in targeted pockets, you know, you're not going to even know what people on your block are thinking necessarily, much less people in the next state or any other division, some other church, some other organization, some other school. You don't even know what's happening at your own kid's school because you're not there. That's how easily information does not get to people, right? And how easily information does get to people. But what's known is it gets to some and doesn't get to others. That's a statistic right there. So when you start playing off of that, well, let's put money on that stat, right? Let's target these pockets. And then, so as you see, I mean, your dad was an engineer, spent all his time doing that, probably trusted a system that never let him down, dealing with what he had to deal with, made sense to him all his life, right? Why question those things, right? And I think that's the way a lot of people are. He just knows what he knew. And then you say he starts watching the news. Why would they lie? There's that sentence.
Oh,
why would it be on the news if it was a lie? Right. But then to the skeptic, you know, it's just like seriously like saying, why would someone cheat? It's kind of a psychological question that, you know, sounds strange to some people to even ask. Why would someone lie? I mean, really? Why would someone cheat? But the thing is what's known statistically is exactly that, the protection of authority to make people comforted, right? In that kind of curation. Their comfort is thinking, you know, why would they? This is coming from a trusted source. Don't you know, right? This is the way part of the curation. This is your trusted source. So when we show you something, you can trust it. Now, if that source knows that, well, let's show them this, right? Here's Chuck Schumer grilling a hamburger, right? He's in his apron. He's got a spatula. There's a grill. There's a burger. There's some cheese on it, right? The thing is it's all fake. The grill's not lit. The hamburger's plastic. The cheese is plastic. The spatula's unused and his little apron just freshly unfolded. But as long as you can see him with the mental image of, here's Chuck Schumer grilling. It's the 4th of July. You see how American he is. That boy hadn't been around a grill probably ever. Probably couldn't start a fire. He's so disconnected.
It's interesting you bring that up because that's like the high watermark. I can't think of anything more absurd because, well, yeah, that's the high watermark of what. Here's the crazy thing. I think the people who, obviously he had never been behind a grill, but the people who set that photo op up haven't been behind a grill. So in their minds, they don't know anything about grilling. Yeah. It's like these liars. They just assume because they're liars that everyone else is a liar too. So it's almost like the things they put out there aren't even. It's almost like they're trying to seek the lowest common denominator of what they can get away with. You know, I guess that kind of failed because that. But yeah, I know, man. My mind goes off on all these tangents when I start thinking of these things. But there's never been anything more absurd put on the record of a lie that people just kind of turn their head at or just rationalize it or don't know any better. Well, that's how I would make a cheeseburger.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
it's a real let them eat cake disconnection kind of mentality. Here's what it's supposed to look like, we've heard. This is what grilling's supposed to look like, we've heard. We're so disconnected, we've never seen all this, but, you know, it's almost like saying, I was born a middle-class kid sitting around the kitchen table, you know. It's all curated, man. All curated. I mean, more and more, I think people are awakening with awareness to lies and that things are just put up front to see, but they're not real. I think it's getting so sloppy and so bold that even those pockets are not separated from each other like they used to be. I think people are becoming more and more aware of deceit and more distrusting of authority, more and more. This is something's happening here, you know, and one by one, people are becoming more skeptical that may not used to have been. So it may be a generational thing, maybe somebody like your dad, you know, they may just be so, you know, not this go round for them, you know.
God bless them, but
yeah, but I get it. I mean, it doesn't mean he's a bad person or anything like that. I mean, it's
what's interesting that the patents he has have to do with air pressure. And I'm not one to make the, you know, I'm not one to bring that argument up, but I brought it up to him. All I said was, can you have air pressure without a container? Instantaneous answer, no. And then I linked that to the, how are we, you know, a ball in outer space? And you could see it register in his eyes, you know what I'm saying? And so, yeah, I don't think, I just don't think a lot of this is going to sink into a lot of people. And to see what they have planned, the stories that the powers that be have planned to tell the future people, I don't know. It's really interesting.
Well, you got to keep seeing it. It's like I was saying about this this rocket landing, right? I mean, we're seeing something, and here again, you know, up to the individual. What is this we're seeing? Is this a real thing? They're going to keep showing it, though. I mean, not just that. Every day there's going to be things like this with this nature of advertising. Curation, I think that's the perfect word for all of this. It's pretend. It's tended ahead of time for your eyes. If your eyes weren't on it, it'd be worthless.
If humanity weren't undergoing this would be the first time in the history of humanity where they weren't living by some mythos, where there wasn't some prevailing mythos that the majority of the people were holding on to. How we're exempt from that, I don't understand their thinking. Another thing that cracks me up, they think we've evolved 300 billion years, and here we are right in the era where all the mysteries were sorted out. It's deep in the psyche. It's too big. And for people to come knocking on the door of flat Earth as the first thing they've ever questioned, when there's all kinds of things out there that if you want to figure out if people are capable of lying, all you have to do is interact with humans.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, there's a lot of naive people.
Yeah. I mean, if they haven't gotten to that point just in their own life to where they don't believe everything they're told, at least to some capacity, like they've never been lied to, right? Or never lied themselves, you know?
The reason I brought my dad back up was the funny thing, another thing about my dad, probably due to the nature of his work, is he's convinced that everyone's an idiot. You know what I'm saying? He's dealt with so many idiotic mistakes that people have made that his default setting is he's an idiot. This person's an idiot. That person's an idiot. Yeah, it turns on the TV, which is like a novel to them. These are not the idiots. These are the people that are straight shooters. Yes, it's funny.
Let me drive this home just a little bit, Hoss, and I got to roll. But yeah, man, see, your dad sounds like an intelligent man. See, now I'm not trying to point this at your dad. I'm just saying this is the human condition. And some people can be too intelligent for their own good. In other words, it can bypass wisdom sometimes, right? I mean, like trusting others is a thing, or not trusting others. That's not necessarily an intelligence part of things. It's a wisdom part of things. Just kicking the tires on life, right? You understand this more and more. But yeah, absolutely, a wisdom in things, and I think that type of, because I'll just say like this, all right? I mean, the one friendship that I ruined with this information. This guy is a He's a college educated. He's smart. All right. He's a thinker. Right. He likes to tinker with machinery. He'll make his own daiquiri machine. He'll make his own pinball machine. He's a surveyor. He owns his own company. Right. He moves dirt. He's got dump trucks. Right. He's all the time with a spirit level and a plumb bob. Right. This guy understands the physics. He's always in the hands-on aspect. He's a skilled man and an intelligent man. Right. So he's not just intelligent that's never picked up a tool. He's also hands-on built stuff. Right. So he's all into this kind of creative aspect. So I start bringing up some fundamentals about water and that plumb bob that he uses every single day kind of thing. Right. The behavior of water, and trying to get him to wrap his mind around what you're telling me is the behavior of water begins to change. Right? You never see it, but what happens is it gets to such a point in volume that it begins to behave differently. It doesn't lie level anymore. Right? So just trying to point out this thing to him that water will never change its behavior, no matter how large it gets. And you need to really think about that as a real fundamental. And all these plums, if you set up 10,000 in a row, they're all going to be parallel, aren't they? Absolutely parallel. And you got to think about just that perpendicular is the nature of the earth. And you got to talk yourself out of that these things start behaving differently over a distance that you'll never, no eyes have ever seen that happen. You just got to believe it because the curation has put that in your mind that it does that. Right. And it's just like Defy coming in here talking about mass attracting mass. If you really stop, if you forget everything you've been told and you start from zero and somebody says these elements like this rock will attract this other rock, right? And if this gets big enough, it starts getting its own gravity. Imagine what you're trying to conjure there in your mind. You're looking at a rock. You have to imagine this rock getting big where it starts attracting things to it, holding gas and stuff to it, bound, pulling water down from the sky, right? You got to talk yourself into a lot of lie that you've never seen. And how far-fetched is it? It's actually quite ridiculous when you think about it fundamentally. The concepts of these things, quite ridiculous. But we've believed it. Gravity, mass attracting mass, these things. Water behavior.
What's it? I know you're trying to wrap it up, but I watched these videos of this guy who audits the Scientologists. And what he'll do is he'll tell these people, these low-level scientists, the Scientologists, what they'll be learning in the future from this church. And you can see their teeth just grit and get just sort of like, not angry, but they're sort of like, ugh. And he goes, don't worry. He goes, you'll believe me when they tell it to you. You'll know that guy was right. So but it goes back to the whole curation and things like that. When they have, that's what the heliocentrism thing is. It's sort of like a watered down Scientology. But when these security guards outside the Scientologist church hear that they're going to learn that they were dropped into a volcano and 400 billion years ago and cryogenically frozen and traveled from a space planet prior to them being dropped into the volcano, and then the volcano shot them out to all the billions of people on Earth. When they hear it from the guy in the street, it brings like angst to them. But I've seen these videos from inside the Scientologist church when they're all together in front of it, looking at the chalkboard and their teachers telling them stuff. They'll stand up and say it like they're singing a song simultaneously. So there's great comfort in this outer space mythology, which is weird because the outer space mythology tells us that we could be all wiped away this afternoon by an asteroid.
You know, I think a lot of it, Haas, has nothing to do with the information itself. It could be almost anything, Scientology, some other cult, some this or that. I think it's the inclusion. I think it's comes down to people wanting to feel kind of the warmth of being in a group, this kind of thing. I think that plays a lot into it, of people with insecurities, maybe.
But funny thing is, you'll hear the globalists will accuse the flat earthers of the same thing. Oh, it's just a club. It's just a club you guys joined. And the funny thing is, it's like I said earlier, I came here after. You know, I didn't show up to the Discord and get converted. I found out that the Discord in these places exist years after that I even, you know what I'm saying? It's
absolutely.
And I know, yes, I know I told you the origins of how I stumbled upon it, but no one ever told me the earth is flat. I distinctly remember sitting there watching this video, and in the anecdote, one of the characters that this guy was talking about, some government NASA person, told him it was flat. And I literally beat the words out of his mouth. I remember sitting to myself saying, "Oh my God, it's flat." So yeah, to break out of the church of, and I think it helps. They've done such a good job of just tearing down religions, not just Christianity, but all type. They've kind of mocked people who are in religions, and especially when you go off to college, they'll really do a good job of mocking you. But so these people don't ever have an experience of finding out that something might be a fable other than Santa Claus. So if you have stepping stones of Santa Claus, and then you have if someone were in Scientology or any other religion, I mean, Catholicism, even these Eastern religions that people adopt, that I'm not saying there aren't good things, you know, there's good things from all religions. You know, they have soup kitchens and all these things. Not saying they don't do good, but to be stuck in those things, that's how they have people in this outer space religion, because they've eliminated all other opportunities for people to see that something's just not right, or something doesn't add up, or I'm making serious leaps of logic to wrap myself up in this belief system. Yeah, if they don't have people, I don't know.
Yeah, well, part of some of that psychology is claiming to be the cutting edge, right? You're better than these others, and the others, what they believe is archaic and incorrect, right? So, I mean, some of it goes along that line right there. Kind of a mockery of other schools of thought. That's been going on a while. So when you go to college, you know, intelligence, absolutely. According to the college, you know, you're at the cutting edge of you're at the apex of knowledge. The rockets, the rain on Mars, you're privy to all the good, the real truth, right? Says the colleges. Kind of thing. I mean, especially you talk about something like God. I mean, that's so archaic, right? I mean, we've moved on. We understand there's no God. When you die, you're worm dirt, right? I mean, it's very atheistic. Intelligence gets you there.
Well, you know what Satan is appealing to, what he realized maybe, or what is also what is a characteristic of himself, which is the very reason why he has fallen in the first place, is he has been made one of the most, like the chief angels, right? He has been probably made one of the most beautiful angels with a lot of intellect. And 1 second, Satan was the chief musician, I think. He was originally a high-ranking angel. Okay, that's what the Bible says, a high-ranking angel. So what happened to him, probably in a certain sense, he's also a being with free will, like any other angel is. His intellect and his rank, and by looking at himself, he thought in his heart, which the Bible describes as, I can exalt my throne above God. I can be just like God, right? And this is what Satan is doing with humans, because he realized there's the same sickness, the same not strength, but the opposite. It's the same weakness in humans, that as soon as you appeal not only on their outside, if they're a beautiful man or woman, you can make them go off into the weeds. Especially you can do it with intellect. So if someone is very intellectual, if you put a lot of pride in that person, you can lead that person astray, right? And this is what the religion is that Satan has invented with heliocentrism. He has created something that makes you so bloated, so prideful, so, self-assured, that as soon as there's anything contradicting this, you will hand wave it instantly, right? Like, so what he did is he appealed to this weakness in man to give them something where they think they can exalt themselves above God, right? This is essentially what you do as a heliocentrist, right? You make yourself God, and you not even insult, but exalt yourself. It's literally the quintessence of Satan's character is the fruits of heliocentrism. You exalting yourself above God and His truth.
They took him up to the mountaintop and showed him the ends of the universe. They showed these heliocentrists that you can look backwards in time. Show them both directions.
But you get what I mean, right? The spirit that is behind it. The spirit behind it is Antichrist. It is exalt yourself above God. You know what the real creation story is. You know it better than God. This is the quintessence of the character of Satan and what he thought in his heart when he has fallen, right? When he thought he can exalt himself to be just like God or even greater. This is what what Satan has put into the hearts of the people nowadays. And you see that very spirit in the way that globalists come in here and how they treat you, how they talk to you.
Yes, Clay, but the huge difference here is that he is not a creator and can only exalt through taking. So that's the anti-element to it. So to destroy, so you use the word pride, that's the self, right? So self-propagation is a folly. Self-gratification, right? Pride, self-exaltation, it's all taking by destroying something else. I'm going to take what you've got to make me bigger or better.
Exactly.
And that's the way that goes. Now, can you get bigger and better here with riches, taking from others, right? Choosing yourself over others. In other words, you get to a point as a human where all other humans are objects. You objectify everything, the animals, the nature, the other humans. They're all objects for you to use. And when you get to that point, you really are satanic because you've given over every bit of your free will to exalt yourself in one form or fashion. Would you give the life raft to your wife and drown so she can save herself? Self-propagation is going to say, no, I'm going to take the raft because I'm bigger and stronger and you can drown because I'm going to save myself.
Right.
Now that's
but do you see, I just want to point out the weakness that he's appealing to in man and how he deceives people is like if you understand his character and how the reason why he is the character he is, right? Lucifer, the fallen one, Satan, why he is the way he is. By looking at and analyzing his character, you realize how the fruit of that character is seen in this antichrist society that we live in right now. You see these characteristics in broad daylight. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Well, yeah, they're putting blood in shoes. Tony Hawk put his blood in his skateboards or shoes. Or I mean, yeah, it's crazy.
Golly, I didn't even hear of that, but I mean...
Yeah, I think it's his skateboard. Some other guy put his blood... Yeah, there's these... Speaking of ad campaigns, I haven't watched Mad Men, but I think it's aptly named. But yeah, these campaigns that they're doing, whether or not... what to say this is probably blasphemy, but whether or not this Satan exists, the ad agencies are certainly acting like he does.
Yep.
In broad daylight. Every music award show, it's there. They're worshiping the devil.
Yeah, people are so deceived by now that he doesn't even need to hide anymore, right? The same way as prideful people boasting with their lusts, right? Which should at least be kept private in their own four corners of the room. They now go to the street and march and show it in front of little children. See, this is how far we have gone off.
Well, Tony Hawk will basically... Tony Hawk, even though that was like 2 years ago, he'll just laugh it off now. That's...
Yeah, I mean, this can't, the Bible says pride leads to destruction. So the only thing that can happen here is that sooner or later Christ comes back and burns this place, cleans it up, just like it needs to be. And I rejoice in that there is going to be cleaner. I do not rejoice in souls being lost at all. When it comes to me, or when it comes to my own personal belief, I don't want anybody to perish. Neither wants God that to have this to be the case. But people make a decision. That's what you gotta realize. You have free will. You're not forced to do anything. You're not forced to eternally live.
Don't you worry about a thing, Clay. This is all in hand, brother.
That is true.
All
yes.
in hand, my man. It's taken.
That is another. Exactly. That is another commandment by our Lord Christ Jesus. He said that we should not worry about anything, not even about the clothes we wear the next day. Right? Because, the parable with the birds, because the birds of the field, they don't worry. They have just food every day they needed to. Right? They don't think about the next day.
Well, that goes for destruction as well, man. This whole thing is part of the given law, and it's going to play out just like it was planned.
Right.
No problems. But Clay and Haas, good talking to you guys. I'm going to have to catch up later.
Same. Much love, man, and peace.
Catch you later, brother.
Absolutely. We'll see you guys.
God bless.
May the Lord be with you, my friend.
Clay, I heard everything. I agree with you.
I appreciate it, man.
Clay, we need more people like you.
No, we need more Jesus. Not me.
Yeah. Absolutely, yeah. We need more fellowship.
Yes. It's not me, it's not by what I say or who I am. It's all glory to him, It's the important thing.
Absolutely. All glory to the Lord Jesus Christ. Clay, I heard everything you said earlier. That was a long speech. 100% spot on.
Thank you. Well, it's, couldn't do the speech if the wisdom wouldn't be from the instruction book, right? Because I was what is it called? I was disciplined by Christ, by our Lord. I didn't reach I didn't reach this conclusion just by sheer coincidence. It is because he, as a disciple, he disciplined me. Even though it sometimes hurts, but the truth needs to hurt sometimes. That's just how the truth is.
Clay, Jesus said, and you know the truth, and the truth will set you free.
Amen.
Amen.
That is the truth, yes.
Clay, the truth matters, doesn't it?
Definitely. It matters because if you don't live for the foundational value of truth, then you live for the other option, which is lies. And that inherently is living against the ways that, as a blessing by the Creator, is what he wants for you, right? A father who loves his child just wants the best way possible for his child, and he 100% knows it better than a child does, right? That's why we need to become children, as the parable that Jesus talks about, because we need to realize with our own mind and strength, we don't know which direction to go. We don't know how our life should supposed to be. It only comes through the obedience towards the Father, just like Christ's obedience towards the Father, that we walk the right walk, what he has foreseen before we were made in the womb for what our life should be. And the option is you can either accept this blessing and be set free, or you're just gonna be your own God and walk your own path and think you can do it on your own. But that just leads to utter destruction and death, ultimately. Unfortunately, it's the truth. I mean, as harsh as it sounds, that's not my opinion, right? If it comes to my weak, carnal mind opinion, I would tell you something else. I would want to tell you like some new age, spiritual, comforting thing. You're just the vast energy, and you're going to be reincarnated with all these other beautiful energies, and you're just so beautiful, and look at you. Don't even worry, my child. All roads leads to. See this deception. This is what Satan would tell you. Satan would sound like the nicest dude on earth to you, just so you feel comfortable. A loving father doesn't do that. Loving father disciplines his children, tells him what to do and what ought not to do. A father who truly loves will always tell his children the truth. So if God, my Father, tells me that if I do this and that and leads to death, then I accept and believe this, even though there is this fleshly suit I'm wearing that is waging a war against the very truths that God puts in this wonderful instruction book. Even though I might not sometimes like what I read, I gotta realize that he knows it best. Who am I as the clay to argue with the potter, right? This is the simple truth. Who am I to argue as clay with the potter? That makes no sense at all. So what is the only sensible thing to do? Have faith in what your father tells you to do. Because, from past experiences, he was always right. And see that, soldier falls, but the righteous one stands up 7 times. Even though he falls 7 times, he stands up again. Because we're gonna fall, we're gonna learn the hard way sometimes.
Clay, we need conviction from the Holy Spirit.
Exactly. See, the beautiful thing with Christ is he loves sinners, right? That is what the Bible says. He loves sinners, but he doesn't love sin. Which means actually hate sin. But that means that you can be set free from it, right? So what Jesus does, what Christ is doing in your life, once you accept him and you're going to build up a relationship, he is going to first point out the sin in your life and what is not good. So you get convicted, hopefully, by his grace. You're convicted of that sin, and then he takes away that sin. And when it's taken away, you can turn your back on that past and move on. Because there's no longer any reason to think about that anymore. Because you've dealt with it. This is the beautiful simplicity of the relationship with Jesus Christ. He points out the sin, there's a conviction in your life, and you turn your back to that sin, you repent of it, which is just meaning rethinking it. You rethink the ways you have currently done things. And that's it. And he takes it away. He takes away the burden, the pain, whatever is in connection with that thing he pointed out. I mean, how much greater can it be for us beings than to serve such a creator? I mean, I can't imagine any other scenario where anything is better than that. Or more simplified than that, actually.
Amen.
But just so everybody knows, I'm not perfect. I have failed my Lord many times. Instead of working on repentance, I have fallen back into the same stupid thing. And then I needed to live with the consequences thereof for a while. But, you know, we might fall 7 times, but we still get up, repent, and move on. Because who is the accuser? Who wants to accuse you, keep on accusing you? It's Satan. Your father, as soon as he forgiven you, he is not going to accuse you. There's nothing to accuse you of. It's gone. You have been forgiven. But Satan, he is the one who comes back and says, are you sure? Are you sure that you have truly dealt with it? You know, if you just do it one more time, it's not going to be that bad. Then you do it one more time and right back at accusing you. And then even worse. It's a death trap. It really is.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, and you?
Could be better, but could be way worse.
Alright, that's good. That is a good way of seeing it.
I know, bro.
Other people have truly have it worse.
There's no way, man.
Yeah, bro, it's relative. I guess someone will always have it worse.
That is true. Be satisfied with what we have.
Like, were you talking before we joined, or?
Yeah, but you can open up a new topic in regards to Red Earth if you want to.
No, I'd much rather already talk about a topic that you already were talking about before. What were you talking about?
We're talking about our Lord Jesus Christ.
Sorry. What?
Jesus Christ.
Oh, about Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yes.
So, what do you think about him?
Well, he's my Lord and Shepherd. He's my high priest. He is my everything. Well, he's the truth, the way, and the life, right?
Yeah,
the reason, my foundational reason to live and die for. So my purpose, in a sense.
Oh.
What is your purpose?
My purpose is to live proof that the Earth is flat.
Okay. So that's what you live for, to prove that the Earth is flat.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting.
I'm not doing very well right now. I'm trying.
Mm-hmm.
So, do you believe it's flat or
I know it's flat. It's not a matter of belief.
Yeah, I agree. I also know it's flat. That's why. I mean, you at some point you didn't know it from the beginning. You only knew it like. When do you know that it's flat? Since you were born, or?
I always had questions about the heliocentric model, sort of growing up and that. But this dude I grew up with in the street, he was a Freemason. He told me Earth was flat in the late 90s.
How old are you now?
How old am I now?
Yeah.
I'm in my 50s.
Okay. So in your 90s, you knew that the Earth was flat.
In the 90s, yeah.
And since then,
I was told that Earth was flat, right? And I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. But then when it came up again in 2015, then I kind of...
A lot of time passed.
Yeah, so it was about 15, 16 years later.
Yeah.
When I saw Flat Earth, I thought, what's this? And then when I watched it, yeah, I didn't really question it after that. It all just made sense. There's a lot of people who have to pace around for years and years trying to figure out what it is. But I lucky I didn't have to go through that. It was just instant.
Yeah, it all made
and
sense.
I just understood it innately. And then I just knew that that the Bible said it was flat.
The Bible?
And enclosed and everything. Yeah, it's just flat, enclosed, and stationary.
And then everything, like the puzzle finally came together, you know?
Yeah.
But
This made sense.
Like, what does it say in the Bible that's about, like, regarding this topic? Because
Much, just how it describes Earth. Describes Earth as being on pillars.
In the Old Testament, or?
I think mostly in the Old Testament.
Okay.
But some it's mostly in the Old Testament, I think. Middle.
Okay.
So it says on pillars, and it's fixed. And in another verse it says it's like a footstool. So a footstool's flat and on pillars, if you like. It's got legs.
Yeah. But
yeah.
The Earth doesn't have legs.
The Bible says it does. But it says it's flat.
Yeah.
So
I mean,
this is closed.
we agree that it's flat, but like, I'm not really sure like it's legs or like how many.
How will we know? Wouldn't know, but the point is that it's fixed.
We will never know.
Probably not, but the point is that it's fixed. It's not going anywhere. It's like an oil rig. But if you're a god, or if you're if you're just a kid making an ant farm, you think the best environment for your creation or your ant farm is to put it in a vacuum and spin it 1,000 miles an hour? You think that's going to be? You think that's your? Oh yeah, I think that's going to support life and all these ants are going to prosper in there.
No, they will fall off.
No, this is completely insane. You'd have it steady. You'd have a nice. It would be steady and fixed. It wouldn't be spinning. Plenty of air. Yeah. So that whole idea of God created the world like heliocentrism. It's like, no, he didn't. What is he, drunk? Hey, you gotta put him on spin it really fast. It's chucking chuck all this other stuff around it. Give me a break.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right at the beginning, it's just a fixed thing. And you just kind of molds it. It's completely fixed.
Okay. Well, it's the first time I heard it from, like, I heard someone like have the same opinion from the other, like explain it differently. Thank you for that.
Oh yeah, it's alright.
I will leave now because
okay.
I have some other business going on. So yeah, see you.
Yeah, cool, dude.
Bye.
Pleasure. God bless. But yeah, flat Earth proves flat Earth. So the Bible doesn't prove flat Earth. It's just flat Earth proves flat Earth, which proves the Bible's correct.
Insane.
There's no edge. Where's the edge? I want an edge. A geometric edge. It's not there. I can. Yeah.
Wait.
Sorry?
Never mind. I'm just joking. But why is it so boring? Like nobody's talking, even though there's like 10 people in here.
I don't know. It's really early in the morning in Australia.
Oh, it is okay. I'm in Europe.
Most of the Aussies.
So
okay,
like
what time is in Europe?
evening.
It's probably is it in the afternoon or something?
It's 6:30 for me.
Yeah, I think it's like getting into the evening in Europe, and in America it's I think it's in the morning or something.
Yeah, it is.
Morning-ish, 11 or 12 or something.
Yeah, it's approaching noon. It's a busy time of the day, no matter where you are. Evening, morning, or afternoon. It's just a busy part of the day. Oh, and only boring people get bored. Artesial.
Oh, hello.
Hello.
Yeah, I've seen it before. Insane.
Yeah.
I mean, more like you've seen me before.
It's been pretty talkative in here all day.
I see. But apparently right now nobody's talking.
Apparently. I don't know.
Yeah.
We're talking.
Yeah, I mean that's good.
Yeah.
I can literally destroy the globe paradigm by using a tea maker you put on a stove, because that alone just proves how gas behaves and how it doesn't behave on a proposed globe assumption.
Okay, explain.
Look at the picture and then ask me questions. Ask me what you don't understand about the picture I posted.
Which picture, man?
It's in the chat.
Which chat? There's like hundreds of these.
It's next to Flat Earth. Where it says Flat Earth, there's a chat symbol right next to it. Click that.
I see.
So just point out where you don't understand something and I explain it. That's easier than explaining the whole thing.
Okay, I need to read this, okay?
Yeah, sure. Take your time.
Okay, I see. Yeah, apparently I don't understand, like, how is it, how can you compare this to the Earth, man? Like, that's it.
So it's so let's first get to the terms. So you agree in the word gas pressure there's a distinctive word which says press, right? Pressure, press, right? So it has to do with pressing. Would you agree?
I mean, probably.
Okay, maybe it's even clearer if I read the definition of gas pressure. So let me just read to you the definition. I'm going to just use NASA because it's the first thing that comes up. NASA.gov.
No, but NASA is lying to you. Like, why would you trust what they say?
Okay. Then let's use just a dictionary. So BBC, is that okay? BBC?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Gas pressure is the name given to the force exerted by gas particles colliding with the wall of their container. Pressure is force exerted over an area, in this case the container. So the requirement is, in order to have something pressurized or to even collect such data as something to be, observe something to be pressure, you gotta have it pressing against something. How can it press against something? Well, easy to answer. It requires container. The container is the requirement for how the word pressure comes into existence in the first place.
So, what do you want to say with it?
Well, if the Earth is the proposed boulder claim, how can you have a medium which is pressurized, right? Which is the air surrounding you and other gases, when that medium is right next to an uncontained system? Or if that medium in itself is uncontained, how could you ever call something pressure? Do you see the logical inconsistency?
Probably. I mean, I'm trying to understand, like, what do you think?
So you agree for gas pressure we need containment, right?
I mean, I guess so.
Right. Per definition, per natural law. It's a very self-explanatory. So the question is, where is the containment for the heliocentric ball spinning, wobbling, tilted space ball Earth?
I don't know. There's apparently a good explanation for it, but I'm just a dumb kid, I don't know.
That is untrue, sir. You have been lied to. You are not dumb.
Who's lying to me?
You have a very well yourself. No one actually. I mean, so far I think you're lying to yourself because I don't think that you're dumb. I think it's very simple for you to figure out what the problem here is. Problem is that they claim something that is an impossibility to natural, observable, measurable law. The natural law of gas behavior is, or gas pressure means that it needs to exert a force against containment, otherwise you cannot call it gas pressure. No containment, no gas pressure. No gas pressure, no Earth. Make sense?
Okay. I see what you mean, okay.
I don't know what's up with the guy in the chat. You know, do you know the movie Matrix?
Yeah, I've seen it.
Do you know the program keeper like Mr. Smith?
Yeah.
So people like the guy in the chat, whatever he wrote there. This is kind of like the Mr. Smiths, at least how I interpret them. They just pop up out of nowhere. I mean, he's not even in this chat talking, right? He's just writing something into the chat that has nothing to do with the very topic at hand. But yeah, just so you know, these people are like Mr. Smiths, you know, they're just there to distract, to keep the program running. As long as you're distracted, you're not focusing on what the point is, which is gas pressure in this case, right?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so just ignore whatever this guy is saying in chat.
Okay. But where's the gas pressure in the Earth? Like, explain it to me, like, real quick. Because, you know, bro, like, my mother tongue is not English, you know?
Oh, that's okay. The reason why we have gas pressure on Earth is because there must be a container. Well, what that container is, I do not know. How to verify that container so that I can tell you what it specifically is, I do not know. Only thing I know from natural law is the medium we're residing in, which, you know, is the Earth I walk upon, needs to be contained. Just the same as the oceans are contained. You would agree that we can observe oceans being contained, right? They sit.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's the same with air. The air must be contained.
Yeah, with atmosphere,
like
it's being pulled towards the ground by gravity. That's how it works.
But the problem is this is going against natural law. There is no demonstration of something like this that works. You cannot have gas pressure without containment because the word pressure would completely fall flat if there isn't a container. That is the issue.
Huh.
But the globe would claim, in this case, that you have pressure without containment, which is the necessitum to call it pressure in the first place.
Do you think atmosphere is a gas pressure?
Of course. We have gas pressure, otherwise we wouldn't be breathing right now.
Okay. Yeah, but gravity is just holding it on the ground. That's how it works.
How?
So what is gravity? When you say that, what do you mean by gravity? Define gravity.
Oh my god. Okay, it's basically how mass attracts mass, you know? I'm using my own head, you know?
Massive. Well, good. I would hope you're using your head, and not, you know, your neighbors or something.
I don't need Google for this.
Good. That's wonderful.
So
Mass attracting
mass.
Yeah.
Has been superseded by the Einsteinian.
Was it like over 100 years ago? Something like that.
Yeah, it's not even what they claim right now. Anyways, just here to what I'm gonna do now is do you a favor. Just listen to Michio Kaku.
What?
Were you aware that been superseded?
Bro, you're gonna let me listen to something? No.
Yeah.
No, I'm not gonna listen to anything. I wanna hear from you. And
okay. No, it just makes it. Do you know who Michio Kaku is?
What?
Michio Kaku. Okay, this guy right here, Michio Kaku. 1 second, that's the German Wikipedia. Okay, let me get the English Wikipedia. So this guy right here. So Michio Kaku is an American physicist, science communicator, futurologist, and writer of popular science. He is a professor of theoretical physics at the City College of New York and the Kani Graduate Center. Kaku is the author of several books about physics and related topics, and he made a frequent appearance on radio, television, and film. He is also a regular contributor to his own blog, as well as other popular media outlets. And for his efforts to bridge science and science fiction, he is a 2021 Sir Arthur Clarke Lifetime Achievement Award, whatever that means. Anyway, he's a very important guy for the heliocentric model. A lot of books about space and so forth. So let's listen to what this guy says about gravity, okay? It's real quick. It's not gonna hurt you, okay? Hopefully.
First of all, we have the theory of gravity. Gravity keeps you on this floor. Gravity attracts everything around its vicinity to create gravity around the Earth. Or, as we say in our astronomy courses when we teach our kids, gravity sucks. Gravity sucks evenly. It pulls everything to the center. But then Einstein gave us a different picture. Gravity doesn't suck at all. We tell our students, we lied to you. Gravity does not pull you to the floor. Space pushes you down. Why are you sitting in your chair today? Does gravity pull you to the floor? No. There is no such thing as gravitational pull. We lied to you.
Insane. Okay, for me, it just sounds like yep, to be honest.
Okay, so one more. Do you know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Bro, I don't really care, man. I just wanna hear from you. That's it. I don't fucking wanna listen to anything.
Well, if you believe in the globe right now, these are the So these are the representatives of the heliocentric belief. These are famous scientists on TV making claims. So this guy, Neil deGrasse Tyson, listen to what he. So listen to what he says about gravity. Oh, sorry, that was the wrong one. 1 second. This one.
What is gravity?
You have no idea. Okay, next question.
Wow.
No, here's the difference. We can describe gravity. Okay. We can say what it does to other things. We can measure it, predict with it. But when you start asking, like, what it is, I don't know.
Great, honest answer, Neil.
Yeah, apparently he says he can measure it. He can know the definition, but just doesn't know what it is. He knows what it does. All that shit.
Yeah. So you said though gravity is mass attracting mass. That was your understanding. Were you aware that was the latest take on it, or?
I mean, I would probably change it, but I don't really care.
No. Were you aware? Were you aware that that's its current definition, followed by and taught by academia?
Yeah.
A lot of people don't, so I'm not. It's not like you're dumb type shit. I'm just seriously asking if you knew that, because a lot of people don't know that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, a lot of people know that. So when they talk about stuff relating to gravity, they'll just use the word and throw it in there with science, and then boom, that's the explanation. But like you said, over 100 years ago, Einstein he deaded the mass attracting mass shit. So if you are a believer in the heliocentric model, that's not what it is. Did you know what Einstein said gravity was? The one who updated it. Okay. Well, he said that gravity is it's not a force. It's space-time, basically.
Oh, I think I've heard of it. Maybe.
Like you said, we lied to you.
Yeah.
You lied to me? Okay, insane.
Yeah. So, you said that gravity was the reason. The gas pressure doesn't need a container. So, I guess the main question would be, Can you explain how that works? Like,
Bro, isn't the atmosphere the container itself? And
are you asking
gravity
me?
keeping
Or
it.
I'm asking you.
No, I'm just like, yeah, trying to explain, you know.
Okay.
So
I'm sorry. Say that again?
atmosphere is the container itself, and gravity is keeping it on the Earth, basically.
The atmosphere is the container.
Yeah, apparently. I mean, I don't
How
know.
big is it? How big? You know, like the dimensions of it, roughly.
Dimensions.
Yeah, the dimensions of a
Atmosphere.
container. A container has a certain volume, a certain amount of area.
Yeah, I mean, I guess when the atmosphere ends, it's the end of the container. Like outside of it, it's just space and really low pressure area. You know.
There's space container or the atmosphere is space. So you do know how big it is, how much space, the volume of it. Like our
I don't know.
atmosphere, because they gave us dimensions on the sphere that they say Earth is. So you know how the dimensions of the atmosphere container is?
Dimensions? Like what are they called?
Yeah, the amount of area, the size of the atmosphere container. You said.
Yeah, apparently I don't know the numbers, but I know that I just learned them in school, you know. So I just
You
know a
know where
little
it
bit.
ends. You told us you know where it ends, but you don't. Got it.
When did I say I know where it ends?
You said where the atmosphere ends.
Yeah, that
That was
where
you.
it ends is the end of
Yeah,
the
where's that?
container. I don't know.
Yeah.
Like I don't know the numbers. That's what they said, but it's somewhere
But
there.
that's what it is.
So you know
It's
where it
that.
is. You don't know where it is.
Yeah, I can search it up, you know, and I just
So
give you the number.
the container of the atmosphere is the atmosphere. That's yeah. I mean, I guess that makes sense.
Yeah, apparently it does.
Yeah.
Gravity is the reason it's sticking to the ground.
See, you said gravity again. Then explain what the gravity is to me. Are we talking
Do you
about?
think, bro? Do you think gravity doesn't exist?
That's not what I asked you. You're telling me a reason. You're giving me, an explanation, and I'm just asking. Can you clarify instead of just saying gravity? Because before you said that
I
you
mean,
thought it was
for me,
something that the current model dated over 100 years ago. So I think established that. So I'm just can you kind of explain, because when you go back to saying gravity, you're basically just fucking gonna have to go through this again. Like I don't.
I mean, yeah, gravity for me is like is the force that pulls
It's
objects
starting to
toward each
sound
other.
more like a religion than a anything to do with quote unquote science.
Religion.
Art zeal. Chanting.
I'm an
Basically,
atheist.
you believe in.
Zealotry. Claim stacking. Belief.
Yeah. You believe in
Business.
something that you can't really explain, or is very mistaken on.
Yeah, I haven't done much research about it. I'm just using my own brain. But
Using your own brain.
There's people who can explain, you know.
Right.
But
How many
I am
times?
learning.
How many times in the past couple minutes have you realized you really don't know shit about what you tried to say you had an answer for? At least three
How many
times,
times?
right? At least 3 times, right?
More like
Yeah,
one.
why didn't you have an answer for their ridiculous questions? What's wrong with you?
Yeah,
Who's this?
exactly. He's got it. Background's got it.
Yeah, what's ridiculous about him, Kalam?
Oh, they're just prepared. It's like a script.
How they're just prepared. Which one do you have? Are you taking issue with?
Give me one.
No, you're the one talking about them.
Everything you guys
Which
say is
one
some
are you
prepared
taking issue
bullshit
with?
script.
For example?
Everything.
Okay. Your TDS is showing, Kalam. I'll let you simmer down.
Are you upset?
No, I was asking you what you were talking about.
Set of scripts.
Bro, why did
Yeah,
he
he's
get?
not even
Did he leave?
listening to his current the last 3 minutes.
Bro, did he get kicked or he just left me?
He left. He does it all the time. He runs away. He's coping.
Man. Yeah, I was already waiting for some help, you know. I'm kidding.
Nah, you're good, man. I mean, if you're being genuine, you sound like you're not being a dick, you know. So, which is cool. But I mean, the whole point of this isn't. It's not like us to debate with people. It's more so people that are genuinely interested, pointing out
Yeah.
how it's, if you use your own brain, you can start to kind of put shit together, and just by what you've been taught, which is an amazing part. You can use the knowledge they gave us since we're starting at 6 years old up until now, and you can use that to show that they've been fucking full of shit on a lot of things. I just find it interesting, especially math. Math's a great one. Love math. Always did. Always did. So, do you believe in the whole spiel? The Earth's a globe, and we're spinning and hurling through space.
Yeah.
Okay. You just believe it, though, right? There's no you can't say. Excuse me. You can't say that you
Yeah,
know.
like I haven't measured it myself. I haven't been to
Yeah.
space and seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I don't know. It just
That would be
seems logical for me. If the Earth is spinning, you know.
okay. Logic. I love logic.
Yeah, spinning around the sun. I mean,
Okay.
also just makes
Are you,
sense.
so it does make sense. So all right. So are you familiar with how it works? Like, are we spinning? So we're spinning, right? Are we going around the sun, or is the sun going around us?
We're going around the sun.
Okay. What about the moon? Is the moon going around us? We're going around the moon.
Moon is going around us.
The moon's going around us. How fast is that spinning? Or is it spinning?
The moon.
Yeah.
Apparently, it always has one face towards us. You know?
Apparently, it's not.
Okay. Okay. Apparently,
Apparently
it's not. If it only has one face.
Apparently, he says.
So curiously enough, so how far away from the Earth would astronauts have to be to actually see it fucking all blurry, spinning and shit?
Spinning it.
No, not spinning it. How far would you have to be from Earth to see it spinning?
Why does it matter? Is the question.
No, because I'm asking you questions.
Like it
related.
really doesn't matter. You just have to be somehow stationary, like
Because
not
that's what
moving
we're
with
talking
the
about.
atmosphere.
Why it matters is because that's what we're talking about, bro.
Right. It does matter because you said you believed in, so I want to see if you actually know
basically,
what you're saying you believe in.
Yeah, you have to be outside
From their
of the
point.
atmosphere. So you won't be spinning with the Earth. So you can like actually be stationary and see and observe the Earth spinning, basically.
Okay. What
That's
about
that's what's
okay? What about the other planets? They're spinning, or any of them not spinning like the moon?
They're probably spinning. I don't know. I don't know about that.
That's good. I don't know.
I mean, they are because I've been taught.
You don't know, but they are because you've been taught.
Yeah. I mean, why would they lie to us? Like, what's like millions and trillions of
But
people?
why would a liar lie?
Yeah,
No,
just
dude.
wasting like trillions of dollars for a lie that like gives nothing to someone. Literally nothing. There's no point of lying.
There's no point of lying. Jesus Christ. I mean, I didn't even want to discuss the lying. I think that's a rhetorical thing to say. Why would somebody lie? I don't know. Why would a liar lie?
I mean, what would you get for lying about the shape of the Earth? What's the whole
motive?
point?
So listen. So if I come home and my fucking my brother's dead, right? Somebody killed him. Do you think what's more important? Like that he's dead, or you want to figure out why the person fucking decided to kill him? Like, are they still guilty of killing him, or do I need to know why they decided to kill him for him to have actually gotten killed? Do you not see like
What?
the
Nah, man.
rhetoricalness in that train of thought?
Bro,
Why?
I don't understand.
That might be too involved for Artesial.
Bro, I don't understand the comparison.
I know you don't understand. It's too much for you. Let me ask you a question real quick to boil it down. Do you not think a propaganda film has ever been made?
Wait, say it again.
Do you not think that propaganda films have ever been made?
I think they have been made.
And why did someone make those?
So for a person to have power and manipulate others.
Yeah, to sow the seed of a lie.
Apparently,
right?
yeah, I guess.
So you're figuring out quite easily why people would be led astray. Yet when it comes to this, you're in disbelief.
Yeah, because it's like
Okay, well, your appeal to incredulity is not logical. It's not It's not logically worthy for the discussion.
It's not
It's
logical.
just you're appealing to your own disbelief.
Because I don't believe that
you can't believe that such a lie would be told.
Yeah.
Okay, that's where you're left.
I see. Wait, I need to think. I need to use my brain, you know, to get some good answers for you guys.
Yeah.
I mean, actually, there's nothing to think about. Like,
They told us all the same story. No matter you're across the pond, I'm over here. They told us all the same story. Why they told us all the same story, I could speculate for ages. Don't act like there isn't a reason.
Okay. Well, tell me, it's like
to demand the reason from us, though, is absurd as well.
Okay.
Yeah, the importance.
I'm not omniscient. I'm not the one who told the lie. I didn't.
Yo, I'm getting 2v1. That's insane. I need teammates. Yeah, man, bring a Globalists here. Man. Like, holy shit. Man.
You say why it's not important or whatever you said before, and it's just, what are you doing? I mean, curiosity.
What are you asking?
I love the entertainment answer. No, I said, what made you come into the room and engage?
Into the room. I've been here like almost every day. I'm just trying to figure out like why you guys think it's flat.
So
and that's
exactly.
It.
So
That's basically.
You keep coming back and whatnot. So if you've already basically decided, it seems impossible for them to want to lie. Chalk it up, man. You pretty much, that's that. What do you keep coming back for?
Bro, I didn't say I was talking like all the time I come back. Like most of the
but listening even, that would mean
yeah, listening. I was trying to understand like if there's like
Okay, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. You said you were bored by the silence. What is it you were hoping? What is it you've heard in the past that you were hoping to hear today?
Bro, what?
You said you were bored. It's boring in here. No one's. What kind of conversations pique your interest?
My interest
that occur in here.
If there's like two people, like for example, not you and the other guy, just like all screaming over me. This is like boring, and this is just a dumb argument.
Yeah, correct. We're all entertained by this. It's better than radio. It's radio of old. It's the perfect radio station.
So I'm just here listening to one-on-one actual like arguments. Both persons trying to debunk each other. With their own,
okay, so what's the best globe argument you've heard to this point, and what's the best flat argument?
Flat argument. Probably that you see it, you just observe it as a flat plane. And yeah.
Yeah. Observing nature points towards, like, for example, water. You look at water, when at rest, at its surface, it's flat. So yeah, that's a big one against the globe.
Because it seems flat.
Because you can measure the surface of water to be flat.
You can measure it? Okay,
Sure.
show me.
Well, you can do it yourself. I've given this example 1,000 times.
yourself.
Take a fish aquarium, let the water evaporate, and then measure you'll have a water line, literal, of calcium or salt. Measure it from the top to the bottom. And you'll be hard pressed to ever show any example of water at its surface curving to match up to the sphere. We're not in La La Land anymore. We don't have to fool ourselves into saying, "Oh yeah, the water is flat."
I love how military pilots and whatnot, and the Navy. They're all taught to treat the Earth as stationary, not moving, flat.
Okay. But do you think water can curve?
Can water curve?
Like the drop? Yeah, we've seen meniscuses in glasses. I've seen dew droplets on grass. Sure.
Yeah. Okay, I've just seen a few flat earthers who think it doesn't curve.
Yeah, but you can't use the example of the water tension of a dewdrop as the same for the curvature of all the water, the oceans and the seas, because of currents, temperatures, waves, wind. That would break any type of surface. That bubble would burst. That droplet would. Yeah, you can't use surface tensions of a dewdrop. Many have.
No puddles curving.
Okay.
It rests.
So you observe the Earth to be flat.
I mean, do you take issue with water seeking level? Do you not experience that?
What does it mean?
Well, just the very nature of water. Have you ever been around water? Been to a pool? Been in a bathtub? Filled up a glass?
Of course.
I mean, you've seen if you have a glass of if you have your coffee mug in your car and you're driving around, going around a curve, you see what the water does.
What do they use in the actual level tools? What is it? Is that water? Is that what they use? It's another type of liquid.
Bro, what? Oh my
god!
People depend on the very nature of water in order to level things out. Is what I'm trying to get to.
Yeah. Always seeks its level.
Yeah, how did it become so controversial that water seeking a water seeking level? I mean, am I in the Twilight Zone or what's going on?
I mean, it just has to get level because it's.
Welcome to flat Earth.
Why wouldn't level work? What does level mean in globe for you?
What level means in globe isn't what level is in reality. It's an imaginary equidistant from a center of a sphere. But we know the nature of water. If you observe the nature of water here in reality, not in La La Land, in the real life, outside of the imaginary, that the water's not doing that.
It's not. It
doesn't matter what we would call it. What? Okay. Now, so when do you experience water doing anything but seeking level?
Probably never.
Okay.
Right.
Maybe on a dewdrop, like we said, on a blade of grass.
I mean, yeah, most of the time, like in a pool or in the sea, it's always
it's flat. The water's flat. That's not controversial up until this flat Earth conundrum. The globalists have to say, "Oh, it's curving." It's what we would expect to see. Can I measure it? No, but in a bathtub, I would expect to see 4 nanometers of curvature. And have you seen that? No, but it's what I would expect. They're nuts.
So you haven't seen the sea curve, and that's why I think it's flat.
Oh, I've seen
What?
waves.
I see.
See what I did there?
No, man. I'm
How many
blind.
times can we say "see" in sentences? Come on, let's see it. Let's see what we can do.
You have a problem with this, man?
And then you have examples of like the Suez Canal, which is connecting two ports, both at sea level. That's 120 miles with no locks. So you have a ditch with water in it, and you've acknowledged that it's just a big swimming pool. The water's flat, but you have to imagine that it's curving. So it's right there for you to see.
I wonder how many 1 mile long level bodies of water it takes to make a globe, or even 3/4 a globe.
Earth is really big. Like that's the point. That's why you
Yeah,
cannot.
but it's not a mirror ball. It's not a disco ball.
Yeah, it's bigger. It's way bigger.
Yeah, it's bigger than a disco ball. Yeah, it doesn't. It's a sphere. A spheroid isn't composed of 1 mile flat slabs or 120 mile flat slabs, which is what the Suez Canal is. And you have all kinds of other flat features on the Earth, salt flats, all over the world.
Flats.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, but the whole thing about water curving should be a red flag for you, but you haven't allowed that to sink in.
Yeah, it's taking a while, you know. Yeah, bro, I'm like speaking 4 different languages. Like, I'm not American.
Yeah, your English is very impressive. I'm not. You're following along just fine. You only get it's amazing you're able to follow along the intricacies of the language at all. I mean, well done.
I mean, thanks, I guess. I'm trying my best to understand what's going on.
Yeah, if I was in Europe, all I would be able to do is get to the library and the hospital. Zutalor.
No way. Okay. So you cannot see the curve here. That's because the Earth is really big. If you go high up, then you will see it. Would it make
Is that
sense?
a fact? That's a fact? Or are you asking?
That's a fact. Matter of fact, I've seen it myself.
Alright, how high up in the air were you? What was that?
10,000 meters, I guess.
10,000 meters?
Wait, let me see.
You're in a plane, basically?
Yeah.
You saw the Earth curving?
Yeah. My dad took a picture of the outside, and then I had drawn a line, like a straight line, and apparently there was a little curve already happening that way, how it was supposed to be.
What were you were looking like the outside the window of the plane, like to your left,
Yeah.
to your right?
I was watching outside. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's usually how I see the horizon.
Would you say was it you, Neil deGrasse Tyson? You know who he is, right? He was playing a clip of him before.
Oh yeah.
So, you know, the scientist, you know, preacher, pope, whatever. I mean, according to him, you can't see the curve of the Earth, even 3 times the height of that.
I see.
So what would you tell him? Like, would you just tell him, nah, fuck you, Neil, I saw the curve, let's fight about it if you want? Would you tell him some shit like that? Or would you just tell him, you know, he's a liar. You're lying. Just fucking...
I mean, I kind of believe him because, like, the curvature was so fucking, what's the word? Microscopic.
Minuscule, so minuscule, right?
Nah, it was so small.
Tiny. Yeah, it's so small, tiny, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
The chat is going crazy. Okay, yeah. I mean, the fact that the Earth is spinning and it's spinning around the sun. It like makes sense perfectly for me.
The Earth's spinning, it makes sense. You can feel. Can you feel it right now? It feels like you're
You know
spinning.
what a fact is, right?
Yeah, if you drive a car like 100 miles an hour, can you feel it? No, you don't. Man.
Yeah, but all
Yeah,
right.
you
So all
can.
right,
Yeah,
perfect.
false
Perfect.
equivalence.
Now what? No. What if you're in convertible? Then can you feel it? That you're moving at 100 miles an hour in a car with the fucking top off, open system.
What?
If you drive 100 miles an hour in
Oh, when your
but I'm
windows are open.
constantly
You mean?
turning.
Now what if you're yeah? What if you're on a merry-go-round and in a convertible going 100 miles an hour?
Okay.
God bless you if you can stay awake more than fucking 10 seconds.
Yeah,
Yeah, it's a false equivalence anyways, because you know the car is moving. So how is it you know for a fact? You said fact that Earth is spinning. How
I
did
mean,
that
imagine if you
make
wake
that
up
a
in a
fact
car,
for us?
you wouldn't
No,
know.
how do you know that's a fact that the Earth is spinning?
Because the sun is going down and rising
Well, that
up.
would be the sun. That would be the sun moving.
Now the Earth is spinning because sun's mass is so much bigger.
Okay, so is it a
it's the one being
fact, or is
stationary.
is it a fact, or is that what the story? Is
It's
that
just
what
what
is unfolding in the story? Because so far, all you have is just circular reasoning.
It's just what makes sense for me. That's what I
Okay,
see.
makes sense. So instead of saying the fact that, you should say, well, it makes sense to me that the Earth is spinning because. No need to preface it with fact.
Yeah. But would it make sense if the Earth is spinning?
Yeah,
That's the reason for day and night. Like, is it logical for you?
Well, no, because if that's what was causing day and night, we would have 12 and 12. Day and
Why?
night. Well, because
The
if
Earth
that's
is,
what's causing day and night, being lit from a 93 million mile distant star.
Uh-huh.
Have you ever spun a basketball and shown a flashlight on it?
Yeah. Wait, give me a second.
No, you haven't. Stop lying, dude.
It's not as deep in the basketball as you think. Yeah, you're not going to be able to learn in the next 10
Bro,
seconds.
my dad was talking to me. I'm sorry.
Okay, no
Okay, what did
problem.
you say?
Anyways, yeah, you're kind of putting the cart before the horse with the fact that the Earth is spinning. When you told us that you watched the sun move away.
Move away. Wait. By the way, I'm leaving in 1 minute, but I will probably be back. So, what did you say again? Can I answer real quick?
Nothing. I was just. You pointed out that you see the sun move away at nighttime.
Move away. Yeah, I mean
go bye.
Yeah, it's called sunset.
Yeah, and then you're the one that tells us, well, that's because fact that Earth is spinning. So I was just asking you, without using circular reasoning, how do you know it's a fact that that's occurring? That the Earth is indeed spinning?
It's because of what I've seen, like in satellites, with satellite pictures, I mean.
Yeah, I'd like to see those.
And that's what I want to say.
You must have a low standard of evidence.
You said you think the
Yeah,
day and
maybe
night
bring
would go
those back
12 and
next
12.
time.
You said you saw a spinning from the satellite? I misheard you. I had to misheard you. That's what you said?
That you think if the Earth was spinning, like the day and night would go 12 and 12. Like 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night.
Well, if that's what you're telling me creates daytime, the spinning Earth.
Yeah.
You have a spinning ball, and then you have a distant light source, a 93 million mile distant star.
Okay.
That's your story.
I mean, the Earth is tilted. I said it last time too, like 2 days ago. Like towards the sun. I mean, it might not be towards because Earth is going around the sun.
The evidence of
That's how seasons work, and that's how the amount of day and night
this is all
change.
circular reasoning.
You're making a lot of claims right now.
Yeah, perhaps look
Yeah,
into
I'm saying
circular reasoning in between
listen.
now and your next visit.
That's what just makes sense for me. That's what I wanted to say, basically.
Yeah, that's what makes
the
sense to the masses.
satellite would be spinning the same speed,
Yeah, it can spin if it's in the atmosphere, but you can, outside the atmosphere, you can put it to be stationary, so it wouldn't move. Like, that's how you see the Earth spinning.
You see the Earth spin? I don't see the Earth spinning from a satellite.
Yeah, I don't. Me neither.
Can you pull what you just said?
There's
Just
satellites
you
that
see
are
the Earth
stationary,
spinning.
that has been that
It could be the language thing, so I'll give you that. But did you say you see the Earth spinning from the satellite? That's how you see the Earth spinning from the
Yeah,
satellite.
that's what I said. Wait, anyway, I have to go. Like, really quick.
All right, we'll come back. I want a little clip of the Earth spinning from
I see.
a satellite point of view, please, because that'll
Okay.
fucking give me a pulsar or some shit.
Yo, real quick, can I get you retards to go out and buy Dogecoin so it can pump up? I'm really riding on this heavy.
No
No, but
unsolicited
let me get your
investment advice.
sister's number.
Thanks, Jojo. Your cope is noted.
God
Let me
damn
get your
it!
sister's number, though, dude.
A little bit of a rough start there, Artizial, but good appearance. Well done. Yeah, you can carry on, Doja, if it's on topic, if you have anything else to say. God, I muted you.
I was just talking about.
Oh, yeah, you prefaced with, well, you retards or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, and then Dogecoin.
Well, yeah.
Dogecoin is.
That's on topic, yeah. There's probably other servers better for cryptocurrency talk. I guarantee you.
Yeah, but I kind of need you all to be buying Dogecoin.
You're a goofball.
Is there anyone here who's capable of holding a conversation that involves intellectual honesty instead of memes and spam of emojis like in the text chat?
There's a lot of valuable memes out there, Imbo.
Is this the intellectual elite of the Flat Earth community?
Huh?
Are those people spamming memes the intellectual
I don't
elite
know.
of the Flat Earth community?
I'm sure kings and royalties have been exchanging cartoons for ages.
Mm-hmm.
Don't the hyper intellects have their own favorite cartoons in the New York Times?
I don't think so.
Oh, they're too busy on the crossword.
Yeah, I think that cartoons are produced for people who aren't very smart.
Yeah, but cartoons with captions, sometimes a picture's worth 1,000 words, as they used to say.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Picture 1,000 words.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think that is the case in the context of science.
Yeah, but it's a meme.
Yeah,
think of all the great Gary Larson cartoons of the past that were based on scientists and people like that.
Yeah, the problem with a meme, which isn't like a humoristic type, but rather a type that is supposed to make a point in the topic of science, is the fact that science usually involves very complex topics, and a meme from definition
Well, yeah.
has to
So
reduce a
not
very
all
complex
memes
topic.
not all memes are created equally.
Yes, some are worse, and some are even worse than the previous
Some are
ones.
poignant, some are off topic, some have nothing to do with anything. Some you see and it makes sense later.
Yeah, my point is that
we're just talking about whether the Earth is a ball. Anyways, it's not so much science.
I would say
which meme gets your goat the most? Maybe we can evaluate based on that. Based on what you don't like about a meme, maybe we can get to the crux of your thought process. So next time you see one next time that's a real bee in your bonnet, why don't you screenshot it and post it?
Yeah, recently there was posted a meme that is probably the worst flat Earth meme I've ever seen. If you want, we can talk about it.
The worst flat Earth meme ever. Yeah.
Yes.
I'm sure we could discuss that for ages, and then some of those flat Earth memes that you deem the worst might not even be made by a flat earther. Ever think about that?
Well, it was posted by a flat earther.
Well, labels. Anyway, next time you see one that gets under your skin, why don't you screenshot it and we'll go through it.
Yeah, I saved it. It was so good that I even saved it and I posted it.
Yeah, Ember was referring to me.
No, you're only just one of the people who do that. It's just like a hive mind. You have many people that are just doing the same thing, just spamming memes and emojis. You're not like the only one doing that.
Well, the problem is with that I don't a lot of memes. I understand what it's saying, but I don't know the original context and what it was posted. But this whole idea that you guys have of when you guys look to provide evidence that the Earth is in motion, you immediately go to something that you already know is in motion. So that's a problem. I know there's more being addressed in that meme, but that's a problem from the get-go. And the fact that you guys don't see that, there's nothing that can be said to you.
Would
you know it if you were moving in a car, a train going 100 miles per hour? Well, you know damn well the train's moving, or else you wouldn't have used it for the example. We're just asking, is the Earth moving? How is it you guys are so sure? Without using circular reasoning.
Well, I don't think these examples like a train are supposed to prove that the Earth is moving. They are supposed to prove that the arguments it isn't moving are stupid. Like that you should feel it, and obviously we have demonstrations of things that are moving very fast, and yet you don't feel it.
Okay, so how do you know that you can categorize the Earth as one of these things that are also moving very fast, so you wouldn't feel it? Because you know the car's moving, you know the train's moving. How is it you know the Earth is moving?
You know, there are very easy tests to do that. For example, the ring laser gyroscope.
Knew that was coming.
15 degrees per hour drift.
Embo, you said the Earth is in motion. Did you say that?
Yes, I just said it.
Embo, the Earth is not in motion. It's stationary, completely dead still. It's not moving.
Prove that.
You already know this.
Prove that. That's circular reasoning.
Embo, you already know this. Stop being silly now. You're much smarter than this. You're not stupid.
Stop gaslighting, my dude. Gaslighting is not a type of argument. I mean, it
No,
could.
Embo, I'm talking to you like a human being. You're smart. Stop being stupid. Come on now.
Okay, prove that it's in motion, right?
Embo,
If it's so, bro,
Embo,
if
you
it's
already
so
know
obvious,
this.
if it's so
obvious.
obvious. Okay. Let's even take that
No, Embo,
argument.
you can't come up with excuses. You already know you're walking on the surface every day.
No, I'm not coming up with excuses, and the fact you're constantly interrupting me proves you have a meltdown.
I'm not
and that
melting.
you're a mental child. Yeah, you're a mental child. This is how a child would react if an adult had a normal conversation with a child. Child cannot do that.
Embo,
no, TV knows it too. No, TV knows it too.
Okay, let's even for the sake
He's
of
running a game on you. Your guys' discernment skills about what occurs around you is limited. I hate to break it to y'all. Can't even tell when you're being trolled by one of your own.
No, I know.
You guys are coping so hard, left with this whole idea when the rubber hits the road, there is nothing for you to point to. Ring laser gyroscopes. But yeah, all you guys have are trains already in motion to point to.
I am aware that guy is a troll. That's why I'm asking.
Yeah, he was trolling you.
Yeah,
because he was mocking the obviousness of the stationary nature of our existence.
Okay,
he's coping.
So let's even for the sake of argument assume that it's true, that it's so obvious that everyone knows it. If it's so obvious, then it would be infinitely more times more easier to point out the reason why you know that, right? Because it's so obvious. Like for example, the sky is blue. That's a very obvious statement. If someone asks you for the proof, then you can just point out at the picture of the sky, for example, or just tell them to look outside, look at the sky.
Okay, well, Neil deGrasse Tyson, he says that a field goal of 40 yards in length in American football, when kicked, it has to deal with the curvature of the Earth, the spinning of the Earth beneath it as it's aloft. Okay, that's the high priest. Yet in reality, you can watch a helicopter. A helicopter could hover for an hour and land right back down on the pad that it lifted off from.
Oh, that's bullshit. What he said.
It is not bullshit. Which part was bullshit?
Yeah, the deflection that Neil deGrasse Tyson claimed on the ball.
Okay, but that's your pseudoscience. Why is your pseudoscientist promoting such bullshit on more than one occasions?
Probably because it was outside of his field of expertise, and he's more of like
that is his field of expertise. The outer space mythology.
He's an astrophysicist.
Oh, you're telling me an astrophysicist doesn't have a good handle on the motion of Earth?
Probably not when it comes to like.
Probably not. Okay, see, Embo, shake yourself, bro.
He can have a good idea on how the forces work in general, but when it comes to
the reaches of the outer spaces work, but he has no idea what's going on beneath his feet. Got it.
Yeah, basically, because that's his area of expertise, right?
Great position.
Yeah, the difference between your position and my position is that I can actually show the math showing you're wrong, and the only thing you can do is point at the guy saying something and say that because he said something that must be right.
So is the Earth? How do you know the Earth's spinning then?
I already told you the ring
laser
gyroscope.
Okay, so dude, so you do agree with the Earth spinning beneath the field goal that's aloft, the ball that's kicked from foot in air.
Yes, but
is
not
the Earth
as
spinning
much
or is it not?
Again, yes, but not as much as he claimed. It wouldn't cause a significant drift.
Okay, well, a helicopter can hover for an hour and land right back down. So when does it start spinning?
Yeah, it starts spinning when you move in relation to the Earth. Then the Earth starts drifting beneath you, and the faster you are going,
Like a
and for
field
the
goal.
longer time. Yeah, like a field goal. And the faster you are going, and for
So
the
he
longer
wasn't.
time
So
you're going.
you said he was full of shit.
Yeah, he's full of shit because he
But
gave.
you agree with him. Got it. I'm glad to get that on the record.
No, I don't agree with the numbers. He gave too big numbers for the deflection.
Oh my god.
My point is that when something is obvious, then the argument for it being true isn't just saying, it's so obvious, you just know that. It's just pointing at the fucking thing because the thing is
that
so
guy
obvious.
was. As far as I could tell, that guy was trolling you.
Yeah, if the
He
only
was trying to mock. He was trying to mock us for pointing out the obviousness of stationary Earth.
Yeah, that's my point. If something is very obvious,
he was a globie. He was a globie. Are you not following? He was trolling you. He was trolling he was attempting to make a mockery of the entire discussion.
No, he's a flat Earth troll from Nathan Oakley's server. If the only argument for something you can give is that it's so obvious, then there's very, very high chance that it's actually that obvious.
Well, you're the one making the argument of it existing based on its vaguity.
No, I just said a very specific claim that a ring laser gyroscope demonstrates the Earth is spinning.
Thanks, Bob.
Rip Bob.
Yeah, so a helicopter, who needs the airlines? So just send helicopters up and let the Earth spin beneath it.
Yeah, you would need a helicopter that would be able to go very, very high, and such helicopters.
Oh, you just need to avoid the trees.
No, it's just the fact that helicopters don't.
You're dreaming if you're telling yourself that the Earth is spinning beneath a hovering helicopter. You're in La La Land.
It's spinning, but very, very little. The bigger deflection is, the higher you go.
Yes, rationalize it away. Tell us how much it isn't spinning to convince us that it's spinning. Got it.
So in order
You're in La La Land.
In order to actually see a significant deflection, you would need a helicopter that would be able to go very, very high, like to space, for example. And such helicopters don't exist.
Okay, yeah, space helicopters. Yeah, that makes sense. Got it. I knew we'd get there eventually.
Yeah, and they don't exist because they propel off the atmosphere, and that the atmosphere gets thinner, right? So a drift would be only detectable vertically on something like a rocket, for example, and they account for that. Ballistic rockets account for Coriolis.
Yeah, for the rec, just to catch everyone up, your space priest who tweets about this affecting field goals that you say is full of shit that you completely agree with, he would be shocked to know that it would need a space helicopter. He just has a pigskin showing the spinning of the Earth. Maybe you should correct him. Send him a tweet. Say that you don't need pigskin. You need space helicopter.
What does that have to do with anything?
There's a tweet that Neil
It has
deGrasse
everything to do with it.
like,
he threw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus.
Yeah, he tweeted like 8 or 9 years ago.
He said he's an idiot. He said he's a complete idiot. Then he ended up agreeing with him.
Yeah, he said that a
And
basketball
now
was
you're talking
affected
about
by Coriolis.
Why do you do that? Old Hasred, why do you do that?
Do
Why do
what? Bring up Neil deGrasse Tyson's old tweets? X? Because I think it's funny to hear you guys to hear you guys throw your high priest under the bus. Yes, I think it's funny.
That's not what I asked. That's not what I asked.
Oh, I know. You haven't got around to asking what you've been vague. Just like, why do I do what, Brenda?
As soon as Ambo starts
What is
talking,
it that I did?
And you did it again.
Oh,
why do you do that? Yeah,
well, you butted. It's probably the same reason you butted in a moment ago. Why do you do it?
No, I'm asking you.
Well, in that case, we were just speaking. You seem to be new to the conversation, so I was catching up to speed.
I'm not new to the topic.
Well, why were we talking about football then?
It was about Neil deGrasse Tyson's claim that Coriolis affected the trajectory of a football.
And do you agree with that?
Yeah.
It was a baseball.
Well, you're going to have to talk. This is why I interrupt, because just to make this a more productive discussion, you're going to have to talk to Imbo about that. He disagrees with the inflated pigskin claims, and he thinks you need a space helicopter. So carry on.
No, you're right. It was an American football. You're right.
Yeah, I don't know what you mean about inflated pigskin claims.
That's football.
Neil
so
deGrasse.
You think that football's good enough? Imbo thinks you need a space helicopter. Discuss.
That's not what he said.
It is indeed what he said.
No,
he
said that you'd need a space helicopter to notice the Earth moving beneath a helicopter. That's what he said.
No, he said he would need a space helicopter to show the move.
Yes.
The Earth is moving. Period.
Yes, what I just said.
No, you said you need a helicopter to show it's moving underneath a helicopter.
No, I didn't. I said you need a space. I said Ambo said.
Is Imbo right? Well, set him straight, Brenda. Set Imbo straight, because you realize that it could be shown by an inflated pigskin.
Yes, yes, that was right.
Well, talk to him. Talk to Imbo. He disagrees.
I don't disagree with him. Ambo said
he disagrees with you.
Ambo said that you need a space helicopter to see the Earth move underneath a helicopter. He wasn't talking about the football.
Yeah, and you agreed that all you need is a football.
No, I said I agree with
the tweet.
You can't follow a conversation, can you?
Brenda,
did you not agree with the tweet?
Brenda, take turns or you'll lose your turn. You need to be able to go back and forth.
I am taking turns.
You're tangled up.
Yeah.
Your disagreement is with Imbo because you agree with Neil deGrasse Tyson. Imbo does not. That's why he went to space helicopters.
Yeah, I don't know. I know what he said about helicopters. You said
now you do know.
You said that a helicopter would just have to hover in place and the Earth would move under it, right?
Well, if it's moving under a football, yeah.
And so what Embo said is you'd need a space helicopter to see it.
Oh my Lord! No, I think he was talking about running into things.
Did I? Is that what you said, Embo? Did I accurately?
Yes,
there you go, Hassel.
Okay, so what's the difference between What's the difference between a space helicopter and a football then, Embo? They're both aloft.
Yeah, the difference is
not
that
outer space helicopter.
The difference is that the greater deflection you get is dependent on how much you are moving in relation to the Earth, how long period, right? How long distance.
Well, I'm glad you said that because you disagree with what deGrasse Tyson says. Brenda agrees. So she thinks that you would see that deflection on a 40-yard field goal kick. Discuss.
A quarter of an inch.
Is that true?
Quarter of an inch over 40 yards. A helicopter has more hang time than that. It could be hours. If they're not moving,
Yeah,
just hovering.
it's on the record multiple times.
Yeah,
That
I
was
can
Neil
discuss
deGrasse
that if you
Tyson.
want, but I have to
You
make
guys,
sure
hey,
if that's a
Embo, hold on,
correct
listen.
interpretation of her claim.
Tyson had a series of football posts back then because the football was getting like it was everywhere. There was like this team that wasn't supposed to win, a huge upset victory. He was all in on how you can use football to demonstrate sports ball, how you can use sports ball to demonstrate the science and physics. Like here,
Yeah,
the
I
field goal.
screenshotted them, Imbo. I'll dig them up for you.
Yeah,
Well,
there's all kinds of posts he
show right
did with
up.
this.
So what Tyson actually said was that the field goal was assisted by the rotation, by the Coriolis, the rotation of
Yeah,
the
that's
Earth.
who won the game. He said the rotation of the Earth was MVP.
He said it assisted the field goal. Yeah.
Had it not, the kicker would have missed. But because
I don't know that he said that.
rotated, yeah, because if you watch the play, it hits the upright and then deflects into a good field goal. He said the only reason why it did that is because it spun the Earth, the uprights spun into position for him to deflect it. Otherwise, it would have missed. It would have been wide. But the field goal was high enough and long enough that the rotation of the Earth spun the uprights in the perfect position that it hit it and deflected in.
Yeah, and don't forget the orientation of the stadium, because he later, when he was doubling down, he later made mention of that. It's very dependent on the orientation of the stadium. But I'm
that's
digging
how
them
he
up
knew.
for you, Embo.
He knew the stadium faced south to north. He basically said, had the team kicked the other direction, they would have lost the game.
Yeah.
And I disagree with that.
Well, there you go.
So
like this is
if
a
it
good debate
made-
topic. You and Brenda
If it made
set
a
it up.
difference, if it made a difference, if it made a difference of what, 3/4 of an inch,
1/4 of an inch,
a 1/4 of an inch,
I think
that
so.
could make a difference. That could make a difference, couldn't it?
Yeah, so you have a good debate topic for you
All right.
and Embo. Set it up.
Yeah, my point isn't that it would make a difference or not. My point is that the numbers he gave, how much the deflection would be, is too much. I don't think that much deflection would happen over such a little distance.
Yeah, so you got the flat Earth point of view. The flat Earth point of view is that the Earth is practically used as flat and stationary. Brenda and Tyson have the point of view that anything you do. See, look, he changed his numbers over the years too. He said 1/3 of an inch and changed it to 1/2 an inch. He's like modified his answer over time.
It would depend on how fast the ball would be moving and in what direction, but it would never give you that much deflection.
Oh, I see why. He changed his answer because after he ran the numbers again.
Yeah, the one was a 50-yarder, the other was a 40-yarder. Yeah, he was busy that weekend or that month.
Yeah, because that was like 2 record-breaking field goals like in one game. That people like, holy shit, what is going on? Look at this dark horse. This random field goal kicker just completely changed the dynamics of sports ball.
You know what I find it's funny is I used to watch some, back in more leisurely times. I used to put on a golf tournament on the TV on the weekend. Never once did I hear the announcers or a caddy or a golfer mumbling to each other about the Coriolis and the Earth spinning beneath it and accounting for it.
Why would they?
Well, you have to when you kick a 40-yard field goal.
And how many yards?
If you hit a 40-yard golf shot, you're not on TV.
Yeah,
you're bombing the ball.
Yeah, if you're 40-yard golf swing, that's like mini putt, whatever they call that, putt.
Yeah. So I don't know why people would mention it because it's very small.
It's called duffing it. Well, because haven't you ever seen the ball? The pros, they'll send the ball way up in the air.
So it's a very small deflection.
There's.
Why did Darth mute you?
Now you're going to try to throw Neil deGrasse Tyson under the bus?
No.
You were championing him a moment ago. We know the deflections. All I was pointing out is these guys who can put the ball wherever they want to, the guys on TV on the weekends, they're treating Earth as stationary. Spoiler alert.
They don't have
You
to.
sound like
They
a
don't have
fucking
to.
retard. What are you yapping about?
Projection noted, Kalam Salam. Your TBS is showing.
They're not calculating the Coriolis effect, guys. That's why we know.
True, of course not.
You're late.
These field goal kickers don't go out there with a calculator.
That's what Tyson said they did. Tyson
says it
How can they
affects
be
every
on
field
TV
goal
if
after
they're not
40 yards. You have to really
Coriolis
account for it.
Yeah,
you guys are missing that your
literally everything you guys say sounds fucking stupid.
You guys are that is Tyson. We're quoting Tyson. So if we're quoting Tyson and you think it's stupid because the flat earther said it, what you're actually saying.
No, the fact that you misunderstand everything is the funny part.
No, it was word for word. I basically read out word for word what Tyson
No, you didn't. No, you didn't, Crit.
Okay,
He
Brenda,
said-
you're
he said-
gaslighting. I'm just going to kick you out. I'm just going to boot you out.
Yeah, you're a revisionist, Brenda, because you were just marching along with them a moment ago, and then until you saw the writing on the wall. Dishonest.
Yeah, dishonest gets there's a rule here. Blatant dishonesty gets you muted. Blatant dishonesty. You could see that the flat earthers, multiple flat earthers, have posted the exact same quote in Reddit. The problem is you've got competing globalists. You've got one globalist who says, yep, what Tyson says correct. Another globalist says, nope, Tyson's dead ass wrong. Another one came in here, just completely triggered, and said what Tyson says completely stupid. So you've got three globalists, none of them agree with each other, but they all seem to agree that the Earth is a globetard. This is contradictory. That is a deep-seated contradiction. Yeah, dude.
Why do you believe the Earth is flat?
I don't. It's not a belief system. I know it's flat. The
And
Earth
how do you know it's flat?
is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. The only logical conclusion would be flat. You could do the same thing for stationary too.
So he won't answer your question.
But that is the answer. Belief is not required. You can believe anything you want. I can believe the Earth is curved and rotating, but anytime I observe it, measure it, or use it, it will be flat and stationary. So it's not like
if
Oryx.
the United States government can't.
So it's not like Oryx in Warhammer 40K where I can just paint it red and suddenly now it spins. Like
How can there be a
something-
24-hour sun in Antarctica if the Earth is flat?
No, your claim was
How can there be a 24-hour sun if the Earth is flat in Antarctica?
Yeah. Well, show me this flat Earth you're talking about.
How can there be a 24-hour sun? I'm not
Show
talking
me
about
this
the
flat
Earth.
Earth you're talking about.
You're the one talking about flat Earth.
Yeah, I'm talking
asking
about the sun,
about
though.
the sun.
Yeah, you're talking about the sun.
See, that's
I'm
a
talking about
question
the
you
Earth.
can't answer, so you're going to spurg out.
No, you have to show what you're talking about.
The Earth is not flat. Man.
How can there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica?
Show me
How's
this
that
flat Earth
possible?
you're talking about.
How can there be a 24-hour sun in
Okay,
Antarctica?
same answer. You guys show me this
I didn't
flat
say
Earth
flat
you're
Earth.
talking about.
I didn't say flat Earth. I said, how can there be a 24-hour sun in Antarctica? That's all I said.
So go to a sun server.
What?
How could that be possible?
Yeah, go to you've got a question about the sun at a specific location. Well,
So
I
you
think
don't have an answer and you're deflecting.
Yeah, I'm not talking about the sun. There's my answer.
Yeah, I know. You can't answer it
Yeah, so why would you ask?
because it proves it.
Why would you ask if you know
easy,
I'm not
it's
talking
easy
about the
proof
sun?
of a round Earth and you get spurging out.
Well, then talk about
What
this
do you
round
know?
Earth then. Talk about the round
I'm talking
Earth.
about Antarctica. How can that be
Okay,
possible?
so you're talking about not the round Earth then.
He's going to say Antarctica's not real. That's what he's going to say.
Yeah, or you can't go there or something.
What you guys are doing, it's illogical.
You can
right?
go there all you want.
Great. They're saying because you don't give them an explanation, you don't have one. But this is illogical.
Dude, we have
Why
a
would you
million
guys say that?
explanations for round Earth.
Hold on.
Present when ready.
Your inference was completely illogical.
Yeah,
You said
Grim, don't worry
he's
about
not-
it.
The
Yo,
fact
I'm
that you
just saying,
can't answer a
because-
question is quite telling.
Then don't ask. See, I know you can't
You
answer.
can't answer it.
How is Australia real?
I know you can't answer questions. I know this. I don't believe it. I know
Bro,
it.
the
So
Christopher Columbus
therefore,
already proved the
I
Earth was
know
round.
not to ask you anything. It's logically consistent. You have no answers. Therefore, I know not to ask you anything. Meanwhile, you think the same thing of me, but you ask the same question over and over and over and over, and it doesn't matter what answer I give you. You'll take the answer, you'll adjudicate the answer, then say there wasn't an answer at the same time. Your worldview is deeply contradictory. It's so contradictory that direct actions.
Wait,
that
what would
you
change your
take-
mind about the flat Earth?
Yeah, hold on, dude. It's so contradictory that you can't even follow it from one sentence to the next, from one action
One
to the next.
hemisphere to the next, yeah.
So what would change my mind would it be like, show me this model that I should believe in. Let me see it.
If someone showed you a model, like what about that model would have to, there would have to be especially like poggers for you to believe it? Like what would be the
Let me
conditions
see.
there?
Like why? Why is this model better? Give me an alternative. Give me something that is, hey, here's the model, and this is why it's worthy of belief.
Yeah,
This is what
speaking
you-
of
What would make it worthy of belief? Like what would make it so poggers and pog shit?
We defeat. You would just.
No, but I'm asking like what would convince you as a flatter?
Probably
Yeah,
a
I
massive
just told
head
you.
injury.
Show me what you're talking about. Let's see it. Let's.
Well, I mean, evidently you aren't convinced because you've probably
Do
seen all the
a-
models out there. But like,
Splendid
suppose a new one
fucking
came
faggot.
out,
Even
like
if
a very
do a
special
show-
poggers model, a very skibbity model came out, a new one.
Just do a show and tell.
No, I don't even know. I think the Earth is flat. I don't think any new
Grim.
models do exist. But like, what would have to come
Grim.
out? Like, what would have to drop for you to change your mind?
I just told you. Give me something worthy.
I'm telling
of
you
changing
that
my
there
mind.
isn't a new model yet. But like, say next year a new model came out, new model dropped, and it was
Yeah, let's see it.
especially skibbity. Like, would you believe it?
I don't even know what skibbity means, so I would say
It means like exuberantly good.
Then why not just use that word?
Sure, if there were an exuberantly
Hold
good
on.
model,
Yeah, hold
like the
on.
Ohio one that came out next year.
Good.
Yeah,
Define
Grim,
what
you
that's
can't
gonna
use
look like.
slurs, okay? Don't. I know you're upset.
I
These guys
understand.
are pretty
I understand.
annoying. Okay.
I was
Brenda's
out of line.
waiting to report the channel. Anything even remotely TOS related, she runs to the moderators and starts reporting it. So don't give her anything to use. We gotta keep a very tight ship around here. It looks like the other two guys ran away. So all right. So Ray, yeah, you just saw it today. I went to this is why I go to other channels just to demonstrate how
Yeah, Darth muted you. He didn't like you.
Yeah.
What was that about?
because he's an atheist. He basically
No,
functions.
Darth Hawkins is not an atheist. You're confused. He is
No,
a
his
he's
world-
a theist. He's a Chad.
No, his
A Chad among
worldview.
Sigmas.
His worldview is he hates minority groups, and he
What?
he just picked a group that he assigns himself to that he thought is the winning team. He saw Christians as the majority. He's a tribalistic asshole. So he sees flat earthers, atheists. They're all in the same.
Oh, they're a
bucket.
different tribe.
Yeah, and he picked the winning team. So as soon as you say you identify as the losing team, he just says, yeah, you're a loser. Here's your mute. It was hilarious too, because I was agreeing with him. I was telling them that no
Right.
flat earther uses a biblical cosmology. He's like, oh, you're a flat earther. That's a mute. And the only reason why I opened my mic, because he's told me before that flat earthers are demonically possessed. They're
That's
not
crazy.
human.
How could he think that?
Yeah, he said that you've got demons inside you, and I don't want those demons in this chat. And I'm like,
Does he
wow.
believe in demons?
Yeah,
Do you believe in demons?
no.
Why not?
Yeah, there'd be a supernatural entity that would. How would
But they're in
you
the
prove-
Bible.
Can I talk?
How would
Can
you
I
prove?
talk?
No, you
Dude,
can't.
you can talk as long as you want to listen. As soon as you stop
Yeah.
listening, you stop talking.
Yeah, your smarmy little act is more transparent than you realize, Rita Fee. Your little
Thank you.
contrarian.
Thank you, Pookie.
Your little pause. Why not? Why not? It's in the Bible. You're a little poisoning the well, a little
Oh, you're
pseudo-intellectual
so
act.
sad. I'm
It's
sorry.
quite transparent, bro.
Old,
No, I
I'm
pity
sorry
the
your life's
fool.
been like that. Do you want a hug?
No, I pity
The
the
Earth is
fool.
not flat.
No, see,
The Earth is
Redefy,
not
the problem you have when you say you're
100%.
atheist is you're in direct conflict with all of NASA. Every single person who's been to space had a deeply religious experience. They call it the overview effect. They took a Bible to the moon. They broke communion on the moon. They said the first people ever to space read from the Bible. They gave
I hear you.
Apollo. Okay, so when you say, "Hey, your read of the Earth and of space drove you into atheism," that is in direct conflict with the people who
Right.
presented you this information. How are they lying and not lying to you at exactly the same time? The same information you
Right.
would have to claim has both lies and truth mixed into it.
That's impossible.
You could say, well, no, it's some sort of subjective take.
It's not possible for people to lie
hold
and tell
on.
the truth.
Yeah, no, it is because they've got some sort of subjective take. America, right? There's something wrong with the American experience as to why all these astronauts are all Christian conservatives. But then the problem you have is that at the very beginning, heliocentric is the Catholic Church creation myth. Big Bang, brought to you by Catholic Church. Nicholas Copernicus, Catholic.
Right.
Newton, Catholic. None
It
of the
basically proves
information.
Catholicism is real.
So you could wave away all the astronauts, all the space photos. You could wave that away as some kind of outlier because of Americanism, but you wouldn't be able to do that for very long because this, you say conspiracy, this global conspiracy to push the globalist agenda ties, all roads lead back to the Catholic Church.
They do. That's the saying. All roads lead back to the Catholic Church. That's the saying.
Yeah, all roads lead to Rome.
No, it's the Catholic Church, which is Rome.
Yeah, which is Rome. Yeah.
Yeah.
So this is
Really
the
good point.
problem you have, and why people like Darth Dawkins don't want to hear from flat earthers, because they see the Apollo program as God bless America. When they talk about like Trump, like this new red wave that just washed over America, they see Make America Great Again. They're talking about the Apollo program. They're talking about the space age.
Right.
They hate flat earthers.
That's why the hat goes on the top of your head, because it's like the Apollo program.
But flat Earth is false in itself, so why hide it?
Then why do you care? If it's so, like, you worried about other things that are false? Like, if someone says they like pineapple on pizza, are you worried about that? Do you spend all day?
No, I'm not worried about that. I'd be worried
Okay, yeah,
about
so just
flat
let it
Earth
go.
because
If you've
it's
deemed it as
ideology.
false, if you've deemed it as false, then just move on with your life.
But you don't want to false spreading.
The Earth is not flat, though. The Earth is not and never been flat, though.
Yeah, it's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. All three.
Nature,
1, 2, 3.
nature has proven the Earth to be like egg-shaped. Huh? It's round. It's not flat. Huh?
Yeah, the Earth is observably, measurably, and practically used as flat.
Did you say egg-shaped?
And it is kind of egg-shaped.
You guys.
Round.
They need to update the textbooks.
No,
It's like a
but
billiard
it
ball.
is like the same shape as the globe. The globe that salt in.
How do you feel about the egg Earth?
Cosmic egg?
It's cracked.
You know, like the Good Egg Galaxy from Mario Galaxy, the video game?
No, I only played the early Mario Brothers games. I did play some Mario Kart once upon a time.
Mario
I'm really
Kart.
good at Mario
Is
Kart.
that
Trash.
Wii Mario Galaxy where you have to like jiggle
Yeah.
the controller and you can go
Yeah.
into black
It's a great
holes?
Glober game though. Just content warning, just not to trigger anyone.
No, I love sci-fi. Redefy. That's where you're all wrong. You think I'm afraid of outer space? No, I love Arthur C. Clarke. I love Space Odyssey. I love every sci-fi movie that's ever been made. I love
You
the
don't know this
mise en
nuts.
scène of deep space. It's very fantastical. I even like Nathan Fillion's Firefly. Great show.
That's cool. I don't know. Gamer, how do you feel about competitive queue?
What do you think of tipping?
You talking to me, gamer?
Yeah.
Competitive queue.
What do you think
Cubert?
about?
I loved Cubert. I probably dumped all types of silver into those damn games.
No, I mean like comp queue and like Valorant. League.
Never heard of it.
What do you
Dude,
think?
so
of
I'm at
tipping?
like Diamond 1
Hey, Ray,
and now I'm Plat 3 and I'm sad.
what do you think of tipping?
Oh, I don't tip. I think it's fucked up.
Not at all. You never tip.
Sometimes I do a $1 tip on like DoorDash because I
It's
can't be bothered.
like the American tipping culture is really fucking like just demanding for you to tip. Like, you must tip me.
I only
on
tip if
every-
there's an ability for the person I'm tipping to like be mad about it, but usually that's not the case.
I did a social experiment where I went and started tipping people who normally don't get tipped or who can't accept tips. It was pretty funny to see like exactly how like a bus driver like
in the hood.
You will know like
That's
a
a
city
good
bus.
one. That's actually a really good one, bus driver.
Yeah,
honestly, I don't get like the American restaurants which demand you to fucking tip.
Well, here's what's weird to me. I'm pro tipping, okay, but what's weird to me is this cultural shift where you now tip prior to the service being done. That's weird. That's where, but
I
then
mean,
if you don't tip
when
them,
you pay for the service, when you pay for like the restaurant, you're paying for the service. So why tip for the
yeah, I
service?
get it. I know it's just a tradition here. Well, the pay structure is based on the people having those jobs get a very, very low hourly, and they depend on the tips. And then in a lot of ways, they can take those tips and put them in their pocket, especially if they're cash. So, anyways, yeah, yeah, if I were Conor McGregor, I'd be tipping every last person. I'd be tipping the birds.
Wait, Old, can I ask you an unironic question?
Go ahead.
Why are you a flat earther? Like
Go on,
unironically.
gamer. That's just the way God made me, I guess.
It's probably overrepresented in children,
listen,
yeah.
I'm an inquisitive person. None of your business, bro. I'm an inquisitive person.
You don't have to answer.
I studied these things decades prior to. I studied the outer space story, especially the NASA narrative, decades prior to this whole flat Earth thing.
Were you ever a Glober at one point?
Listen, dude. What?
Were you ever a Glober?
Of course.
How old were you when you like saw the light?
Probably 8 years ago. That would have put me in my. I'm not. Yeah, that would have put. I remember where I was. I remember what year it was. I remember what year it was. It was either 17 or someone wanted to tell me it was 16. That was the time, but yeah, it could have been in 16.
Where were you at? Like, was it a Sunday or Saturday?
I was sitting at it was the middle of the night. It was the summer. It was, I don't know. It was the middle of the night. I had the windows open. Could have been winter, I guess. Watching NASA videos. Okay. I already knew that the whole Apollo thing was gone. But I had compartmentalized it. I said, okay, well, maybe they have been to the moon and they just can't tell us something. Maybe there's guys with 4 eyes on the other side of that rock and it would scare people. But I knew for 100% fact, and I could go into how I figured that out. And it's not shadows. But you people don't realize that it was like sport for the inquisitive minded to look at the NASA stuff because they gave this grand presentation via books and video cassettes. I knew it was wrong. And I finally found something that I knew 100% the Apollo footage and pictures were farcical. I knew that. I still believed in outer space. And I was looking up NASA videos, the tether video. Remember that?
No.
Okay, well, anyways, I was looking up NASA. I was still looking at NASA, even though I knew the grandest event in humankind was a farce. I was still believing in the outer space. And there was a guy named Math Powerland whose channel at the time was called the NASA channel, but it was pronounced the NASA Canal, and for copyright issues. And he was telling this story. First I'd ever seen of the guy. He's a comedian, and an actor at the time. He was on MTV. He kind of felt like in retrospect he was framed. But anyways, Canadian guy named Math Powerland, a hyper realistic painter. He paints floors and things like that. And he's an artist, and he's Canadian. So French Canadian. He told of this anecdote where he was at a party, and in this story he said whether he was there by his way of his girlfriend or whatever, why he was there, or these were co-workers of his at the time, or people that he contracted with. They told him this story of, and I almost feel like anyways, the detail you could dig up the video, even though most of his stuff has been scrubbed from the internet by himself. Some of it, but others. This story is out there somewhere. And they were talking about the thermals of the oceans. And they were they were drawing them out, like the pictures of how the warm oceans kind of go in this. You've seen a globe depiction of that, correct? And then of just the temperatures of the oceans, how the thermals on Earth work. It's like a line. It's like a heartbeat. It goes up and down as it circles the globe. And then they drew it and showed it to them from above. And they said, look, they're circles. And at that moment, before anything of flat Earth was mentioned, here I am trying to research. I'm just looking up what I think is just another story of someone involved with NASA. And it hit me. And it all clicked why all these things, why they had been selling all these lies. And it just hit me, I don't know, like a ton of bricks, but it didn't hurt. I said, "Oh my God," and laughed. And now looking back at everything, all the urban legends, all the myths, all the things people told each other prior to the advent of the internet. People used to have discussions at the beach. I used to have older, obviously older, but uncles say, "Oh, look, there's the cargo freighter." This is when I'm below the age of 10. We would just see these things in the distance, and people would make mention, "Oh, look, it went over the curve." Yet at night, when dusk arrives, you can see land masses beyond that. You can see the lights of these places, and if you look on a clear day, you can see the silhouette of them. And even then, I knew those. I held those. That would have been the cog dis. And then, but I never really thought about it. But I thought it was ridiculous to say, "Oh, a boat disappears because it goes over the edge." Because I was pretty high on my horse. I had just discovered that Santa Claus was a lie. So, I was kind of skeptical of everything. The first time I ever went out into the world, I had a very confusing. I'll just tell you this anecdote, and this will tell you a lot about me. I was 7 years old. I was sent into the post office to get stamps, and back then you bought stamps by the sheet, and I was given probably to the penny what it was going to cost, and I went in there and asked for my sheet of stamps. And they said, "Do you want a book?" Well, I'd never seen a book of stamps before. This was new. And I said, well, is it free? And they all laughed at me. And I kind of had to, I just got my sheet of stamps. And my point is, I know that there's like confusion in the world. And I can see how people get confused. I mean, I grew up religious too. I mean, I grew up in the Catholics. It's probably not that hard to tell, but the Catholic schools, I was taught by nuns. That's how old I am. And once you can categorize something like that, once you see that, well, there's all kinds of weird things going on at the Catholic Church, obviously, but and it's been written about. There's a guy named John Allegro who wrote a book called The Mushroom and the Sacred Cross, or The Cross and the Sacred Mushroom, which maybe gives some insight as to why so many people keep going back to church. But that's neither here nor there. I understood Santa Claus was a myth. I understood the specific story and the history of the Catholic Church it's rough. And then I saw other things. I had a job where I ended up photographing Masons, and I've been in pretty much every Mason temple in a certain part of the country. And they have people on stained glass that you've never heard of before, in temples that they've built proudly without a nail. So how it was just a conglomeration of things where it struck me. I knew and then I worked in journalism and became friends with all the people on TV. And I knew that they know they're peddling a lie. Well, to some extent, not all of them. But anyways, I just know everything is lied about, everything. For whatever reason, who knows? I think a lot of lies just die hard and they're inherited and people benefit off of certain lies. I mean, yeah, Redefy. The whole thing is just, there were all these stories told, and then you go to college and they try to beat it out of you. Even if you're in some sort of degree that has nothing to do, if you're getting a ceramics degree, they're going to have you in a class. They're going to somehow funnel you into some class to get a requirement, a prereq to graduate that reifies this myth. Also, you'll be in some anthropology class that will reify the idea that we all came from Africa. There's all kinds of, man, I walked by a Foucault's pendulum every day for 3 years on the way to class. So yeah, I think I got overfilled with stories, and now I see it clearly now. I'm on the other side. It's another thing. It's like,
how old were you when you learned the Apollo mission was false or fabricated?
There's people. Ray, hold on. Let me get this one. Ray,
I'm sorry. I'm rambling. I apologize for rambling, but
I think she's misunderstanding that at the time there was people who didn't believe it. Day one. I know. People were like,
I know. I've heard from my grandmother.
Bullshit.
I know.
Okay, so when you ask somebody, hey, at what day did they believe or
no,
not
but he said that he had been prior seen the light on this issue. So I'm wondering, like, when he saw the light here.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah, there was probably never a time. Well, they used to cart the Challenger around on the back of a 747 to the Air Force bases. There's a photograph of me and my brother standing in front of it on the tarmac. When they rolled it in on the TV and it exploded that day on TV, I believed that people were still going to space. Hell, they talked about it on Sesame Street. Probably just probably when the internet began, when things actually started showing up on the internet, you could actually look at the things that you had only seen in books and on VHS. There were years, there was probably 5 or close to 10 years where I knew something was off about it before I realized through scrutiny and re-examination, and then a light went off when I saw a certain image where I saw two different negatives in one frame. But people can show you all types of anomalies in those. You can
Who's your favorite like childhood musical artist?
That's the first person who I could probably ever say I like.
The Monkees.
Yeah, that was on TV. But like when I got serious into thinking I was some serious critic, I would Bob Dylan probably. That's when I thought I was like actually listening to real music.
Do you know what risperidone is?
I've heard of it before, but no, I don't.
Do you have any family history of like mental illness?
Dude, you're a prick.
I'm sorry.
Yo, I talk about this, right? This is
You
one of my
sound jealous, Redefy, for being. You sound like a simpleton who's jealous of someone who has free thought.
No, hold on. This will go into exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if I ask me, what would change your mind? So they talked to the globalists years ago. This is like one of the very first topics they brought up, like 2016, 2017. The Golden Gate Bridge proves the Earth is curved. And I'm like, how does it do that? They said based on this math and these pylons and the bridge is curved, all this stuff. They said, I'm like, okay, well, sure. And they also had a claim that flat earthers are mentally ill. So I'm like, okay, let's combine these thoughts. So can you explain? Because at the time there was a live stream camera facing the Bay Area towards the bridge, and it was on private property, and you could go right on the online internet and like look at this live stream camera and watch people jump all day long. Like there's like 17 people a day just jumping off the bridge. So I had said to them, hey, what's going on here? If this bridge proves the Earth is curved, demonstrating not flat, therefore they don't have a mental illness, what's causing them to jump? What is the effect here? And eventually there was like, a letter writing campaign to try to get this guy's live stream camera shut off. And what they did was they put this big net on the bay side so people couldn't jump. And they eventually got the guy to take the camera down and whatnot. All that happened was, I got ahead of myself. They closed that lane to pedestrian traffic. So you couldn't walk on that side anymore. So then people would drive, get out of their car and jump. And then they said, okay, we'll have to do something else. We'll put a gate here. So eventually they put a net there, and people were walking on the other side. They put a net on that side, and the net was like 30 meters down. So or whatever. It was far enough that you jumped and you got fucked up when you hit the net, but not fucked up where you die. You're hurt. So people just couldn't crawl. And the people who didn't get hurt bad enough, they kind of crawled and just jumped again. So then eventually they put up phones all along the Golden Gate Bridge that people in crisis could pick up a phone and talk directly to a mental health specialist. So I'm like saying, hey, what is the percentage of people who picked up that phone and said, I'm a flat earther? 1, 10, 0?
Well, there aren't many flat earthers out there. It's pretty niche.
Well, you said, but if flat Earth is...
Well, the question is, are they overrepresented, not if they are plurality.
Of mental health illness.
No, the claim is not that mental health is overrepresented in flat Earth, but flat Earth is overrepresented in mental health. They're different.
Hey, Redefy, are you one of these people? You sound like one of these people who gets jealous when someone figures something out before you.
So this is why I talked about the Golden Gate Bridge effect. So eventually...
Listen to yourself.
The phones didn't work. Okay, so what they did next, they had roving psychologists walking up and down the path of the Golden Gate Bridge, just looking for people who were. They said, "Hey, this person's alone. This person looks in crisis," and just try to do something to prevent them from jumping. How many of them expressed the idea that the Earth was flat?
Well, do you think flat earthers are overrepresented in that population?
You won't answer the question.
Underrepresented.
You think they're underrepresented?
Not one jumper ever.
Well, how many flat earthers do you think there are? Like,
yeah, but
1,000 in the world? Out of 7 billion people?
How many people jumped from the Golden Gate Bridge?
Not many.
Yeah, I told you it was at the high mark. It was about 17 a day.
Okay. And how many flat earthers are there?
I love it. He's like, out of 7 billion.
Well, I mean, how many people do you think live in the greater SA area or SF area? Like, probably a lot. Millions? And you're looking at how many flat earthers do you think there are in San Francisco? Like a few thousand? It's like very statistically unlikely. And also, I don't even know if flat earthers are suicidal.
You said that it's also a mental health issue.
Yeah,
No, I didn't say. I never said that though.
Here's what's odd.
I just asked if he had a family history out of curiosity.
Here's what's odd, Reedify. I answered the question that you asked, and then you asked me if I'm sick.
No, I never actually asked that, Gamer. But
you have a history of the spiritual role in your family, and it's like I don't know. I don't.
I was just wondering if you knew. It's okay. Gamer.
Yeah.
Well, I would be able to answer that. And it's okay.
So what? Yeah, what in my answer led you to ask that, or are you just a space cadet and that it was just a free floating thought?
Actually, can I?
Is that what encompasses your life? Prescription
can I ask you a fun question?
Are you gonna? Did you?
It's not insulting.
Did my answer? Did you like the last answer? Go ahead.
It was
Go
fun.
ahead, Gamer.
Why do you think I'm here?
You're
got
coping.
bored with the atheist chat, the atheist helpline.
Yeah, you're trying to rationalize your own delusion. You're trying to denigrate this conversation. It's a poisoning the well tactic. I think you're self-serving because if you're attempting to help out the outer space mythos by this act, you're failing miserably. So I think you're a self-serving, self-soothing, trying to figure out why it is that you're late to the party.
I think it's because Reedify is one of these people who, because they've just went along and believed whatever they were told, they don't want this conversation to exist at all. So they have to answer with these things of like, are you mentally ill? When the person, the narcissist,
Well, actually, I don't like your answer.
I was almost done. I was almost done.
You're misrepresenting what happened. No, but you're misrepresenting the truth.
I was
You're
not
going on
done.
a narrative. It's not.
I wasn't done yet. Yeah, mute him. So see how he spiraled out there? Because what I said was the truth. Now he's dipped. Good. See you later. All you do is believe what you believe because someone told you, and you don't want this conversation to exist at all. So because of your narcissism, you have to get in here and try to say that flat earthers are mentally ill when you actually proved yourself by the population of San Francisco area, how many people are globers, and how many of those people, more people jumped off the bridge, were globers. Thank you.
Yeah, I talk about because it all came up because a lot of the globalists said the globe is proven by the Golden Gate Bridge. Okay, and their claim is if you don't understand this, you're mentally ill. Okay, so why are so many people jumping off the bridge then? If proving the globe is supposed to be transcendental awakening to a larger purpose in life, then why are so many people not using that to fix their issues? Why would they use the bridge to off themselves instead of using the bridge to understand the heliocentric model and how life is precious? Every moment, every second in the heliocentric model, there's no life in the visible universe. They call this the rare earth hypothesis or the Fermi paradox. Their worldview has paradoxical conclusions in it. There's no reason why Earth would be so unique. It shouldn't be. There's nothing remarkable about the Earth. There's nothing remarkable about the sun. There's nothing remarkable of our position in the galaxy. There's nothing remarkable about the Milky Way galaxy. There should be teeming with life, but there's not. So what they say is life is so precious and so unique that there's some unknown variable that only exists here on Earth. that made life possible. Something they don't know what it is. And that can be demonstrated by looking at the Golden Gate Bridge. No problem. Let's look at that. Wow, there's people jumping off the bridge. Riddle me that, Batman. Riddle me that. Make it make sense. That's how you could prove your globe to me. Make it make sense. Thread that needle. Connect those dots. How is your proof of the globe completely ignored by people who think the Earth is a globe? And then you expect me to believe it.
I assume because they deny the evidence that the Earth is a globe. That's why they ignore it.
No, they said the Golden Gate Bridge was the evidence.
Who? Ratify?
Or others, yeah.
Wait, how?
Because like the construction of the bridge is so long and across bendy water that it took into account the bendy, curved water Earth when they made the bridge.
I don't know if people who build bridges actually take into account the Earth's curvature. I would like to see some evidence of that.
Well, we're kind of giving it to them. It was just like using that was a foregone conclusion. Like, okay, sure. You think the curve, because the thing was that old boy had asked me, how is your Earth flat? I'm like, it's observably, measurably, and practically used as flat. And he just, blurted bridges, or I can't remember the guys. I have to look them up, or go back to live stream. Like something, like Doha or something like that, or Doge, maybe. It was something.
I see one of the guys are here, Ratify. Maybe someone can unmute him.
Oh, yeah, let me tap back in. Last I heard that they left. All right. Oh, where's my Discord window?
They've said this for several years that that bridges are a proof of globe Earth. Like they've said this for years.
Yeah, maybe there we go. Ray, give Gamer here a snapshot of why the Golden Gate Bridge proves.
You've already said it.
Yeah, try not to cope spaz, Gamer.
I don't know what that means.
Start asking about people's mental health status.
Yeah, just take a wild guess. Just take a wild guess, Gamer, and you'll be able to figure it out.
If you were an expert in mental health, which
I don't know what strapping out means.
I'm not a clinician or a researcher. That's true.
Yeah, so even if you were an expert, you would not diagnose someone over social media.
Oh, of course I wouldn't.
Okay, so so you're not an expert, so there's no reason for you to squawk.
Wait, did you think I rendered a diagnosis or attempted to do so in any shape or form?
He said
what?
Flat Earth in and of itself is a mental health issue.
Wait, when did I say that?
We got a guy who's a fanatic of moon golf.
Wait, when did I say that?
What? He thinks he's the doctor.
Wait, does anyone in this call remember me saying that?
Yes.
Yeah, there's an implication. We're not simpletons dunces with the attention span the gnats like you are.
It was an implication. I didn't actually say it. It was just an implication.
That was your cope spaz. That was cope spazzing.
Wait, do you remember what I actually
at least know what that is. Keep talking over me, please.
Do you remember what I actually asked? Or no?
It's on record.
Some medication.
What did I ask?
You suggested some medication he should take.
No.
Of his family history of mental health.
He cope spaz. He goes, do you know what Indoctrination is?
Almost word for word what it sounded like. If we go back and clip that, it would be unable to tell.
Please clip it. I would like to see that.
You asked if he knew what risperidone was, and then you asked if he had any family history of mental illness. Like you know what that is.
Oh my God, Sonny, you're a smarty. That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, it is. And so we know what your insinuations are. We know what your insinuation is.
I was just curious, but I understand. I'm sorry if that came across that way.
Don't play coy with us. Okay.
No, I mean I apologize if it came across that way. That was disrespectful.
You're
right.
not sorry. You're not sorry. You're pathetic.
No, I'm genuinely
You're genuinely pathetic.
No, I'm genuinely sorry. I'm sorry.
And pathetic.
Why don't you just tell us how you know Earth is a globe?
Oh, I'm a flat earther.
Oh, you're a flat earther. You're hilarious.
No, the fuck you're not.
Don't tell me what I believe.
No, thank you.
Okay, tell us three of your best flat Earth proofs then.
Well,
he's
my
a
first favorite
21st
proof is that
century
air
simpleton
needs a
who's
container. My
convinced
second
himself
flat
that
Earth
he's an
proof is that everyone
intellect.
uses it to be flat. And my third flat Earth proof is the fact that the globe is mathematically impossible.
The air needs a container.
Hey, I mean that
does
sounds
have
like
to do
what
with
I've
the
heard from
shape.
flat earthers
You're
here.
not
So
Oh, and the fourth special bonus one is that the Bible says so.
What does
Then,
have to
then
do
why
with,
did you?
with the
Then
sun?
why did you ask old Huss about mental illness then?
Just curious.
Oh, well, why? Why don't you tell us? Just
Maybe
curious is not the answer.
maybe
That's
I was
out of
won over
curiosity
with.
is not the reason.
I
Listen,
was won over with
curiosity.
inquisitive. What's the word?
He's
Inquisitive.
jealous that I figured out
Inquisitiveness.
something that his
Inquisitionist.
simpleton
I'm sorry, I'm
mind
tired.
can't grasp. Listen,
It was impulsive.
listen. You're jealous that
There's a lapse of
you're
judgment.
jealous of, that I've listen. You're jealous that I figured out something that your simpleton mind could not grasp in a million
That's
years.
probably true.
And you
Yeah.
have to categorize it in a way that makes you feel good.
It's a really good point.
Yeah.
I hadn't thought about it that way.
So curiosity was not the curiosity.
No, it was won over
was
with
not the
impulsivity.
motivation.
Well, it was one of the primary factors. I'd
It
say.
was not the motivation for you.
Wait, how do you know that? How do you know that? Wait, how do you know that, Sonny? How do you know that?
Because it's obvious by the context.
Oh, it's
of
just all
your
obvious. So we don't have to give an argument because it's obvious. But that doesn't work in this chat, because in this chat we give proof.
Yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, and you're not a flat earther by that statement
You
alone.
don't tell me what I believe. That's so disrespectful. Take that back.
Well, most flat earthers don't believe the Earth is flat.
Yeah,
like
do you think I'm most flat earthers? I'm a special boy.
You believe the Earth
I'm a
is a globe,
special boy. Don't you
actually,
dare.
And you're lying about it. That's all.
Don't tell me what I believe. That's so uncalled.
The understatement of the day.
We've seen this over and over again. It's very easy. It's predictable.
Okay. Just don't
and yesterday you abandoned the 39-59 mile radius ball.
I've made progress,
in favor
gamer.
of
You know,
some
it's a
state
progression.
that began with a T. You
It's like it's a video game. You know, you start your character off.
that began with a T yesterday.
Well, yeah, I've made progression. It's character development.
You're like a fruit fly.
He's so
In what
easy
way?
to manipulate. He can change his beliefs just in a second.
Every which way.
Well, there are a lot of attributes about fruit flies, namely that they hover around fruit, that they fly, that they're small, that they're cute. Like, I don't know which one you're talking about.
Actually, I heard the attention span of a fruit fly is a lot longer than we
How
gave
do we
them
measure
credit
the attention
for.
span
Or
of like
maybe a
small
gnat, a
insects? I don't know how we do that.
You're like a flea. You're a reactionary little parasite.
Yeah, you hover around flat Earth. The
That's
flat
kind of
Earth
mean,
server.
though. Wouldn't you agree?
The flat Earth
No.
server is what you hover around.
Do I?
Yeah, you're here and you're making up shit.
Wait, what did I make up?
That you're a flat earther for one.
Wait, how do you know more about me? About myself? That's weird. Actually, you don't. That's the good part. You don't.
I'll tell you why. Because
You
I know the
don't.
difference. I know the difference between a parrot and somebody who actually knows or has done research.
Why are you
and
trying to tell
actually
me what
knows.
I believe? That's just a little bit weird, unironically.
Because he's an expert in flat Earth, he can
it's not
adjudicate
weird.
flat
Are you always a
Earth.
psychologist? Is a therapy session? Like, what's going on?
No, he can adjudicate.
Because if it
flat
is a
Earth
therapy
beliefs.
session, I have a lot of trauma to
You
talk about.
started that shit for brains.
He's a expert in flat Earth. He can adjudicate if you really are a flat Earther or not. Like if somebody goes into a church, is like, "Hey, I think I'm a Christian." And they go, "Okay, sure. Hey, who's Jesus?" And you're like, "Oh, he's the guy who works at the."
Ask me the flat Earth knowledge checks. I'll show you my.
He did, and you failed it.
I failed it. No way. I'm so sorry. I'm so disappointed.
Yeah, see that you're.
Wait, what
tone
did I
of
fail
voice and
though? What
everything-
was the check? Oh, it was the tone
your
of the voice
tone
check.
of voice.
The voice check.
Because once again,
I hear
let's
you.
get
The
this
voice
right.
check, the best check out there. The knowledge check there.
Let's just go
When
back.
you think the voice is
Like
a little
I
different
said,
than like knowledge?
I can tell the difference between a parrot. That's why.
I see.
Yeah,
You didn't like my arguments?
You're the product of someone who's spent, like you told us earlier, the only dictionary you've ever had is your phone.
I didn't say
You're
that. I
the
said I had a
product
dictionary in
of that.
third grade, if you actually remember.
Yeah, back in third grade. Yeah, but no longer.
No, I still have it.
Oh, now you have it. Well, maybe you should read it.
It never disappeared. It's always been there.
Yeah,
Since
maybe
third
you
grade.
should read it, bro.
Yeah, which page?
Start with the preface.
I've
See
actually
what's
read
on
the
see what's
preface to
printed on the
Merriam-Webster
inside
before.
front cover and start there.
I've actually read the preface.
So, since you're a flat earther, why don't you tell us? We're having just a calm conversation here. Why don't you just tell us, Redify, if the answer to this question, is there any actual proof of Earth being a globe, and what is it?
Globers will try to show you the images, but we all know they're CGI.
Well, I didn't ask you what Globers.
No, dude, if there was evidence, then I wouldn't be globe. No, they still exist.
I asked you to answer the question.
It's a no.
No, he's being a smart
It's
ass.
a no. It's a no. Of course not.
Yeah, and you Redify, because you just fell off the turnip truck. You forget what could have been created in the dark room prior to CGI. So add that to your repertoire.
I see. Good one.
You're a dunce.
Oh, that's kind of mean.
It is what it is.
You fucked up, because to explain flat Earth, just roll the clock back a couple hundred years and just use your lived experience. It is.
Well, I wasn't there 100 years ago. I'm not that old, but I appreciate the compliment.
Roll it back to your lived experience where someone told you it was a giant lava water ball. It's not that different. See, to be a globalist, it's easy.
No, I'm not. No, it's not globalist. It's a glober. They're different.
Same thing.
Globalism is more of like a poli-sci idea.
Yeah, but it's a poli-sci based on the idea of a limited water ball, dipshit.
Yeah, it's also based on the idea that there's only one thing you can think. They're like all ideas are controlled by central authority who tells you what's right or wrong. And
the modern day schooling has made you people so out to lunch. It's like you guys are lost. No offense.
No, the one thing I don't like about the Globers though is they just
has nothing to do with the globe. It's a punk.
You're right.
Dude.
You're right. You're right.
Yeah, the tactics of globalism depend on this dying water ball.
Right. That's a good point.
Right.
I just don't know how Globers aren't acquainted with the nature of water. It lies at rest flat.
Man,
surely they know
going
this.
hard. Hey, Redify. What do you have to gain from this?
From what?
Entertainment purpose.
What?
Wait, do you want to see my screen? Hold on, I'm gonna show you some gameplay.
No, dude, I don't want to see your screen. You imbecile.
No, don't.
Well, it's not for you.
Don't turn it on.
How do you know that answer on that question?
Yeah, you're disintegrating, Redify. Whatever you set out to do, you failed.
Yeah, Ray, turn your stream off. There's a reason why we have it that way, because other people who are on phones and stuff, it will show up on their screen, and it uses.
No, that's only if you do video. This isn't video. It's optional. It's opt-in.
Oh,
that's not quite right.
All right, yeah, that's fine then. I thought because if it does pop
and
up,
you just got killed.
Dude, no, I'm Diamond 1, and now the players are hard. I'm crying.
I don't want you to reveal any personal information, like your gamer tag and whatnot.
Well, my gamer tag is the same as Discord. No, actually, it's not. But
Hey, gamer. Do you consider? Hold on, let me ask him one last question. This little smartass gamer. Since half of your brain, probably more, is always hooked onto a computer screen, do you consider yourself some sort of a cyborg?
I don't know a cyborg. Like a sci-fi thing.
I just saw it just here.
No, it's a you thing. Yeah.
If it's a me thing, then it's a me thing.
So no, you're not. You haven't realized that you're teetering on cyborgness. Have you ever heard of
all I know is that I
WD-40?
ranked up to Diamond, and now like all the players are hard, and now I feel sad.
Yeah. Well, see, do you see the problem with all these conversations? You're so lost in these conversations because your attentions are split.
Between
you're not focused in thought.
What gives you that impression?
Well, here you are. You consider yourself some intellect, but the fruits of your labor is just complete duncery.
Again,
so I mean, even if you're not going to get anywhere with trying to turn into a cyborg.
He's losing.
I know. It's hard. I don't have a good weapon.
Yeah, you showed that you're on the noob. Yeah, you showed that you're on the noob.
But, dude, this is a Diamond 2 lobby. Like, this is top 5%. Come on. Give me some flag.
Oh, fuck. Oh, you're a fucking noob. You're 1 IQ.
Well, I am top 5% in the video game. That's really good. Diamond 2 is like
1 IQ. You're like a brick.
This is a Diamond 2 lobby. These are the best players.
Go fuck yourself.
Also, I don't know. I'm not the best, but
My God. You're a noob. Literally.
I'm top 5% though.
You know.
Oh.
Yeah, you got that. You got that. Yeah.
Okay,
Yo!
yeah, I am a noob. I am a noob in the diamond lobbies. Hold on. Let's see if I derank. It'd be kind of tragic though.
Did someone got you on diamond rank?
Yeah. Oh, it's so cool. I almost deranked. I almost deranked. I almost deranked.
Yeah.
No, the other player was also I don't know, dude. The diamond players are just better than me. I'm like kind of stuck.
Yeah, you showed that you suck. You're literally noob.
No, diamond is diamond.
No,
That's top 5% though. I'm like competitive. I'm not competitive, but like it's.
can see
I'm
it.
better than 95 out of 100 players.
We can see it. You're literally noob. 1 IQ.
Well, I'm a noob in the diamond lobbies because the people I'm playing around are like good.
No. How did you got there while you are trying to shoot someone when you are on a visible floor? He's on the top of that house and you are trying desperately to hit him from the top of the house and you are not undercover. You're a noob. Literally, you're showing that you are 1 IQ.
Then why is my rank so high? That's what I don't get. If I'm such a noob.
Nobody cares about your game.
Someone got
Nobody
you
cares
there.
about your video game.
Well, someone's
Because like, clearly what I'm doing is working.
Right back.
What happened? Somebody disconnected him? Thank God.
I'm still here, gamer.
Oh, you're still here? Oh, okay.
Don't get too excited.
Okay, thank God. You're still here. Holy crap.
Dude, it sounded like it was Christmas or something.
Someone changed your name. Like
I don't change my name here, I don't think.
Go
I
left,
see.
go
There you
left, go left, go left,
Oh, you
man.
went up at the top.
Oh, I gotta get the someone's on my heels. Oh fuck. It's Jover. It's Jover.
He says Jover.
No, it's Jover, like Joe Biden.
Yeah, Joe Biden for Joe.
I don't know, I'm just not as good as these players. I gotta like improve. I gotta study the blade. What are these doing? What's that? Sorry.
Looks like Darth is gone.
Did you ever think there'd be a time redefi where you'd have to play the game of pretending that you don't pretend to live on a water ball? Because that's what you're doing now.
That's
with your
next year.
nuance.
Is it like a role play thing?
Yeah, you're
I'm
involved
actually
in
pretty good at role play.
You're LARPing, but it's involuntary LARP. So it would be like a LARP.
Oh, like
involuntary
it's like
role play.
con non-con. You know what that is?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm sure you know about it. I don't know. Sounds like a spy movie.
Oh, it's even better.
My point is the stance you've taken now, that this nuanced. Oh, who said I said anything about the 39-59 mile radius water ball? It's a. Remember what you said yesterday? It's a tittlehedron or something like that. But yeah, did you ever think you'd have to play this game while playing another game? It's like you're playing two games at once. It's weird.
Holy shit.
Yeah. Did you think that would ever occur?
It's not out of the realm of possibility.
Do you know what today is?
Monday?
Yeah,
Opposite
Monday.
day.
What Monday? What?
I don't know what's of significance.
Veterans Day, is it not?
Well, I was hoping see if she could get there.
Oh, him? No, he's chasing magical strawberries on a screen. He's fully left the reality.
That's kind of rude.
The schedule of the mainstream.
It's interesting because I had talked to some other liberals early this morning, and none of them knew it was. The ones that did know it was November 11th didn't know that was also Veterans Day, and then on top of that, didn't know why it was Veterans Day. Like, why today? Why did people pick today as Veterans Day? The guy said, "Do you know what the war to end all wars was?" Didn't know that either. Do you know what it means by going to the 11th hour? They didn't know that. It's so interesting how that wasn't even. I mean, that's like 100 years ago, but still, this stuff was general knowledge. I mean, when I was a kid, everyone knew what Veterans Day was. Everyone knew the Great War. Everyone knew about trench warfare. You had family, you had people who were devastated by it. And now, not another generation or two, they don't even understand that it's Veterans Day. And just think how long, it won't take that much longer. It's been 50 years since the Apollo program. Just wait another 20, 30 years, and no one's going to even know that there was a mission to the moon. They won't even know what day it happened. They won't know what NASA was. They won't know who Armstrong or like any of it. None of it. It'll be completely like I say what?
And it's weird because there should be no, whatever war is, there should be no denying the horrors of war. And for there to be no war, how can you not be in favor of that? I thought they were, it's strange. I know it starts delving into off topic but it's when the warmongers of 20 years ago are aligning with the so-called kumbaya movement, something's up. But yeah, everyone should be happy and appreciative of those who have, especially those who have died. But if you survive a war, I mean, it's funny it's Monday. I guess, I don't know. I guess everyone who's off work knows, but the gamers, they're in gamerland.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter to them. It's like it's just another day that goes by, just another thing. And you see this too, that a lot of the people who really accept the Apollo program, you ask them just basic stuff. What day was it that they supposedly landed on the moon? They don't even know. They couldn't even narrow it down. Was it the first half of the year? Was it summer? If I told you, was it April, June, July, August? What month did it happen? What year did it happen? They don't. It's eroded from the memory, and that shows you that It only takes just a few generations, and all of it is gone. All of it. It's all gone.
Does that make you sad?
No, it just lets you know that you were kind of
I would be
born.
sad.
You were born at a time where you forgot what remembrance is.
Kind of beautiful,
but you
even.
also remember to think, hey, the Apollo mission meant something, supposedly, which you can't articulate or explain. So
Yeah.
you're almost there. You're like halfway there. Because if you take it back 50 years ago, people would still know, hey, when did World War I end? They know the date and they know everything. Then you wind it forward over time. They slowly forget the details as generations passed. Because I would say probably like if you're, 18, 19 years old, you're so far removed from anyone who in your own family tree that anyone who participated in what happened. And it won't be that long before there's no one in your family who was even alive during the Apollo program, if at all, if it's already the case.
Yeah,
Do you fear death?
I brought up moon golf to somebody about a year ago, and he thought I was making it up.
Yeah, that's the best part too. When you bring up the lore, the space lore, and you say, "Hey, do you think they played golf on the moon?" They're like, "No, that would be the dumbest shit ever." This was highly rehearsed and anticipated spacewalks. Every step was planned, coordinated, and accounted for. And I'm like, okay, so when did they have time to play moon golf? That stupid flat earthers saying some dumb shit. No one played moon golf. They didn't have the space, the resources.
Yeah, how irresponsible to smuggle Titleists aboard.
Yeah. And then you start dropping the citations, and they're like, holy crap, this is the dumbest shit I ever heard of. Yeah, that's why people at the time thought it was complete hooey. It was complete bullcrap. They're like, so wait, you went to the moon and started swinging golf clubs, and you didn't see a problem with that?
Yeah, they jumped the shark. And now they have to deal with it. Now they have to just kind of pretend like it didn't happen. Yeah, sweep it under the rug. Oh, that was a long time ago.
Rick, do you fear death?
Dude, your questions are weird.
Well, he's talking about how time
and they're
passes,
off
everyone will
topic.
forget. It seems
Yeah.
very poetic.
Well, I had something that was sort of. Go
think
ahead.
it was apropos.
If your question is that important, gamer.
Oh, I mean, it's just very beautiful what he said about everyone will forget, nothing will be remembered, nothing even matters. I thought that was really metaphorical.
Yeah, I asked a friend of mine one time, and there was some Doobie Brothers song on the radio. God bless him. He's actually my friend who I was talking to is now passed. I said, Tommy, I said, did this song come out in the summer? Like I said, or I was like, do you remember when this song came out? Like what time of year? Because sometimes I think about it. And he goes, I don't remember. He goes, but if I had a kick-ass song like this, hell yeah, I'm dropping it in the summer. But yeah, memories. But yeah, of course they're going to drop their. Yeah, people are still high on the off of the 4th of July. They're going to get their sparklers out for the moonwalk too. Shout out to Michael Jackson if you're listening.
Yeah, and that's the best thing. It stopped. Like the people used to get out there in the streets, and they were like the people who believed it. It was a big deal. I mean, it was a huge and now it's not. And look at how long.
No, now they didn't even make a stamp.
Yeah,
for the 50th. For the 50th.
People don't even know what stamps are.
Redify, Redify, you're like a modern example of the person that says, I know they landed on the moon because I watched it on TV. You're like the modern version of that.
Is that a Trump accent? I think you did pretty well on that, honestly. A good impression. 47th president, gamer.
Redify, you're fired.
Aw. I've actually been fired before. It was kind of lame.
Join the club.
Well, it's kind of a blessing though.
Yeah, quit.
Because I hated working. Like there was like a daily stand up.
That's always a blessing.
At noon, and it meant you had to wake up, and it was actually kind of brutal.
Yes, remember all future firings. It's a blessing. Say thank you, sir. May I have another?
Well, no, it was because I didn't do any work for like a month straight. But
well, that doesn't. I don't think that shocks anyone. You sound like this stereotypical clock rider.
Well, I was 18, right?
That was hilarious.
I didn't have it then.
did you assume that I was trying to make a Trump voice? Like
It sounded like Trump.
That was hilarious. Like, because like in your mind, you can't see that somebody could think of something on their own and make up their own character.
Well,
It
I
has
was
to be
just
somebody from
trying to
TV.
describe what it was.
It resonated to him.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
it
Trumpish.
resonated.
It was very Trumpish, and that's why I said that.
That's a very good example of the way your mind works. So yeah,
Do
we
you
get it.
really
Sweet.
want
Do you
to
think about my mind,
live forever? Forever.
Raham, dude, it sounds like you're tuning the sitar. You're hot miking your sitar tuning. Now, hear me
It's a
now.
sad world out there, isn't it?
We don't have time for a meeting of the Flat Earth Society. Now, hear me now, people.
Oh my gosh, it's Barack.
So yeah, I guess try it out today. Like, see, like when you get someone come in here and who starts talking about like, well, explain the moon mission, flat tard. You're like, sure. When did that happen? What year was that?
I don't think anyone cares about that.
Yo, they do.
Well, it's kind of in the past.
Yeah,
it's moved on. They're on TikTok now. If it's
Well,
not
you said
scrollable, then who
it was
cares?
sad, though. A moment ago, you lamented as how sad that you said,
Well, it's sad that the memories that are dear to you will be forgotten,
Doesn't
but
matter.
those aren't
It's
dear to
sad.
me.
Doesn't matter. It's sad. Makes me happy. Doesn't matter. It's sad. You ever heard of WD-40 Cyborg?
Me? Yeah, I've heard of it. It's like removes water from a substance or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Surprised they didn't use that for the Tin Man. Hey?
I'm not really a physical
Have
engineer.
you never seen The Wizard of Oz? Why don't you treat yourself to that?
WD-40, I think, is a San Diego company, and I don't think it was invented in 1933 yet.
Oh, touche.
But I could be wrong.
Well, it was a better prop, anyways.
If you died today, would you have any regrets?
Well, it couldn't color. That was just a cyborg joke.
Hmm. It sounds like a lot of your friends have died. If you died today, would you feel sad? Would you have regrets or no?
A lot of my friends have died. I wouldn't say a lot.
Some of them have died.
Friends of mine. The thing is, though,
Makes you really wonder. What's the
wonder
purpose?
what?
What's
Is that
the
a
point?
threat?
No, like what's the point of anything? Though?
I'm joking.
Like, would you have any regrets or no?
I could tell you for hours the points of life, especially with people who have died. The points come clear of life when people are gone.
It's kind of beautiful.
Unfortunately. Excuse me?
Kind of beautiful.
Well, it's true. It's it's weird because those moments are those moments and will be forever. And you say, "Oh, we have regrets," and it's like, well, it was just life is just living in the moment. It's hopefully
you don't have any regrets.
Hopefully, I didn't
think
say
I
that.
do.
I didn't say that, but I was saying is if those regrets could be changed, who knows what that would even alter? Is all I'm saying. I don't think there's simple.
Probably a whole lot. Like, think about the butterfly effect.
Yeah, but it might not be. It still might not be the desired outcome of why those things are regrets in the first place.
I think it's like a depressing corollary of the butterfly effect that, like, as you get older, the degree of possibilities has to decrease, which is somewhat depressing.
Well, that's not true though, because unfortunately,
because when you go back, it increases. Therefore, if you go forward, it decreases.
Life is not tomorrow is not promised for anyone.
No, of
so
course
there's
not,
you never know.
For any stochastic process,
someone who thinks they have a lot of clock time on the clock, you could look at someone who's 99 years old and say, "Oh, how sad is that? How sad is that? They're at the end of the game." And then you yourself, who would probably be,
could die the next second.
70 years, they're younger. Them being 70 years, you could go bye in your sleep that night.
That's
just
true.
the way life is. So to get
That's
wrapped
unlikely,
up in
right?
that.
It's far more. The expected lifespan of you is way more than the.
I've had old friends die, and I've had young friends die. Unfortunately,
but more of them were old, right? That's the thing.
Actually, the more of people I considered myself friends true friends, and not just relatives who were also friends, but people who were just friends. So people who I'm not acquainted to them by any sort of age structure, much more have died young than.
Interesting. Are you a daredevil?
That's why it's so stupid to fear death, because you know that it's
might as
you
well
can't
be.
avoid it. You can't
I think
avoid
it's
it
the
no
most
matter
reasonable fear
what.
out there.
So when it's stupid to fear
It's
death,
inevitable.
you always
Why
know
be?
that. Yeah, you know that it is something that will happen no matter what. You won't be able to avoid it, so it's stupid to fear death. You can fear, what you can fear is the way of death. How you will die? Will
Or
it be a
moreover, when you'll
painful
die.
death?
But yeah.
Will it be a painful death or just a peaceful death? And also, because you don't have any clue that there is reincarnation, or just it will just end there. There will be nothing after death, or there will be something after death. So you don't have any clue. So sometimes you fear what will happen when after I die. Will I face some creator that I'm not believing in, and it will be judged about what I choose in this reality? I don't have any fucking clue that I will just reincarnate. I don't have any fucking clue that it will be just death and the end of my reality.
Yeah. Speaking of the butterfly effect, the caterpillar ceases to exist once the butterfly flies away. It's not death.
Do you believe in an afterlife?
I believe in an afterlife, but it's just a belief. I don't have any clue if it is reality. I believe in as just faith, out of faith.
Mm.
Yep.
I don't. It doesn't make sense to me. I feel like this corporeal body is like what generates consciousness or my experience, and when it's gone, I probably won't have anything. It's like emergent.
Yeah, that's what you believe. Yeah, that's what you believe. You don't have any clue.
Why don't you believe that?
Because I don't want.
That's
my
fair.
personal. It's my personal choice.
That's fair.
Yeah, you may have permanently entered into a game by then, anyways.
Maybe Ready Player One.
You ever see the movie The Congress, Rita Fee?
I don't really watch films, and no.
Okay, so that would be a no.
That was a no. Yes.
You're sophisticated enough to refer to things that are now in the digital age as films, but you don't watch them. Why not?
That's correct.
Why? I mean, is the moon landing not a film? I mean, you're into it. You just don't like if the
I've
art
actually never
house is
seen
right.
it. Maybe I've seen some clips of it.
So you've
I
heard
don't know.
about you? Okay, what do
I've
you
probably
know
seen
more
some
about
clips.
the moon? Do you know more about the moon landing or Wizard of Oz? Since you've seen neither one of them.
I probably know more about Wizard of Oz.
Okay. So you do have somewhat of an interest in film. Yeah, I don't know why you would.
I don't.
Why would you separate yourself from the history of your society's arts?
I just don't care about history that much.
That's what I'm asking. Why would you so you just think it's preferential for you to be free floating and nothing? If you stand for nothing, you'll fall for anything, and that's what you like.
I don't know. Just history isn't a body of knowledge that I'm like that passionate about.
What? Do you not think the history of cinema has something to do with how you're able to game so freely?
Like a clinically significant relationship? Probably not.
Oh, I think you would be surprised.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe.
I don't know. There might be things to be learned of of humanity's capturing of images over even in
Well, I
the
mean,
recent
I could tell you
history.
about like the technical aspects, but just the films themselves and the progression of the art, I don't know that much about.
Yeah. Yeah, many of you don't. I mean, you're the one that said, "Hey, it's all CGI" when you were coping. Yeah, you're speaking from ignorance in your cope because your cope isn't complete because you've told us here that you're ignorant of the history of film, so you don't know how images could be produced. That's interesting.
Oh, I mean, I could tell you the technical
I think
engineering
it's called
aspects.
invincible. You're teetering on invincible ignorance.
No, to be
Not
clear,
just
I can tell you
but-
about the technical aspects of photo capture. What I couldn't tell you about is the
Okay.
history and the art form and the beauty and the stories and the
But now
motifs and
you know there's ways of creating imagery pre-CGI.
I thought you meant the motifs and art forms, the progressions of the media.
Yeah, no, I'm
I
just
didn't think
talking
you
about
meant the technical
I'm just
aspects. I
talking
can tell
about
you
the
those.
transition from, darkroom magic to
No, I mean,
CGI.
I think the history of human engineering is fascinating, but the history of human film and the beauty of the art and the films produced and the themes discussed, I'm not very into literature.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The modern day schooling is to assign a book, and then the teacher, 3 days after it was assigned, before anyone could even complete it, give their bastardized, postmodernized, influenced Cliff Notes version of the novel to the students, and then more brainwashed dummies. So yeah, I get it.
No, I think you have me wrong. I sometimes wonder if I should go back to reading.
You're fine, bro. You're fine.
I do miss being in high school and reading all these interesting books.
Yeah. Well, you can watch movies and read books for free. Library
like
cards
movies.
are still available. Yeah.
Just maybe I'll do that when I'm older.
Yeah.
I'll probably go back to the stuff from
glue yourself to a computer
Romantic era
screen
France.
during your youth.
Or 20th century French neo, whatever the fuck it's called. That's probably interesting.
Yeah, that's the interesting thing about the modern pseudo-intellectual. They take pride in their ignorance. It's
beautiful,
wild.
isn't it?
Define beautiful. Define beautiful.
It appeals to the senses. I think there's something about it.
It's appealing to dimwits. Yes, it's self-soothing.
I don't know. There's something to it. Something that strikes it evokes some emotions, I think.
Yeah, you've sought the lowest common denominator.
Maybe.
Yeah, you drink
I
the
think this bastardization, this
I don't like Kool-Aid. Yeah, you people are lost.
Maybe. I don't know, I feel like that juxtaposition, there's something beautiful to it. It's kind of...
Dude, it doesn't matter. Yeah, after you say maybe you're lost, I don't need directions in the woods from you.
Well, I mean, there's something about the person lost in the woods who feels found, or someone who's found who feels lost. There's something there.
What? Well, that sounds like someone who knows they're lost.
I don't know. Maybe it's just funny.
They're lost.
It's just slightly funny.
It would be a lot funnier. It would be a lot funnier if it weren't so sad.
Read the file. Trust me. The funniest thing is watching the Globalists suffering from their cognitive dissonance. because they can't
Well, this
defend
is
it.
another form of cognitive dissonance,
So
right?
they
It's
have,
the loss
yeah,
that feels
just,
found.
oh no, it's just cognitive dissonance. Oh, trust me.
Oh, there's something like Americana about it.
No. It's just the cognitive dissonance that you are suffering from.
Kind of beautiful, isn't it?
You are holding a belief that you can't defend. Still, that mental issue. Want you to just leave you with that belief and hold on that belief no matter what. And that's what you're doing now.
Oh, I think brains are beautiful. I think a dissonant brain is still beautiful, and it's all of its weird ways. What I've noticed is it seems like everyone in this chat is pretty old.
Fire is beautiful. Water is beautiful. A cell is beautiful. It is just a part of that brain. Electricity is beautiful.
Right. It's like relative density sorting objects.
Gas pressure is beautiful.
I mean, there's something beautiful about like people uniting in their shared truth, especially when it stands in opposition to what others believe, but they still remain steadfast in their conviction. I think there's something to that.
And
like the suicide cult that believes so strongly they kill themselves. There's something like
Enough
to
of
that.
this.
And you can watch them spies because of their cognitive dissonance.
Yeah, that's what the Globers do. They're like a suicide cult, the Globers.
Yeah,
They'll
the
believe it to their grave,
The
even though it's
Globitardians.
wrong.
I call them the Globitardians.
Right.
Yeah.
What in the world, Necros?
Oh, sorry.
We can hear the... Yeah.
Anybody? Anybody here?
Welcome.
What's up? You on the globe side or flat side?
For us today, JR.
So, you there?
Yeah.
Hello?
Oh?
Yeah, what's up, man? I got a question.
What's your question?
So, do you hold to like the reason why stars rotate in the opposite like direction in the southern hemisphere because we're looking at it like in opposite directions? That way, they rotate differently.
I don't know why. Like, it's just what happens when you turn around and face the other direction. You see them going from left to right.
Right. So if two people are facing opposite directions, they'll see the stars rotating in opposite directions, right?
I don't know about rotating, but you see them move.
In opposite directions, like opposite rotations, right? Because they're looking in opposite directions.
I wouldn't say it's the opposite direction, facing opposite directions.
Yeah, two
Observe
people are. Yeah, so two people, like if they're facing each other, they're facing opposite directions, right? Two people are facing each other, they're facing opposite directions.
If they're facing away from each other, they're facing opposite directions.
And if they're facing like towards each other, they're also facing opposite directions, right? Like if you're
Facing each
standing,
other, so
yeah, if they're facing each other, they're facing opposite directions, right?
but one could be facing south and one could be facing north.
Yeah, just stick with me. If they're facing each other, they're facing opposite directions. Yes?
Yes.
Okay. So say there was like one person that was like, say like looking at the North Star in the eastern hemisphere, just like 1 degree south of like, geographic North Pole, and then the other person's in the western hemisphere, but 1 degree south of the North Pole. both looking at the North Pole. They're facing each other, facing opposite directions, right?
Sorry, where are the observers again?
So like,
So
here, let me maybe I can draw it and it'll like be better to understand. So it's gonna be like a top-down view, and the North Pole's in the center. Let me see if I can do a drawing. No, where's my thing? Let me draw. Where's my stencil? I'm just gonna draw it on a piece of paper. Alright. So we're gonna call this right here the North Pole. And then this is like top down, so there's your Capricorn or Cancer, whatever you want to call it, right? Top down view. So one person's like right here, and the other person's right here. They're both looking north. Right? Understand?
okay.
So if they're both looking north, they're both looking in opposite directions. How come they see the stars rotate counterclockwise around that North Star? Both of them, if they're facing opposite directions.
You have an analog clock.
They're facing opposite directions
So yeah,
relative to
they're
one
facing,
another, but they're both
yeah,
facing towards a direction, which is north. So they're both facing the same direction in respect to cardinal directions. That's what the
but they're
North Pole
facing each
is.
other, so they're
Yeah, do you
facing
know how a
opposite
If
clock
directions.
that's
works?
what the North Pole is.
Right, they're
Like
facing opposite
counterclockwise,
directions.
just to let you know, counterclockwise is the same if you're looking at 12 or 6
Relative to
o'clock.
each other, but they're both facing the same cardinal direction.
Yeah, I understand that, but they are facing opposite directions, and everyone says like, "Oh, but you see the stars rotate in the southern hemisphere clockwise because you're facing the opposite direction of north." But here, and like you're facing opposite direction of people looking north. Here's two people in the northern hemisphere
Facing opposite.
looking
You
in
said it
opposite
yourself.
directions to in relation to each
Is
other.
this guy that broken in the head?
No.
You
So
said
like,
it
Get an analog.
yourself.
Jay Rosy, I want you to go and get an
So
analog
relative
clock.
to
You know what that
themselves,
is?
if just rub out one observer, now turn that one observer that's left
Around.
around in the opposite direction.
right. So two observers facing opposite directions, both seeing the stars rotate
Oh
counterclockwise
my
around the North
god!
Star.
Dude, that's not the scenario, and you know it, unless you're just totally bricked.
Yeah, I'm going for
Wait,
bricked.
What's
Turn them around
what
the other way.
scenario?
Make them face
What's
the
the,
other way. Make them face the opposite direction now.
okay? So you want them to like face this way,
oh my god.
like that,
Right, right. There you
and
go.
right. So if they both look up from like and they're facing that way, they're going to see the stars rotating counterclockwise. Both of them.
Yeah, 6 o'clock, counterclockwise is the same whether
That's
you're
if
looking
that's
at
what
6 o'clock
if
or
that's what
12
the
o'clock.
North Pole is.
It's going to be the same.
So
You're going to
like
see something different, right? When you turn around.
there's two people looking opposite directions, both seeing them go counterclockwise around the North Star. In fact, every single direction, like you have like an infinite amount of observers, like all facing like opposite directions from like one another. They're all going to still see it go counterclockwise. Doesn't matter how many observers you have. So how's that work?
Yeah, because you said it earlier by yourself. Now they are watching opposite direction, dependent to themselves, not dependent to the north. When we talk about the stars, about two people observing the opposite direction, dependent to the north, meaning one will face the north, the other won't.
Okay, but like if you're on the North Pole,
You will all see the same direction in the rotation because you are watching the same exact thing.
but they're looking in opposite directions. So how does that work?
Like
If you
like
flip
like
a
the clock in
No,
the
they're not.
like the
Hold
clock
on a
in the
second.
ceiling, you can see the clock turning clockwise in the ceiling no matter what is your position in that room around that clock.
Right, which means like it doesn't matter if you're looking in opposite directions. If like you're gonna always see the stars rotate counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere
Holy
and
cow.
clockwise in the
No,
southern
it's not the
hemisphere.
same stars. You're not
No, they're
watching the
not.
same stars,
Yeah, they're
isn't it?
not the same stars.
Exactly, correct. Now you are facing the other stars that are the opposite direction to the north.
What?
Do you understand that word? The opposite direction of the north. So the north will be a direction. When you face south, you are facing the opposite direction, dependent to the north.
It's not exclusive to being north or south of the equator. You just turn around.
Okay, so
And
it's
go
not
from
because people are looking in opposite directions that they see stars rotate counterclockwise or
It is.
clockwise.
It
the
is.
fuck are
Two
you
people.
talking about?
Wait, so
Two
if it
people
does
standing
matter
in
which
the
way you're
It is.
facing,
It
if it
is.
does matter which way you're
It
facing, you
is.
have two people facing completely opposite directions. They're looking
It
towards each
matters
other.
which way
So
you,
they're
as the
looking in
individual,
opposite.
the observer, is facing. Yes.
Yep.
Yes. It
You
is
have, if you
dependent
have
on that.
if you have
No,
two
it's
people
not.
standing in the you have two people standing in the equator, one facing the north, and his back there is the other person standing and facing the south. Those two persons are opposite to each other. Their back are touching.
Right, but two people staring directly at each other are also staring in opposite directions.
The problem
They're
is
both
the two of them
standing
Relative
and
to
they're
staring
one
looking
at
another,
each
north.
but they are
other.
both facing the same cardinal direction. Which
So turning
direction are they
around makes the
facing in
stars
your
rotate
example?
oppositely? That doesn't make any sense.
Not
And
another one.
yeah, correct. If those people are facing each other, they're standing in the equator, one facing
No, not the
the
equator.
other
They're
person,
like
yeah, they will
like
they will stand in the
no. This is
equator
the North
where
Pole.
they will they will face each other, and the person that is facing the north, that person will see the stars rotating counterclockwise. The other person, which is facing that first person, it will face the south at that moment. He will see the stars above the head of that second person rotating clockwise.
No, that's
Yeah, but
blasphemy.
the problem is in that like so like in my example, if they're looking in the same direction, then you would have one person like over here, like here. So like here's the center. You have
Yeah,
one
correct.
person looking
Like
over
you
here,
said,
and then
they
like
are
that
looking at the
person's
same
looking there,
direction.
and now they're looking in the same direction,
Yeah,
except
correct.
one's
Yes,
looking
you
north,
said
one's
it.
looking south. But if they both look up right at that point, they'll still see the stars rotating
Correct. You
counterclockwise.
said it yourself. Now you just you responded to yourself, and I don't understand why your brain can't process the information that you are
Well,
saying. You said
because
that
the
they are
problem is
facing the same
like
direction. You said
so
it
like
yourself. They are not
so
facing
the
the
problem
opposite direction. No,
No,
shut the fuck
so the
up.
problem
Already you
is
didn't. No, I will talk. You already done. So you said by yourself that they are facing all the same direction. Yeah. Which is that direction? North. Meaning
no.
that they are
Okay,
not
so in
facing
this
the
example right
opposite
here, though,
direction.
in this example right here, they're look. This person's
Yes, they're
looking north,
looking.
and this person's looking south, in the same and they're
Right.
facing each other, so
Right.
they're looking in the same direction. If they both look
They're
up,
facing
they'll
they're facing what
One's looking
facing
north, one's looking
different
south.
cardinal
You've got them on
directions.
opposite sides of the center point.
right, exactly. So like, if they both look
Right.
up, like
Right. Yeah.
this is like
Right.
1 degree. So
Right.
this guy's 1 degree
Yeah.
south of the North Pole, and this
But
guy's
that's
1
it.
degree south of
That's
the North
it,
Pole,
JR.
right?
That's it. JR, that's it.
Right.
That's it.
So like,
They're facing
hang on,
different cardinal directions.
just slow down. So like, this guy's 1 degree south of
Yeah,
the
yeah,
North
yeah.
Pole.
No,
This
just
guy is
slow down.
1 degree south of the
Just
North
slow
Pole.
down.
They're okay. Just slow down. Slow down. They're
Let him cook.
looking in
He's
the same.
already cooking himself. Let him cook. He's already cooking himself. We can't see the southern stars from that position. No, it's impossible. He's just stupid and bricked all the time at the same time. Yeah, if we are 1 degree away from the south, you can't see the stars. You stupid asshole. You can't see the southern stars rotating clockwise. Can't see that. From the north, you can't see that.
Here's a great idea. Let's grab an analog clock, and instead of reading it normally, we're going to stand on one side and read the totally opposite side of it, so it looks like the hands are going the wrong way.
Yeah, correct. You can put those two clocks. One is facing you. The other one is facing the wall, and the back of that clock is just transparent, so you can see the clock from the back. That one, it will appear to you that is rotating counterclockwise. The other one will appear to you that it is rotating clockwise. If you just go out that reference frame and you see them from above, from a celestial view, you will see that they are both rotating from to the same side, like if it is a clock in front of another clock.
Curious what this has to do at all with the nature of the surface of Earth.
Absolutely nothing, but who's Hepek, that is a nice picture.
He's trying to make it being about two observers. No, it's about the one observer. An observer can turn around in a circle or 180 degrees.
Yep. And all of a sudden it changes. So it's relative. Doesn't have anything to do with the surface of the Earth. Jay Reezy, who were you in here as before? What was this guy's name before? He said he had surveying data and never brought it in. He ain't been in here in a while. Who is that?
Asking, someone said that there's a flat Earth surveyor that has data, and I was asking for that data.
Yeah. So what was your name before? Why'd you change it?
Why'd I change it? Oh, because Darth Dawkins got offended by my Duncan Darth name, so I changed it.
I see. All right. Yeah. Okay. Just trying to remember your name. I'm just trying to remember what he was before. I remember his voice.
No, but like someone was saying in here that they have they know a surveyor, a licensed surveyor that's a flat earther that has data that proves it, and I was asking for that data. I thought that's what you were referring to.
I thought you were the surveyor and that you did the work.
I'm not licensed yet. Been through this before many times. Going to go for my license this next year.
Okay.
But someone else in here claimed that there's a land surveyor that's licensed that believes in a flat Earth and has proven it with their data. and I keep
Well,
asking for that
They
data
all
from
do.
that licensed
Yeah, his
surveyor.
name is Alpha Veritas.
well,
He's
all
a
the surveyors
licensed
believe
land
in a flat
surveyor.
Earth.
He's a licensed land surveyor.
No.
Oh, okay. So yeah, that's not who I'm talking about. Then I'm talking about the licensed land surveyor that believes in the flat Earth.
Well, they all do.
No, no, they don't.
Yeah.
Oh,
So why are
No,
you
they
measuring it
don't.
flat then?
They don't.
So you don't take rise over run? You're not using a flat plane to get all your angles and heights and stuff against? You're not using that?
So when I do my GPS, I had to specify which zone that I'm operating in because
Now do it without GPS. Now do it without GPS.
huh? You can't get your elevation without GPS. I'm sorry, that's just
Do it
not.
without. Oh, so surveyors didn't exist before a fucking GPS system? Are you fucking insane?
So in order to get accurate elevations, you need to use a GPS to get elevations. That's just how it
How
works
did
now.
the GPS get those elevations in the first place?
So each zone that you choose from, like there's hundreds of different zones on the Earth, has its own like elevation that's based off, and then it's like a 2D grid system with each
Right.
zone having its own elevation. Now,
Right.
why would that be necessary on a flat Earth if there's a
Why would
means?
horizontal and vertical reference system be required? The fuck?
So again, the question is, why is there different base elevations for each GPS zone that are different from each other zone if the whole Earth has a mean sea level?
You just
Does the
you
GPS
answered
just
your own
say that,
question.
or do you use it practically? Do you use it practically? Like, where's the GPS get those from? Do you know where the GPS get those from? Do you use them practically?
So the GPS, if you don't set up your own base station, will find a base station that's around you, and then it communicates how far it is from that base station, and it also communicates with satellites, and it calculates your elevation based off of that.
Okay, so you're already answering your question with your own question with your question itself. You're using the term elevation. What is elevation in reference to?
Mean sea level.
Is mean sea level a horizontal datum or is it a curved datum?
Curved.
Okay, can you show that to me?
Yes, each different GPS zone has a different
I
elevation.
need you to show that to me. No, elevation is respect
Each
to a
GPS
horizontal
zone has
plane.
its own elevation
All right.
that wouldn't be necessary on a flat Earth.
You know what you're
Okay,
saying
so
right now?
instead of you repeating yourself, I'm going to ask you to go ahead and demonstrate for me that level is curved. Because horizontal, sea level, elevation, these are all flat horizontal datums. You restating the same thing over and over is not going to help your case. You can't even get elevation unless you're using a horizontal plane to reference. Pretty simple.
Yes, I can. I can just use a GPS to get an
You know what
elevation.
you're saying right now? Like, there's a table, a flat table, and there's some sand on it. I'm taking the elevation of the sand, and I know that the table's curved because it's the elevation of the sand in relation to the flat table. You're saying sea level, and I can see elevation with the GPS, but you're not saying how the sea level is curved. You're just saying that there's elevation. That's all you're saying right now.
I am saying that because if the
How does the GPS prove that it's curved?
so if the sea level wasn't curved, then there would be one elevation, one elevation. There wouldn't be different elevation systems necessary.
Are you fucking talking about, dude?
So
So
like
if one GPS,
each
listen,
GPS zone
I'm going to
has
ask
its
you a
own
question.
base
I'm going to ask you a
elevation.
question, dude. I'm going to ask you a fucking question, dude. Shut up. If one GPS location is at 50 meters above sea level, right? And another GPS location is at 50 meters above sea level. Are they at different elevations or are they at the same elevation?
Is this in the same GPS zone or in different
Are
GPS
they
zones?
at different elevations or are they at the
Is
same
this
elevation?
is this using two different GPS zones?
Is it
Is it using two different GPS zones?
Are they at the same elevation or not?
Is it using two different GPS zones?
Are they at the same elevation? Is 50 meters above sea
Is
level the same as 50 meters above sea level?
Is it using two different GPS zones?
That just shows the level of fucking stupid you are. 50 meters
What's
above sea
different?
level is 50 meters above sea level. It doesn't matter where across the world you do it. 50 meters
course
above
it
the
does.
water is still 50 meters above the water, Rosie. Are you that bricked?
No, like he's literally just believing the GPS without any proof that the zones make a difference. How do you know the zones make a difference? How do you know that?
So yeah, I mean, do you want me to like show that to you? I can show that to you right now.
Are you just going to show that this zone says it's
I
over
will
here on
literally
this part
take
of the
out my
curvature, and this one
GPS
says?
right now. I will take out my GPS right now. Say I'm in New York East. Get the GPS shot on it with an elevation reading. Show it to you. Then I'll change my zone to like Australia, and I'll get a negative elevation with that same GPS shot on that same nail. Do you want me to do that right now?
Hello?
Do you want me to do that right now? Take out my GPS system. Say I'm in right now, like I'm in right now. I'm in Long Island, so I'll say I'm in the Long Island zone. I'll take a shot on a nail. I'll show you the coordinates and the elevation of it, and then I'll say I'm in Australia. I'll shoot that same exact nail, and it'll say it's a completely different elevation.
Yeah, because different parts of the world have different, their land's different depending on the like how high it is in the water level.
Why would I get a different elevation by selecting a different GPS zone?
Because the land is
Because you're
higher
probably
in
at
some
a different
places than
elevation?
others. The
Again,
land
I'm
is
taking
higher.
the same. I'm taking the shot at the same exact location.
The land is higher in other places.
The same location. He just said it.
So are you saying are you saying that if I'm at like 10-foot elevation in Long Island, if I'm in Australia, that same 10 feet above sea level is a different elevation than my 10 feet?
Is 10 feet above sea level the same elevation as another
10
place
feet.
that's 10 feet above sea level?
Like, is it the same elevation?
Is it at the same elevation or a different one?
Yeah, so why would it matter which zone I pick for my GPS? Why would it give me a different elevation?
So it's a different. So it's not 10 feet above sea level. What is
Why
it then?
would it?
What's the
Why would
elevation
I
above
get a
sea level?
different elevation?
Stop asking fucking stupid questions. Why would it show a different elevation 10 foot above the water? That's what we're asking
question.
you.
Why would it do that depending on which GPS zone I pick? Why would it
So
do
you're
that?
saying GPS isn't accurate then?
If you pick
because if you're 10 feet above sea level, if you're 10 feet above sea level, it should always be 10 feet above sea level. What's the explanation to why it's not?
Because Earth is curved, and each different zone has each different zone has a different elevation.
Okay, so water level isn't level then, is what you're saying.
Yes, exactly.
In relation to curvature. In relation to curvature, water level isn't level.
What?
In relation to curvature, water level isn't level for you.
No, it is.
Okay, so then why is 10 feet elevation in comparison to the water level, not 10 feet elevation somewhere else when it is 10 feet elevation in comparison to the water level? What are you saying?
Actually, hold on, Breezy, shut up. If you flick it over to Australia, what does it say? Negative what?
Do you want me to take it out right now and show you on camera?
Well, you've been talking it up, so you might as well take it out. I just want the answer to the question. What number?
Do you want me to do it?
Shut the fuck up. All I want is the number. If you flick it over to Australia, what number does it give you? That's all I want. I don't want to hear you crying. I don't want to hear how, oh my God, I've got to set it up, or asking me if I want you to take it out. I just want the number.
Catchy.
The numbers, Mason, what do they mean?
What do they mean?
I think he's
what
doing
is
it
what
now.
is the difference? How much elevation does it say there is
No, because
between
he
you
literally
and
just
Australia?
he said that it's because of curvature that it's different, but then he said that water levels leveled on a curved surface, so it doesn't make any sense, right?
That's
To
the
what he's
next thing
saying.
he's gonna fucking do is answer Matrix's question. He does. He doesn't come off mute.
Did you know that the Earth is a cube?
Oh, shit.
It's true.
Prove it. Here we go. Here we go with the coping.
All right, where's the
I've seen it.
where's
I've
the
seen it with
corners?
my own eyes.
Yeah,
Where's the corners?
corners?
That's not.
The corners, Antarctica, Canada, India.
Nah, shut the fuck up.
Is bricked.
Beat me to it.
That's sad.
Like, honestly, you guys.
Did he leave?
No, I just muted him. Who?
Oh.
Jay Reezy, the one that says that level is curved. I'd love for him to get me a citation from a surveying book of the definition
That's
of
not at all
elevation.
what he said.
Who?
He did say
I
level
talked
is
to
curved.
him.
He said that the water level curves in relation to the curve of the Earth, according to him.
Yeah.
So he is saying
I
that
want a citation. Yeah, from a surveying manual, the definition of elevation. Then I want to get the definition of sea level, and then I want him to show me a curving surface of water on the Earth. That's all I need. Measurable.
Maybe the guy who said he didn't say that can help him out with that.
Looks like Jay Reese's setting it up.
He could not answer. I asked him if one location you're 10 meters above or 50 meters above sea level, and at another location is someone else, and they're 50 meters above sea level. Are they at the same elevation or are they at a different elevation? And he wouldn't answer it.
Why is Jay Reese muted?
For reasons.
Because he speaks
the facts. There's some globies in or what?
Yeah, any prey? Any prey in the
Yeah.
field?
Any weak, limping animals looking to be flat smacked?
There's some flat smacking prowlers waiting for you, Globers. Seek out.
Step up, pairheads. Let's hear it. Best curvature proof.
Black holes.
Nope.
Okay, what's a black hole?
I think that's in Uranus.
Say again?
Just look up at the moon.
Just
The moon's a black hole?
So no curvature of the Earth then? Damn.
Nope.
Doesn't sound like it.
That's a shame.
There you go, Matrix. I think he's posted whatever he was talking about in the chat.
Yeah.
So I'll let you unmute him if you want to go with him.
Right, let me put something in Skype and tell me what you think of that.
You want to guide us through what we're looking at, JR?
Yes, I'll tell you. There you go. I asked ChatGPT, will telling my date that I'm a flat earther, concaver, prevent me from getting late?
Oh, am I back?
Said yes.
Okay, so yeah, I'm doing what you guys asked me to do. I changed my GPS zone from Long Island to Australia, and now I'm going to get the shot, and it's going to have a different elevation. And then I'm going to ask again, why is that necessary if the Earth is flat and there's only one mean sea level?
Dude, holy shit, dude. You're measuring above sea level. So you have two different elevations above sea level. Nobody's saying the sea level's different. It's the same datum. You have different places at different elevations above sea level, right?
So same exact location. Okay. See?
No, you said Jersey and then you said Australia. Those are two different places, two different
So
elevations.
Long Island. All I'm doing is
Long Island.
all I'm changing is which zone I'm in. That's it.
So those two different zones are different elevations above the same sea level, yes?
Yes.
The whole point is that I'm taking a shot that same shot is the same distance above sea level. So it doesn't
Rizzy,
matter what.
when you switch zones,
So
Rizzy,
it
when you
wouldn't
switch
matter.
zones, does Australia have multiple zones?
Of course it does.
Which zone did you go to?
What does that matter?
Because where I live, I'm about 3 meters above sea level. If you go to other areas, they are about 1,000 meters above sea level. So it does make a little bit of a difference.
Okay, but the shot that I'm taking is
That's
the same.
why I'd like to know what
Like,
zone you've chosen.
I'm not moving locations.
No, you don't have to move locations. What I'm saying is, if you've picked a zone that is the same elevation as where you are now, you're going to get similar readings. If you've picked a zone that's out by 1,000 meters, you're probably not going to get similar readings.
Why? Why wouldn't you get the same elevation?
Okay, I'm going to ask you a very simple question. If you're 1 yard above sea level, is that the same as 1,000 yards above sea level?
No.
Excellent. So now you understand.
No, I don't. Because it's like, again, like where I'm taking a shot on the same location.
Yeah, why would you need different zones if it was flat?
And why would each zone have its different elevation?
Because
Zones
different
are
zones
zones.
have different elevations. As I tried to explain to you, where I
No,
live is
so,
about fucking 3 meters above sea level.
No, like each of them have a different, like,
yes.
so 0 feet sea level in, like, for Long Island zone is different than 0 feet sea level in, like, New York East versus New York Central versus New York West. Like, each of them have their own zero,
Okay, so what is the difference in elevation between those two 0-point elevation places?
Yeah,
What's
so
the
like
difference?
that's what I'm saying. Like, if you change zones, like,
What's the difference between those two that you just spoke of? New York East,
and
New
what's
York West.
what's your
What's the
reference?
difference?
What's your reference?
I can't believe you guys don't understand what he's saying.
Is the difference in elevation between 0 elevation at one point and 0 elevation at another point?
Yes.
And what's the difference? And what's your reference?
Again, I mean, I feel like
Just
you're
want the
just
Australian
avoiding
number
it.
first. Don't overload him just yet.
I feel like you're avoiding my fucking question. What is the difference in elevation, right?
Why is it
between
necessary to
one?
have different GPS zones with different base elevations? Why is that?
Probably because if you use your brains for 5 seconds, you can't reach the datum plate at the east end of New York when you're in fucking Missouri.
So tell me, what is the difference in elevation between one point, which is 0, and another point, which is also 0? What's the difference in elevation between those 2 points, and what are you using to reference the change in elevation? Oh.
Your question doesn't make any sense.
Oh shit, Sherlock.
So, do you have a question that makes sense? Like,
So 0 is 0
You're the one
everywhere,
saying
right?
that, but you're the one
like
saying that between those 2
that makes
points,
sense would be,
you're the one saying that between those
does it
2.
matter?
Oh my fucking god.
Why?
You're the one saying that between those 2 points, there's a change in elevation. Are you not?
The whole question is, why does each?
He's not
There's a
listening at
change in
all.
elevation between those 2 points that are at 0 elevation.
So,
Are you not?
answer that one?
Reezy, you
Not
base
saying that,
everything
then.
off datum points. True or false? Oh, he's been muted. That's a shame.
I think what he thinks is that because the zones are different, they must have some kind of different sea level. That's what he thinks.
Correct. Yeah. He's not intelligent
So
enough
I'm
to know
asking.
that he can't see one datum plate because he's so far away from it. That's probably why they have different zones, because someone's already gone out and done all these surveys to compare these correct heights. And it's easy just to go zone 1, zone 2, zone 3, as opposed to remarking out the datum point from eastern New York whilst you're in another state.
He's saying that zero elevation, which is sea level, right, at one place is a different elevation to zero elevation, sea level, in another place. So I'm asking him, what is the difference in those two zero elevation points in elevation? What is he using to reference the change in elevation between those two zero elevation points? But he will not answer because he said it's a stupid question. Doesn't make any sense. I would agree. But he's the one saying that there's a change in elevation between those 2 points.
Why would they have different zones? Different places on the earth, dude. They have zones now. Yes, they have zones for your little GPS. Already established elevations above sea level. Sea level is zero everywhere. Give me a break.
And I do apologize. Oh, he's gone. I do apologise, people. I live about 275 metres above sea level. Holy shit. I'm higher up than you, T-Dub. So if we have another flood, you can come to my house.
Though, mate, because we could be at the same elevation, even though I'm at 1,040 metres
Oh,
above
are
sea
you?
level.
You rat.
We could be still at the. We could be looking straight at each other.
Because we're in different zones.
Right.
Well, here's a question. Let's say we find the borderline of one of these zones. You stand in one and I stand in another, even though we're only maybe 2 yards apart. Are we at different elevations?
The funniest part is the people that brought these situations and these examples and scenarios up can't even track the logic in the jokes that you guys are. It's so hilarious.
Well, Duncan, or now Jay Reezy, I guess, is a special kind of brick. Like, yeah, every time he comes in, he doesn't even get the questions we're asking him.
I see that.
Plus, you can't make him unbelieve that GPS is somehow some sort of orbiting or geocentrically locked craft falling around a sphere that is giving them information about where they're at. They have no idea how it works. And they're just going to affirm the consequent with it every time. It's like, no worries. Why don't you get me the signal from that GPS satellite that you think exists? Verify it for me that it's coming from that. Please. Won't be able to. You're going to need a ball Earth and gravity and space before you even talk about GPS. Those have all been debunked already, everybody. Sorry. It's a weak ass appeal. Jeez, I wonder what project Jay Reese is planning on from New York to Australia or wherever he was. That's a huge project. Essentially, his argument was, why do we have different zones? It's affirming the consequent, right? If the Earth's a ball, we'll have different zones for GPS. We have different zones for GPS, therefore Earth's a ball. I mean, it's so retarded.
Did you miss his first freaking point?
No, remind me. I mean, I was in here, but remind me.
Were you here for his whole facing different directions?
Oh, yeah. You have two people. No, we're talking about one individual that will change their orientation and then clockwise will become counterclockwise. Not two people looking in opposite directions, facing north. Give me a frickin' break. If both of those individuals facing north all of a sudden decided to do an about face and face a different cardinal direction, let's say south, which is an azimuth, which is a flat plane, they're going to see the stars rotate in the relatively opposite direction. Oh, and guess what? They're both looking away from each other.
He needed to put little like arrow markers on his circles to indicate the direction of stars in that case, in that scenario. I was just hypothetically giving him that scenario, right? But he still couldn't fucking get it even with his own fucking thing.
Nope. Like I say, Duncan's a special kind of brick.
Looks like we got mostly regulars familiar with Doom, Kamala Chan, or I think we've met Humanity before. Sure about Geordie Voyager. Geordie Voyager. Oh, welcome. Any of you guys want to open up your mic and have a discussion? Feel free. Give us your globe evidence if you're a glober.
Up, nigger, 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 nigger.
Cool beans.
What a special life that guy must lead.
Q, you must, as soon as he dropped in, you must have tagged him straight away. Didn't he just get off ban, like, I don't know, yesterday or something?
He was just calling for his father. That's the only name he knows.
Just curious, does he go through all the channels and do that and just get kicked out of all of them? Reset in 2 days, come back for more?
Yeah, he's looking for his dad.
Anybody find the curve yet?
Nope.
Well,
What curve?
the curve of what? What do you mean?
Yeah. What curve? Anybody been able to prove that it even exists?
The
I've heard
curve
a
of
lot.
what?
Oh, the story about the Earth curving.
What kind of a measurement would you accept?
Drop over distance. That'd be awesome.
Yes.
Okay, drop
Drop
of what?
over distance.
Drop of what over distance?
Elevation.
All right, I can definitely do that. You want me to measure a drop of elevation over distance? I can do that.
Whilst your measuring stick is horizontal, this would be good to watch.
Wow, no, that would no. I can just drop. I can measure a change in elevation over distance if that's all you require.
No, it's drop over distance.
Yeah, I can measure drop over distance, like rise over run, no problem if that's all you require.
So that'd be horizontal and level then. This would be good.
No, it would not be horizontal and level. It would be a change in elevation. That's what you asked for. Unless that's not what you're asking for, and then I would put forth that you are, forming like an incoherent question.
No, I like what you're asking. No tanks. It's very specific. It's a good way to go about it. We would need a drop over distance over water, a large body of water, preferably the ocean, that is consistent with the presumed radius of a sphere Earth, radius 3,959 miles.
Oh, there you go. That's a little more specific. So, does anybody have anything like that or a methodology to attain that? That the water is lower in the distance? No.
You can certainly do that, but that won't really help you, because we know water moves.
Okay. So, we could do that. Do you think even though water moves like waves and like tides and swells, do you think it would align with like says who put forth? Do you think it would align with the given radius, even with like a swell?
I mean, approximately over far enough distances, but it's very much going to be approximately.
Yeah, but would it? So like, all right. So what is it? 60? Was it 66 feet in 10 miles? Do you think we'd have a 66-foot drop, even with the big wave? You think we can get that, or is that just with one really big wave? Like, what's the tallest wave? Is it 66 feet high?
Talking about waves, did you say?
Yeah. Well, you're saying that he said that wouldn't help because even the water would have to be at rest, and in the ocean the water is moving. I said, okay. Well, I mean, then how would you measure that it's like moving? I guess, right? You would measure it as a
Yeah.
change in elevation, right? So you'd be back at like square one. But even still, like just
So it's like,
assuming, I guess you would need a 66-foot tall wave.
show us the elevation profile of the ocean surface.
That's humanity said it. I mean, there's taller than 60-foot waves, for sure.
Measured above what?
Right, that's the
Relation to
thing.
what?
The reason we know they're a wave is because they're measured above this datum of a straight line to know that it's a wave. But I wanted humanity to get there.
No, not against a straight line. It's against the trough.
The what?
Waves are measured from their trough.
Okay, where's the trough? The trough, the bottom of the wave.
Immediately before the wave, yeah.
Yeah, right before the wave. And what's that? How do you measure that? The height of the trough, like where the wave starts.
I mean, generally people measure the height of water in the ocean with buoys, right?
That would be like a vertical measurement or something else.
That's a vertical measurement.
Okay.
That'd be vertical. That'd be above still a horizontal flat datum, the base of that trough.
I mean, it's all going to be, flat according to gravity, right? The buoy is a gravitational device. Buoy.
The what? The buoy is a gravitational device? You got a
Yeah, it relies on
citation for that?
gravity to face upright.
Give me a citation for that.
Have you looked at how buoys work?
Give me a citation for that.
A citation for the fact that buoys employ gravity to face downward.
The claim that you just made.
So do you mean
buoys
like specific
gravitational
gravity?
device.
Do you mean specific gravity?
No, I mean like completely normal. It's
The
floating.
warping
And
and
there you're on one end.
space-time gravity? Which one?
The force of gravity. If there wasn't a force to cause like a a buoyant force, then buoys wouldn't work, right? They would just float away.
So specific gravity, not the warping and bending of space-time. Gravity.
Change his name already.
One doesn't exclude the other? I don't know what you're talking about.
They're different.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that it has to be one and not the other.
Bet you change your name over.
You need both.
Specific gravity has
Anything to
nothing
happen.
to do with the globe stuff.
We're talking about how a buoy works. You need both.
Sorry, buoyancy, doesn't that have gravity baked into it?
Very, very technically, not necessarily, but like in every practical application, it does.
Okay. So what's gravity?
The force that we designate as downwards. Tend to call it mutual gravitation.
So when things go upwards, what happened to gravity?
What do you mean?
Like air molecules moving freely and randomly in all directions.
Yo, what does that have to do with gravity?
It
gas
just
isn't
negates it.
affected by it.
Yeah, it debunks this idea of gravity that you have, your religious belief.
Why would something having a velocity contrary to a force debunk the force? That doesn't make the least bit of sense.
What force? You haven't shown me the force yet.
I've defined the force. I said mutual attraction.
You claimed it.
Describing a force.
You claimed it. You didn't demonstrate.
That's what a description is.
I don't see this force anywhere.
Well, then you're blind.
Okay. But you haven't shown me anything yet. You just said it, and I'm supposed to believe you?
What do you name the force that causes a buoy to try to move downward because of the weight on one end of it?
Where's this force at?
Why doesn't the buoy just float away?
No, don't ask me a question. Where's this force at? Where's this force at?
I'm describing you where the force is at. The force is acting on the buoy.
Okay, so that force that's keeping the buoy from going all the way to the bottom of the ocean is called gravity? That force upward?
No, the other force.
What other force?
But again, you're just being annoying here. You know what I'm saying.
No, I'm not really. I have no idea what you're
Really
talking
are.
about. You're just describing a buoy on the
Really
ocean.
do.
You said it was a gravitational device. I asked you to give a citation. You didn't do it.
Yeah,
So you're
basically,
just kind of recycling your claim
If
and
you
being an
don't
asshat.
understand that it's a gravitational device, I can't help you. You're too
There's
stupid.
no gravity. You haven't shown me gravity yet. You've affirmed the consequent,
You're too
but you
stupid. It's
haven't shown
okay.
me any gravity. There you
I
go.
can't help you.
So now
I can't
you're
help you. You're
upset,
too
right?
stupid.
You've affirmed the consequent. I pointed it
I'm
out,
too
and now
stupid.
you're flipping
I'm
out.
upset. Interesting.
yeah,
I
you
didn't
can
know
keep
this.
Yeah.
saying that, or you can identify the fact that you're just describing and not showing or exampling,
Indeed,
or
I was asked
yeah,
for
yeah,
a
you're just
description.
describing it.
You want me to go and
Keep
like
asking.
acquire a buoy? Like
No,
what is?
I asked you for a citation. In fact, I tell you what, until you get a citation, we're not going any farther. A buoy is a gravitational device. Says you.
I do.
Absent
Okay,
of
get
buoyancy
that
and
citation
density
for
and
me.
such, the things that we can verify.
What?
Absent of buoyancy and density, the things we could verify with your buoy example.
What do you mean you can identify them?
Yeah, you're claiming gravity, the thing we can't validate, hasn't been validated, can't be measured, won't be measured, hasn't been measured.
Okay. So, do you agree that the buoy is experiencing a buoyancy force?
Yeah, that's the one we can measure.
Okay. So something is experiencing a buoyancy
No, I
force, right?
don't
And it
agree.
is
I don't
also
agree
not being.
because your buoyancy
Please shut
force
up.
is already baked in. All right, fuckstick. Is this what you were hoping for, that you would get muted? You're in my house. You're going to shut the fuck up. Buoyancy already assumes. There he goes.
He,
What a
he
bitch.
left. He left, sassy.
Wasn't that Alfred? He changed his name.
Yeah. Well, no, Alfred. Which one was Alfred? No, that's not Alfred. The dude with the. Yeah, no, that's not him.
All right.
That was humanity.
They all start to sound the same.
Pretty much, yeah.
Just an FYI for all the flat earthers out there that use the term buoyancy, you have to know that buoyancy has gravity baked into it. So what they're saying is that the force of gravity is pulling the water underneath the buoy. It's a begging the question fallacy.
You're correct. We could keep reiterating that hasn't even been tested, quantified, measured anywhere. It's just a theory.
Right, they're just saying that. And I
Yeah.
could say the adverse.
Meanwhile,
I
we
could say
have
that
the
the reason,
buoyancy
yeah.
and density that's testable, verifiable. But go ahead, Session.
Well, I would just say never use the term buoyancy. As far as we can tell, everything is about the relative density, the object in which the medium it is in. That's about the best way that we could describe it. Because otherwise, they're saying that gravity is pulling the water underneath the buoy and forcing it upward, which is incorrect.
I agree.
I could say the opposite. I could say that the reason things fall down is because the air is rushing up above it and forcing it downward, right? So we don't need to do any of that.
What happened?
Gravity happened.
Same thing that happens every time. Same trolls, same tactics, same bullshit.
The guy rage quit the chat. What a loser.
Hey, Sansu, were you here earlier when the guy said that gravity is applicable because um you can measure it using a vacuum chamber minus all of the variables? Were you here earlier this morning for that? I don't think you.
Nope, I was not. Everything for them happens in a gosh damn vacuum chamber. All right, let's take a scenario that doesn't exist in nature to prove our point. We'll just affirm the consequent with it.
While ignoring that you are measuring these or trying to prove the thing in question using containment, i.e., the vacuum chamber.
Right.
Bingo. Fucking bingo. I was about to make that point. Need a container for that.
1000%.
Yeah. Let's make this container.
Yeah, I had.
Still has gas in it. Never get rid of the gas, but
Yeah.
take enough out of it where now all of a
Somebody was
sudden
showing me
relative
something
density
about.
doesn't have an effect. Go ahead.
Yup. Oh, it was just somebody was showing me something about illuminating gas, right, in a vacuum chamber, right? But they were telling me to ignore the container. Just look, see, you can do it in a vacuum. And they're telling me to ignore the fact that it's a container. And I'm like, I can't ignore the fact that it's a container. You're gonna need a container for that.
Like
It
every
was
other one.
really
It
funny.
seems like.
I think it was. What was that guy's name? Like Star Life or some shit. His profile picture is this like anime, blue haired anime retard with a NASA shirt on. I think it was that guy. He never comes into the VC. He's always chat skanking.
Ja, ja.
Boo. Why is everybody muted in here? Why? Why are you all muted? No one is talking.
What's happening, Chief?
Well, the Earth is not a ball. That is what happening.
I agree.
Let it be. Now everybody's leaving because no one is talking. Earth is flat, and that's a fact.
And that's that.
Earth is flat, and that's a fact. And Globalists getting mad, and their brain is cracked. I think the Globalists gave up.
I think they surrender, waving white flags.
Hello?
Hello?
Hello, how are you?
Good, and you?
Doing alright, just
Yo,
living on this
guys,
flat
can you
earth.
hear me? Can you understand me?
Yeah.
Yeah, hello.
So today
We can
is
hear you, sir.
Speculation Sunday, yes?
No, today is
Okay.
Monday.
No, it's speculation. Yeah, in Germany, maybe.
What's the
Sir, and also in
speculation for
Germany,
today?
it's Monday, sir. It's almost Tuesday soon, sir.
What's the speculation?
No speculation.
I want to ask something. So, is there an edge or is there no edge?
Oh, we said no speculation.
Yeah, I'm an edger. I believe there is an edge.
So
It's
what's
amazing.
behind the edge?
Behind it
Your
is just a
brain.
wall.
What?
It's like
Your
a
brain.
disc.
Okay, and then
It's like a frisbee, you know.
Your brain is behind it. Behind the edge. You find your brain behind the edge.
yo,
It's
doctor.
yeah.
So why do I
Is this disk in space?
Yeah,
I don't go
we're
there?
on it right now.
You think there's space?
There's space, yeah.
You have any evidence for that?
Yeah, just look up in the sky.
Well, the sky is the sky. The space that you're describing, is it a vast, ever expanding vacuum?
Yeah, yeah.
Well, how do you have that vacuum without a container?
Because it's just big, you know. It's just so big, you don't need one.
Wow.
So the bigger the vacuum, no container is needed?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty retarded.
It is. It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
Maybe that's not very tenable, right?
It is.
It is. It is.
But yeah, it's like a disc. Earth is a disc.
So it's a frisbee. So have you believe you don't actually know if there's an edge like the frisbee that you're describing?
Well, the edge is where Antarctica is. It actually surrounds the edge, so you can't really get past it.
You think there's an edge around Antarctica?
Well, Antarctica is like the ice wall that holds all the water in, you know?
Is it?
Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
Okay. I guess you
that.
could speculate that if you wanted to.
It's
Wouldn't it have melted by now? Or froze the rest of the water? Oh.
No.
Usually what happens when you have water that's not frozen, put on frozen water. If it's warm, it's either going to freeze. It's all going to freeze, or it'll melt. The ice.
No.
Is right.
No, it's like a system. Like I don't know a system. So like, it freezes over once all the time. It's constantly freezing, maybe melting a little, but freezing again.
It's like a slushy machine.
Mm-hmm.
So not an ice wall, just a big, never-ending slushy.
Yeah, that's where the slushies come from. They get it from Antarctica. They get the ice because it's perfect slushy. It's the perfect slushy mixed, you know, and then they just put
I don't know.
Kool-Aid in.
If you're mixing it with the ocean, it sounds pretty salty.
No. Well, here's the thing: is it rains, well, snows really, and so that snow is fresh water. That's why it's freezing.
Oh, why are you asking about an ice wall? Now you've determined it's slushy. Kind of.
That's that.
Confusing.
It's it takes a bit to get the hang of figuring it all
You get
out.
slushed.
You get slushed, yeah.
Hey, where can I find?
Or you find what?
A globe argument.
Oh, are you a globetard?
No, I'm trying to find a globetard who could give an argument.
No, that's you, Cortex.
No, I'm flat tard. I'm a alpha sigma flat earther.
Okay, how many T's are in flat tard?
Hey, says who? I have a question to you.
One.
So why does the government lie about the flat Earth?
Because
because they hide all the ice cream.
Remember we were talking about the ice wall. It's good ice cream too.
Exactly.
Yeah, they don't want to share the ice with you, man. That's why.
Yeah.
Look, man,
They want all the slush themselves.
They don't want to share the penguin meat and the penguin ice cream feasts they have up there.
That doesn't even make sense. Why should they lie about that?
Same with
people believe in God anyway.
We gotta save
lie
the
about
penguins and the ice.
Why should they lie about that?
Because they don't want people to know the truth.
Who said they should have?
Wait, why did they lie?
They don't want you to know the truth. That's why.
Why did they lie? Why did they lie? I mean, it doesn't. It has no.
Wait a minute. Who said the government was lying about anything?
I mean, they say the Earth is a globe. You say it's flat.
Well, yeah, but they also tell you that it is measured flat. I mean, that's how all the maps are made. So they're kind of telling you both at the same time. It's up to you which one you want to believe. I guess you believe in the ball tard, right?
That's not true. What you say? They say it's a globe. Easy as that.
No, man. they tell you how they measure it. They measure it flat.
Oh, come on, man, with that bullshit.
No, seriously, just look up any
Oh
of
shit.
the maps. Aren't you aware? Do you know what latitude comes from?
Okay, look. If I ask NASA, is the Earth flat or round? What they gonna say? They say it's a globe, man. Why you acting like they don't say that?
Well, I mean, they tell you that gas pressure requires a container, yet they tell you they're going out into an ever expanding volume with no container. So they're telling you both at the same time. Which one do you believe?
It doesn't need to be in a container to be a vacuum.
Okay, so can you show me a vacuum without a container without begging the question?
Yeah, space. Look up in the sky.
Yeah, see, you just begged the question. You already committed a fallacy. So you're useless.
Yo, what are you talking about? I never said the Earth is globe or flat. I never said that. You
It's
didn't
the
put
Earth
the
is
things in
flat,
my
guys.
head.
Look,
I
the Earth
didn't
is
even
flat.
think about it.
Open your mind. The Earth is flat.
Okay.
What does that have to do with anything? Opening your mind? What does that have to do with anything?
That means expand your horizon.
Okay, but
What's the horizon?
I want to know one question because it's speculation Sunday. Why the
Right.
government?
No, it isn't.
Today is
It's Monday.
Bro,
Yeah,
it's
the
almost
banner's
Tuesday.
No,
What
the
do you mean
banner's out
Sunday?
of date.
the title clearly says speculation Sunday. Any speculation?
Yeah,
Okay,
the banner's out of date. Except
what's the
it's
question?
Monday.
No longer Sunday. It wasn't a question.
My
He was going to
question,
speculate
my question
about
is
God knows what.
why the government is lying to us about the globe?
Bro, it's not interesting. What kind of question is that?
That's a boring one. We don't think
It's
about
really
those kind
boring,
of
man.
things.
Go watch a movie instead.
I have another question.
What's that? What is it?
Did his processing time increase, or what is happening?
Imagine, like, you've ever seen the movie The Matrix? Like, we're all in a computer simulation, and it's easier to render a flat Earth than a round one.
Jeez.
True.
All right, Keanu.
That's a good point.
So, put that in your pipe and smoke it.
So you're just confused about what you believe.
Why don't they just render it as a globe? Because that's our reality. That makes a lot more sense.
To you.
When it is not a globe in any sense of reality that you can measure, test, or repeat those tests, not a globe. Or practically used, not a globe.
Precisely, Sonny, on the plane.
Well,
Precisely.
actually, the Earth is observed, measured, and practically used as a spherical globe in motion.
Okay, tell us
It's a
where,
joke.
when, and how it was actually measured to be so. And how it's
Absolutely.
practically used to be so. Tell us how, when, and where. What method?
Absolutely nowhere.
Yeah.
So that's ridiculous then.
You talking to a navigator?
Yeah, he left.
He's a low-key clown.
So many clowns today. Sounds like the beginning of the week.
Did you peep that though? He piped up earlier, and then when Clay under seal put something to him, he went silent. And then when the other guy said something, he agreed with him. And then when something else was put to him, he left.
Yeah, these people are sometimes insufferable.
Yo, guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you
No.
loud and clear.
Perfect. So I have another question.
Hello, can I interrupt real fast?
No.
Shoot.
This guy from yesterday.
Yeah, I'm the same guy from the other day. I know I'm the opposition Do you mind if I speak? Okay. I've been working on a technology. It's called mushroom computers, fungal technology, and it's emerging. Like uh, the U.S. government, NASA, and a lot of different research labs around the world are starting to work on biological computers and
Oh yeah.
fungal. Yeah, and fungal computers is at the helm of this. Like they were using neurons, but they realized the potential of fungi, and all will merge with the mycelial mass. That's all I gotta say.
Dude, I already got a biological computer.
Oh,
Yes,
seriously?
we are
That's
want to
cool.
biological.
talk
That's
about
cool. I've
flat
looked into
Earth
it. I've looked
fungus.
into it. That's cool. I looked into the
Basically, your
fungi.
brain is like a biological computer.
Yeah, and it could get it infected with fungus, my fungus, and I will control you eventually.
Oh, like that game, Last of Us.
This guy, man, keep playing zombie apocalypse,
No,
man.
this isn't a game. This is reality. This is the
And
future.
can
You
you
sound
Sounds
like
like
a
a
plan?
Waffle Gene House. Hungersworth character.
Brain fog.
He said he sound like a Waffle House.
Can you
Sound like a
maybe
waffle.
implant that
Yeah,
fungus into your
people
brain?
laughed at me when
Good thing you
people
broke in
laughed at
with
me
that
when I
news.
first people laughed at me when I first proposed the idea of fungus being used for computing, and now you're laughing at me when I say I will control you in the future with it.
Yeah.
Watch, just
I
wait.
just buy a fungus computer as well, and then I'm gonna control you.
Yeah, even
Why
if
would you
it's
want to
true, it's
control?
still kind of funny. You got to admit.
I think our brains
Okay,
are
can
too
I ask my
complex to
question
be
now?
controlled like that.
Can I ask my question now?
Yeah, why is the Earth flat? I don't know.
No, no, that's not my question. So my question is, how does it come? We have like thousands of airplanes in the sky.
Right.
We got commercial pilots. We got like hobby planes in the sky. We got
Right. Right.
everything in the sky. How does it come? No one is over the edge, over the cone of the earth. How is that possible?
Well, because none of those planes fly close to the edge.
Come on, man. Are you serious?
They all have destinations, places other than that.
Okay, if I own a
Yeah,
plane,
the planes are mapped. They literally have a certain route they gotta go around, and they're not allowed to
but that's
deviate
not
from
true
that
though.
route.
We got private jets. We got like
It sounds like the mushrooms
hobby kind of
have
planes.
infected your brain, the mind. So just relax. No need to cheerlead for this guy. You said you
Yeah,
had a public service announcement. You made it.
Okay, I'm leaving. I'm leaving.
yeah.
I
I
get
So
it.
think
Zach,
you've already left.
yeah. So Zach, there's still no fly zones. There's still the Antarctic Treaty. There's still tribes that can't be disturbed. There's still
Hey,
all of those variables preventing you
All
from
right,
using.
perfect. So the no flying zone. It's only a part of the world. It's not the whole world. So you want to tell me that the no fly zone is like a circle around the area where planes can fly. That's not true. That would be
Well,
too
you have
obvious.
all
You know
of
what I'm
those
saying?
variables, like the Antarctic Treaty as well. Have you not heard? Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty was the first
I
thing
know
I
that. Yeah, but that's only
and
Antarctica.
as well as the no-fly zone for every country, for private companies, for private land. Everyone has no-fly zones. That
Yo, I know
and
people
the
that have been
Antarctic
to
Treaty
Antarctica. So.
and the
No
Antarctic.
one's
That's
saying you can't
amazing.
go to Antarctica. Isn't that interesting how they bring up the fact that you know somebody that went there? No one's saying you can't go. You have to listen better.
Yeah, 1,000%.
So people
Yeah,
go
but you
there and then
can
they
go.
get kidnapped by the government.
No, no one said that either. What's wrong with you? Are you listening?
I
What's
don't
his
know what you
point that he's
say.
trying to
You say
make? I
people
don't get
go
his
there,
point.
they don't. What happens with those people?
What people?
What's the
The
point he's
people that
making,
go
dude?
with Antarctica.
What's with this line of questioning? Do you not understand that there's a such thing as no-fly zones and different militaries around the world actively patrol and make sure no one crosses the 60th parallel, i.e., the Antarctic Treaty? Are you actively ignoring those things while you
Now, I understand that, but
speculate
Antarctica is
yeah,
okay. What you try? Okay, wait a second. to my knowledge, Antarctica is as big as maybe, let me say, Russia, for instance.
So more speculation.
Yeah.
I don't know. In my knowledge, maybe you can, you have, maybe you can
Do you have
give me
any
information.
firsthand knowledge of this size?
No,
Okay. So you don't have knowledge, you have hearsay.
I mean I can look at our maps. That's what I can do.
Okay, so those maps, they give you a size of Antarctica. Can you measure Antarctica for me?
Yeah, you need a big
I mean
measuring tape,
I
though.
could Google it right now.
I.e.
Excuse me?
validate it. Can you validate it for yourself?
No, I can't validate it for myself.
Okay, so why are you making these wild speculations or asking these questions? Things that we haven't made any claims about, by the way. What's your point?
Okay.
Yo, what's his
I mean
point
I
if
don't
you haven't
know.
made any
You
Thank
trying
claims?
you, Thank you,
to
Tetsu. Right on point.
now what you trying to do is make me
Yeah,
not
think of
sound
something
reasonable.
quick.
But
Why would I make any
when
claims
I
about something I have no firsthand knowledge?
okay, wait a second. So you tell me if 98% of professors and scientists tell me Antarctica is not as big as you trying to make it, I have to prove it myself.
Okay, just
I can
name
just
one.
listen to them.
Just name one. We'll go through them. The
I mean,
98%. Let's talk to them. Let's see what they say.
my teacher.
Let's go ahead.
So you
Yeah, just
wanna, so you really wanna act like Antarctica is as big as the whole planet surrounding us in a
no. I didn't say
great
that. What the hell are
country.
you talking about? I didn't say anything about that.
Okay, so when Antarctica is not going in a circle around us, and
Shit, I
only
don't know,
Antarctica is no fly zone, then I can just fly in
friend.
the other
I didn't.
direction.
I didn't say
Sounds like
anything about any of the things that you're bringing up right now. Now, while you're asking me questions about things I didn't make claims about, there is such a thing called the Antarctic Treaty, and there is a no-fly zone
I
there
know
for
that.
private
It's
flight.
almost
So,
yes.
if you want to look up, if you want to call the government and ask them why they're not allowed or you're not allowed to fly down there, that's fine. I don't know why you're asking me about it.
Now what I'm saying is, Flat Earth Ranger said there's this deal going on, and I know that deal. It's like a deal after World War II. But what happens if I fly in the opposite direction of Antarctica? There would be a edge too. Is there a no fly zone as well? And in
Are
this
you talking
other
about
direction
north?
is a well, that would be too obvious, right?
You said
When
opposite
there's like
direction. Are
a
you talking
circle,
about the north
when
of the
there's
earth?
like a circle with no flying
Whoa.
zone around us, everyone would add
Bro,
pressure.
I'm asking you about your claim. You say opposite direction. Are you saying north?
Now I'm talking to Flat Earth Ranger right now. Flat Earth Ranger.
Well, no, you're talking to me.
Nah, I'm
yeah. You're
talking to
talking
Flat
to
Earth
Tetsu.
Ranger right
Let
now.
him answer you. He's listening. I'm listening. Just go ahead with your claim. I'm listening. He's listening. Says who's the one you're talking to right now.
Okay, so Flat Earth Ranger said there's this deal going on.
I got this.
Go ahead.
There's there's this deal going on, and there are no fly zones scattered around the Earth. Antarctica is not going around us in a circle. That's just not the case.
So is that more
So
outrageous claims without validation? Are you putting claims in my mouth? Are you speculating? Are these wild speculations? Which is it?
so you tell me Antarctica is going around us.
Why would I tell you that?
All right, so it
Is that
doesn't.
your speculation? Is that your claim?
How many no flying zones are there?
There are multitudes, maybe thousands, maybe hundreds of thousands. I'm not sure. But there's also an Antarctic treaty in place, has been in place for multiple years, will be in place for multiple years.
All right. So the no flying zones, are they going around us in a circle?
They are all around the world. They are everywhere. In your city, in my city.
So you want
Companies,
okay, so
companies establish them, governments
let's
establish
say
them,
the Earth, all right, let's
individual
say the Earth is like
citizens establish them. If you keep talking to me, you won't hear my answer.
you can talk.
Yeah, I'm done now. Go ahead.
So let's say the Earth is a plate. All right. So you really want to tell me that there's a no-fly zone going around the edge of this plate?
No,
I'm sorry.
no one said
This
that.
guy is not on my level. Can someone else please take
No,
over? He's so
yeah, I'll take
elementary.
this. No, no one said that. I don't understand why you're bringing that up. Who said that?
Okay. I wanna understand. If I own a plane and a flying license, that you say basically it's impossible for me to reach the edge because of no fly zone.
What edge?
Oh
No
my
one.
god,
No
man.
one has
Come
claimed an
on, man.
edge except for you.
Okay, so the earth is flat,
Yeah, that's
right?
right. Yep.
Does it have an end?
I don't know.
So it's infinite.
I didn't say that either.
So it must have an edge.
I just said I don't know. If the Earth has limits, I would like someone to tell me where these limits are at. Do you think that they're south? Do you think that they're somewhere near Antarctica?
Okay, okay, perfect. So let's say the boundary set by the government. All right? Can we
Bro, I
say that?
just asked you a question. Do you think that the edge of the flat Earth that you live on is somewhere near or south of Antarctica?
What do you mean?
I mean exactly what I asked you. Is the edge of the Earth, the flat Earth that you live on, is it south of Antarctica?
It's around the whole Earth. When the Earth is flat, of course it has an edge. It's a circle.
Okay,
So
so okay,
so north, south,
so
west, east.
oh, those. This is your flat Earth model. I see. So you have a flat Earth model you're presenting. Sorry, go
Nah,
ahead.
that's no. I don't believe in that. That's why I'm here. I want to understand.
Oh,
I want
so
to understand. And for real, I want to understand. I want to learn. I don't understand
okay,
the concept. When you say,
no one said circle. No one said anything about really anything you're asking questions about. I don't know why you're bringing it up.
Yeah.
Adolf Hitler thought that the world was round.
Okay, yeah. So
okay,
like
look,
basically I'm just trying
okay,
to say
so you basically say you don't know the shape of the Earth, but you know it's flat.
You know, Hitler thought that the earth was round,
maybe
so
mute
that's
him.
why.
This guy is obviously one of those.
So you don't
He's
know
gone.
the shape of the Earth, but you know it's flat.
Yeah, you could either ask us about what we claim or just continue asking questions about what you believe we believe, which
All
is
right, my bad.
absolutely
Sorry.
wrong. Yeah, yeah.
Yes, you're right. So what do you believe in? What is your claim? Flat Earth Ranger.
My claim is that it's measured flat.
Okay, but you don't know the shape of the Earth.
I conclude that it's measured flat, fundamentally traveled, traversed, measured flat.
All right, so you don't know the shape of the Earth. So, but you basically saying via these no fly zones, the government is creating basically an edge.
No, I'm not saying that at all. Maybe you could ask me, well,
They are
since
creating
you
a
feel that
perimeter
way, I
for
would answer that they're
civilians like
putting
Yeah,
you.
they
walls
built like a
to keep
barricade,
us
right?
from validating ourselves. That would be how I would put it personally. I my bringing up the no-fly zones
All
and the
right, I have a question to you.
okay, go ahead.
So these no fly zones, are they building? Are they? Did they create like a circle around us?
They're everywhere. I'm not sure what you're asking me. They're everywhere. Anyone can
I mean,
establish
it's
a
obvious
no-fly
what I'm
zone.
saying. Did
If
they
I
create a circle
decide that
around us so
I
we
don't
can't
want
fly
people flying over my house,
past
I can
the?
establish a no-fly zone. So they're everywhere. They're everywhere. Worldwide.
Okay, has somebody in here knowledge about no fly zones?
I'm telling you right now, like what's happening.
No, you don't answer my question. It's a yes or no question. Are the no-fly zones scattered around us in
They
the
are
shape of a circle so we
worldwide,
can leave the
everywhere.
boundary set by the government?
They're everywhere. They're worldwide. They're everywhere. The government establishes no-fly zones. Private corporations establish no-fly zones.
I
Farmers,
understand
private.
that. I
Yeah, yeah.
understand. Yes, I understand that. Please listen to my question, please.
So they're everywhere. So they're everywhere.
If they everywhere, I can't even fly a plane.
No, you obviously have to, notify whatever it's called headquarters that you're flying, that you're planning to go here to there. You have
Okay,
to do those things.
is that so, or just you just might make that up?
What? So maybe you don't know anything about flying or establishing a flight or the process to go from here to there and avoiding no-fly zones established by individuals, corporations, and governments. Maybe you don't know
Man, if
anything
I
about those
call the
things.
government,
So
if I call the government and I tell them I want to fly over this water over here, infinite, I want to die, let me die. They say no.
is it a no-fly zone or area affected by the Antarctic Treaty?
You find this funny, huh?
Yeah, because you don't seem to get it, sir.
Of course I get it. I 100% understand what you're saying, but
Did,
that's not
did,
how it works.
did he just
No
say
fly
you want to
zones.
fly to a restricted zone and die on your own will?
Let me explain you what a no flying zone is. A no flying zone is created for safety measurements, or for safety. I don't know how this word is called. And yes, you said it right. Private companies can establish these no flying zone as well, while
Uh-huh.
countries are no flying zone as well.
Uh-huh.
But I want to know, and you said everywhere is a no flying zone. That's not true. If I own a
Yeah, I
plane, I
didn't
can
say that.
fly
I didn't say that.
when
You
when
I
there's no fly zones.
I didn't
I
say
don't have to
everywhere
tell
is a
anybody.
no-fly zone. As long as you keep talking through the lie you told about me. Yeah, I didn't say everywhere is a no-fly zone. I just established that. I did not say that. Why did you say that?
You said that 3 times. Everywhere is a flying zone. No flying zone.
I said they are established worldwide. I didn't say everywhere is a no-fly zone. What are you talking about? Are you an idiot? Are you
Guys, come on.
like
Hey, play
anyone?
Earthquake.
Like
You
what
listen to him.
fucking idiot?
He said it like
Are
three
you
times.
dumb?
All right, I let it pass you, man. Maybe you stoned. It's all
Yeah,
right,
cool
man.
beans. Now that you understand that they are worldwide, established anywhere by anyone practically, what are you asking?
My question the whole time. It's really simple. It's really simple. Are the no flying zones around us so I can leave this barrier made by the government?
Well,
I can't with this
just look
guy.
at the treaty.
Go ahead, let's
Do
go ahead,
you
go
have a
ahead.
copy of the treaty in front of you?
You're lagging right now. I can hear you.
Okay.
No,
Do
I
you have
understand.
a copy of the treaty and the established no-fly zone?
No, I don't.
Okay. You should probably read that, and then you can ask them about it because it's their perimeter.
You have a map for me where I can see the no flying zones?
Well, just look up,
OMG.
Antarctic Treaty and look it up
How is it
and
called?
check it out.
Antarctica Tree Deal, ne?
Yeah, the Antarctic Treaty.
Yeah, so
I
Zeit,
can't
I
find it.
made.
Antarctica Tree what?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were saying anything. It was a prolonged silence. Go ahead.
Antarctica Tree what?
Are you reading?
Did you write it in the chat? Can you write the name of the deal in the chat?
Look this up and find out information he needs from the people that actually made it.
Yo, can you write me the name in the chat, please?
Antarctic Treaty.
I don't know how to spell this
You're
treaty.
just wasting time
Wow.
now, dude. Just shut the fuck up. Just shut the fuck up. You're obviously too retarded to have this conversation.
Ah, there we go. I find it. Treaty.
Oh, you
Treaty.
found.
Try
Now
deal,
read it
he
for a
wrote.
second. Read it for a second and be quiet. Read it for a second and be quiet. Now, just.
No, I know what the treaty
Oh my
deal
God!
is. I know it. I
Wow, I'm glad.
know the
I'm
deal,
glad you did. I'm glad you had to look it
but
up.
I don't know where is it. Where is it? Where is it at? Where? How? Like how big?
Anywhere below the 60th parallel, I'm sure. I believe. Maybe you can read it. Read it first, and then read it. Read it. Maybe first. Read it. Yeah, I was gonna say if I decided to buy this plane that I've been looking at, and I had the certifications and was able to fly, all I would have to do was
All right, I looked it up. I looked it
Okay,
up.
yeah,
Hey,
yeah. All right, just a
you.
second. That
Hey.
was my sentence. I was talking, sir.
Oh my God,
Yeah.
man.
So if I decided to buy this plane I've been looking at and I had the credentials to fly a plane, all I would have to do was contact, the flying people and say, "Hey, I want to fly here." And, if there's a no-fly zone, I would have to acknowledge that and fly around that. But it's pretty simple there. You can't not fly a plane. You just have to acknowledge that there's no-fly zones and an Antarctic treaty affecting anywhere below the 60th parallel south. So yeah, maybe he's read it during this time. Maybe he read the whole thing before he tried to interrupt me.
Okay, look. This treaty deal, man. It didn't change anything. Hey, man, this conversation, man, that's crazy, man. I'm gonna ask you the last time.
Cray.
Think it's crazy?
Had somebody in this room here has knowledge about no-fly zones?
Didn't you say
What's
you own a
There's no
plane?
need to continue talking to this guy. he has a
What do
he has
you
he
think
has
is
a problem.
crazy? What do you think is crazy, man? Like it's just like if I were to describe to you the world that you experience, would that be crazy, or would it just be the world you experience? Like, if I said to you, like, listen, if you want to go to the grocery store, right, I can point to it. I can say, listen, it's that way. I'll just point to it in a straight line, and then you walk in a straight line and you get there. Would that be crazy?
No.
Okay, well, okay, that wouldn't be crazy. If I were to say, listen, you go up in a hot air balloon, right, and you float in the sky for as long as you want, and you come back down where you started, is that crazy, or is that just what happens?
It will be crazy.
It would be crazy. Oh, it's crazy. So, yeah, so a balloon on a string is crazy.
Yeah, he's just
Yeah.
crazy.
Yeah, so there's this other idea out there. Like some people say there's this Coriolis force or something, right? Right? They'll say that listen, you go in a hot air balloon and the Earth spins beneath the hot air balloon, and you can just allow your destination to come to you. That would be crazy. Or they'd say something like, listen, you may point at like
It
the
would be a
grocery store.
diagonal. It would be diagonal path for all balloons
Yeah,
going the
is
way
that
that the Earth's. But yeah,
that'd be crazy. Yeah, or I could point to the grocery store and say, listen, just go that way. It's still over in that way, right? And you'll say, okay, I'm going to try to maintain the shortest distance, right, between me and the grocery store. I'm going to try to walk in a straight line to the grocery store. That just seems but there's another idea that you'd be curving down, right? That you're on top of a ball at your house and the grocery store is downhill, lower. But then when you're at the grocery store, you're on the top of the ball and then your house is lower. That sounds crazy. But that's the globe.
Freaking crazy.
Yeah,
Hey, man, I'm gonna be honest with you.
lie to me. No, go ahead. Be honest. What was the honest part? That you're going to be honest?
When you said there's like this treaty deal and stuff like that, I already know that treaty.
I don't even know what word you said. Three P
So,
three
Antarctica
PD.
treaty deal over here. So I looked it up, and they show me the mass of Antarctica and the area where this deal is
No idea
like
what
a
you're talking. You
mass
have an
of
octagon somewhere in your room, or like somewhere in reality that you're referring to an octagon. Why are you? What's the octagon all about?
I said Antarctica.
Antarctica. Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
Antarctica. What about it?
So right now I try to get a reasonable answer to my question,
Okay. What
and
was the
he
question?
couldn't do it. He couldn't do it.
Like, what is
It's
that? What? So, like,
very easy.
China is China. Therefore, the Earth is China. Or what is it? What does Antarctica
Now maybe
mean
you
to
can
you?
answer my question. So if I own a flying license and I own a plane,
Mm-hmm.
am I able to reach a place for the end of
Right.
our world? Is it possible?
Do you think that the Antarctica is the end of our world? I don't know.
No,
Who
I'm
said
not
that?
saying that. I'm not saying that. I'm saying
Me either.
if I get on a plane and I own a license, is it possible for me to reach the end of the world?
No,
Well, I mean,
were you
I don't know.
listening?
It's just a dichotomy, like a true dichotomy. Either the world, like whatever you want to call the world, is finite, or it's not. I mean, it's just you can just decide, I guess, right? You can just make up one.
You believe it's finite?
I mean, they tell you that it's finite. They say, listen, there's an edge to the world, right? That's what they tell us. They say, you live on a globe and there's an edge, and that edge is 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. They say, listen, that's the edge of the world, the horizon. Do you think that that's the edge of the world?
Okay, can I reach that? Can I reach that?
Yeah, yeah. You're on it. They'll even tell you you're on somebody else's horizon right now, and that's the
What
edge of the
happens
globe.
if I go past this horizon?
You'll encounter more Earth, more water. Yeah,
So Earth is infinite?
I don't. Is that what that means?
Wow, what's wrong with this guy?
So you
Eh,
believe in a round Earth then?
Why does that mean that?
Hey man. Hey man, I can't anymore, man.
Yeah, just
You
give
believe
up.
there's an
Just
edge?
give up.
Well, like an edge would be something that you'd have to demarcate and say is different. Like an edge would be different than something else. Whether it's like, hey, here's where it's blue, and then here it's green. So the edge of blue, and then where it meets the green, we can call that an edge. Or here's an edge where something's lower and something's higher. Well, that would
Yo,
be like the
why
edge
you
of something.
making everything complicated in this
I'm not.
machine?
I'm asking
I'm
when you
just
say,
asking, is
what
there
do
an
you
edge,
mean?
man? You say yes or no, man. It's that easy. You
Well, what
believe
do you?
there's an end
That's what I'm asking you.
of our planet.
An edge. What do you mean? Something that's higher or lower or green or blue? What do you mean edge?
What is the
What
edge?
happens if you go in one direction for like infinite amount of time?
Thank you.
Is
I
It's
don't
there
know.
an
easy.
end?
I've never done that. Has anybody here done that?
Hey
Yeah, but what would
man.
happen?
Like yeah, like this, like
The
it's
same
like the
thing. Hold on, friends. Hold on. I got an answer. I got an answer. The same thing that happens if you try to reach the edge of the universe. Exact same problem. So there you go.
So
Okay,
it's
There's your
like
answer.
not weird, not
infinitely
weird.
generating.
You not weird. Wait a second. You saying no one ever did that. That's my question. If I own a plane and I go in one direction, what happens? Please tell me, flat earther.
What did they do it forever? You said, have you anybody ever done it and gone forever? I mean, did they stop or did they go forever?
No, they say they come
God.
around, back around, and be on the same
Really?
spot where they start. That's why they say the earth is round.
Who
So
said that? No, hold on, friend. Hold on. You just made a claim. Who said that?
Round.
Yo,
Earth is
Yep, yep,
round.
dude.
the sailors did,
Yep,
dude.
friend, friend,
hey
friend, friend,
man,
friend, friend. You're getting
Columbus, man.
exacerbated. No, that's not what Columbus did.
Yeah, Columbus
So
thought of his head,
Nah,
dude.
this is what you're gonna do.
man.
This is what you're gonna do. This is what. Hey, hold on, buddy. You're gonna go and find me the course that Columbus
Hey, you
charted,
crazy.
and then when you come back with that claim that you just claimed and prove it's the case, then you can continue speaking. How about that? You like that game?
So you want to tell me everyone who said they traveled around the earth lied?
All right. I asked you a question. I said, do
Oh,
you
you're
like
not
that game?
answering his, dude.
Well, he made
He
the
has
claim
no.
that
He has no legitimate question. His question is appealing to hypotheticals.
And I did answer his question. I said the same thing that happens if you try to reach the edge of the universe. So that was an answer. Whether it's satisfactory or not to you is an entirely different story, but to say there was no answer is disingenuous. So, Mr. Zeitzuji made a claim that somebody went around the Earth and ended up exactly where they started, and somehow that proves Earth's a globe. He was asked to validate who it was and what they did. So I'm going to unmute him so he could say he's going to do that or he's not going to do that. So what you going to be, bro? You going to validate what you said or not? Go
Megalan.
ahead.
Magalan.
What's that? What's that?
What about Magellan?
Okay, so you picked Magellan. All right, the person is Magellan. What was his course?
You tell me.
Oh, that's not how this game is going, dude. You're making the claim that Magellan or Columbus did something you alleged not 30 seconds ago that they did. Right? So you're the one who's supposed to tell us, not the other way around. Right.
Okay.
So what you're suffering from right now, friend, hold on. What you're suffering from right now is you're realizing that you actually have no proof of your claims. You don't even have proof that they even did what you think they did. So why don't you go find that and then come back with it? How about that? It might take you less than 5 minutes.
What about James Cook?
Okay, you picked another name, James Cook. What did he do? What was his course?
So he started in the south. No, he did an expedition to the South Oceans.
Mm-hmm.
All right, man. You're right, man. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah. You need to be honest that you don't know what you're
Okay, so
talking
you
about.
tell me
You
these
may be
people are.
right. Listen. You may be right. You may be right that they did a course that proves something, but you have no idea what it is. So why don't you just go find out what it is, and then you'll know, and then you could tell us.
Okay, so basically, I thought I come in here. You tell me the round is the Earth is flat. It has an edge, and we done here, man. But no, I come
So
in
you
here
think?
and
Okay,
nobody
fair
in this.
point. So you think that the only way to arbitrate whether something is flat is if you can define the edge. That's your claim?
No, I didn't say that, man.
Well, then why is it the case that you expect to be told there's an edge and that somehow settles the issue?
Nah, I believe that's what you believe. I
No,
thought
brother.
that's what you believe.
That's not what flat earthers quote unquote believe. What flat earthers believe, quote unquote, is that the earth is flat.
Oh, so you don't know
Flat
the shape of the
itself.
Earth?
Yeah, well, flat is not a shape. Flat is a surface attribute, right? Shapes are like
All right. So
squares,
okay.
cubes, triangles.
So we ain't able to measure the shape of the Earth.
Well, let me ask you this question. Have you ever measured the shape of a tree?
I
Have you
did.
ever measured the shape of a rock?
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
The truth of the matter, friend, is that the earth could be an infinite permutation of overall shape. Okay? The
What?
flat earther claim is that the surface is flat. The surface where the ground stops and then it gives way to air, right? The boundary between ground and air, when laid out, is a line between two horizontal planes that
All
has a
right. Why is
maximum
the moon
variance
and the sun?
of
Why?
13 miles.
Okay.
What?
Why is the moon and the sun and the other planets round?
Who cares?
Boy.
Rond.
Why isn't the Earth is what you should be worried about.
Yeah, exactly. Why? Your question is basically, why is the Earth not something that is not the Earth? I don't know. Maybe because of the law of identity.
Nah, but
Because the rabbit's not a
that's
car.
the only possible shape of a
A
planet that we
bird in
know.
the sky is not a shape of something. We see birds in the air too. You're gonna call that a planet? Oh, look at the planet birds. Wow.
That's completely dumb because the Earth don't
You're
the
right,
birds don't
friend.
got
An
You're
eagle. You
right.
must be
gravitational
an
laws.
eagle.
They don't got laws.
Hey,
The birds don't got nothing. They don't
Demak,
got
he
a
agrees
mind. The
with
birds
you
don't got an
that it's
atmosphere.
completely
Come on,
dumb
man.
to see something in the sky and then say that's what the Earth is. You're right.
Now I can explain you why I said that. So
Okay, go ahead. Explain it.
I mean it's pretty easy.
Hmm.
The shape of a ball is the only thing we know possible where an atmosphere and stuff like that can exist. We never saw a planet or another um,
What?
form in the
He's
universe.
spiraling, even though we experience and traverse and measure it flat. All that extra stuff you're talking about. What's wrong with
So
you?
is there a sun out there that's shaped like a triangle? No, it don't.
Who cares? Who
Is there
cares,
a
dude?
moon out there which is shaped
Spiraling
like
fat plane.
which is
Who cares?
shaped flat? No, it don't. It
So
doesn't.
what?
It's
So
just
what, dude? All right. So your claim. Let's break your claim down logically to help everyone out, so we all understand where we're coming from here. Your claim is that the celestial objects that we view from our vantage point at the Earth are either round or spherical in nature, and therefore the
yes.
Earth must also be that. Okay, so let's say that's your claim. Now, what you have is a logical sequence of where you're trying to claim that the Earth must be that. Now, the problem is that it's non sequitur. It doesn't follow of a necessity from your premises that the Earth is round or a globe.
It doesn't
So
need
your
to
logic
follow
doesn't hold
necessarily, you
true.
retard. You don't know how logic works. It's not a necessary entailment. It's a synthetic truth.
Whoa,
Boom.
whoa. What's with
Gotcha.
ad
Boom.
homs, man?
Whatever,
It's
Relax.
dude.
not. It's not an ad hom because he didn't give a formal argument. Ad homs only apply to formal
Whoa,
arguments.
whoa, whoa. Smarty pants.
What?
Yeah,
Relax.
slow down,
It's
slow boy.
irrelevant, dude.
Slow down.
But
Flake.
yeah, it doesn't need to be a necessary entailment. That's all I'm pointing out. You're just declaring that.
So what?
Nobody cares.
So what? Yeah, you're the one claiming it's not necessarily entailed. No
Nobody
one's saying it
cares
has to be
about your
necessarily
arguments
Dealing
entailed.
with
into
You
the
don't. You
data.
don't.
reality.
I didn't say it had to be or hadn't, dude.
Come on, slow down, slow down, slow down. So give me an answer to that, please. So if you say the Earth could be infinite,
Dude, it's irrelevant, dude. Just try to focus on one point. You're talking about I see other things in the sky, therefore I conclude the Earth must be like the things in the sky, or at least is like the things in the sky. Okay? Now, you can't conclude that necessarily from that argument. You could surmise it, you could infer it, you could say the probability is high, but then you would need to determine whether what you're coming to a conclusion is actually true or not.
oh yeah, of
Right?
course.
So
I mean, modern
yeah.
science and stuff like that. Modern
Yeah,
science
perfect.
observes
Perfect.
certain
Perfect.
laws. Okay, so
I
modern
don't care about.
science.
We don't care. We've already conceded that point, dude. We're trying
Now
to
we
get
did.
why this informs
I want to
us
continue my
about the
argument.
Earth.
Wait a second. I want to
Oh my
continue my
goodness, dude.
argument.
We don't want you to. So we win. What we want you to do is to arbitrate whether the conclusion of your argument is true or not by validating that the Earth is the object shape that you claim it is. That's how you settle this, dude. You don't settle this by appealing to other things that are not the Earth. Okay?
I mean, I kind of find it funny. I come in here. You can't tell me the shape we on here, but you claim it's flat because you have certain
And
um,
you're clear. You
evidence
do
for
understand that
that.
he. Yeah, you do understand that he's not claiming, right? 'Cause-
Yeah.
or he would. Yeah, he's not claiming a shape. Then he's just claiming a surface
Oh, yeah.
being flat.
So let's
So
do a test. Let's do a test so
Yeah,
we're all
and
on common terms here. Hold on,
95% of the.
friend. We're gonna settle our terms here so we understand where we're coming from. We're gonna do a quiz. Okay, this is a quiz. Part of the answer is on to enter Mensa. If you know what Mensa is, it's an organization for highly intelligent people. You have to take quizzes. So here's one of the questions from their quiz. Okay, name the following shapes. Or sorry, pick the following shapes. So now you can pick. You can write as many as the answers as you want. So A, apple. B, circle. C, blue. D, flat. E, all of the above. What's the correct answer?
Listen, man. I don't know
That's
what
what I
you're
thought.
trying
Participate.
to do
You gotta
right now.
participate, bro. Which one was the shape, or is it all of them?
I didn't
Yeah,
even
which
listen
one's the
to
shape,
be honest,
brother?
man.
Which one's the
Look,
shape?
boy.
He
Look,
said,
man.
"Listen, man, this is too much for me."
You
Hey,
want like
I'm gonna be honest
you
with
want just
you.
like two
I'm gonna be
options,
honest
three
with you.
options?
You can't answer my question. Can I?
Well, he was trying to clarify terms so that you guys could progress to try to answer your question. So
Yeah,
you
why
wanted to
would
see
I?
if you where you
Yeah,
land
yeah,
on
yeah.
that.
Why would I bother talking to someone who can't adjudicate in their own mind whether an apple is a shape versus a circle versus a flat versus a blue? If you can't answer that question, dude, why are we even conversing with each other?
I mean, I can answer this question if I wanted to.
So go ahead, go ahead. That's what we're waiting for. That's why he asked.
Now
But
let's see
why
if you
should
can
I?
get the right
Why
answer,
should I
dude.
let you test my intelligence? I don't think that's necessary.
We're not. It's not actually testing your intelligence, dude. It's a testing your ability to come to common agreement on what terms mean.
I
Yeah,
mean, the
you
first
say
sentence
you
you
say
made about that
listen, dude.
test
I'm just gonna
is
can I
to
help you
test
out with
the
it?
intelligence. So
No, I know he was
what
fucking
is
busting your
Mensa
balls.
again?
He
So
was
Oh,
tell me
busting your
what is
balls,
Mensa
dude.
again? Wait a second. So tell me what is Mensa again?
It's what women have every 30 days.
So what is Mensa again?
It's what women do every 30 days.
Yeah, you gave me an
He was
introduction to
joking around with
Mensa
you,
and
dude.
called it an intelligence test. And now this question you asked me, it's
And
not about intelligence.
what's not? Everything's about intelligence. What are you talking about?
All right,
So
dude.
look, I come in here, I
All
come in
right,
this
all right. It's
PC,
fine.
I
It's
come in
fine.
this, I
We'll
come.
concede. We'll concede that you're not intelligent. Let's continue the conversation. Go ahead. What do you
got
got?
hurt.
I come in this VC. I trying to find a solution to the shape of the Earth on the object we
Is
live on.
blue a shape?
And no,
Okay.
I'm shocked.
Is circle a shape?
I'm really shocked and I'm concerned.
Is
First,
circle a shape?
wait a second. First,
Dude,
why you said that?
you didn't
First,
ask any questions. Listen, friend, whether you realize it or not, you didn't ask any questions that could accurately arbitrate what shape the Earth is. That's the problem.
okay, man, you need to let me
None of your
finish, man.
questions are actually appropriate to the task. So why don't you just take a moment and pause and think of a question that could actually determine the shape, or simply ask, why is the Earth flat? You could do either one of those. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Is
So
is
let me. I can give you something. All right. So we got, of course, waves and we got tsunamis. So you flat earthers, of
Umami.
course, we got the opinion that there's probably the end to this thing we live on. So how does it come that the water, the tsunami, and the waves don't float over?
Wow, dude.
So more
Why does
All
the
right,
speculation.
water
everyone.
don't?
Everyone, hold
Speculation,
on, dude.
Why does the water?
Everyone, calm down. Everyone, calm down. Okay, we're gonna
Why
give him
does
a
the water
mulligan.
don't
We
run
all
run?
hold on, friend. Hold
What
on,
happened?
buddy. I'll tell you the answer. I will tell. Listen, you can't just keep demanding the answer. I'm
Hey,
trying to calm
hey,
everyone else down as they're chomping at the bit at how stupid of a question that was. So they're all going to be quiet. I'm going to mute you so you don't interrupt me so that they don't ban you. Okay?
you really have to mute. Yeah, I
And I'm
don't.
going to give you the answer. I'm going to give you the answer, dude. It's so simple. If you have an area that has water in it, right, and it has boundaries like shorelines, that contains the water. Now, if you have a wave that's higher than the shoreline, the water would go over the shoreline. So the only thing necessary to contain the enormous waves would be some type of shoreline or barrier that's higher than the waves. It's that simple. So your question is self-answered, dude. The answer is containment. Okay? So I'm going to unmute you so you can forgive us and yourself for asking such a silly question. All right, go ahead.
Come on, look. This was just a trick question. So you confirmed. that there is some type of an edge and the end of this planet Earth. But
All he said
before
was
No, that's
all of
not what I
you,
containment.
wait, but,
confirmed at all, dude.
wait a second. But before
Oh my goodness, dude.
all
Yeah,
of you
no, you did
claim,
it
Hold
to
on.
me
you don't
earlier.
Alright,
know
You
the
I'm
keep
gonna
shape
mute
of
putting
you.
Earth.
words
You
in
Dude.
don't know.
people's mouths. Like, you need to stop doing that.
Yeah, dude, you're not gonna gaslight the panel, okay? So what you were told is that something sufficient to hold in water is just a barrier. That's it. Now, if you then say that must mean there's an edge to the earth, that's non sequitur because schmecknically, the boundary could be 1,000,000 miles before you get to the quote unquote end of the earth, right? So whether there is or not an end or not is highly irrelevant to the fact that we know that if water is contained, it's simply contained. So again, you're not asking questions that are actually relevant, dude. You literally aren't. Why don't you start asking questions about the nature of the term flat? Flat is a surface property. If something isn't curving, it's flat. If something's curved, it's not flat. Okay? So how do we get to the crux of that? So I'm going to
A
mute you. Hopefully you had time
sandbox.
to think. Hopefully you had time to think and come up with an answer, but we're going to let whoever just said first before we mute. Go ahead.
A sandbox has topography in it. It's got higher parts, lower parts, dips. You can even pour water in make little puddles and stuff on it, and it's a flat sandbox. I mean, just
Yeah,
to
all
give
right,
you the
let's
idea of
unmute
what he's
him.
trying to say.
Yeah, brother, let's unmute him and see if he took any of that on board. All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead.
Yes, I
Strike two, go
completely
ahead.
understand you, and I did not say anything different. I just didn't. I want to know, and that's basically the first question I ask in here. So we all hear from you that you agree with me that there's some kind of barrier around us. It could be 2,000 miles, 10,000 miles, 100,000 miles. We don't know.
Oh, no, I didn't agree with that, dude.
For
What?
water, like Zeig, whatever your name is, Zeidi, we only experience that water at rest requires a container. I mean, that's it.
Exactly. Yes.
Okay, then what?
Okay. So Earth is not infinity, right? It's not.
The water? What do you mean Earth? The water?
Not the Earth. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a container.
You can contain. Like, I have my cup is a container for the glass of water. That there is. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
What else do you mean? What
So
else do you do with that?
it has a barrier.
Right,
Okay.
right. The water does.
You know the kind of flat Earth images going around in the internet, right?
Yeah, it's just a picture. Yep.
Yeah, like with Africa and the continents we know, right?
Yeah, they're just saying, like, listen, if I draw a picture of the town of that I live in, right? I've never left the town, but I know everything in the town. And I draw it on a piece of paper. Just because I don't
Exactly.
know
Yes.
what's outside of that town, it doesn't mean there's an edge or
Yes.
there's not a
And look,
town or it's empty
and
space. I
my
just don't know.
question, yes, I understand it. And my question, it's pretty easy. You guys basically say the government or some kind of elite is controlling who has who can enter outside of this image, right?
No.
Maybe people can go places I can't go. I don't. What does that mean?
Why you can't give me a straight answer? I don't understand it.
I don't understand the
Dude, because
question. You're
he
saying the
doesn't know
government.
the answer, for goodness sakes. What do you want to do? Make some shit up and lie to you? Good
Yes.
grief, dude.
So
Why don't you ask why God made grass green, for goodness sakes?
I mean, I just want to know if it's possible or not.
Listen, dude, if you get into a vehicle that has propulsion, you can go in a direction and continue to travel until you run out of fuel. Or get stopped or get shot down. I mean, you can do whatever you freaking want to do, dude, but you got to face the consequences.
Okay, so you basically said there's government soldiers surrounding this edge and they're gonna shoot me down if I come near it.
Hey, listen, dude, listen, let's be clear here. There's a particular guy, right, who did multiple expeditions to Antarctica without permission. And his boat was ultimately fired upon, and his crew members were killed. Okay, his name is Charles Anderhoy. Okay, we know it well. Yes, people have been shot that have tried to freely navigate Antarctic waters without permission, for goodness sakes, dude. So
Okay,
what is
but
your
why did
point? I
he?
don't care anymore about this conversation. You draw this
Okay,
to a point or we're moving on. So I'm going to give you a chance to compose yourself and ask a coherent point about this topic. Go ahead.
okay, but why did he? Why did he choose this direction? Just go in the other direction,
Oh my goodness, dude.
in the direct opposite direction.
He wanted to freely explore the Antarctic area, dude.
Yeah,
They
but
didn't like it, so they blasted his boat, dude.
of course they do. It's a military zone.
Oh, so you agree that it is restricted, you
I
stupid
agree.
jerk, dude.
Oh my god, man! Of course I agree. I never did. I never
That's your
said anything
fucking
else.
point, dude. What, for the love of God, all I'm telling you is your point before we all die of old age.
No, but my question is, he can just go in the other direction.
Holy crap, dude. What other direction, dude? I just told you he wanted to go to Antarctica. That was his
Yes,
purpose.
I understand that. So you basically saying there's no direction I can travel to where I don't get shot at.
Nobody said that, dude.
You said it.
No.
Holy crap.
Yes, you said it. You said it.
No direction. Hey, dude. Hey,
This
pay
was the
attention. I'm
funniest time we
traveling.
took Joseph in
I'm
my life.
traveling right now back to my house. If I don't get shot on the way. Oh, hey, dude,
Yeah,
listen. I'm going to put you on mute, and you're going to type in the chat when you're ready to actually ask a question that has to do with the shape of the Earth. Okay? We're not going to entertain this bologna sandwich anymore. All right, there you go. Anybody else got some real questions? We'll try to answer them. I'll try to answer them unless I get shot along the way. All right?
what about this Clouds guy? Maybe Clouds, you got any better questions than him? It might be a language thing. I don't know. It just
It's just a dumbass thing.
Yeah, I can't believe. So that guy was arguing like, "Oh, where's the proof it's restricted?" Then at the end, he's like, "Oh, you can't go there. It's a military zone." Oh my goodness.
therefore there's an edge. That was like the conclusion. That he had in his head.
Hey, you want to know something weird? If the Earth was a globe, there could still be an edge in Antarctica that you can get to by traveling all directions south. Did you know that? You could get to an area where, from your vantage point, it looks like you've reached the end of the Earth. It's an edge, it's a chasm. You're looking straight down, you're looking straight out. It looks like the Earth has ended, right? All you need is a circle greater than 400 miles. That's it. You just need a circle at the bottom of a globe in the manner in which they say it is. That's 400 miles around, and you couldn't see the other side with any technology. And you could look left and right, and it would look to you like you reached the edge of the Earth. Would
Yeah, that's
that
just,
prove that the Earth is flat in that scenario? No, it wouldn't. It would prove that the Earth has a giant hole in it. These people are so retarded, dude. It's laughable.
that's like the story. They're like, okay, there was this guy, Christopher Columbus or Magellan. They used to think that there was an edge because they couldn't see any further, but then they kept going towards it, and the edge got further away, and then they finally realized that that edge, that horizon, is due to living on a globe. So that now the horizon is the edge, and if you get up in height, right, you can see a little bit further because that horizon is physical Earth curve. That's the edge and it gets into people's head. Well, there must be an edge because we have a horizon. Yeah, I mean now they're stuck in this with this like dichotomy in their head.
Okay, hold on. He said he's ready with a good question. All right. Hold on, brother. Let me find you on this list here so you can ask your good question. I'm totally prepared to answer it. Go for
All
it.
right. So you can't normally fully answer my first question. So I'm gonna head on with the next question. Okay.
What's the question, dude? You said you had a good question in the chat. So what is
Yes,
it?
I have a question. So it's pretty easy. During a lunar eclipse, the Earth casts a shadow on the moon.
Yep.
The shadow is always round,
Yep.
which can
That
only
debunks your
happen
claim.
if the Earth is
Don't say
what?
it. Don't do it.
Round.
Don't freaking do it, dude. Don't. All right, you screwed up. So now I'm gonna answer your question because you didn't actually ask a question. You made a claim. So I just want to parse it out. Were you going to ask a question or are you done?
I, is it true or is it not? That's my question.
Okay. So that's the claim, and then you're asking me, is this claim true? Okay, that claim is false, and it's demonstrably false. In fact, if you go right now and you try to model this out with a ball and another ball, you'll find that the type of shadow the one ball casts on the other ball is not consistently round. It actually transfers from circular to oval to sinusoidal. In fact, the only way to get a consistently round shadow on a round ball object is with a flat object. In fact, I have a GIF and a picture and a video that I could post for you, and you'll see the truth of what I just said.
Please.
So your claim is false.
All right. Well, I have another question. That's all right.
Hold on, friend. Hold on, brother. The correct response to what I just said is, "Oh, send me that. Send me that info."
I just
And the
believe
encode.
you. I
Right?
believe you. I can't argument against that.
All right. No fair. Yeah, that's fair because I'm correct. That's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. So my next question is pretty easy as well. We all know airplanes follow a direct path, a flight path. Yeah, and they
Not true.
calculate and account for Earth's
It's
curvature.
not true. That's not true.
It's not true.
Okay. Yeah, no, airplanes follow pre-approved corridors, dude.
But it's
Direct
called
flights
great
are
circle
direct
routes. It's
flights.
there's basically a term for that. Wait a second. There's basically a term for that. It's called great circle routes.
No, wrong. All traffic of airplanes is not great circle routes, even in the globe Earth paradigm, even in the claims that the air traffic does, dude. So you're wrong. So now that we know you're wrong, you can go ahead and continue with your claim. Go ahead.
That's all right. I have another question.
My dude, you could still continue. So not all planes travel great circle routes within the claim. So you just have to parse it out to some planes. So it's fair to keep going if you want to keep going with that argument.
I keep going. I'm gonna ask a question and you I and hopefully maybe you don't got an answer to that. So you want to tell me that the ISS and the satellites we go up there send manipulated photos and videos to us.
Well, I will respond in the words of a man who is a planetarium director and a professor, who is a man that believes in the globe Earth paradigm. In other words, he's a hostile witness, and he has no reason to be deceptive in favor of my position because of his position and his field and his credentials and his beliefs. So, what this man said, by the way, his name's Paul Larson, what this man said in a lecture to students at the university with a demonstration on the screen and a model in his hand, he said from the ISS, the vantage point of the alleged circumference of the Earth relative to their viewpoint would allow them to see only 3% of the Earth's surface. And the curvature rate that's portrayed in the images that they give is impossible. You would not see the curvature in the manner in which they say from the height in which they are. Therefore, if you believe what they're showing is the curvature of the Earth, then you're being given a misrepresentation. Now, that's what he said. So I rest my case on that.
And I'm just believing. I can't. I mean, I could just say no. and say, I know a guy, I know 100 other scientists and professors who would claim otherwise, but I give it to you.
Yeah, you could just lie.
Yeah, maybe he did lie as well, and we don't know that.
That'd be a credible defense, just lying to back your position. You're so desperate for it to be a globe.
I mean, maybe you can give me the math behind what you said.
Well, it's very simple. If you're only seeing a 3% of the Earth's circle, and when you're looking at territories on the Earth, such as Italy or the Great Sea or other such recognizable territories, and you do the math of the dimensions of the territory relative to the circumference that is represented by the curve in the circle that is in the image, you get an Earth that is like 1/24th of the size that they claim the Earth is, sometimes 1/8. So you get all different rates, dude. So it can't
So you
possibly
basically
be
say
true
all.
that it's
So you basically,
accurately representing the curve of the Earth, dude, just as Mr. Larson said.
so you basically say all space pictures are fake.
Dude, it depends on what you mean by fake. For example, if I go to the skate park and I want to live stream myself doing some tricks, and I wear a GoPro on my head, and that GoPro has an extreme lens which has a wide angle and it gives a false curvature to the skate park so that the skate park looks
A
like a
fisheye
mini globe.
lens.
But just hold on. I'm
Mhm.
getting to a point here. Am I giving you a fake video? No, I mean it's a video that I really took. But if you assume
Yeah,
that
but
the
I mean
curvature rate in
it's
the
a
skate
fake
park is
video.
real, the only fakery is your assumptions. Not what I did. I didn't do anything fake. I just took a camera, filmed what I did, and let people watch it.
All right, man. It's all right, man. Okay, so basically, all space stations, all satellites, all space institutions scattered around the whole Earth with thousands of people working in them, basically all lied to us.
That depends. They'd have to have explicit knowledge that the what they're doing is false, and then saying it's true anyway, right?
Okay, okay. Yeah, I mean it's hard to
Most of the
Yeah, but
guys
keep
comprehend.
in mind,
most of the guys who show and portray the photos, quote unquote, of Earth, they don't depict them as photos. They say, listen, we get data from like satellites, and we take that cumulative data and we put it into a system on what we expect the Earth to look like with colors and you know. Spectroscopy, whatever they want it to look like, right? And then they input the data and they wrap it around the WGS84 model of the Earth with given measurements. So, I mean, they don't really, not even the pictures that we see, right? They don't even all claim to be pictures, but they're portrayed
Okay,
as such, and
I have
nobody
another
really steps
question.
up to nobody really steps up and says, well, hey, just listen,
Yeah,
everybody, this isn't a real picture. They just say, look at it, this is our Earth, because they got it from data as far as temperature readings and
I
whatnot.
understand. I understand. So first, I want to make something clear. I don't know what shape the Earth is. I'm going to be honest with you. I think NASA doing some lying stuff as well. But yeah, I can't say that's true or that's true. I can't say that. But I have another question. You know what the I don't know how the effect is called. It's basically like a effect which causes moving air and water to curve.
Uh, Entropy, high pressure systems, water and
I
air
don't know.
currents, temperature
So
change.
they say that's basically a result of Earth's rotation, and
What
that's
is
why hurricanes spin counterclockwise in the northern hemisphere, for instance.
right? So your proof is that storms rotate in clockwise and counterclockwise directions.
Yeah, it's called the Corar. I don't know how to pronounce it. I just Googled it right now. Uh, Co
What's Coriolis?
Coriolis.
Coriolis.
Uh, what's
Yes.
the what's the reason? So you have storms that rotate in clockwise and so if I'm facing north, the storm rotates one way or different ways.
Yeah, I mean, if you got a flat Earth and a hurricane is forming without the Earth rotation, the hurricane, it wouldn't be possible on a flat Earth. It wouldn't spin in
If I
this
got
direction.
a pool of water, right? If I like a flat pool of water, like this real like a bathtub, small bathtub, and it was flat, right? Could I make the water go in clockwise and counterclockwise directions?
Yeah, you could.
Okay, so then it can happen within on a flat, with a flat water.
Yeah. In
Yeah,
fact, if you
but
take a spoon, if you take
about
a spoon and
natural.
drag it, hold on a second.
I talk about natural water, and the natural water, for instance, is different in
Yeah, yeah,
northern hemisphere and in the southern hemisphere.
yeah.
It has
If you take
different.
a spoon and you drag it through water, you get different cyclones of the water on either side of the spoon. Does that mean that your spoon is a globe? No, it doesn't.
Yeah, I'm always saying that. I only said that because you said it's not possible on a flat surface. I mean, it's not the surface because that is in the water, so it's not just the surface. But so we got that off the table. It is possible in flat water.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we've got a whole bunch of things so far that aren't the Earth. The only thing so far that knows even closely about the Earth was alleged pictures of the Earth from a great distance away. Right?
Okay, I have another question though. That doesn't make sense for me. So if we're standing on the northern hemisphere, there are certain stars visible, like the North Star, for instance. And now, if we go on the southern hemisphere, there's different stars.
Yeah, listen, dude, you're reading off the
Right.
computer. How does that make sense to you? How do these things make sense to you? So you had storms rotating and non-rotating, or rotating in two different directions. In reality,
I mean,
there.
this makes sense
How does
for me
that?
though. If I
How
stand
does
in
that
the
make?
northern
Well,
hemisphere and go,
you haven't even said how that makes the Earth a globe, and now you're saying stars here and stars there makes the. How does that make the Earth a globe?
Yeah.
I
Dude,
mean,
nobody expects, listen, friend, just check this out. Nobody expects rationally to go to different locations and see the exact same things that they saw in the other locations. That doesn't even make sense.
now of course it
I
makes
can't
sense.
even
These
I
stars,
can't even see
of course it
oh,
makes sense.
it doesn't it does not make sense that you should see the same things everywhere you go. That makes zero sense.
Of course, bro. You know how the stars are they gone. They like
Yeah, but
miles and
he's
miles
saying to you,
and
look,
miles
listen,
and miles
he's
and
saying,
miles away.
yeah,
So
but
if
he's
I
saying to you, how
stand
come?
here,
What? What?
if
Where's your
I
proof?
stand here,
Where's your proof? Where's your proof they're so far away, dude?
oh, of course. So now the stars are like 10 meters away, right?
No, dude. I said, where is your proof of the claim that you said that
All
the
right,
stars are?
man. I don't have this, man. I can't anymore, man.
Yeah, dude, you can't anymore because every time you're asked to prove any of your claims, you can't, dude. That's the problem with you, and you don't realize it yet. I'm simply asking you to back up what you say with proof, and then you spaz out and act like it's an unreasonable burden, dude. Where is your evidence that the stars are as far away as you claim they are, dude? Where it is? Give it. Okay? So nobody in their right mind, dude, would expect to see the same thing everywhere they go. That's common frickin' sense, brother.
Yeah, it sounded
Now,
like what you said was like, how
go
come
ahead.
when I'm at my house I can see my couch, but when I go to your house I can't see my couch? I mean, that's
No,
like
that's not true. That's not true. I didn't.
that's what
I
you
never
said.
said that.
That's what you
What I
said.
basically said is if I stand on a football field and I go, I stand on this side of goal and I watch. I don't know. I watch like the lamp kindness. You know on the soccer fields they have like huge lamps. I can see the
Yeah,
lamp here and I can see the lamp there. But if I go outside of this soccer field, I should see something else.
yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure. So let me ask this question. Could you see that lamp from 350 miles away?
No, of course not.
Well, there's your answer.
Yeah, but I see the same thing. I see the same. I don't see the same stuff. I mean, I see the
Okay,
same stuff.
so just scale up what you just said. If you can't see a lamp 350 miles away, but when you travel thousands upon thousands of miles, you can't see the same star. What aren't you connecting the dots here, brother?
Yeah, I said it to you in the beginnings. It's common sense. Like you and I live in the same world, the same common sense world where we're not moving. Where if you want to go to the grocery store, you just go in a straight line over that way, right? And you know the hot air balloon example, right? I said we live in the same world, so we're going to come to the same conclusion, right? The lamp that's in my backyard, I can't see it forever. That's it. And you think you maybe you're thinking there's some kind of other explanation, right? Like if I if you know it's because the Earth's a globe. I don't know how you're getting to that on every jump. You're saying, well, like if we have a storm, then the Earth's a globe. We have storms, therefore the Earth's a globe. If I can't see something, the Earth's a globe. I can't see something, therefore the Earth's a globe. It doesn't really go together. But you're making it make sense somehow. I don't know how.
All right, man. I'm a head out, man. It was nice to meeting you, man. Goodbye.
All
All right,
right.
sweet brother. You're lucky I didn't have to whip out the lasers on you before you left, bro. And by lasers, I mean laser transit measurements of the Earth demonstrating that it's flat. That's what I was going to do.
All right,
But
man.
that's all
Look
right.
out, man.
Maybe
Before I
next
put
time.
fungus in your brain.
Yeah, next time, brother. The lasers will still be here and the Earth will still be flat.
Man, we have to build a rocket, man, together.
Yeah, some people get passionate about that, man. That's why the discussion happens. As if you can't prove things to yourself, somebody else has to do it for you. It's a shame.
Yeah, I don't need a rocket, bro. You have to. So, like I said before, the ISS is only can see allegedly 3% of the Earth's surface. Right? You taking all the things into account, the height of the ISS is not sufficient to answer the question of the shape of the Earth. Okay. Some people, from what I heard in the past, and I don't have the math on top of my head, that you have to be greater than 1,200 miles from the surface. Right? So I'm not going to spend my life trying to invent an endeavor to build a machine that can take me 1,200 miles from the Earth. When I notice the other people who try to get up off the Earth have to spend billions of dollars. So I don't have billions of dollars. I don't foresee myself having billions of dollars. Going up in a rocket and arbitrating this proposition is just nonsense. The only people that are even alive or have ever been alive that have ever claimed to have been in a position where they could see the entire Earth to make an accurate claim about its size, shape, and orientation is the Apollo astronauts. That's it. Everybody else is talking out their ass.
Yeah, I don't even buy that shit. I don't even know how they come up with these numbers. These weirdos saying that you can't see it from a high up, but you can see it from down low. Got to get higher. Got to get higher. I don't think so.
There, it's got to shrink, but it grows.
Yeah, right. It's supposed the horizon's supposed to be dropping always, but but it's rising, so it's growing. Yeah.
Well, I mean, when you get up from the point that you see more and 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 more. There should be a point to where you see that so much more, and it stops. And then as you get up, it gets smaller, 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 and smaller. It should not be bigger, 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 always filling your frame, always filling your frame, always filling your frame, always filling your frame. If getting up is supposed to show you the fucking outside attribute of it, they can't tell whether that's the outside attribute of Earth or just the blacked out part of where their camera stops in their vision. Like Earth, right? Say it's bigger than you can see every part. Like it's like, as far as we know, there's no edge so far. Now they say there's the Antarctica, they say there's the South Pole, but that's just one portion of one piece of one orientated little. That's like a focal fucking point. That doesn't mean shit. That doesn't mean an edge to anything. So like in my mind, if you go up and there's just fucking more and 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 more land, you're not going to be able to see it anyway. It's going to turn, the outside of that view is going to be black anyway somehow or something. I don't know. Like your video camera's not going to get that. And your eyes, for what they see, they're just going to see what they see. And then, like, if it's bigger than that, you're just not going to see the rest of the motherfucker.
Yeah, there's top guys saying that you got to get up higher than that. I think they're just making shit up.
They are. If you go back and look at the astronaut footage of Neil Armstrong, he was doing his test flights and he supposedly saw this alien come into frame. But if you pay attention on the video, the landmass that's underneath him never changes. It's literally like he's just floating in orbit in his jet, just floating right there, like
Saying
not going.
Mexico beat them there?
Do what?
Bad joke, bad joke.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. No, I'm just saying, like, if his footage is real, Neil Armstrong, he went way the fuck up in this jet way back in the day, like he was testing shit, and it shows him. It shows him in a picture afterwards, standing there, all good to go, and it shows the jet in one piece, like he landed it great. But during the thing, something came at him, hit the jet, made it go all fucking squirmy, and then the footage cut out. And they said the camera footage didn't survive the landing or crash or whatever, which is weird. I don't even know. And then, but here's the picture of him in the jet. The jet was perfectly fine. He's standing there like with his arms to his side, like dun dun dun, dun. So and in that jet, the Earth didn't fucking cease. He was high up, if you understand what I'm saying. And this video was like a straight, like, I don't know. I don't think they were focused on curves or nothing at this time. So they were like filming what they were filming, however that makes sense. And it's fucking, it just goes like it's out there. It's fucking way the fuck out in front of him, like way, and he's up high, and it doesn't cut off like a little fucking circle like Baumgartner. Do you see what I'm saying? I know he's higher than Baumgartner. He got to be at least high or higher than Baumgartner, and because the clouds are way the fuck under him. But then this footage also looks fake because, like I told you, like the dirt underneath him that he's supposed to be flying forward over in his jet, the little dirt, the colored, spots, they weren't like, he wasn't like passing them up. They were always still in front of him, always. So it's like he wasn't even going forward. It's like he was just sitting there. I swear, it's fucking weird. It's like he was hovering in a jet, just sitting there, real high, and something came at him and smacked his jet and made it start spinning. Literally.
Hey, is Heretic, are you here?
Yeah, what's up?
Amish gave me a text, and he was saying that the esoteric flat earthers are talking shit about 24/7. He sent me a link.
Where are they doing that?
Did you hear? Oh, did you hear about that AI?
No, but I'd love to.
I stirred up a bloody hornet's nest because I've been telling them how the esoteric flat earthers are giving us a bad rap. You know, flat earth in general. And we had some guys from the other camp, you know, coming into our space last night. And apparently they have a more of a kind of fiddle faddle way of dealing with like Globers and, you know, kumbaya methods. And I'm like, listen, I'm all for having those civil conversations, but the topic that we have here is a very provocative one. It doesn't lean to the nature of civility. You know, it's what it's going to do. It's going to cause people to stir up emotions. Like you have to address specific, and it just depends, right? It's a case by case thing when we engage. So you can't just paint it with a broad brush. Like we have to address them in a specific way. And so a lot of, you know, people were getting butthurt about me telling them that, and just the way we do things. Because I'm out there about it, right? I'm just declaring.
So-
look, go ahead.
Did we have tattletales get running back after your space yesterday?
Yeah, and now it's a thing, which is I made a statement last night. I'm like, look, man, if this is how it's gonna be, then it's gonna be a bloody war, man. Like against like critical thinkers, against whatever the esoteric, you know, idealists that coming out here out of the woodwork. Because of the fact that I was like, guys, they're coming out with like 200, 300 people spaces, and they're clamoring to have these spaces over what? We're not discussing like the nature of reality. We're talking about, you know, speculation topics and things that don't matter. Like I was very matter of fact about it, and so it really got them kind of like all up in their feelings. Now they're talking shit. So Amish give me a text, right? Or I can't really engage with those guys right now because I'm like in traffic and I'm heading somewhere. But if I could, you know, I would engage with them. Although if I go to their playground, they're just gonna wind up muting me. So.
Yeah. Oh yeah. So also recently we were talking about the arena. Yeah, I was promoting it because there were some dudes, you know, from back in the asylum days. You know, because the asylum was kind of a split off during the arena times, and they thought that they were going to be nicer and let everyone speak, and yada yada yada. But their standards were so crap. So we were reviewing one of their debates between Witsit and Brian's logic, and so I was super chatting. You know, the arena is greater than the asylum, or this wouldn't happen in the arena, etc. And then Nathan was like, "Oh, that arena sounds so nice and juicy."
Yeah, it was
Yeah,
a
I mean, well,
site.
the ether gods are taking off. I mean, they're gonna take over. That's the thing. So you either got to
No,
get with them, or you're gonna get left
oh,
behind.
fuck that, dude. No, like that. That's what I was declaring last night. I was like, this is a war on critical thinking. Hell no. I was like, they don't know what they're up against. First of all, I mean, and there's a big swath of them actually being like taken in with this whole idea.
Yeah. For example, I made a pretty one of their we've been debating critiquing some of Witsit's rhetoric from the past about ether and different challenges and debates and stuff. And one of the things that that ether people like to promote is this idea of something versus nothing, right?
Yep. Question
And
proof.
they say, well, if they can't, if there's nothing there, then are you saying nothing exists? But it's not true. And we've actually been going through some of these things. We're actually getting better defeaters to their claims and actually realizing where they're making claims and then asking them to prove their claims, and where they're making analogies that actually don't support their position, they actually defeat their position. So, for example, you'll hear the rhetoric, oh, light is already there, but the illumination is a wave. So they analogize light as the substance that's between point A and B, And then what you see that you used to call light, they call illumination, and they say it waves, but they say it's already there. Well, let me tell you this, friends. When you initiate a wave, it takes time to reach another location. So the light, which everyone knows is light, isn't actually already there after all. It was all a stupid rhetorical device that tricks people, even themselves.
Yeah,
And
and
now,
because
where the war, where the war comes from me, is some of this reinvigoration of this confrontation as they come into our forums, and then they accuse people of not understanding this concept of being immoral,
correct, correct.
unintelligent, all of these things, and that is where they cross the line, and that is why it's war. I
That's
could care less if
correct.
they believe. I could care less if they believe their dumb ideas. But when I'm in a room and I have to see, some rank and file person that doesn't have a presence, so in other words, they're just as valid as a person, but they don't have let's just say they're not up for scrutiny on the block
Right.
usually, and then they're being berated and belittled for just asking questions about the Ethereum position, and it's like, oh no, you're immoral, you're stupid, you don't know anything, you're part of the allegiance of the one world order. It's like, no, dude, that's inappropriate, especially when you come with the weak sauce about the light's already there. You're trying to tell me that something that propagates as a wave, which necessitates travel, is already where it isn't and has arrived before it begins, and then you're going to tell that person that's trying to ask you questions about it that they're stupid? Get real. You're stupid.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying though. It's like the baller mentality. They're kind of curating a sort of hierarchy, if you will, and with all the trimmings of having like the same type of elitist groups and so forth. This is what 24/7 has curated for the longest time, is a culture of individuals, of free thinkers, of critical thinkers, of individuals who are able to like discern what truth is by way of having empirical evidence being proven. Now this is not what they're doing, and so it's toxic, and it's leading to where they're making these forums where they're gaining a lot of traction, because it first came in like a lamb, right? It was like, oh, we're just having our beliefs and this is what we're talking about. We're not saying this is true. It's just, we're just thinking about things. And like you said, it was harmless at the beginning. But what it's done is it gained some traction, and people are coming into the space when I'm having spaces, and they're talking like this one guy that AJ was actually questioning, and he's like, no, and the ether is exactly what's going on, like, and AJ just stopped him and was like, okay, dude, but what is the ether like? And he's like, well, it's the background medium. And he was like, okay, but can you describe it to me? And he said something like, well, I really don't know. You'd have to ask Witsit. Witsit knows. And right there, AJ and all of us in there were like, oh shit, we know what's going on now. It's almost like they're lifting people up because they themselves don't understand what's going on. So it's just like the globe Earth. They
Put
have
this
their
guy in
own
mood, dude.
hierarchy systems.
Put him on mood. What the fuck?
What's up, Brendan?
What's
Yeah,
up, boss?
they have hierarchies of people now taking their positions and defending them like they did with the globe. It's the same situation. So it is like an all-out war for the critical thinker. So we are now at odds. We are at odds with the esoteric flat earther, because even though it sounds harmless, they have their little ether belief. That's not what it's turning out to be. It's actually morphing, or whatever, evolving into something even more nefarious. I don't know.
But you gotta check out my clip. You gotta check out my clip that I posted there. But also, we were critiquing the other day on Quantum Erasers Ballbuster, dude, and I lost it and went off. I'll send you that too. Oh man.
Witsit is, by the way, not a part anymore of that specific server. If you guys have seen that.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't think it's not even Witsit as a person or what he's doing. I'm against the arguments. Whoever's saying them, because it could be him, it could be Joe Blow down the street, but they're defending him without any evidence, and they're just appealing to other individuals who have like propagated this information. And because of their verbose language, they think that they're right, because it's like, well, listen to this guy. He's a flat earther and he's speaking this way. That's intriguing. They're mystified. just like they were with the
Yeah.
globe. It's the same.
Exactly.
Yeah, they're just mystified. That's all it is.
No,
and
I
they like
100% agree. It's just another replacement story. For some reason, they just love these fictionist ideas, and so that's why they came up. That's why in these esoterigrams, the flat earthers say, "Oh, there's extended planes, and oh, there's a map in the moon, and oh, there's so much more land to explore." It's literally the same stupid lie referred from the heliocentric model with there's so much more planets to explore. Like, it's ridiculous.
How do you know? Yeah, but how would you say that that's not true? All of those things.
The point is that Alpha is trying to make is the point is we want to prove what Earth presents itself to be. Whatever else is just a belief, is just a concept, is just a claim, is just wishful thinking.
Yeah, this is how it begins. No tank is like evident of what I'm saying. This is how it begins. It seeps into the mind as a harmless thought, and then it turns into a position, something to defend.
The thing I would
is.
defend is like the ether, the thing that allows for possibility of the
Watch
sky,
this.
the plasma, the direction of these things is organized in a manner that allows for the interaction of the things in the sky. And then whatever it allows for the interaction of the things in the sky is also present here on the ground.
Sorry, I personally think that stuff is, really destroying the opportunity for people to understand what the Earth is. I think it's just too much.
But it's not an argument of what the Earth is. It's not. That's a category. It's not.
Yeah, but
ether is not the Earth.
Yeah, but
you should go. No tanks.
Included.
Listen, dude. Here's what I'm saying to you. You should go tell all the etherites, man, that we're declaring war on critical thinking. So they better look out, because we're gonna start making spaces, doing live streams. We're coming out in full force, man. All of the 24/7 team against these guys. And if you're a part of them, you're gonna be taken in with whatever we're gonna be putting forward, man. I'm telling you. This is like, we saw it from the beginning. We know, you know what? QE has been saying this for the longest time. I've been looking at it as a harmless thing for the longest time too. But now that it's morphed into this and it's turned into like, oh, you guys can't say anything about it, because now we have individuals that are speaking about it. I bet you appeal to Whitsitt and Jaron and all those guys too, don't you know, Tanks? You can probably take it so far.
I don't know if you can't say anything about it. I don't think that's correct. I think that would be ridiculous. I mean, but there's these quantum theories going out there. Right, and they're all derived from something actual in a way, right? They're derived from like a vector or direction or whatever it's derived from. There is even Kepler's law of planetary motion.
Look, that's fine. That's fine. So the problem is when you transit from, I've got this idea where I don't know what's really going on in the underpinnings, right? And so I'm speculative in my mind, I'm entertaining ideas, versus people that join forums and say this is the only logical answer, and if you don't agree with me, you're immoral, incompetent, stupid, holding us back. Those are the kind of people that need to be smacked around a few times.
Yeah, I don't think that's right. Immoral.
Yeah, well, you're actually listening to individuals that hold that position, no Tanks. Whether you think that it's harmless in your mind or not, it's not. It's going to evolve into what we're telling you right now. We're actually seeing the very beginning of this kind of like, I don't want to say movement, because it's not, but it's really just a rehashing of the old, right? But it's coming into the same mindset of the person who escaped the globe mentality is now just going to transition over from. It's just going to bypass where we don't have like an answer to the things that people really want answers to, like what makes the sun, the energy, like all this thing, that you're going to just transition over to that easily, because you're already taken in by this idea of a harmless notion that you're just saying, well, I don't know, it could be something.
It has to be something, yeah. But yeah, I mean, it has to be something, yeah. But I do see it sounds like there's two things being described right now. Like there's one thing on the state of affairs of what is actually happening and why it's occurring, and then there's another part of the argument going on that these people, whoever they are, they believe that they have special knowledge, and now they're holding that special knowledge over those who don't have it, as if they have higher ground.
Yeah, it's called esoteric. Right.
Right. That's
Yeah,
what,
but
yeah,
say
that's
the
what
problem is
knowledge.
the problem is not just saying I have knowledge that you don't yet possess. I have a secret knowledge that I haven't yet told you. The problem is I possess this knowledge because I am better than you. I'm more moral than you. I have more true intentions than you. The reason why you haven't acquiesced to this knowledge yet is because you're inferior, immoral, stupid, et cetera, the other, insert whatever derogatory term has been used against another group of humans ad infinitum, right? That's the problem.
Yeah, and a lot of people will succumb to that because people are shitty. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah, they love it, dude. They love, like you said, having the
Yep.
secret knowledge and using it as a hammer to bash other people, to step on their corpses so that they can reach the prize.
I mean, at a certain, I mean, I could just say, even on the flat Earth argument, like in my life, like with my brother-in-law, right, who's like a little like science teacher, right, I'll laugh in his face and be like, "You think you're spinning, ha ha ha," and I'll use my special knowledge to be like, "You're an idiot." Eventually it
Well,
comes down to that because I don't
well,
want to
let's
argue with
let's
him.
throw this down. Let's throw this down, dude, because this is the crux of the issue. Is this: if all creation is removed, what's left?
Nothing,
Wrong.
nothing. Oh,
Wrong. Pay attention to my words. If all creation is removed, what's left?
I'm not sure.
Okay, the answer is in the question. If all creation is removed, what is left?
I wouldn't know how to be. I think it's like a malformed question, so I'm not sure how to answer it.
No. Think about it. Think about it really hard. Just listen to the words themselves. I'm telling you, the answer's in the words. If all creation is removed, what's left?
I guess the creator. I'm not sure.
There you go. That's the answer.
Right.
So, this idea about something versus nothing is non sequitur. Because anyone who believes in any kind of specific theism or creation in general believes in the creator creation distinction. And so if the creation is removed, the only thing you're left with by default is the creator. So the creator is ultimately the quote unquote background medium. Now
Yeah.
the problem with that is you then have two options. You have either the creator is completely distinct from creation, in which he doesn't need creation, nor does he need anything that entails creation to create. In other words, he creates entirely ex nihilo, from nothing, in the
Yeah.
sense that we understand it. Now, there's another version called creation ex materia, which means from matter that already exists. And if that matter already exists, and is necessary as a precedent before creation, that means that that matter must be eternal. So when they're making claims about the metaphysical bridge between the creation and how the creator creates, they're making direct claims about the nature of the creator. And these are metaphysical questions. And sometimes they're bringing the creator into the creation and making him one with the creation. In other words, the substance of the creation is eternal and co-eternal with the creator. So they're actually taking God in the grand schemes of the metaphysical sense from being an absolute transcendent being and then taking him and kicking a peg out from under his feet and saying, no, you don't possess that transcendence. You're actually part of the creation. So there are huge metaphysical implications to this idea that you think you understand the bridge between the metaphysical and the physical. Nobody understands that except God. And when you start making claims about how the mechanisms of God's creation actually function between God and the final resultant creation, you are claiming divine knowledge. Think about it.
That's fucking amazing, dude. That was amazing, by the way. That's the
Now you
debater,
also
right?
notice, yeah, you
That's
got
the
it,
debater.
brother. And you'll notice among these camps, they have extremely undulating, oscillating, and vacillating views about the nature of who, what, and why, and how the creator is and does what he does, and who he is and how he is, and all these things. Like all their claims are retro engineered from claims about who the creator is and what he's up to.
I agree that there is that argument, and that is like the kind of the implication or fear of the argument, right? But I don't agree, based on like the acquaintance argument of actualized potential and something being required for the actualized potential. The simple analogy is the cup is on the table, the table's on the floor, et cetera, et cetera. Therefore, the ether, even if you were to say, well, the ether is a thing, well, there's something that would be required to hold the ether, and you would have to do this in for
Yeah, you
infinitely.
have an
Yeah.
infinite regression, as you
Right.
noted, that once you claim one substance requires a precedent substance to give it being, you have an infinite regression.
Right. So in my opinion, it still doesn't. It wouldn't do away with the
Right, no tank.
necessary.
You're correct. You're correct. So here's the problem. If you call everything beyond the veil of what you currently understand and just dub that term ether and then make claims about what ether is, you're shooting yourself in the foot because you're foregoing what you just said, that it's not the ultimate stopping point. So, for example, if you have a sea of ether that is waving, then is the ether particulate or non-particulate? Is it matter or non-matter? Is it physical or supernatural? And then if it is pieced or non-pieced, if it's pieced, what is between the pieces? Then you end up with the same stupid question of there must be something there. So you've
Yeah.
not actually answered anything by
Well, that's what I'm
making
saying.
these claims.
Yeah, you would still end up back. I mean, as far as
So
like the
isn't that
God question,
circular
you would
though? No
still.
thanks. Don't you see how it's circular though? How can you end up with some answer that kind of clarifies? Well, something's got to be there. If you can't be nothing, you didn't answer the question what ether is. It's
What I'm saying
still
is
unsolved.
you're ultimately going to still end up with something that's necessarily fundamental, non-contingent, between the parts of the either of the whatever, right? Or at the edge of the whatever. You're
Yeah,
not
but
going to be able to
that's
get
I have
away
an
from the
answer.
God
I have
world.
an answer for that. I have an answer for that. In my worldview, I have an answer for that. It's very simple.
Right.
I'm going to quote the boss. Okay. So this is what the boss said. He upholds all things.
Correct.
There you go.
You can't get. That's what I'm saying. Even with the ether, you can't get out of the God world. There is no such thing as the not God world. You're gonna. That's still. So that's all I'm saying is against the. I see how like the space time did it to people, and they say, well, the space time, the quantum field, that's God.
yeah. Ether's
Yeah.
doing it. Ether's doing it to them now.
What is
If you don't
ether?
see
What
it,
is ether? What
if
the
you
hell
don't
is
see the
ether?
if you don't see the sleight of hand, that's what's happening to flat earthers right now. That's what ether's doing to them. That's exactly what space time did to Globers. Same thing, different
What are you
context.
talking about? How does this correlate to flat earthers and globalists?
Oh, it's not Earth. It's the all right. That's what I did say that earlier. It's not Earth. It's the sky still. But yeah.
What?
Oh, you're not being genuine. Never mind.
Dude, concepts
Just that.
about speculation on what the substance or necessitation of something called the ether is very important to the fundamentals of the heliocentric paradigms, evolution throughout time, as well as some people's at presence inquiry into whether the Earth is flat, a globe, heliocentric, geocentric, etc. So it's actually very apropos to the topic.
Okay. So, based on that, what does God have to do with all of this? Because you guys were talking about God, right?
Yeah, he's
Well,
about
because
maybe he's about 5 degrees away from like where we're at right now. I'm just warning you, AI. If you're gonna, this guy is like he's a bit removed from what we're saying, so it's gonna take a
yeah,
lot
well,
of
what
bridges to get there.
it's simple. What the thing about God in all of this is that it's well known throughout history that the major questions: who I am, why I'm here, where am I going, where did I come from, the great ontological questions, the great human questions, right? So where I am, where I'm going, and all of that. If there's any teleology, which means purpose to it, then that implies intention, right? So the idea of what God has to do with who I am, where I'm going, they're linked at the hip.
Ah, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense.
Like
But
yeah, like for example, some people posit the idea that if the Earth is local, flat, contained, and the cosmos isn't what we thought it was, then this decries direct intentionality and closeness to an obvious creator. So in other words, in their view, if their claims are true, then it's ipso facto proof that what we live in is created, and the idea of dithering away postulations about spontaneous universal eruptions is nonsense, right? So to them, it's very important, right?
no, it makes sense. It makes sense. So, like, for example, the container, yeah, like there must be a God come into play. But like, I'm curious as to other flat earthers who aren't religious. What do you think about this claim?
Yeah, hang on a second. Yeah, you're gonna just get us derailed from whatever the topic was, and I think just handling what we were talking about currently is really important for those who are listening. And you're just gonna take us into another direction with your questions. So I did want to say that when I came in here because I think that what's happening now is going to be like there's a line in the sand that's drawn, so a lot of people are going to be jumping to one side or the other. So that's also important. Like if we don't understand the line being drawn in the sand right now, is that they're declaring 24/7 we can't continue going in the path that we are with what we're saying. They're talking shit. They've already made their stance. They're putting us at odds with their position. So now it's like it's going to be all out war from the critical thinking mind. So now it's going to be like, what are we going to do about it? Are we going to hold our position, capitulate to what they're saying? Because now they got numbers now. They got people that are following their rhetoric, and individuals like No Tanks are getting taken in by the tide. So there's more to come, is what I'm saying. I don't know amongst all the people that in 24/7 that hold to the position that the Earth is flat, that they're going to be taken in as well. So I just think that we need to be ready for it, because there's going to be like many more of these debates that are going to occur, not just amongst Globers and flat, but against esoteric flat earthers and 24/7. So it's crazy, man. Just making you guys aware that winter's coming.
They're kind of just
Hang
another
on.
ballers in a way, or another strain of the same thing that ballers are.
Wait, to summarize what you just said, Alpha, so you're saying there's loads of different perspective coming into play, and this could be all-out war.
Yeah, for critical thinkers, yeah. We're going to have to hold our ground just like we did in the past.
I mean, yesterday. Yeah, I understand, but I mean, if you guys don't know, this is for critical thinkers. If you guys don't know where the container is,
oh, shut up, dude.
Yeah, you don't know.
You're not a critical thinker at all, and you just keep doing it. You just keep coming back in here with your same faulty logic.
I'm not, dude. I'm saying there is a container. I believe there is. I mean, sorry, not believe. There is a container.
Just leave it at that, then. That's good. Thanks.
Exactly. No, we can't leave it at that since there is an all-out war. There is an all-out war going on.
Yeah, which you're not a part of. So.
Dude, let me screw your mind up, friend. I want you to answer as succinctly as possible. And by that I mean with as few words as possible. Why there must be a container.
That was the most succinct response you ever gave, Xanthem.
I'm unmuted.
All right, answer please. Fast, quick, and easy. Go for it.
Me? Yeah, are you telling me?
Yeah. I want you to answer why there must be a container.
Because of gas pressure. Look, read the definition of gas pressure. If there was no container, the laws of thermodynamics wouldn't make sense.
Okay, so are you saying there must be a container because otherwise we would lose our gas? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, it'll just seep in. I don't know what would happen. That's why there must be a container. But here is the thing. We don't know where this container is. Where your logic comes in could be possibly true. I don't know.
Well, hold on. So I can prove right now, based on your own statement, that you don't need a container. Let me explain. It's very simple.
All right. Let me hear it. I'm all ears.
So a container is a barrier, right? Between the containment.
We don't know.
And the no, dude. This is the definition of what a container is, dude. Okay, it's a barrier around an area that excludes the interior from the exterior. Correct? The answer is yes. That's obvious. That is what a container is by definition. So,
okay.
In order to say we must have a container, you're assuming an exterior beyond the container. of which the gas is just attempting to be delineated from interior versus exterior. Now, I can simply remove that necessary assumption by just saying there's no exterior space. So in other words, all I need is an end of available free space of which the gas can no longer fill, and then there's no container needed because there's no outside to contain the gas from. See?
Oh shit, you got me there. Holy shit, I didn't think of that.
Yeah, think about this, friend. In the globe heliocentric expanding cosmology, they can't even tell you, they cannot even tell you for sure if you took a let's just call it a spaceship for lack of a better term, and just kept going straight, if you'd ever reach the end of the universe, or if you just keep going on forever because the universe is constantly getting bigger. But either way, they can't even tell you whether there's a definitive boundary. But a lot of people assume, right, incorrectly, that if I had a ship that had its own propulsion system and I could just go infinitely in a single direction, I'd be able to go forever. I'd never stop. I'd never reach a point where I would stop. Now, why do they assume that? Well, the reason is because they assume there's an infinite amount of available free space in which you can travel in every direction. And that is an assumption. That is a metaphysical claim. It's not actually proven in any way, shape, or form. For example, it's entirely possible that if you travel ad infinitum in a particular direction, eventually you'll just reach the end of space itself, of which there's nothing beyond it. This literally free space ends.
Nah, you got me there, actually. Now that makes sense. So, flat earther is here. There is no container because there is nothing beyond the, what do you call it again?
Available free space.
Yeah, there is nothing beyond the available free space. So the fact that we're arguing about container is pointless.
Right, which is why if you follow the debate channels like FED and 24/7 and other places, you'll notice how we parse out that it must have containment. Containment. A container and
That's
containment
true.
are not necessarily the same thing.
So the gas is containment because there's no available space.
Gas is containment.
Yeah, there is no container, Necros, because there is no available space for the gas to go to.
You said gas is containment.
Did you not hear what?
I'm just offering you a logically sufficient scenario in which the gas would not have any available space to expand into, right?
Exactly.
And one of those scenarios is that there's literally no space to expand into. Right?
Exactly, because space doesn't exist. Get it, Necros? Necros, if it's not clear to you,
why are you picking on Necros, man?
Because Necros was speaking. I thought he was joining in with the conversation.
I get it. You don't.
What do you mean? What do you mean you get it?
I mean, I understand what he said. You don't.
I understand what he said.
No.
I understood that there is no container. Do you get it, Necros?
There is no container.
Yeah, there is no container because gas doesn't have free space, free available space.
How the fuck do you have gas pressure?
Because there's no gas. There's no way for gas to go into free available space.
So if there is no container, how do you explain that you have gas pressure that you can breathe?
Because there is no available space for gas to seep through, to leak through. There is no space. So how can it go outside the designated area? It will just come back down because there's no container. There is no free available space.
There is no container? There is
Yes.
no free available.
Did you not hear what AI said?
No
AI, could you
doubt
explain it to him, please? AI, could you explain it to him?
What did he have to explain to me? He have to re-explain the shit to you.
Can you, AI, if you're there, could you explain to this guy? This guy doesn't get it at all.
No, Well, dude, you have to go back and listen to the stream and learn, and then you explain it because I'm going to eat some
Yeah,
dinner.
Necros. Necros, you gotta learn. Okay, rewatch the stream.
He
Just
not,
learn.
he said it to you, brother. He said it to
Fine.
you.
I'll explain it. Give me the definition of a container, Necros.
Container is a
Yeah, give me
physical
the
boundary.
definition.
Is a physical boundary. It's a physical barrier.
Mm-hmm. And physical barrier that's containing what in this scenario?
That's containing my testicles
Ah,
or the shit that you are putting in. That's containing
did you
what?
not
I don't know what
did you
you
not
did.
hear what AI just said?
I don't know what did you put inside that container. You ask me what is the definition of the container, and you are
The
asking
definition of a
container is
container. Sorry,
containing
the
what?
definition of
I
gas
don't know.
pressure
Your brain,
is
for example, because you don't have one, they just put your brain in that container.
Necros. Before you get riled up here, AI gave a good definition of a barrier,
Yeah, but you didn't understand.
and he
And
said
you
AI
never,
said
you'll never understand it.
AI said there is a container surrounding, right, the said this earth.
Where did
So
he said that? Where did he said that?
if you listen to him, that's what
Go
he
ahead
said.
and go to the
It's a barrier.
YouTube.
You
Go
can
to
go
the
back.
YouTube
You
now.
can go back. Anyway, let me explain it to you.
Go to the YouTube. Rewind the tape and tell
Yeah,
me
rewind the tape.
where did he tell you that there is a container surrounding the Earth, or did he just explain to you what is the necessity to have gas pressure? What do you need
He
to have
never
gas pressure?
said
So
that. He
you need gas
never
pressure.
said that.
To have gas
He
pressure,
never
you
said
will
that.
need. Yeah, he said it.
What he said
But
was,
you, but
why
because
is
you're
the
brick,
container? Hang on,
but
listen.
because
He said
you're
that
brick,
why?
you
He said
couldn't
that why?
process the information. It's just that easy.
Necros. He said, why is the need of a container when there is nothing for the gas to escape to the available space? Does that make sense?
The fuck are you talking about?
That's what AI
You
said.
have gas pressure around us. And AI was talking about the edge of space, where that universe is expanding in. The
No,
nothing,
he was.
where there is
No,
nothing.
before that, before that,
Still,
before
we
that.
talk about, before that, he was talking about the gas pressure that we have here on Earth.
Yeah, he said that the gas has no available space to go to. That's why it's entrapped in the earth. Oh
That,
my god,
uh,
he's essentially saying space does not exist.
oh
So if
my,
space does not exist,
you're
how
bricked.
can the gas go
No,
to
you're
there
bricked.
to space?
You're bricked.
Dude, just rewind the YouTube
You're
tape.
literally bricked. So space doesn't exist, meaning that there is nothing.
Yes.
Okay. So what will just stop gas from going into that nothingness?
Because there is nothing there. There is no gas can't go there because there's nothing there.
There is nothing like a vacuum. You have a nothing.
No, there it's not a
You have
vacuum.
the
Stop saying that.
available
It's not a
space.
vacuum. It's not a vacuum. It's not
A
a space.
vacuum, you stupid asshole, is a
It's
void.
not a vacuum. It's not a
There
vacuum.
is
There is nothing for gas
listen,
to go to.
stupid, yo, stupid. Hey, yo, stupid. When we talk about outer space, it's not a perfect vacuum. It's just near a vacuum.
Wait. Are you a global?
It is when we talk about outer space, the globers, I'm not a glober, you stupid bitch.
So why are you saying space
When we
exists?
talk about the
Why are you saying
outer
space
space,
exists?
when we talk about outer space, I didn't say outer space exists.
You
When
just
we
said it.
say that outer space doesn't exist, meaning that vacuum of space doesn't exist, meaning that you have a container that is containing the gas. Because gas, if there is nothing, gas will rush and occupy that nothingness.
What are you
Don't
talking about? What are
you
you
don't
talking about?
understand?
How have you
You don't
been to that
understand.
nothing? Have you been outside of Earth? Have you been outside of Earth?
No, no one can go there.
Exactly. So why are you telling me that there is something there when there is nothing there? When there is
Yeah, there
absolutely
is
nothing. That's why
nothing.
gas can't go there.
Yeah, gases will occupy the nothingness,
There is
the
nothing. How do you know? You've
available
never been there.
volume.
How do
There
you
is
know? You've never
nothing.
been there. You have never been
You
there.
just
You have no
said it.
evidence.
You just said it. You said that there is nothing. Even if there is nothing,
Yeah,
so
no.
gas
Sorry, sorry,
will
sorry.
rush and
I don't know what's
occupy the
there. I
nothingness.
don't know what is there. For all we know, it could be just Earth. That's it.
Earth in
Have
the
you
sky? I
been?
don't see Earth in the sky. I'm so sorry.
We don't
There
know
is Earth
what's
in the
beyond the
sky.
sky. I don't know what's beyond the sky. I've never been there. Have you been beyond the sky?
You just said that there is nothing.
That's my mistake. Sorry. Let me rephrase
Oh,
it. I
I
don't know
know
what's
because
beyond. I don't know
because you
what's
were
beyond the
bricked.
sky.
I know. I
I don't
told
know
you that
what's
you are
beyond the sky.
bricked. No, I told you that you are bricked.
I don't know what's beyond the sky.
I
Neither
told
do
you that you
you.
are bricked.
Neither do you. So how can their gas leak into that if there's no available space?
No available space,
Yes.
meaning
The,
that there is a barrier, meaning that
no.
there is a container.
No. Why would the barrier
Oh, you
why
said that there is no
why
available
would a
space,
barrier exist?
meaning that the
Listen,
volume is just limited at that place, and there is
I
nothing
don't
beyond that
listen.
volume.
Have you been beyond the sky? Have you been beyond the sky?
No.
If you have not,
Mhm.
you don't know
What does
what's
that
out
even
there.
mean? What does that mean beyond the sky? Where does the sky end?
Yeah, I don't know. What's beyond the sky? I don't
Is that
know. Do
even
you
a
know?
thing? Is that even a possibility that there is a beyond the sky?
Oh, exactly. That's what I mean. I don't know. I don't know because I don't know.
So what are you proposing, that he go beyond the thing that they're
Yeah. This
what are you
guy is
saying?
saying there's a barrier that's entrapping us beyond the sky.
I didn't say
That's,
that.
yes, you did.
I am
You
telling
said
you
there.
that gas pressure, if you have gas
Then it
pressure
equates to
means a
container. I
container.
understand. That's what this
Nice,
guy's
thank
saying. That's what
you.
this guy's
So
saying.
what do we
Not real,
have
not
here?
real. He's basically
So
saying there's a barrier
what do we
entrapping
have?
us.
So what do we have here? What we are breathing now? Oh, wait, we are breathing gas, pressurized gas, to be just precise, meaning that gas is being contained. So that gas is inside a container.
Most
Otherwise, if there is no container, you won't have that gas pressure
why can't we have that gas? Why can't we have that gas if there's no container?
because you can't have gas pressure without a container.
Why? Why can't we have gas without container? Why?
No worries.
These are the laws of how gas works. You can't contain gas without a container. So
But there is no
the gas pressure is the force that is exerted by gas molecules upon the walls of its container. That's the
wall.
definition of gas. So
So you're
you didn't
saying
grasp
so you're saying
anything
have you
from
been beyond
what you didn't grasp anything from what overall what was telling you. You're showing
AI?
gas now.
Did you hear what AI said?
I heard what AI said, and I know what AI is saying
No,
all the
you
time
didn't.
because I know AI.
AI basically I'll
Yeah,
summarize
AI
it for you.
said
I'll
that.
summarize for you. He was talking about the end of space, right? The edge of space. That's irrelevant to the main point. The main point was he was saying to me, first he told me what is the definition of a container. And he gave me a definition of a container which was a barrier that's entrapping us.
The edge of space. What is space?
I don't know. That's what AI was talking about. Anyway,
Well, are you saying that air is space? So the edge of
no.
air, is air space?
No, AI, the guy AI was talking about it.
Okay.
Ask him if you don't know. Anyway,
He's not here, so I don't know, but you've adopted his argument.
I
Yeah,
didn't
that's not
adopt
what
his
he was
argument.
saying, man.
I didn't know what he was talking about the second part, but the first part, the gas, right, cannot go beyond the sky.
Is gas
We don't
in the
know.
space or is gas the space?
The gas is within us, all around us. But if there's nothing for it to escape to,
Space. Right, but you're
space
saying
don't.
space.
Yeah,
You're saying,
what AI was pointing to was not the word container. Specifically, he was pointing to parsing out the word containment. So there's no doubt about it. You're in gas pressure. You're living in it every day. All of us are. And the only thing that humans know about to achieve gas pressure 100% of the time, the only way to do it is to have it contained. And the only way that we can do that is with a container. And there's something very perplexing about looking up because the human mind has to wrap itself around the concept of infinity or non infinity. So within that paradigm, if the mind thinks that infinity, as AI was pointing out, you get in a ship, go one direction, any direction, and you just keep going, and there's no end. That's the concept of infinity. And the human mind has a difficult time with that. So the human mind wants to put a barrier. So then we start thinking, well, certainly there's an end to space. Then the human mind start thinking, well, if there's an end to space, what's beyond that? So one way or the other,
Exactly.
you've got to hash this stuff out. There's going to be something at the end of the day that's going to be perplexing to humans that you're never going to truly know. You're just never going
Exactly,
to
Necros.
know.
Do you understand?
Exactly.
Exactly. Exactly, Necros. That's what I've been telling you, Necros.
Necros understands, but I think the confusion
Talking
is
about the edge of space,
right.
Why are you talking about
beyond the
space? You don't
galaxy,
even know space
beyond
exists.
beyond the galaxy,
well,
beyond
when
the
you say the edge of space, you mean the edge of length, width, and height? Like even you, like who's saying, what is space?
Exactly. I mean, it's you know, people can't say what that is, where it ends, how far it goes. No one can tell you that. No one. So
It's like saying, it's like asking Zant, like what's the height of height?
What
Where
is
does
the height of height?
yeah, where does height end?
exactly. We never know. And when you start really looking at what's been practically done, uh, can we send a rocket, for example, straight up just till it can't go anymore? Anybody ever seen that?
So
Can
Exactly.
it actually go just straight up?
Just stop, guys. When you are talking about the edge of the universe, this dude is understanding it like you are talking about above the ozone or the ionosphere, that those
Necros, it seems
layers
like
of
you are
gas.
butthurt.
So he couldn't
Necros,
grasp that you are
I'm
talking
telling you,
about the edge
space
of universe.
doesn't
Being on the,
exist.
I'm talking. I'm still talking. Don't be impolite like that. So they talk about getting on a ship and going to the edge of universe. This dude didn't grasp above us, the sky. He's talking about that edge of universe and putting it just above us. Like if there is the edge of universe, there is the nothingness of the universe, and gas pressure can't go to that nothingness.
Okay, well, Necros,
What he keeps understanding from you.
what does gas fill?
Volume.
Space. Okay. So gas
That's
fills
true,
space.
but
So therefore, the space cannot be gas itself. The space has to be something else because gas fills it. I don't know what Zant is having an issue with. He's saying, where's the edge of this
Tanks,
space?
you know something? I think this is worth some upcoming discussion because I think there's a big misnomer in the word vacuum, for example, because and its opposite, pressure. So what we're talking about is pressure. People are equating a vacuum with a void of creation, like an area of nothingness. So when you say space in a container, there's going to be air in there already. But if I want to force air into containment, more air with a restricted volume of the barrier of the container, then I have contents under pressure. So that's how we do aerosol. So simply if I do the opposite, pull all of what we know of air, pressure, it doesn't mean there's a vacuum in there. It doesn't mean there's a void of nothingness, does it? And I think that there's a lot of
I think it does.
misconstruing about what that is. Really, we're talking about pressures. So when somebody pulls, when you were told about a vacuum that they've pulled everything out of it, have they? I mean,
No, I'm just saying, like, if we're not going to say, I mean, that's what
what
a
do you
vacuum
really
is.
know? Can that really be done? So like say the opposite of forcing air into a container. So we just see the two extremes with that. But the thing about being on this earth and human and what is this place, as far as all we know, there is no pressure without container. So containment. So we have no idea what a container would be. We do know we're under containment to have gas pressure of some sort, right? But who knows what that is? How that is. You know, let's hold it
According to
all
Zant, it's
together.
the
And
end
AI
of
just put it
length,
at,
width, and height. That would be according to Zant.
what's that, Tanks?
It would be the end of length, width, and height. That's space.
Yeah,
According
that's
to
what
Zant.
AI was pointing at. Also, a very strange concept for the human mind to wrap around is the availability of free space, right? There seems to be an availability of like a contained physicality. I think it has been put best as this is more of a realm. So if you're looking for edges, I would, I don't think you're going to find any up, down, and to the side. I don't think anyone's going to go down as far as you can go down, to the sides, or up.
And I don't think that you can get away from those vectors at all. The up
No
and
matter
down,
how high you.
right, forward, backward, you will find those vectors wherever you are. If even if you are leave this reality, those old scriptures, you will find those same vectors in, but those same entities that are not in this reality.
I was thinking about that earlier, Necros, when somebody was mentioning, like, well, like go up into a rocket, right? And they're like, even from the ISS, even from whatever, right? So you have these pictures, even if they are at this height they claim. I don't have an issue with it exactly, but as far as moving 17,500, all that stuff, I do have an issue with. But it does seem like there's still an orientation from the ISS. Like, you take a picture, they take a picture out the window if that's what they're doing from an airplane or whatever. There's still an orientation. There's still vectors of up, down, left, and right in space.
Correct.
Yeah, it's not like suddenly in this, like, I don't know, this picture that somebody painted about there's no vector, in space. It seems like there still is, even with the pictures, if you're to believe they're true.
Man, if you just look at their videos, you never see someone just coincidentally he didn't take account of his friends in the ISS or his colleagues in ISS, but he is upside down, relevant to the others, dependent to the others. He was upside down. For him, it was normal, but the others just upside down also for them. It was normal. No, you see them just upside down, standing same vector, their feet on the bottom and their heads.
Yeah, they're all going that way. And even like you see them smile for the camera, they tilt their head to align with the camera. Like there's some kind of orientation there still present. Or maybe they're just on Earth doing it. I don't know.
It's it was the case, if they didn't have that vector, the screens will be just rotating screens. If you are just standing upside down, you can rotate your screen just 180 degree, and you can see it again. But still, no, those screens are attached to the walls of that ISS, meaning that they are programmed to be dependent to a specific vector.
I don't know about this vector, but I watched a dude. I watched Dude's Perfect. They went to space.
They went to, again, the thing that you keep saying, space. What is it? Length with height? What is it? Something else? You can't keep on saying they went to this thing and then not define the thing.
Okay, fine.
You
So when I
doing it.
say I went to California, should I give like a definition of California?
There is a standing definition of California. So you went to more dirt. Okay. So now when you went to space, what did you go to?
So can you tell me the definition of space?
Yeah, dude, give it up.
Yeah, tell me.
No, I'm asking you to define it. You're saying I do believe they went to. Now define it without using the word space.
I never said that. You're just putting words in my mouth. I said I saw a video of Dude's
If you're
Perfect
gonna
going to
keep up
space.
this bullshit where you
Going to what?
I said I saw a video of Dude Perfect going to space.
Okay, and what is that?
That's what I'm asking you, the definition.
This guy's being an absolute fuckstick. Hey, you said that they went to the edge of space, or they went to space. What is space?
Why did you say edge of space? I don't get it.
What did you actually say? Where did Dude Perfect go?
They went to space. All right, fine,
Okay,
fine.
what's
I'll give you the definition. I'll give you the definition. The space
Stupid
is the
motherfucker. Of
beyond
course
the
you said
sky.
it. Beyond the sky? What's the sky? Where's the limit of the sky?
Yeah, beyond the sky. There's a limit,
Yeah,
but I
where
don't
is
know the
that
limit.
limit? I want to know the height or the limit of the sky. Where's that at?
Let me Google search it.
Holy shit. You're using terms and you don't know the definitions. You're describing things you don't know what they are.
What are you talking about?
We're talking about the thing that you just did. I asked you what the sky is and the limitation of it. You don't fucking know.
Do you know?
It was your claim, friend. I don't need to
So
make
there is no sky. So you're
excuses for
telling me there
your
is no
claim.
sky? So if I say
Tell me what the
Mount
sky
Everest,
is. Tell me
if
what
I
the
say
sky
Mount
is,
Everest,
motherfucker.
if I say Mount Everest, do I have to know the length of it? I don't know the length of it.
Yeah,
I have to Google
you
it.
do. Okay, well, why would you bring it up unless you
Okay,
actually knew what you were talking
what's the
about?
height of Mount Everest? What's the
Why
height
are
of
you
Mount
asking me a
Everest?
question about things that I didn't mention? You mentioned space and the sky.
Why are you
What
asking?
are they?
Okay,
And
what's
give
the
me the
height of Mount
definition.
Everest?
You're getting
Okay, what's the
destroyed
height of Mount
today.
Everest?
You need to go ahead and acknowledge that.
Okay. What's the height of Mount Everest?
Why are you asking me? I didn't bring it up.
But we don't. I don't need to know the height of the sky to talk about it.
You've just talked about it. This is your claim. Give me the definitions and the descriptions and the limitations of the thing that you described.
So when I talk about sky, I have to give like the definition and the limitation
Hell
of it.
yeah, you do. This is your claim.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Based on that logic, when I talk about Mount Everest, do I have to give the limitation and the height of it?
If you say where you were at on Mount Everest, I want to know where that fucking elevation was. You're damn right.
Yeah,
That is
well,
specific.
Dan, you did
The
say
fact that
this.
you're saying that means you don't believe that Mount Everest exists.
No, that's not at all what I'm saying. This is
Yes,
a
you
stupid ass
are.
red
Yes,
herring.
you are.
No, I'm not. I'm asking you
You are
about where
literally
you went to on
strawmanning my
Mount Everest.
claim. You're
Dude, you're being
strawmanning
an
my claim,
absolute
yeah.
stupid asshole. You're gonna get muted. These dumb fucking games you guys play, I swear.
It was you who said they went to space. They went beyond the sky, meaning that you know that there is a limit at a certain distance that they surpass, and they reach something else that you call space. That they asked you, what doesn't that mean? You couldn't just explain that.
He had to Google it, remember? He mentioned something he had to Google. He didn't even have a definite height or region or border or limit to the sky. He just brings it up. We ask him where that is. Hold on, I gotta fucking Google it. You guys are stupid. Here, I'll unmute you. Where does the sky end?
Oh, so the sky ends in 50,000 feet.
50,000 feet, no kidding.
I answered it.
Okay, so the aircraft that flies above 50,000 feet, they're all in now what you would call space or outer space. What is that region?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay. So like an SR-71 or some of these bombers that go really high,
Yep.
they're in space.
I don't know. I don't know if they have the capacity. And could you define these bombers? And could you tell me the limitation of these bombers,
Dude,
please?
he's just a retard. He's just an absolute troll. He's trolling necros. He's just being obtuse. You guys are fucking stupid. By the way, the SR-71 will travel at altitudes in the region of 85,000 feet. So the SR-71 flies in space, according to this dipshit. What the fuck?
Yeah, I don't know. So he's like, the space is in the sky. What's the sky? The sky is space. It's stupid. It's just a non-specific type of weird claim that he saw somebody in the sky. Okay, therefore, and the dude he said was perfect. So how could he be wrong? He's perfect. Yeah, right. The hand. I don't know, man. I don't reify that model of like molecular model. It's just a model, of how much little like equidistant.
That's without that, there's no necessary need for container. The container keeps the balls from bouncing out. That's why you need the container. Without the bouncing of the balls, you don't need the container. The liquid or fluid will just sit. This is why I
Yeah.
ask, will any amount of gas fill any size container? So if you take a liter of gas and put it in a 10,000 liter container, you're saying that liter of gas is going to fill any infinite amount of container? And when you say fill, what does that mean? If I put one ball in a jar, is the jar full of that ball?
Right. Yeah. No. Yeah. Just it measures the pressure. Yeah.
It's actually not even measuring a pressure. They've never measured a 14 pounds of pressure. They weighed a liquid. They weigh the liquid they put in a barometer and then assume that the weight of the air is keeping the weight of the liquid in, right? And this is the Baller model. This is why I don't get why Flatties accept it.
Yeah. The barometric pressure, mercury. Yeah.
Yeah, it's from the weight of the mercury, not the weight of the air. You've never seen a scale or a pressure outside measure 14.7 pounds. You're only going to measure the liquid before it goes into the barometer. And then you have to assume that's what keeps the liquid in.
Yeah. Like I don't subscribe to like any of those models exactly. It's just a way to, I guess, explain phenomena.
But you end up falling into if you do accept that model, right? Like you fall into the same trap the ballers fall into. The ballers have this high pressure at the bottom with a low pressure at the top. And then the problem is, why wouldn't it equalize? But that's the same problem Flatties have in their container. You have high pressure at the bottom and a very low pressure at the top of the container, and it should equalize according to their both parties agreed upon gas law, right? So
That's
they're both
incorrect.
arguing for the
That's
same thing.
Why
incorrect.
would it equalize? Don't you have temperature in the equation?
Okay, well, if
Don't you
like
live in
again,
a dynamic system? Hmm?
do you, okay, if you
Can't you create a gas pressure gradient inside the container using temperature variation?
Do you think you can have a gas pressure gradient of, do you think you can have 14 psi at the bottom of the container and 0.001 psi, and you can keep that gradient with just applying temperature? You don't think the air in your model, because again, I don't subscribe to this, you don't think that pressure would equalize regardless of applying a temperature? Like, what is the
No, it's dynamic.
power of the equalization of gas?
Why would it equalize if you have hot gas that have more kinetic energy that is exerting pressure on the bottom of the gas in the bottom that is a cool gas that lost its kinetic energy and being pressed upon by the gas in the top. You know that if you just take a container and you put the bottom of the container inside a bucket full of water and ice, and you heat the top of the container, you will have that gradient. The top of the container, the gas that is being heated, will press upon the gas that's being cooled in the bottom, and you will have high pressure in the bottom and low pressure in the top. Even if you know that it is completely the opposite. When you heat the gas inside the balloon, it will exert more pressure on the walls of the balloon. If you cool the gas will just contract and will exert, you will measure less pressure. But that's the opposite in the container because of that pressure exerted by the gas that has more kinetic energy. So you will measure less pressure in the top, more pressure in the bottom. I can show you that.
Okay, so in picture, you have a big thing of water and you're heating the bottom of it, right? The water at the bottom is going to be warmer than the water at the top, but there's the same amount of water at the you take a cup of water at the top and a cup of water at the bottom, you still have a cup of water. What you're saying is air at the bottom, there's more air than at the top, right? And that's not, nobody's ever demonstrated that. That's just,
No one said that. No one said that.
I'm talking about pressure. You have more pressure in the bottom than the top. You have less pressure.
Okay, what's causing the pressure?
The gas in the top has more kinetic energy. So that's those gas molecules. If I just assume
there you go, the molecules. The balls of air are moving faster.
I'm not buying that. I'm telling you, if I even just assume that that model of the molecules being those little balls that have a neutron and
you have to assume the little balls. Exactly, that's the assumption is the little balls. That's the only way you can create a gradient is with those little balls, with a lot of them at the bottom.
Even if you don't, the reality is telling you that the gas that is being heated is exerting pressure because that gas that is being heated is having more distance between, creating more volume, more distance when you heat the gas in the balloon. So that gas will just exert more force on the walls of the balloon. So it will just contract and exert more force. The balloon will appear to be more inflated because of that hot gas. So that gas,
but you're trying to apply a method.
Is exerting more force, meaning that if you have cool gas in the bottom, and that cool gas sits in the bottom, and you have the gas that gas in the bottom is just being contracted by that cold that you have in the bottom of the container. So the gas in the top will do the same exact thing that is doing to that balloon. So it will exert more force on upon the walls of the container and upon that gas that it's sitting on the bottom also.
Okay, but that's the part. So you're assuming a mechanism. You're assuming a mechanism for hold on. I let you speak for like 45 seconds. So you're assuming when you get these pressure readings, what you're doing is you're assuming that air is made up of little balls and that they're moving and the speed. Okay, so air is not little balls. There's not air particles. They're not air molecules. So air is a uniform singular fluid.
I'm not assuming. Don't assume that shit.
Okay, so you're not assuming that air is little balls. You know for a fact air is little balls.
No.
Okay, so air is not little balls.
I don't know.
Okay, so when you say higher pressure, you don't mean faster moving or more little balls.
No.
Okay, so when you say higher pressure, what do you mean?
More
What
force
is different about
More
What is
force.
creating?
More force.
Okay,
More
force is a
force upon,
concept.
more force upon
What
area.
does that mean? Explain. How is the
More,
why? Okay, hold on.
more force upon area.
Why does hot air apply more force than cold air?
What?
Why does hot air apply, quote, more force than cold air?
Because it got heated.
So, okay, but what about being hot? I can heat up a brick. It doesn't apply more force. So
It's
what
not
is it
gas.
about heating up?
Sorry.
Okay,
It's
so
not
what
gas.
about heating up air?
Not
So
gas.
what
That's a
about
false
the air?
equivalence. You're
We are
talking about
talking
a
about gas.
solid
Okay,
versus a
so what
gas.
is
We never,
different?
we never told you that. We never told you that solids
What
need a
is
container.
physically different
We
about
never
air
talked.
than the brick?
We never talked about bricks needing
Again,
containers. We never
you tell.
claimed that bricks need containers.
Okay, you said high pressure gas is
Yeah,
different.
good
It has
gas.
more force than cold. You said hot gas has more force than cold gas. And I'm trying to find out the mechanism by which hot gas applies this force. Is it through a faster motion of a particle? How is it doing it?
I'm not assuming a particle.
Oh, I didn't ask you to. I'm asking for the mechanism that's creating this higher force. What is doing it?
I won't assume.
You don't know. So you're just
Yeah,
assuming it does.
the heat is making
The
the
heat.
gas
Okay, what about
exert more
so what
force.
if
That force exerts upon the walls of the container. So when you heat
the
gas,
walls? There you go, assuming the walls.
yeah, exactly,
And yeah,
correct.
you assume walls,
I'm not assuming
and then you
walls.
assume that the air is bouncing off of it.
I'm not assuming walls. It's the
Holy
Okay,
fuck,
only
dude.
so
way
we
that
have
you
Earth
can
so
have.
we have a
All right,
demonstration of Earth
It's the
walls.
only way that you
all
can
right,
have
all right,
gas
all
pressure.
right.
But you're just saying it's the only way.
Necros,
That's not a
Necros,
demonstration.
Necros.
That's a blind faith.
Retard. Hey, retard, shut the fuck up. We have a great, we'll call it element or a molecule that we can exchange between gas, liquid, and solid. It's called water. So we have a convention that describes these three different states or phases. And what do you know? In a solid state, we have a solid, right? Low energy, nothing moves, right? We have molecular bonds. Then we warm it up. Then they start to move around. They become a liquid or a fluid, if you like, but a liquid, right? And then you heat it up some more and it divides itself, even less molecular bonds, it becomes a gas. So is there really any problem with describing things as little particles?
Yeah, because you don't see it as that. So it's an assumption. It's a model. It's a reification of a model.
It's a reification of a model. So what do you think that the water turns into once it reaches gaseous state?
I don't reify belief.
Okay,
Right?
well,
You don't
what
see
do
the
you think
mechanism.
it is? What do you think it
Okay,
is?
well, you can ask a baller what he thinks it is. It's not what it is.
I'm
This is
asking
reification
you,
of
dumb
beliefs.
fuck. I'm asking you,
I don't.
dumb fuck.
Why are you getting so angry?
Why?
I'm not angry. I'm asking a dumb fuck a question about
You're like screaming.
the same question that you already asked Necros. All of a sudden, you don't
I
like
don't
it
know.
when someone badgers you?
No, I don't care. I'm
No,
just saying
you don't
you're
like that
asking
when
me what.
someone badgers you about something that he actually can't
No, it
know.
doesn't bother me. I'm rich. It doesn't
All
bother me.
right, well then shut the fuck up.
Well, then make a point. How do you know gas is
I'm
molecule?
asking you the same question you asked him, and you don't have an answer either. So why are you badgering?
You're the one that's asserting gas is molecules. I'm not making an assertion. You're the one making the assertion.
I'm just saying this is the convention that we have. If you don't agree with it, do you have anything better?
Oh, I don't have to replace it to say it's wrong.
I'm not asking you to replace it. You're
Yes,
saying
you
it's
are. You're
wrong. You
asking me
don't
what
even
I
know
think
if
to
it's
replace
wrong.
it.
Do you know if it's wrong?
Yes, I know air is not little solid balls bouncing around.
Okay, how do you know that? How do you know that?
Because I don't see air as little solid bouncing balls to know it.
You don't see it. Oh, so just because you don't see it.
Well, I don't see Bigfoot. Maybe Bigfoot is real. I don't see Earth curve. Maybe that's real. Maybe everything I don't see is real. Is this your logic?
So just because you can't see it, it's not the thing that it's described as a convention.
Well, a convention is a reification of an idea. So you haven't demonstrated that air is bouncing balls, so I'm not going to reify air as bouncing balls in my
And you
mind.
haven't demonstrated anything to the contrary, so we're at
I'm
a
not making
standstill.
claims. No, you
No
haven't
one here is.
backed up your claim. You made a claim that air is bouncing balls. You haven't demonstrated that claim. I make no claims. I'm just saying back up your claim. You can't do it.
Okay, so we have a convention.
You asked me why the
We
vote
have a
is
convention. Excuse me. We have a convention. All right. Okay. I have a convention that I think works fairly well. Your best evidence against that is I don't see it. It's a pretty weak ass nuh-uh.
I don't see Santa Claus. It works pretty good for me on that one.
Okay, great. So no Santa Claus. What is the angular size of Santa Claus versus the angular size of the molecule?
Have you ever seen an air molecule?
No, I've never seen it.
Well, and you never seen Santa. Looks like they're in the same boat. Something you can't prove.
Okay. So neither one of them exists. So air molecules do not exist.
Unless you can prove they do, then I'll accept it. Prove air molecules or Santa exists, and I'll allow that information into my worldview.
No worries. So how would you prove that air is a quantized chunk of something? A quanta. One individual or multiple little, particles. How do we go about doing it? Well, I mean, I'm just asking you, how do we do it?
How would we prove God exists? I don't know. Maybe it's up to the person that claims God exists to think of a way to make his beliefs demonstratable, not asking me how I would do it, which is kind of
Where are
crazy.
you
But that's
escaping
what
into God? We're talking about physical reality right now.
Well, you would have to weigh
no,
it
you're not
or
talking
measure
about
it
physical
or observe
reality
it.
yet, because you haven't demonstrated it as a physical reality yet.
So
You're just talking about your
water's
belief.
not physical. So water's not physical?
Water's not little bouncing balls of air. So that's the part
Okay.
you're referring
So
to,
water,
actually.
and then we go to gas. So is gas not physical?
Gas is physical, but it could be a fluid just like
Okay.
water.
And what is this physical? What is the physical nature of gas?
It's a fluid.
What?
It's a fluid?
That's fucking stupid, you autistic fucking retard.
Yeah, even though it's classified as a fluid, and we use it, anytime we use air pressure, we use it as a fluid. It's moved as a fluid.
What is a fluid?
Yeah, pneumatics work just like a fluid, like
What is a fluid, dumb fuck?
Yeah, you don't know water, liquid, fluid.
Excuse me. You're conflating terms. I want you to cite for me what a fluid is, and I want you to cite for me what a liquid is, and we'll see if they're the same, because you just conflated them. Go ahead and post it in the side chat. I know you love the side chat.
Yeah. This is fun. You guys are fun.
Okay, so write the hand. I'm just waiting for the citations, not your bleating. You're crying. It's not going to help you. Actually, you did make a claim. You said a liquid and a fluid are the same thing. So I need citation and definition for both of those. We'll see if they match up.
What do you mean the gas is a fluid? It's common sense.
All right.
This shit's retarded. I can't do this.
Not so loud.
I don't want to start a conversation. I'm gonna probably go watch football soon.
Was it way too loud in here? Son of a... There's like 50 of you in here. Nobody's saying nothing. We're gonna have a...
I'm just waiting for error bubble argument to kick back up.
Why was he banned?
Error bubble?
Wait, who got banned?
RTH. Either he got banned or he left the server, but I think he got banned. Yeah, he got banned for 2 days.
Anybody want to take up the baton and tell me that fluid and a liquid are the same thing?
That's not the hill I want to die on, but I'd like to know why he was banned.
Sometimes we ban for all kinds of things, like concern trolling, where people want to know why other people got banned. Sometimes we'll ban for that too.
Silly.
No, not silly.
You think so?
Yes, in my opinion, I think it's silly.
Okay, that's concern trolling. So do you want to be banned? Oh, okay, so you'll let it go then, right? You're not going to go ahead and try to moderate the moderators, are you?
I am not.
Okay, so what do you want to talk about? The Earth? Let's talk about the Earth.
I don't feel much like talking at all right now.
Great, you can hit the white mic, right?
See? That moment when the Globalists doesn't have any shit to say, just they want to talk because their cognitive dissonance is telling them that. So they can white knight, they can say all stupid shit.
I really don't have a problem with anybody that would like to be a contrarian as far as models or reifications go, by all means. But sometimes I would kind of prefer that something better is, given or proffered to the current convention.
Isn't that what the Global Earthers say? When you say we don't have a model, but then you say we don't have to replace it? Isn't that kind of what you're doing there?
Well, no, there's no globe model. There's no flat Earth model. So that's great. We can just deal with reality, right?
No model needed.
No, but like when you asked him, do you have something better? It's kind of the same kind of mindset.
Give me an example. Why is that?
Yeah, like when they say, where's your model, flat earther? And you say, well, we don't have a model and we don't have to replace it, right?
Right. We don't have a model. We use reality, right?
Yeah, maybe you're not catching the drift there, sir.
No, I'm catching it. What is the point of the model when you already have reality?
Never had one since we were
Is that
born.
really a question? Why have a model if you've got reality?
He doesn't know what a model is. It's okay.
I
That
actually
might
agree
be the
with that.
case, yeah.
But just saying.
Who
I
agrees
agree
with that?
I agree with what he said. You don't need a model.
You don't need a model. You've never
Nope.
Hey,
opened up Google
Eggs, I tell
Maps
you
to
what,
figure out
Eggs,
how to
can you
get
get me the
to a
globe
place.
Earth model real quick? Hey, Eggs, can you get me the globe Earth model real quick?
It's not an individual thing. I mean, you could. There's
Can you
countless
just get
ones
me
of
the
them.
motherfucking globe model, please?
Testy.
It's conceptual. Models are conceptual. I can't give you
Oh,
a
so this
concept.
is a just console. You don't even have anything to present.
Sure.
It's all in
39,
the
59
mind.
radius, 2 poles, equators, Latin long, radius, position in the solar system, idea of how mass works,
So
lunar
nothing is.
cycles,
So it's all
earthquakes. I'm not
abstract
done
then,
yet.
right?
Is that
Oh,
because you can't wrap water around a ball? That's why you have to put it conceptual?
So these are all abstracts. These are all just in the mind.
Here of model.
Yeah, that moment that when you can't just have a dinner plate, put some rocks and some sand and dirt and like make some islands in that dinner plate, in the middle of that dinner plate, and pour water and show that how you can have water on a surface being flat, and you can't show that on a globe. Yeah, that's why you have to make that shit just on screen, because you can wrap water on a ball.
Yeah, what you just said didn't make any sense.
Yeah, what you said doesn't make any sense. You can't wrap water on a
Yeah.
ball.
I don't
That's why
think
you have to imagine that model that can't be made in reality.
I don't think there's anything wrong with having a model necessarily, but you don't need to have one. Depending on what you're doing, right?
And have water on a ball on your dreams.
But to say that you've modeled the entire Earth is kind of, I don't know, kind of ridiculous.
Like I told you, they can't have water around a ball, only in their dreams,
That's
and
Newton's fourth law.
they can surely interpret their dreams on a paper, like drawing it, or on a screen, like rendering it in 3D software. Yeah, that's not reality. Just the shit that is in their dreams.
What is actually the globe Earth model? Is it the solar system thing from school?
There is no
Or
model.
what is it
Don't
actually?
have one.
Because everyone's talking about model, but what model is it actually? I'm wondering.
Well, if we told you what model we use, we'd have to defend it. We can't do that.
No, you don't need to defend anything. You can just have an open conversation. I'm just wondering.
You're Wes. You were a Globitarian, you too, at a certain point in your life. And you know for sure that you didn't have any model. The globe side didn't have ever any model. The Earth that explains
I
everything
mean,
about the Earth.
sometimes when I ask for a model, people post the blue marble, but I don't know if that's what they mean.
Oh, okay. So now the painting of Da Vinci is a model of Jesus.
We have a model that predicts everything. Where's your model?
Stupid Globitarians.
So, Maticus, you're in a flat Earth server. You don't want to talk.
Nope. Not when people are being a little too trigger happy.
Who's trigger happy?
Don't be like that.
Hi, guys.
What up?
How's it going?
Awesome, 9K. How you doing?
I'm good, man.
You also wandered into a flat Earth server. Well, what would you like to talk about? Hopefully, something related to the topic of the Earth.
No, nothing. I was
Nothing.
actually hoping to join, and I was hoping there would be somebody else talking, but there's no one talking, and I don't have anything to talk about, so I just wanted to listen, but I took the chance to say hi.
Okay. Well, Maticus would talk, but he thinks people are trigger happy. Really, nothing happens. And I mean, if people are just cool and have a normal conversation, there's no problem. I'm sure Maticus could pull that off.
Well, yeah. What would you like to talk about? What's am I supposed to take the flat Earth or the globe Earth side here?
I'd just be honest, man. What do you think you live on? A ball, a flat plane? What is it?
Yeah, you take the...
I can't say for sure what I live on, but I could say very confidently that it's not a globe.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's fair enough. What gives you that confidence?
Well, obviously there's lots of things, but something I was thinking about recently is we're talking about how, well, they say now the horizon is not a physical location and it's only observable, correct?
Yeah, apparent. It's defined as an apparent location. Yeah.
Yeah. So you'll always have refraction as long as you can see the distance, or you know, as long as the distance is viewable from whatever device that you have. The horizon, well, I guess what's just beyond the horizon always gets refracted up, correct?
Well, that's the claim. Yeah, that's the claim. But that would kind of also beg the question that the horizon, there's something behind the horizon. Once again, it's kind of like this physical location, and that's just not how it's defined.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, okay. So theoretically, if you had something that could see further and further and further into the distance, what's the limit of the refraction?
Well, it depends. What kind of refraction are you talking about?
Well, I mean, at the horizon. I mean, theoretically, how far could you see?
Well, theoretically, how far could you see? Well, you know, the weather reports sometimes talk about it being 10 miles. People can increase their, angular relationship to the Earth and see quite a ways. There's even speculations out there that there's some mountain peaks in Europe where they can see, peak to peak, and it's in the vicinity of somewhere around 500 miles. So, but it's a little bit blurry, and it's not going to be conclusive. But the world record longest distance photograph ever taken is somewhere in the ballpark of 273 miles. So theoretically, if you increase your angular relationship to the Earth, you could see 200 plus miles.
Okay, so if the Earth theoretically is a globe, and you have a device that can obviously see, let's say, through the thickness of the air itself, and because of that refraction going up, say you're at the highest mountain that we have, you're at the highest point that we have.
Mm-hmm.
Will that refraction be able to let you see the back of your own head?
Well, the globe claims that it will. That you can actually, that's one of the claims that Rumpus made a few years back, that the refraction is so strong that you can see the back of your own head.
No. They don't say that, do they?
I wish I was kidding you, but that is a claim that was made. Now, nobody really adopts that. Nobody actually seriously backs him up on that, but that is a claim that was made.
Well, sure, because of the density of the particles within the air. However, theoretically, that is the modern current claim.
Yeah, the refraction could be strong enough to essentially make the entire Earth. Because the claim with the terrestrial refraction is that it's an R-based refraction, and if you increase the amount of refraction, it actually makes the Earth look flat. It's sort of, holograms everything beyond the physical curve up to a viewable level, and so it flattens it out, if that makes sense.
I'm picking up what you're putting down.
Right. So in theory, you could have some binoculars, and there's no, attenuation of light, or the inverse square law, or angular size is not a problem, and you've got the world's most awesome telescope. You can see the back of your own head.
Well, shiver me timbers.
Mm. Oh, we lost 9K. Wasn't entertaining enough, I guess. So yeah, that's one of the claims. Of course, that type of refraction, that terrestrial refraction, the formula for it has the radius of Earth baked into it, and that's the thing that we're kind of asking for, is the evidence of that R value, which we still haven't gotten. So, terrestrial refraction is sort of a begging the question and reification fallacy.
I've made the argument in here, and it's usually for let's say people that are just finding out about flat Earth, and they're very much opposed to it. But do you know off the top of your head how many moons Saturn has?
I forgot.
Take a guess.
You mean how many moons they claim it to have, or what little?
Yes, obviously.
Man, I don't remember. It's been a while since I've.
The answer is 146. And
146 moons.
Yeah, and they actually think that there's more, but they just haven't discovered the moons yet. So 146, 146 moons going around Saturn. None of them ever collide, and any picture or image that you've ever seen of Saturn, you've never seen a moon. Even though at least one, and probably more, of these moons are actually bigger than Mercury itself. And you've never seen one of those moons.
That's a really big claim, because I have even seen the images that people will present with pretty strong telescopes where Saturn appears to have kind of that shape, the circle with the ring around it, or maybe if you think it's a ball with kind of a ring around it, but no moons in those images ever. So I guess I don't know how far away those moons need to be, but yeah, that's interesting.
At least one moon is bigger than Mercury itself, and there might actually be like a handful that are, but you have never seen in any of NASA's images a moon.
Right. Well, that's interesting. I have not kind of brushed up on my current cosmology and all the claims that go along with it. So
it's just
thanks for that.
Yeah, it's a very simple silly that you can point out.
Yeah, there's a lot of those, but that one's a good one. 167, you said? I'm going to look this up.
146 known.
146. Okay,
and they believe that there's possibly more.
How many moons? You tell no lie. The claim is 146 moons. And then right here, the moons range in size from larger than the planet Mercury, the giant moon Titan. Oh, okay, so that's Titan. To as small as a sports arena. Okay. Wow. Now, I guess the other claim or the other question would be, are they claiming that they're in that ring?
Well, I suppose that a moon within that ring, constantly getting pelted with the other rocks and whatnot that are in that ring, and it still keeps its orbit just fine.
Right. That's a good point.
I think the best, when I looked this up, I think the best image that I've seen of it is some blurry, like CCTV kind of photo of Saturn, and there's like a twinkle beside it or something like that.
So they just kind of have like a little light artifact and they're going to call that a moon. Is that what you're saying?
It's nothing close, even close to those nice, clear, crisp, photoshopped images of Saturn.
Right. Yeah, all I'm getting is CGI renderings the more I look it up.
Yeah,
So,
of course.
as usual. Yeah.
We can look into deep space and see distant galaxies and all these different anomalies, and yet the legitimate best image that we have of Pluto is again like some blurry little tiny CCTV kind of like still image. But we can see galaxies and galaxies and stars and black holes and you name it, but we can barely see Pluto. I believe their claim is that it moves too fast and we can't look at it very well.
Right. So when I was a kid, Pluto was a planet, right? And now I don't know if it got reinstated or not, but I think they took planet status away from Pluto, which I think is hilarious. But well, thanks for that tidbit, man. I did not know that. I'll add it to the arsenal of absurdity.
It's a nice simple one for like newbies that come in here as opposed to.
Yep.